Excuse me, does this domain of yours have any other abilities? If not, I'm about to start acting like a Karen. Old Five frowned, his eyes sharp as he said, Not a shred of spiritual power on your body? I can't believe such trash can be born. Your martial saint title must be based on that armor just now, right? At this moment, Old Five raised his hand and pointed at the red shadows in front of him, affirming, Although I'm no longer in my prime, dealing with you guys won't even take half a move. So he waved his move towards that red shadow. In the blink of an eye, the shadow disappeared. But other than Old Five, no one present could confirm that it had completely disappeared. So he strode forward aggressively. The scammer who lived a fake life for fame has been dealt with. Who else can stop me from getting the Holy Lotus? The old man clenched his fists and asked, Aren't you the fated ones and his disciples? Why did he vanish into thin air? You don't even have a single tear. Then the old man deliberately mocked. Medicine Saint, looks like the fated ones you found are just so-so. After hearing his accusation, Tian Tian and Xing Chen explained to him. The reason they weren't sad was because, just as they finished speaking, a shout came from behind the old man. The one who can kill me hasn't been born yet. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. He turned his back, pointed at the shadow and said, No way! You're just a trash with no spiritual power. With my palm strike just now, even a peak martial emperor would turn to ashes. Hearing this, the old man didn't believe it. Suddenly, an extremely large blue light appeared right in front of him. Who said you can't hit someone without spiritual power? It turned out that the shadow of the medicine saint had entered Changxiao's body. With a smirk and sharp eyes, he said, We have a saying in my hometown that fits the current situation perfectly. No try, no die. With that, he unleashed a move towards the old man. As soon as he saw Changxiao make a move, the old man was horrified, unable to believe his eyes. He's burning my spiritual power. Without waiting for the old man to come to his senses, he immediately flew up, launching flames at Old Five, dancing wildly. You imposter! The corrosive nature of this fire is so OP. It's bone-rotting bamboo fire, one of the 10 great sacred flames. As soon as he saw the flame, the old man understood the reason and exclaimed, No wonder this kid has no spiritual power at all. It turns out all his spiritual power is used to nurture the sacred fire. When he saw the flame gradually burning his hand, the old man didn't care at all. The bone-rotting bamboo fire lasts a long time, and the fire seed isn't bad, but the burning speed isn't fast enough. Watch my next move. How will your sacred fire protect you? To receive Changxiao's move, the old man prepared to strike, but unexpectedly he was one step ahead. He jumped up with lightning bolts in his eyes, continuing to launch fire at Old Five. With that move, the old man's eyes widened again, his mouth agape. Thunder fire! This kid actually possesses 2 types of sacred fire. Seeing him continuously attacking him, the old man was furious. Looks like I can't underestimate you anymore, being able to simultaneously wield 2 types of sacred fire. As soon as he finished speaking, countless flames with different colors appeared before his eyes. He counted them one by one, and realized that this was a special kind of move. 3, 4, 8, 9, 13 types of exotic fire. Seeing that the old man was starting to get scared, he smiled smugly and said, Senior 5 Absolutes Evil Saint, do you think I'm qualified now? Qualified enough to slap your old face? Once again, he didn't give the old man time to think. And he launched fire at the old man again, arrogantly. Little Bear and Old G, who were standing on the side, were amazed when they saw this move. To actually witness Sect leader Jun using 13 types of exotic fire to fight. I, Old Bear, can die without regrets. I didn't expect Sect leader Jun to be so proficient in using the characteristics of 13 types of exotic fire. Old Gina raised his fist, his face beaming, and said, Awesome! As long as Sect leader Jun can persevere, victory will definitely belong to us. As soon as he finished speaking, Little Bear panicked and said, Oh no! If you don't open your mouth, no one will say you're mute. Old Five's face became smug again, his eyes flashing with malice as he said, It's over! Changxiao looked straight up at the sky and panicked when he saw the moon appear. Shit! Seeing that he had discovered it, the old man said smugly, As long as I prevent you from contacting my spiritual power, your exotic fire can only become a sub-fire because it has no energy. I deliberately dug this hole deep enough and shiny enough. The old man looked at him and said, With the Holy Lotus, I can instantly return to my peak, even stronger. At that time, don't talk about a dozen types. Even if it's 30 types of exotic fire, I have a way to make you swallow your hatred here. Then, the medicine saint appeared. When the old man saw this, he intended to drive him away. Medicine saint, get out of the way, or I'll use a palm strike to scatter your wife's soul. The medicine saint said, Old G, if you don't want to die, praise the 5 Absolutes Evil Saint with all your heart. With all your heart. Hearing this, Old Five turned to look at Old Jaffa with a cold gaze and flew straight towards him. Seeing the old man approaching him, the old man frowned and closed his eyes, saying, Praising is useless. The 5 Absolutes Evil Saint is extremely powerful. Unless the medicine saint is resurrected, or the emperor beast is resurrected, we're doomed. Hearing this, the old man shouted, Shut up! Then, the old man grabbed Old G by the collar and lifted him off the ground. Your mouth is a bit evil, But you want to rely on just 2 sentences to resurrect people and beasts that have been dead for thousands of years? Haha, wishful thinking. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared behind the two of them. Old Jishu surprised me. It was Changxiao, and he was sitting on a giant little dragon. Tell me the truth. Have you read the script? Just a few minutes ago, Changxiao shouted with all his might. With all your heart! He hastily pulled open the hem of his robe, and a pile of trinkets fell to the ground. Changxiao wondered, what props can I use to deal with a martial saint now? He slumped down and examined each item one by one. The armor under the 5 absolutes evil saint can't withstand 2 moves. Summoning beasts, Little Long Long and the others, are at most martial emperors. While Changxiao wasn't paying attention, a red liquid emerged from the ground. The scent of the liquid rushed into his nose, causing him to turn his head in confusion. Where is this bloody smell coming from? The liquid spread out more and more and gradually took shape. Back to the present, Changxiao casually sat on the back of the ginormous 4-fanged demonic beast, looking down at Lao Wu and finishing his story. The emperor beast just died, blood flowing for miles. Talk about lucky, huh? A sliver of blood in the pit condensed its remaining power. Changxiao raised an eyebrow and smirked. Even more coincidentally, my Pei Qi is a phantom beast of the earth element, perfect for the emperor beast. Borrowing its leftover power is a piece of cake. Ain't that a bitch? Lao Wu scoffed at his reveal. A beast that's been dead for thousands of years? How much power could it possibly have left? Hearing this, the emperor beast roared angrily. How dare you? The earth shook, and Lao Wu staggered. Lao Wu suddenly noticed a sharp rock jutting out right under his crotch. His eyes widened in disbelief. Too fast. There's literally 0 spiritual energy condensation. He hastily dodged to the side, sighing in relief. That was a close one. The emperor beast glanced away, pretending to be innocent. Changxiao started making excuses. Oops, kinda accidentally revealed its true power. Lao Wu, let's pretend that never happened, okay? Lao Wu bristled at the address. Lao Wu? Are you messing with me? Then, he immediately lunged forward, yelling, Are you kidding me? A strange pink liquid enveloped Lao Wu. Seeing the liquid rapidly approaching, Changxiao tugged on the emperor beast's fur. Pei Qi, you couldn't hide it after all. You swore with conviction. Even martial saints are just ants. The beast's eyes widened. It gathered its strength, creating stone pillars from the ground that pierced and separated the liquid mass. Lao Wu didn't anticipate this move either. Then, he was struck in the stomach by a stone pillar. Lao Wu fell to the ground with a thud, but as the dust settled, he was unscathed and continued to charge forward, his entire body encased in the liquid. Lao Wu even managed to create clones. Changxiao couldn't help but compliment him. This Lao Wu is pretty good, even surpassing the clone technique. He confidently stated. So what if the real deal got some of the emperor beast's power? The speed of an earth-type divine beast is just a mobile sandbag. Lao Wu roared. Under my illusory shadow footwork you'll be seeing stars. His expression became more smug than ever. See how you defend against this? The clones attacked simultaneously, yelling, Die! The emperor beast lifted its massive arm from the ground and calmly swung it. As a result, all the approaching clones created by Lao Wu were swatted away without achieving anything. Lao Wu was sent flying into a stone wall, his face pale, wondering, why the hell does a pig have arms? On the other side, the emperor beast and Changxiao were overjoyed, raising their arms and dancing in celebration. Changxiao jumped down from the emperor beast's head, smiling as he asked Lao Wu, Lao Wu, do you admit defeat? I think you're a rare talent. Want to consider joining the Eternal Strongest Sect? Top-tier industry? Insane potential. Lao Wu propped himself up, struggling to stand. Still refusing to give in, he shouted, Shut up! Remember me, Lao Wu! I, the unrestrained 5th evil saint, dominated the heavens, only losing to the medicine saint. Plus, I've been stuck for 3,000 years, and you want to keep me as a coolie? Changxiao stroked his chin upon hearing this. Coolie isn't exactly accurate. After all, we have 5 insurances and 1 gold. You can think of it as life imprisonment. Yeah. Life imprisonment. Lao Wu flew into a rage, clenching his fist, showing his determination to fight to his last breath. No one can imprison this old man anymore. Even gods are useless. This old man intends to slay gods and annihilate immortals. Changxiao casually stopped him, calmly saying, Don't get so worked up. You're making me look like the villain. Lao Wu summoned a spear in his hand. Then he lunged forward with all his might, but all his efforts were in vain. With a wave of the emperor beast's hand, a stone wall rose up, blocking Changxiao and Lao Wu. After a while long enough, the emperor beast controlled the stone wall to float up, revealing a Lao Wu who was exhausted and trembling but still defiant. I'd rather die. He only managed to utter one more word, Ta, before the emperor beast controlled the stone wall to fall and crush him to the ground, then lift it up again and let it fall again. Changxiao watched Lao Wu being repeatedly beaten, mockingly asking, What did you say? The static's a bit loud. Can't hear you. He gave the emperor beast a thumbs up, his face filled with pride. Lao Wu wearily collapsed, propping his hands on the ground. Then he kowtowed, performing the disciple acceptance ceremony. Little Fifth greets sect leader. Little Fifth offers his source spirit, a small token, not out of respect. Changxiao accepted his source spirit, happily uttering some polite words. Little fifth is too kind. Let's still call you Lao Wu. We're all family from now on, remember? Our eternal sect is now a sect with 2 saints. Elsewhere, under a starry sky, someone exclaimed in surprise. Someone's intently staring at something, muttering, "This heaven and earth." Judging by the clothes, this guy's got a taste for the flashy and luxurious. But his posture is kinda sus. He smirks, playing with a ball in his hand. Still has the aura of a martial emperor, so some fish slip through the net. Old Five leans on his hand, gasping for air. Changxiao stands before him, grinning. "How long can you maintain your peak state?" Old Five sits there, exhausted, replying, "Peak state? My strength just now was barely close to a martial saint. Nowhere near my prime." Old Five lays out the conditions for reaching that level. "If I go all out, I can probably maintain martial saint status for half an hour, but if I had a complete holy lotus, I could fully return to being a martial saint." He frowns, pondering another issue. "If I could use the holy lotus, I could even use absolute soul. Even if he gets a hold of my spiritual roots, this saint can split my soul and escape his control." Old Five watches Changxiao approach Peppa, annoyed. "The main thing is that pig. He used the blood of an emperor beast to reach martial emperor. If I betray and run later, he'll definitely be a huge threat." Changxiao asks Peppa, "Peppa, you're already back to your old self?" Old Five is lost in his thoughts. Luckily, there isn't much emperor beast blood left. It might just be a one-time martial emperor use. Suddenly, Changxiao pulls out a giant bottle. "Good thing that emperor beast was massive. Even a drop of its blood is a lot. Use it sparingly. He'll be our vanquishing all-time sect super trump card." Old Five stares in disbelief, trying to calm himself. Stay calm, stay calm. I still have Shadowless. He can't catch me. At worst, I'll avoid that Peppa thing after I recover." Having calmed down, Old Five makes a suggestion. "Sect leader, why don't you give the pure heart holy lotus back to me, so I can easily recover my strength and serve the sect to the best of my ability?" But Changxiao's talking to Jing Quan, ignoring him. "Palace Master Shi, why don't you try this holy lotus? Maybe it'll restore your eyesight?" Old Five nervously approaches them. Sect leader, I need to use all 8 petals at once to cure the poison in my body. Otherwise, how can I return to my peak and dominate the starry continent?" Changxiao just grunts. Then, Changxiao cleverly declines. "Our vanquishing all-time sect already has a top martial saint, and now we kinda have half a martial emperor. With a top martial saint like you, there's no rush. Just be okay for now. Besides, Palace Master Ji came all the way to He Province Northwest to find a cure for her eyes. Also, old Wet at home needs medicine. Just wait a little longer." Changxiao gives a thumbs up confidently. "Besides, isn't Yi still here? With my luck, I can definitely find props to nurture the holy lotus to grow quickly. Just wait." Old Five despairs. "My escape plan is postponed for a while." Old G comes forward and whispers a reminder. "Sect leader, Senior 5 Absolute's skills are profound. He's definitely not the type to serve under someone. Sooner or later, he'll find a way to escape the sect. Aren't we just raising a tiger in our house?" Seeing them whispering, Old Five petrifies. "Crap, my escape plan is hopeless now." Changxiao pats him happily on the shoulder. "Old G, you saying that makes me not worry anymore. Later on, when you join, you have to be like this. It's not enough to criticize the sect. You gotta praise the enemies as being strong." A moment later, he's holding 3 burning incense sticks, ready to stick them in the incense burner. Changxiao clasps his hands before the statue of Medicine Saint. "Senior Medicine Saint, thank you for detoxifying our sect's disciple this time." Medicine Saint politely replies, "It's nothing. In the future, you can send some of your disciples here. To travel, or to learn my medical arts. Let me see if there are many interesting connections." Medicine Saint smiles encouragingly. "Maybe some of your disciples will be suitable for me to pass on my poison arts." Changxiao agrees happily. "Easy peasy. I wonder which of my disciples will get this good fortune." "Oh yeah, Senior, I still have something I want to ask you." Changxiao turns to look at someone sitting nearby. "The bone-devouring poison on Zui Qi, did you ever give it to anyone back then? Zhao Jia, for example." Changxiao's voice becomes extremely serious. "This guy's wickedness is beyond doubt. I'm worried he'll do something harmful to Zui Qi later. Think about it. This bone-devouring poison, did you give it to him?" Cutting off Changxiao with a name, making him widen his eyes in surprise. "The Murong family?" Medicine Saint rests his chin and recounts the past. "Back then, the Murong family was incredibly powerful. Meeting their family head, I had to give them some face. I wonder if the Murong family is still around after several thousand years. Are they prosperous?" Hearing this, Changxiao unleashes his full rage. "Prosperous? They're doing great. Zui Qi's protagonist plot armor was all thanks to them, so it was all their self-directed drama from beginning to end." Medicine Saint advises. "If your disciple has a family as an enemy, then I think you should try to make big problems small. Noble families have stood on the starry continent for countless generations, and they never lack methods. Back then, even martial emperors didn't cause trouble recklessly or provoke them for no reason." Changxiao calms down and approaches Zui Qi. "Noble families that have existed for generations are indeed difficult to provoke. I don't want to be enemies with them either." Changxiao's eyes are full of determination. "But the tree wants to be still. But the wind won't stop. I must stand by Zuichi's side in this battle. Elsewhere, Xiao Lin puts his feet on the table and announces to the others. Have you guys heard? That trash Xiao Jia is starting to show some talent again. The person wearing a bamboo hat is a little surprised. Wasn't that lowlife poisoned with bone-devouring poison? How can he still turn things around? The guy next to him chimes in. I remember the 100-faced medicine saint's poison isn't bad. Our seniors used to praise him. Xiao Lin doesn't hide anything. Really? After I had someone poison him, I was blamed by my father, which isn't surprising. His spiritual roots being completely destroyed was too obvious. My father was bothered by that heart-devouring poison for a long time, and even scolded me. Xiao Lin slams his hand on the table. Yet that trash actually recovered, and even dared to challenge the 100 Flowers Holy Sect. Want to regain his dignity? But Xiao Lin smiles wickedly. Looking to our family to reclaim his dignity? That lowlife? I, Murong Xiao Lin, can't stand to see such a small fry jumping around forever. I have to make sure he doesn't come back. Then, he stretches out his hand towards the people sitting around the round table. But that vanquishing all-time sect is really weird. I want to ask you guys for help. Don't forget. Xiao Lin also reveals surprising news. My cousin Murong Xin will most likely become the next Murong family head. With some provocation. You guys don't want to see my cousin marry a low-class commoner with no family background, right? The person wearing a bamboo hat says, I have some high-end weapons. Our old man doesn't manage things too strictly. The guy next to him adds, there are many retainers who want to curry favor with us. We can use them. The sword-wearing youth speaks. I know a little about the vanquishing all-time sect. The sect leader's sword martial unparalleled. The sect's growth rate is truly surprising. But after his battle with the Ice Emperor Alliance, our martial saint observed that the sect leader's aura was declining rapidly. The sword-wearing youth's eyes are dangerous. So we can guess that he became a martial saint in a short time, or was severely injured by the Ice Emperor Alliance. So to eliminate them, it's best to do it early, to avoid trouble later. Xiao Lin stretches out his arms cheerfully. Then let's first spread the word that they're coming to the 100 Flowers Holy Sect. While they're not strong enough and not prepared enough, let's force them to come here and die. He revealed a treacherous smile again. Let's ambush them on the way, exhaust them first. Just imagine how disheveled they'll look when they arrive at the 100 Flowers Holy Sect. Amusing. Very amusing. The sword-wielding young man sat there with terrifying composure. This concerns the reputation of our Eastern Continent aristocratic families. Xiao Lin, we can't let you act recklessly this time. We need to investigate the Eternal Sect thoroughly, ensuring a guaranteed kill. His eyes coldly declared. That commoner needs to know that provoking an aristocratic family means death. The battlefield should still be at the 100 Flowers Holy Sect. Let the world see it clearly. He turned and left, saying, when the time comes, our Imperial Sword Holy Sect will assist. Get ready, everyone. Xiao Lin watched Murong's receding figure, annoyed. He's not even my brother-in-law yet, and he's already acting so high and mighty. But if the Murong family and the Ling family intermarry, it'll be a major event among the aristocratic families. Then he ordered his subordinate. Wu Nu! The old man rushed forward and knelt down. This old servant is at your service, young master. Xiao Lin issued an order with malicious intent. Spread the news of the Eternal Sect's challenge, and send some death squad to give those trash from the Eternal Sect a blow. Let them know what an aristocratic family is. Changxiao was stunned, stuttering, unable to speak. He shouted in panic, where's our sect gate? Brother Ha said he was worried about cultivating at the trial tower, so he took the entire sect gate with him. The scream quickly attracted the attention of those inside. Ice Emperor stepped out, still holding a broom. Sect leader, you're back! With this old man sweeping, it doesn't matter if there's no gate. Brother Ha said he was worried about cultivating at the trial tower, so he took the entire sect gate with him. Changxiao asked in confusion. Brother Ha? Ha Wudi? The old man nodded slightly. Yes, we respect each other. He calls me elder, and I call him brother. Changxiao looked disdainful. He's only a teenager, and you're thousands of years old. Are you two going to become sworn brothers, vowing to die on the same day, in the same month, in the same year? Old Wu echoed from behind. Yeah, acting shamelessly old, calling a brat brother. Ice Emperor heard Old Wu's words, and swung his broom, sending Old Wu flying. Humph, a mere martial emperor dares to spout nonsense. Old Wu was sent flying and fell to the ground, painfully rubbing the back of his head. Ice Emperor teleported closer. Damn, Old Wu didn't see it, but there's even a martial saint here. Sure enough, someone who can catch the sect leader's eye isn't just some random bum. Ice Emperor then used his senior tone to lecture Old Wu. Junior, you should feel lucky that the person you met wasn't my brother, or you'd be in the trash sorting area right now. Changxiao couldn't help but run over to Ice Emperor and ask quietly. Ice Elder, has that Woody kid reached martial saint? No way. Thinking about it, he's only been cultivating for a year. Hearing this, Ice Emperor's eyes lit up. I can't see through my brother's cultivation, but his martial arts knowledge is unprecedented. Just a few words can unravel my thousands of years of martial arts cultivation. Changxiao was speechless at the sight of him. He pondered. Could this kid be a reincarnated immortal from some era? Why am I starting to feel like my protagonist's position is shaky? Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind him. A person and a door fell from the sky. Woody sat on the door, looking extremely cool. Welcome sect leader home. By the way, I wanted to ask, can the trial tower be upgraded? His tone became serious, along with a cold expression. I've passed the 9th level, and I'm starting to feel bored. Hearing his words, Changxiao and Xingchen's mouths twitched. Their faces seemed to be written with the words, jealousy. Seriously, this brat is even cooler than me. Outside was bustling with noise and excitement. Qing Yang ran out to join the fun. Sect leader, you're finally back! Qing Yang smiled brightly at Changxiao, just in time to report some matters to his white moonlight-like sect leader. Changxiao and Xingchen's expressions became even more unsightly. Ugh, the unpleasant feeling is getting even stronger. After a while of pestering, the group went to the main hall to talk business. You mean? Changxiao sat imposingly in his chair, with a domineering demeanor that was completely different from before. There's news that we'll be challenging the 100 Flowers Holy Sect in 7 days? Qing Yang stood below and replied. That's right. I don't know where the rumor came from, but it spread throughout Qingyang continent and Donghao continent. Changxiao rested his chin and frowned slightly. If we don't show up in 7 days, the rumor that we're cowards will spread throughout the Starfall continent. Someone must be hoping we'll accept the challenge as soon as possible. Qing Yang sighed. It's a blatant scheme. Changxiao adjusted his demeanor, becoming serious. Someone wants to take advantage of our depleted resources and eliminate us easily. The enemy has paved the way, so why shouldn't we go? As the two were talking, Zuiji walked in from outside. Changxiao saw him and called out, Zuiji. He looked at him confidently. Sect leader, I can take on any challenge. Qing Yang looked at him in surprise. What's with Zuiji's aura? It's changed so much. Changxiao leaned forward from his chair. They were the ones who poisoned you, they were the ones who humiliated you, and now they're probably the ones who want to eliminate us completely. His expression became gloomy, his tone full of murderous intent. Do they really think of the Eternal Sect's disciples as crickets waiting to be cooked? Unable to contain his anger, he unleashed an astonishing pressure. Qing Yang, list the 10 strongest names that have been defeated by our sect. The other party has issued a challenge, so we can't let them down. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, his eyes turning terrifying. So what if they're noble aristocratic families? We'll clash if we have to. After not being cool for 3 seconds, he returned to his usual joking manner. But shouldn't we prepare new equipment for you guys this time? Qing Yang was helpless. Isn't this outfit a little? Changxiao reassured. Trust me, it won't go wrong. Changxiao grinned, but his face looked a little sleazy. Have you forgotten the first rule of the Eternal Sect? Every time we're on screen, we have to maintain a completely fresh feeling. The next day, the courtyard was crowded. Xiaomo tugged at his collar and sighed softly. Hey, this outfit seems like it'll affect my speed. Xingchen agreed with him. The sect leader said this thing is made of some heavenly silkworm silk, which can stretch freely, and the defense is also very good. It's just a little unfamiliar. Right, Xingchen, Xiaomo, Zuiji, and Qing Yang were wearing dark suits, their aura exuding like 4 domineering CEOs. Xingchen adjusted his sleeves, appearing dangerous. The feeling of pressuring opponents is also pretty strong. Woody followed behind, curiously looking at the suit on his body. Why do I have to go too? Don't I need to guard the gate anymore? Changxiao looked at him smugly. Didn't you say you were bored? Take people out to relax and release some excess energy. Old Wu walked to the gate and ran to Ice Emperor. When I'm not here, please guard the sect gate. Brother, rest assured. The ungainly old man swept the yard and replied. Brother, rest assured. Changxiao turned to Renshan and instructed. Renshan, I'm leaving. Your only mission is to watch Geilao. Every time he praises our sect, you immediately repeat his words. The survival of our eternal sect depends on you. He nodded. Okay. Changxiao turned and shouted, Let's go! The group shouted in unison with great momentum. The eternal sect sets out. Not a blade of grass shall grow. As they stepped out of the sect, someone else was watching from the mountainside. They've set out, according to the young master's orders. We must reduce their numbers by half along the way. Masked goon snickers. The highest they got is peak martial emperor. This is cake for us 7. Ren Shan and Old Gay are sweating bullets about this war with the clans. This sect master's probably screwed. They ain't gonna miss a chance to ambush and screw things up. The sect master's gonna make regret showing up. That doesn't sound like praise, does it? No need for me to repeat that, right? The masked guys watched for a while, then turned and left. Let's bounce. Time to set up. He hopped off the cliff, landed, and scratched his head, confused. Weird. Slipped and landed right in the middle of chaotic spiritual power. He muttered. Didn't even get to fly. What a half-saint fail. Suddenly, a random foot appeared in front of him. He looked up and saw Changxiao and the gang staring at him like he was a buffet. Huh? When did we get so many half-saints around the sect? The half-saint raged. You think you've already won? Suddenly, Wuju's voice boomed, and a side of the stone hammer smashed straight at him. Don't fight me for him! He slammed the hammer into the ground, making the place explode. Wuju's eyes lit up, hyped, and he raised the hammer again, yelling, Half-saint, huh? Ever been ground into paste before? He screamed, and swung the hammer hard again. Feel the pain! Scaring the half-saint stiff. Outside, Su Xiaomo, looking worried, tried to stop him. Senior Wuju, if you keep hitting him. Yi Xingchen cut her off. Don't stop him, let him vent. I get him. Wu Ju waved his hand, and the hammer vanished instantly. He stood with his hands on his hips, gloating at the flattened half-saint. That was satisfying. Li Qingyang appeared. A half-saint with sealed spiritual power is still no joke. Good thing the new jail's done, nice and sturdy, time to chuck him in. Whoosh, he got tossed into the dark prison. Even though he was in pain, he didn't make a sound. Qingyang smiled like he finally got someone locked up. Inmate number 001. Check-in complete. Old Wu looked around the jail, shocked. Did the sect master hollow out Sky-Split Bone Mountain? The place was huge, stretching like an endless corridor. The walls had tons of little squares to lock up prisoners. They stood below, looking like tiny ants. Old Wu wondered, how many people does he want to catch? Qingyang replied, the Wang Jiyu sect has made a lot of enemies. The sect master decided to prepare for anything. Old Wu stared at the empty cells, thinking, if I hadn't bowed down, that could have been me. Cut to the Changxiao's squad marching into Six Seas City. One of them said, let's get the ranks in order. We're gonna eat good today. Suddenly, Changxiao raised his hand, generously announcing, travel expenses are on the sect. Order whatever you want. Everyone just stared at him, dumbfounded. Later, everyone stood in front of a slightly run-down noodle shop. Su Xiaomo asked, can we change restaurants? Anywhere is fine, but it needs to be bigger. Changxiao said, all serious. We left in a hurry this time. The travel expense approval process isn't finished yet, so we have to save a little on the road. Yi Xingchen facepalmed. How many people are even in our sect? And a process? What bastard dares hold your money? Suddenly, Qingyang walked up behind Changxiao, smiling but with a pissed-off undertone that made him jump. The sect master's jail renovation. Expenses went way over budget, so this bastard had to cut back on other stuff. He turned to Ye Xingchen, Junior Ye. His face darkened. He slowly put his hand on Ye Xingchen's shoulder, threatening him so hard he broke a sweat. Got a problem with that? Terrified, he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Boss, 1 bowl of dry fishball rice noodles. No rice noodles. Then everyone ordered. But they were out of everything. Then a bowl of fishball wheat noodles. No fishballs? One of them told Changxiao, annoyed. Master, I hit hard. A masked dude was watching their every move. They're in the city. That martial saint is still tailing them. They sat on a big tree branch, plotting. We couldn't even knock out the vanguard leader. We're definitely not going to win head on. Should we just abort the mission? Another one heard that and gritted his teeth. Abort? The Murong family doesn't keep disciples who are afraid of strong enemies. His eyes grew calculating. But killing someone doesn't always need a direct fight. Li Shangtian felt something and flinched. He shoveled noodles into his mouth while glancing around, then subtly signaled to Su Xiao. Changxiao, sitting opposite him, noticed the signal. That's common sign language outside the city. Hostile intent, 3 miles away, 10 o'clock. Old Wu, confused, leaned over to Changxiao and asked, Sectmaster, what's that kid doing? Eating and flailing around? Li Shangtian sensed hostile intent from 3 miles away, towards us. Old Wu was skeptical. Hostile intent from 3 miles away? How can he sense that? I can't feel anything. He turned to Old Wu, explaining. Li Shangtian is an excellent disciple from our Jiyu Hall. He's recognized as a gifted genius in this area. His master also said, with him around, we don't have to worry about assassins. Suddenly, everyone went silent, not saying a word. Then everyone started waving their hands and arms like crazy. Old Wu was speechless. Changxiao sighed, picked up a cup of hot tea, and explained to him. This is sign language developed by Jiyu Hall. They can quickly communicate secrets with their teammates, without worrying about being eavesdropped on. Old Wu was amazed. The Wan Jiyu sect has such sophisticated methods? Impressive. Changxiao took a sip of tea, killing his thoughts. But it's complicated and anti-human. No one but Jiyu Hall can learn it. Old Wu realized. So what else would you call their flailing around? He glanced at the old dude, slightly smirking as a reminder. Old 5. These disciples have fought side by side, so don't underestimate their teamwork. Suddenly, one of them slams the table and shouts, Fine, let's just go with that then. Su Xiaomo, Ye Jingchen, and Zui Qi all stand up to accept the mission. Let me handle them. Involuntarily, the 3 of them start beefing with each other like they're facing Changxiao. Xiaomo, weren't you pointing at me earlier, meaning for me to go? My point is, scram to the side. I'll finish this faster. Ye Jingchen keeps arguing fiercely. You might run fast, but how could you be faster than me? Suddenly realizing someone's missing, he asks, Huh? Where's Qingyang? He frowns, looking at him. While you guys were arguing like a bunch of clowns, he already left. Xingchen is a bit worried. The opponent is likely a martial emperor. Can Qingyang handle it? Is it too dangerous? Changxiao swirls the tea in his cup for a moment, then explains. Sometimes, lower cultivation means you can't defeat the enemy. On the other hand, the group of friends from before, they're still discussing how to kill Changxiao's group. This jar is called Dusting Remains. Don't be fooled by its small size. If you dump it into the water source here, it could kill the entire population of Luhai City. Not just a few people. Isn't that a bit too cruel? The gray-haired dude slowly analyzes in detail. If we don't act, we'll be the ones to die. Conversely, if we kill them in the city, the Murong family can cover up the fact that we poisoned the entire city. Suddenly, the blue-haired dude stands up and yells, "Let's do it! I'm gonna flush some water for a bit. And then we'll act immediately." After leaving, they continue to argue. Are you sure they won't detect this poison? This poison is colorless, with only a faint almond scent. The blue-haired dude walks towards a large tree nearby, singing as he goes, not noticing a face watching him from the shadows. After one of them comes back from flushing water, the other three are still waiting, just waiting for the last one to return to start their poisoning plan. Finally, you're back. Our job is to poison the lakes and wells in Luhai City. The last one returns, his face grim, completely unreadable. I've reconsidered, and this plan isn't good. What if they don't stay in Luhai City and just leave? The big dude says, but there's no better way for now. If they set off, it'll be hard for us to tail them discreetly. The long-haired dude approaches, proposing a new plan to his comrades. I just found a treasure a few days ago, said to be a poison created by the 100-faced medicine saint. As he speaks, he reaches into his clothes and takes out the treasure. It's small and round, seemingly like a ping-pong ball. He introduces the amazing effects of this poisonous treasure. Colorless and odorless, even a martial saint can't resist it. Most importantly, it spreads through the air. Just throw this pill near them, and that's it. One of them, seeing its usefulness, chimes in. Indeed, it's a treasure, so the chance of success is even higher. While the long-haired dude is explaining to his comrades, the poisonous gas is gradually spreading. The big dude quickly notices the problem, pointing his index finger at the drug in the long-haired dude's hand. Wait a minute, it spreads through the air, so won't we also? But because it's colorless and odorless, the long-haired dude quickly fans the poisonous gas towards the three standing there, saying with a straight face, "Don't worry, it won't kill you." As soon as he finishes speaking, the three of them start foaming at the mouth, their eyes rolling back as they collapse to the ground, completely unable to resist, unable to even support themselves with their hands. At this moment, the long-haired dude removes his mask, revealing that it's Qing Yang. He squats down, smirking. "Vangu prison, welcome all four of you!" What a unique greeting only he could deliver. He quickly ties these guys up, waiting for Changxiao, Old Yu, and everyone else. By the time the moon has passed the tops of the trees in the forest, the two of them enter the forest to investigate, standing before the unconscious guys tied together, who are so willing to massacre innocent people. Are these families really that rampant now? Old Yu talks about his era. In my time, although the families were very powerful, it was an era ruled by the 9 great martial emperors. They wouldn't dare to make such a mess. Changxiao is curious, tilting his head down to look at Old Yu and asking, why did they fear the 9 great martial emperors? Martial emperors are indeed very strong, capable of reversing the sky and filling the sea, able to travel 10,000 miles in a day. If only considering strength, they are indeed far stronger than the families. But a family, apart from its numerous forces, inherited martial arts, formations, and treasures, also has something else that the martial emperors are wary of. As he speaks, Old Yu looks at one of them kicking the horned masked dudes into a magical teleportation gate. Old Yu continues. Every family worships an emperor beast. Behind him, a lion's head suddenly appears, extremely majestic. So fierce, with colors half white gold and half red, the image reminds me of a giant flame used to govern the family. The ancestors of the families once signed a contract, providing resources to nourish the emperor beast for generations, and the emperor beast will protect the members of the family. Changxiao's face is blank. It seems he's never heard of this before, and he's sweating. Old Yu continues. They are all emperors, but whether in combat power or lifespan, the emperor beast is slightly better. But only when the families encounter major events is the emperor beast invited out. The 9 great martial emperors made the families fear them, and the families were also wary of them. If it were back then, they wouldn't dare to be so rampant now. His attitude is clearly disapproving of the way the families are running wild now. In just a second, he raises his hand to his chin, his face pensive, thinking, after 1,000 years of being imprisoned, could something have happened? Changxiao then states his perspective based on what he knows. The old ice block head at our sect, he passed away 2,000 years ago and was recently resurrected, so he doesn't know what happened in the past 2,000 years. But he didn't say there was any major event 2,000 years ago, so the incident must have happened within the past 2,000 years. Old Yu concludes. Qing Yang also quickly joins their conversation, raising his hand to speak. Sect leader, I've actually read a lot of history books, but I haven't seen any particularly significant events. But aren't martial emperors just legends anyway? No one has ever met the 9 great martial emperors. Now, martial emperor is just considered a title. Changxiao says calmly. It's normal when you're about to become a martial emperor. Just cultivate in seclusion and work hard every day, and you'll get there. Qing Yang's words strike Old Yu like a thunderbolt, and he immediately retorts, that's not right. As far as I know, at least 3 martial emperors are still alive, and they aren't the type to stay put. Martial emperors are just legends. Then what about the families? How many families are there? Qing Yang, based on what he read in the books, lists them to Old Yu. The 6 families are divided into the upper 3 families and the lower 3 families. The upper 3 families are the Ling family, the Zhu family, and the Murong family. The lower 3 families are the Liu family, the Situ family, and the Yang family. But for some reason, the 6 great families all live in Donghao, yet there are no records of martial emperors fighting. If that's the case, perhaps someone used some means to slaughter the 9 great martial emperors and the 3 great emperor beasts. Xia Sanjia's emperor beasts are either heavily injured or straight up dead, forcing the remaining 6 to huddle in Donghao Prefecture for protection. Hearing this, Changxiao can't help but think about the mysterious figure with power so terrifying even the emperor beasts are scared shitless. A system like this as an enemy? We're so screwed! His face is worried, eyebrows furrowed, sweating buckets at the thought of fighting such a strong enemy. The system pops up, replying to him, acting like the other dude is nothing. But thinking about it, that guy W is S scary AF. This time Changxiao is actually seriously contemplating. He listens carefully to every word from the system, but there's no need to worry for nothing. Without the 9 martial emperors, doesn't the Xing continent still exist? What you should be concerned about right now are the guys backing the clans. We're only going into the Baihei Saint sect. If we implicate them, we're done for. 3 emperor beasts appear as the system speaks. Their bodies huge, round red eyes flashing in the dark like a warning to those who dare to touch them. The system continues. Unless something unexpected happens, they won't go down with a small-time sword pavilion martial duo king like you. Changxiao gets teary-eyed, knowing the system is saying he's nothing compared to those emperor beasts. He holds up a know yourself, know your enemy sign behind him. With my luck, if nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected will happen. At the same time, the scene shifts to another location. An emperor beast sitting on a chair, looking like some kind of bird of prey. His eyes are black, pupils red. He's wearing a robe, leaning on a cane with a very dignified posture. At his feet, Murong Shaolin is kneeling, bowing to him. Shaolin, what goodies have you brought me this time? Emperor Lord, this time I went to northeast Luzhou and found a rare formation exotic fruit. It's a frozen pear. It can help Emperor Lord quench his thirst and has the effect of repairing meridians. There's a plate of pears on the ground. The skin of the pear is no longer the yellow color of a normal pear, it's black. Looks like the process of making this frozen pear changed its color. The bird Emperor Lord looks pleased, picks up the fruit and shoves it straight into his mouth. You brat understand me the best. Anything new happening on the Jing continent lately? How are the clans doing? He asks, wanting to hear if there are any changes on the continent. Shaolin replies, with your blessing, the clan is developing non-stop. If there's anything new, there's a small sect called Wanji Yu sect recently, daring to declare war on our clan. But they actually have some skills. I just sent 5 subordinates to teach them a lesson, but they were all wiped out, and the subordinates were even imprisoned in the Wanji Yu sect's prison. What trash. Hearing the word prison, the bird jolts, mouth trembling as he asks, prison? That Shaolin still isn't scared, even raises a hand to his chin, recalling what happened. That's right, their sect master is extremely weird, doesn't kill but imprisons enemies in a prison. Seems to call it cell number 0 or something, then posts it on the sect's notice board. Not letting Shaolin finish his sentence, the bird stands up abruptly, not even caring about the person talking at his feet, smashing him away with a single blow, then spreading his wings wide, destroying the wall and flying through it. His expression is hurried and a little worried. On the other side, Musharong Shaolin was smacked so hard by the bird that one side of his cheek is swollen. Emperor Lord, what's wrong? Flying over, the bird is reminded by another. Third brother, you're so old, why are you still so reckless? We are the emperor lords of the clans. We must be magnanimous and dignified, we must not lose face. Another one adds, the 3 brothers are considered to be the strongest on Xingyun right now. As he speaks, he moves a black piece on a checkers board. Speak, what made you panic like that? Given permission, the bird now dares to speak. Big bro, second bro, it's appeared again. That numbered prison, it's appeared again. Just like the bird's reaction earlier, the elephant playing chess also jolts. Sweating, he immediately raises his voice. What? That person is back? Unlike the panicked faces of his 2 younger brothers, the last one speaks. Second brother, why the panic? We're not who we were back then. The scene shifts to a wide angle, showing an overview of the 3 great emperor lords, in descending order of height. Lion Emperor Lord, Elephant Emperor Lord, and finally Bird Emperor Lord. The elephant turns to his 3rd brother. The 3 of us combined might not even equal half of his pinky nail, no joke. The bird argues, big bro, it's come to this, and you're still calm. Thought the lion was calm? Who knew he was just acting cool the whole time? His hand reaches into his robe, pulling out a death note, who knows when he prepared it. My 2 good brothers, this is my will, please keep it safe. As he speaks, tears stream down his face, completely out of sync with his calm appearance earlier. Seeing their big bro pull out a death note, the other 2 pale, not expecting their big bro to react like this. The lion clasps his hands. My 2 good brothers, I'll be taking my leave first. From who knows where he pulls out a rope, still crying. Seeing this, the 2 younger brothers hurry to stop him. Big bro, calm down. Moreover, why do you have a bird tying rope and poison in your room? The lion's preparation definitely means he foresaw this, not daring to face what happened in the past. After calming down, he sits down, hands on his knees. The bird, worried about his big bro, grabs his collar, shaking him back and forth, urging, big bro, calm down, this news hasn't even been confirmed yet, and besides, we survived back then, didn't we? Back then we didn't survive because of our cultivation. The lion glances, recalling the traumatic past in his mind. Because of what? Some blood flows from his mouth, he's beaten down to the ground, unable to stand up. Before his eyes are bubbles imprisoning people. Why imprison all the martial emperors from back then? When did the Xing continent start producing such strong people? The mysterious man speaks, rubbing his finger against the bubble containing an unconscious person. You guys call this place the Xing continent? This place is really low level, yet it has 9 martial emperors, 9 emperor beasts. I was only supposed to collect 18 artifacts. This trip of mine is a loss. The mysterious figure turns to the emperor beasts, beaten to a pulp, the bird's feathers and topknot completely plucked. Beside him is the lion lying on the ground, sweating profusely, his face dark, completely unrecognizable. You 6 ugly guys haven't even fully transformed yet. You don't even qualify for my prison. When your Xing continent gathers enough martial emperors again, I will return. That mysterious figure flies away, not even glancing at the 2 beasts. He raises his hand to control the bubbles containing the martial emperors. The bird dude was like, damn, got a curse under my breath. They trying to make us their prisoners for some weirdo collection hobby. Wait, hold up, that mystery guy's still here? He overheard the birds grumbling, and turned around with a sinister grin. What's wrong with being a little perverted, huh? Back to reality, Birdface cringed. Guess being ugly saved my life. Still sucks, but better than those low-tier chumps. Being ugly means even worse insults, though. The lion dude chimed in, getting serious. A small world, and no one's broken through to Martial Emperor yet. That demon probably won't be back, but we can't drop our guard. I'll go undercover and scout him out. If I don't come back, just hide deep in the mountains. Don't you dare try to save me. Hearing this, the 2 lackeys were all teary-eyed and touched. Bro, green smoke's coming off him. It's the 1,000-year transformation technique. To be able to fool even us, this is the first time we've seen the boss use it. We must study this closely. Contrary to their expectations, they stared blankly, question marks popping over their heads at what their boss transformed into. Through the smoke, the lion gave a sidelong glance. His transformation had sharp eyes and vertical pupils. Take care, my brothers, he said firmly, and leaped away, leaving his 2 underlings still dumbfounded. Third, bro. You said you wanted to learn this transformation technique. If so, I'm toast, the bird replied, a bit disappointed and helpless. At Changxiao's location, he and the others stood before a mountain shaped like 2 girls. The Baihei Sect is right ahead. Change into your battle gear. Wonder what kind of party they've prepared for us. His eyes were indifferent, as if saying, I ain't scared of nothing. Whatever lands in my hands, I'll smash it to bits. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from the bushes nearby. Su Xiaomo and Ye Xingchen turned around sharply. Changxiao was quicker, already blocking the bushes making noise. Who's there? What kind of creature is this? Changxiao exhaled with amusement at the creature. Ye Xingchen next to him looked down with suspicion. What kind of beast is that? Doesn't seem too bright, no spiritual energy at all. Just a normal wild animal? This cat must be transformed from the lion and running out of here. It sat obediently at Changxiao and Ye Xingchen's feet, looking fluffy and harmless. A far cry from the look he had with his lackeys. Changxiao picked it up, grinning in front of his face. Even if it's a cat, can't underestimate it. No spiritual power, but can treat humans like slaves. Enslaving humans with those short legs? Not even enough meat on it to fill me up. Su Xiaomo glanced over, completely uninterested in this fluffy thing. Seeing that these people had no guard up against his appearance, he smirked inwardly. You mortals, these martial sovereigns are just average in strength. They're not accomplices of that demon. The cat was still in his hands. Changxiao couldn't resist rubbing and pinching his cheeks. Wow, so soft. Ignoring Changxiao's touch, he activated his cat peepers, a move that helps him see the hidden strength of everyone, calculate carefully, and see how they serve. He glanced at Su Xiaomo and Qingyang. These martial sovereigns, spiritual powers, super talented, so young, they have the prospect of becoming martial emperors. He looked over at Xingchen again, pursing his lips at the cat. This guy's spiritual power is on high alert, eerily cold, and most importantly, looks very familiar. Where have I met him before? As for the guy behind, his eyes widened, looking in horror at Hing Wudi. Is this a body born in the Xingyun continent? The spiritual power has solidified, almost transforming into a dragon. Moreover, that smile, is he mocking me? He must have seen through it. Hing Wudi also looked over at him, observing and immediately recognizing the problem. He smirked, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Interesting, the cat panicked, thinking to himself. Stay calm. This is the self-hiding technique I've worked hard to research for many years, using that demon as a research model. He was very worried when facing the person. He couldn't be stronger than that demon. Impossible! Changxiao happily ordered. Come here, meow meow, he exclaimed. Show them a little bit of your charm. The cat now remembered. That's right. He could still make up for it a bit, dispel his doubts about him. It made a sound. Woof! Wudi smiled and said, Oh, it really is an interesting lion meow beast. The cat was extremely frightened, hoping he was just joking. He looked at him, couldn't help thinking. As for their sect master, this kid surnamed Jun doesn't seem normal either. Changxiao evaluated. A cat that barks. The cat looked at him and speculated. As expected, a trash, not even spiritual power. Huh? It seems there's a faint golden light behind him. His voice rang out. Are you sure you belong to this world? His golden shadow showed a frightening appearance. Hiss! The cat hurriedly rushed behind him, planning to do something. The cat punched his back while yelling, woof woof. Is the strength of his daddy comfortable? Changxiao commented. The technique is really skilled. The strength is just right. Is this the way of survival of a person? Woody saw this and said, the one who knows the current situation will move to the top of Baihe Peak, an elephant whispered. Third brother, the boss and the people from the Eternal Sect have probably arrived at the foot of the mountain. Does the boss have any news for us? His eyes widened to observe. It seems that the boss is seeing a cat punching his back. Taking care of the leader's hair, the emperor asked the other person. Should we think about it a bit? The elephant was thinking about how to surrender. There are too many ways. It's a bit difficult to choose. A dude strolls in, and the guy chilling on the seat's like, wait, hold up. Y'all actually dared to show up and challenge us? This other guy chimes in. We're here to block anyone trying to mess with Baihe Holy Sect. Seat guy adds. The three of us big clans each sent a peak martial king. Only if your disciples beat us can they even think about climbing the mountain. Logic guy. Baihe Holy Sect is, after all, part of Donghao Continent. We're Donghao Continent clans, so of course we gotta support them. Lower 3 sects guard the foot of the mountain. Upper 3 sects guard the mountainside. Get past us, and you can challenge Baihe Holy Sect. But inside his head? Nah, Ling Lao was thinking. Just gotta wear 'em out, take turns slapping their faces, till they're completely gone. How about I just wipe you all out right here and now? 3 peeps appear, and one cocky brat's like, who's dying first? Or should you Martial King geezers just come at me all at once? Bandana dude says all cool, didn't think I'd get a chance to charge. Brown-haired guy's all shy, why me? I'm just a consultant. The last guy's got mega resolve. Can't let long family lose face. They internally strategize. I'll take the scaredy cat, I'll handle the spear guy, and I'll smash the big one. Scarface threatens, little punk, you look like you regret following your sect leader to your death? Pick the right side next time. Scaredy cat's whimpering, I told you I didn't want to go. Why'd you pick me? I'm so screwed. He charges like a maniac. Go to hell, you Wangu sect coward. But what he sees next makes his eyes pop. Brown-haired dude punches him in the gut. Dude's pissed. The hell? A weapon stabs the dude in the head. Stab. Another dude appears with a massive weapon. He says coldly, shatter. Dude's whisper, crying in pain. You ambushed me. 2 hits and my meridians are screwed. Just who are you? Dude leans on his weapon, as you can see. Other dude says, I'm just a consultant. Just know some fist and weapon stuff. His tone shifts. Wangu's strongest sect. Golden Fried Chicken Award winner. Second Best Actor Award. Common Iron Hand leader. Sima Zhang. At your service. Turns around, sect leader. How's my speed at taking down enemies? Changxiao, eating ice cream, replies. Your acting skills are basically a passive skill now. Nothing to look forward to. Now those two are true rivals. Crouching Dragon. Hidden Phoenix. Bandana Boy shouts. I can block all your moves. Masked dude's not backing down. I've cultivated defense for years. No one can break my guard. In the back, they're spamming moves. Spear emerges like a dragon. The others fire back. Flying hatchet afterthought. Changxiao claps sarcastically. Never seen such a quiet yet intense battle. You gotta call these two masters. If you can't break the move, then you basically have no moves to break. Cloak dude's got resolve. I've gone full defense for ages. Fine, I'll break my rules today. His eyes glow, threatening. Watch closely, kid. Cloak dude charges, fast as hell. Don't even think about taking a single hit. Their fight causes a huge tremor. Someone compliments. That punch is comparable to a full-force strike from a high-grade martial king. Kid, you actually took it. You've completely changed how I see you. Bandana dude snarks. Ah, got a bit of a difference. I thought your arm looked so weird it'd pack more punch. Dude's pissed, raising his claws. How dare you? My hands are radiating dark energy. I'll get a little serious. Cloak dude unleashes. Crazy, chaotic claws. Bandana dude gets hurt. Peak martial king level attack. Think you can still be so relaxed now? Bandana dude's face darkens. His massive arm grabs Cloak dude. Dude screamed as he got punched, grappling the other guy to the ground. Sky, I'm begging you. Dude winds up for another punch. Monster strength skill. A blue tail gets yeeted out. The guy blocks with both hands. Changxiao's like, familiar moves. These two must be from the same master, the little critter realizes. So it's this old geezer. The other guy chimes in. Sect leader, shouldn't we be focusing on WHY? This guy has a tail? The cloaked dude coughs. So I've been out of the loop for a few years, and now the stellar continent has gifted people like you? This guy actually tanked a martial emperor's attack with a martial king body. The young dude scoffs. Talent? A surge of power surrounds him. The talent of a myriad ancient sect disciple is just the starting point. Real combat experience is what made me this tough. The dude continues. My bro and I need to tank for our brothers, so they can unleash their attacks freely. Sadly, I don't have the insane defense of my bro, hence these scars. The other guy cackles. With geniuses like you recklessly cultivating, the stellar continent has hope. The cloaked dude lunges at the guy, unloading attacks on him, but the guy moves like a shadow, appearing behind him in a flash. A panicked voice cries out, "What the hell? How come there's not a single scratch on your back?" The young dude explains, "Because I just need to stand my ground against the enemy." Two others pop up behind him, swords to his throat. "Protected by our bros." An explosion erupts, burning the hood, revealing his face. Bai Shu announces, "You guys are young and promising. Scram now and I won't pursue this." Suddenly, a burst of power surrounds Bai Shu. He keeps provoking them. "I heard there's a magical prison, and I might visit it sometime. Didn't expect you guys to have some good seedlings for the stellar continent, but you're not my match yet. Go back and cultivate." Bai Shu is super confident. "With this level difference, you have zero chance." The cat realizes. "Martial Saint Old Fourth, is this badly injured? He's only a martial saint now." The other guy whispers to him, "Sect leader, the opponent is strong, and his aura is almost surpassing old Ice Cube's resentment from sweeping the floor." Bai Shu floats into the air, proclaiming, "Not bad. Still standing without being kneeled? You're quite complacent, commendable. But you haven't faced absolute crushing. The 6 great families work together, and the emperor sovereigns of the upper 3 families are stronger than me." Bai Shu keeps rambling without noticing the looks on everyone's faces. "In their hands, you won't even have bones left." The cat looks around, thinking, Yo, Old Fourth, he's scared looking at everyone's expressions. "If you want to die, don't drag us 3 brothers down with you." Bai Shu's eyes widen in fear as Wu Di unleashes his power at him. Bai Shu can't dodge at all, incredulously questioning, How is this possible?" A huge lion appears, roaring. Bai Shu says in terror, Killing intent, so terrifying." He stutters. "It's giving me the illusion of being crushed to smithereens, and that lion." Wu Di coldly says, "Scram!" The cat angrily shouts, "Woof!" Bai Shu hastily runs away, saying, Fine. The others look at each other. "Emperor Sovereign Wu Di, what about these trash?" They're too scared to say anything and then bolt. Changxiao blankly asks, "Wu Di, why did that octopus suddenly run away?" He happily replies, "Although my cultivation isn't as good as his, using a little trick to scare him less isn't hard." He replies, not understanding much. "Let's head up the mountain first." Someone speaks up. "Did anyone else think that octopus looked pretty tasty?" Changxiao suggests. "Dipped in mustard, it'd be fire." The cat is horrified by these words. "These people are definitely beasts. Hopefully our families don't fly my banner. I still want to live." Scene changes to a place with 3 statues. Changxiao complains, "These 3 statues are the 3 emperor beasts behind them. So arrogant." A voice echoed, "Didn't expect you guys to make it halfway up the mountain." Xia Sanjia is getting weaker and weaker. The blue robe dude said all cocky, "We ain't underestimating you this time. 3 peak martial emperors, take your pick. 1-on-1 or a free-for-all. Broken bones are not our problem." Xiao Lin ordered, "Don't come back without seeing blood." The 3 cloaked figures were like, "Roger that," and darted forward, but then poof, they vanished. Xiao Lin, all tilted, yelled, "Where'd they go? What the hell just happened? 3 martial emperors just disappeared?" He pointed and was like, "Underestimated you. You must have some OP artifacts." "Good thing I planned ahead. Even the strongest artifact can't handle continuous martial emperors." Xiao Lin kept barking orders. "All hidden martial emperors, get out here." Someone piped up, "Sect leader, what about those 3 martial emperors? You all ready?" Changxiao was all, "Don't know, don't care, don't ask." A weapon appeared, and more weapons swirled around them. Changxiao wondered, "What's going on? Did we accidentally sit in the audience seats? This participation feels weak." AF. A tentacle thingy popped up, sucking everyone's spiritual energy. Standing before them was a person with a scary face. "Now this is what I call participation." That sword slammed into the ground, and the dude declared, "Xiao Zuiji. Who among you is Xiao Zuiji?" Those guys were all talk. Facing the challenge, they only dared to hide behind their senior and junior brothers. The dude proclaimed, "For Jinshare, I, Ling Fei, will beat every single one of you if I have to." The crowd in front instantly parted like the Red Sea. "Ah, they moved." The blue-haired guy asked, "You looking for me?" The dude snapped back, "You got dumped by Jinyer, and you still come causing trouble? I don't care what tricks you pulled to deal with the martial emperors we sent." The dude angrily shouted, "I ain't gonna let you hurt Jinner." Then he yeeted his sword forward, unleashing his attack on that guy. In his heart, that dude felt a pang of shame. A sneak attack went against his sword Davio, but for his cousin, this one strike would only heavily injure him, not kill him. Hopefully, he'd know when to back off. The guy calmly observed, "Flavor-wise, definitely top-tier Hitai Arctic." The dude mused, "Correct. That sword is the Xiao Ying sword, a famous blade forged by Grandmaster Fan." Suddenly, the white-robed dude blurted out, "Flavor? Flavor?" The guy continued, "Pass on a message to Grandmaster Fan." The blue-haired guy was munching on the shattered sword. Not bad fire control skills. The dude was taken aback, as the blue-haired guy literally chewed the Xiao Ying sword to pieces. "Just what cultivation level are you?" Zuiji clenched his fist and clarified, "Before excavating the tomb of the medicine saint, I was a peak martial king, and now..." He zoomed towards the dude, shouting, "Find out for yourself!" A torrent of power rushed toward the dude. The dude braced himself. Such an impressive sword formation, even a martial emperor would temporarily avoid its edge. Only then would the true killing move of the imperial sword art be revealed. Thoughts raced through the dude's head. Dodge it! If you take it head on, you're toast. Dodge! Zuiji didn't dodge, catching the dude off guard. He charged forward, launching a kick straight into the dude's gut. A flying kick! The dude was in immense pain. The dude flashed back to the past. Lingfei Gerge, you finally came to play with me. Love you the most. The red-haired girl pouted. Lingfei Gerge, I've decided to break off the engagement. I won't marry anyone I don't like. The girl's voice was soft. Cousin, I've become stronger than you. Childhood jokes? No need to dwell on them. The girl coldly stated. Cousin, I've met Xiao Zuiji again. He feels very different, and I feel strange too. The dude clutched his stomach in pain, struggling to speak. You came to humiliate her? I'll never allow it. Zuiji casually replied. Humiliate? Hardly. I'm just here to fulfill the 3-year promise between us. The dude retorted. So you want to force a marriage? To make up for your wounded pride? He happily said. Xiao is a man like our senior brother Qing Yang. Xiao is a man of honor, upright and generous. If you don't believe me, ask my senior and junior brothers what they came here to do. Everyone chorused. To snatch the bride. The orange-haired guy chimed in. If we get the chance, we'll snatch a few more. Zuiji tilted, demanding clarification. Sect leader, didn't you say this was to uphold the prestige of our myriad antiquity sect? And to redeem the humiliation of my broken engagement? How did it turn into bride snatching? Changxiao dodged the question. The first principle of our sect is to eat popcorn and watch the show. Haven't you figured that out yet? He firmly stated. I have no feelings for Murim Xin. What bride am I snatching? 2 voices piped up from the side. Not necessarily. The orange-haired guy pointed out. In the sect, who helps you train your defenses, and who beats you up the most brutally? The guy replied. Xing Chen, the orange-haired guy continued. Who are you closest to in the sect? The guy with glasses repeated. Xing Chen, the orange-haired dude went on a roll. Therefore, we can deduce that you have a bit of a masochistic tendency. The woman who hurt you the most is the one most deeply ingrained in your heart, and there's definitely no one else in your heart but Murim Xin. Zuiji cuts them off. Bullshit. Changxiao threatens. There's still one thing. What do we do with these prisoners? A certain Murong Shaolin has secretly ordered our hit. He asks, probing. I wonder if this young master Murong is ready to receive some comfort from the Wan Ji Yu sect. Scene cuts to the Baihei Holy Sect. A red-haired woman speaks. Senior sister Liu Xin, why are you guarding the gate today? You're a true disciple at the martial king level. The girl teases. Could it be that senior sister fell in love and was discovered by the sect leader? Liu Xin covers the little girl's mouth, seriously denying. Silly girl, don't talk nonsense. Have you forgotten that I am the head of the disciplinary hall? You asking for a beatdown? The sect leader said that there are bad guests coming today, and specially sent me to deal with them. Her eyes gaze thoughtfully ahead. They're here, not even bothering to hide their tracks, completely disregarding our Baihei Holy Sect. A loud noise erupts. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An orange-haired guy happily rushes in. The Wan Ji Yu strongest sect is here to smash your place. Xiaomo lands. Next to him, a person. That person slowly rolls over. The girl next to Liu Xin sees this and guesses. This outfit seems to be young master Murong Shaolin. Shaolin's face is swollen like a pig's head, that even Liu Xin doesn't recognize him. He weakly says, Save me! Liu Xin immediately denies. Junior sister, you've mistaken someone. I remember Murong Shaolin, isn't this inhuman? Shaolin speaks about his face. It's because I was beaten until I swelled up. Ouch, again. Xiao Mo kicks him again. Excuse me for letting this trash stain your eyes, ladies. He introduces himself. This humble one is an inner disciple of the Wan Ji Yu strongest sect, Su Xiao Mo. Single for a long time. May I invite you 2 little fairies to admire the flowers under the moonlight and chat about love? Xiao Mo suddenly realizes he said something wrong. Oops. Did I sound a bit too rash? But Wei Lao taught me this way. This appearance catches Liu Xin's eye. Nonsense. Strange clothes. A sword flies towards his face. Pervert. Zhao Mo comments. Nimble swordsmanship. This little fairy's swordsmanship isn't bad. He comes up with an idea and grabs Shaolin. Swords and sabers have no eyes. Little fairy, be careful not to accidentally slash your own people. Shaolin screams. Ah. He gets hit by the sword and cries out, Ouch! The black-haired woman speaks. Using you as a shield, shameless. Zhao Mo reasons. Then don't slash anymore. You're slashing all over me. He comments. Terrible charisma. Feels like I'm worse than junior brother Zui Qi. Looks like your fate is a mess. The little fairy basically keeps stabbing you, Shaolin. Liu Xin evades the question and says, You're talking nonsense. I didn't. It's just a chance to get revenge on this pervert who harasses my senior and junior sisters. You're right. Zhao Mo says knowingly. You don't lie often, do you? Liu Xin tries to reason. Since I've borrowed your hand to vent some anger, then I'll reluctantly consider you an opponent. I am Liu Xin, the head of the disciplinary hall of the Baihei Holy Sect. Are you protecting the rules of our Baihei Holy Sect? Xiao Mo asks blankly. Rules? On the stone tablet are the words, Baihei Holy Sect Code of Conduct. He sees this and comments, "Your sect has so many rules. No love outside the sect, and no love inside the sect either. Something's not right. Aren't other sects only made up of female disciples?" Liu Xin explains nonchalantly, "Just now you pulled another person in, I still haven't used my full strength. If you like to break into places before marching, you probably don't only have those tricks from before, right?" Zhao Mo doesn't admit defeat. "Only Liu's sister is underestimating me. I often call myself..." He rushes forward while saying, "The fastest man in Wanji. Liu Xin praises. Rumor has it that the inner disciples of the Wanji sect are all extraordinary. Indeed, the reputation is well deserved. Xiao Mo easily dodges the sword strikes. He unabashedly criticizes. Too slow. A person appears in front of him. This move hurts others, and hurts yourself. The man reminds, "Young lady Liu, be careful." Liu Xin blankly replies to him, "Ah, yes, yes." Another voice rings out, "Young lady, don't be in such a hurry. We're here just for a discussion after all." Changxiao interrupts. "We're not bad guys or anything." Liu Xin frankly says, "Then please leave. The sect leader only let me give you a show of force." Changxiao replies, "Young lady, has anyone told you that you're a bit too straightforward?" The stone tablet reads, "The Wei family is forbidden from entering the mountain gate, and a few boxes fall to the ground." What did you say? Wei Lao stiffens. "Lao Zhentao, are you saying the current sect leader of the Hundred Flowers Holy Sect is named Cheng Huijin?" De Jun isn't surprised. "That's right. A disciple from Mei Yu Tang told me that this sect leader Cheng is a heaven-defying genius with profound power." Lao whispers into Wei Lao's ear, "Could it be that sect leader Cheng is also one of your old flames?" But Wei Lao covers his ears, denying it. "Impossible! Cheng Huijin is my nightmare. A karmic debt." Tian asks curiously, "Wei Lao, with your level of romantic conquests you actually have a nightmare karmic debt?" Shichi agrees. Wei Lao is too popular. The sect leader clearly doesn't have any romantic luck. Ren Chu comments, "Jie Lao, I'm the opposite of you on this point. I feel that with the sect leader's handsomeness, he probably has tons of hidden admirers." Tian whips her head around to look at the two of them. "What did you two just say?" A girl carrying stacks of anecdotes stumbles. She falls, using her hand to brace her head. "Aya, the anecdotes I just organized are all messed up again." "Wah, the sect leader's gonna hit me." Changxiao sits down, carefully concerned. "Sorry, I didn't see you. Are you hurt? Should I help you clean up?" A wooden plank suddenly falls on his head. The little boy is actually a girl standing by the window. "Aya, sorry, esteemed customer. I was opening the window and wasn't careful." Changxiao looks up. This scene is a little familiar. Plus, what's with esteemed customer? He suddenly realizes something's wrong. Why did the window open by itself? This is a lake. Changxiao turns to the side and sees a girl bathing in it. The girl notices too, turning her head around. "Ah, who is it? Close the bathhouse door." She splashes water at Changxiao, yelling, "Pervert!" He doesn't resist, wondering, is the next thing that I'm going to meet a girl disguised as a man? Speaking of which, someone runs over. Ah, here they come. The person doesn't look behind him. "Senior sister, Ronger only stole a few of your pastries. Don't get violent." Over here, Tian loses her temper again. Father is asking, "Repeat what you two just said, or I guarantee I'll let you experience a truly vivid death." Both of them hesitate. The pastry thief bumps into someone. "Ouch, who dares to run into me?" Changxiao is confused. "Clearly you bumped into me." The guy quickly says, "Shh, this bro, why are you bumping into me? It hurts all over." The door to the room suddenly opens, and the two girls from earlier rush in excitedly. "Little bro, were you peeking at me just now?" "Little bro, I just got hit on the head. It's all Changxiao's fault." But they're surrounding Qing Yang. "You have to take responsibility for me, and I have to take responsibility for you." He stands behind, confused. "In theory, Xing Yang helped me solve my problem, but why do I want to beat this kid up more and more?" Another girl appears out of nowhere, slapping their butts. "You guys better have some sense of restraint." She looks at Changxiao's group. "Sect leader Jun, sect leader. We heard you wanted to come and steal the bride, so we've set up a formation. The sect leader said that if we let you succeed too easily, you won't cherish it." Zuiji raises his hand. "Wait, are we just gonna casually steal the bride like that?" The girl explains again. "So our Hundred Flowers Holy Sect is using the sect as a grand formation, with the 5 true inheritor disciples as the formation eyes. As long as you defeat the 5 true inheritor disciples one by one, you'll be able to see Murongxin being captured by the Demon King Koff, who is the sect leader." Changxiao tilts his head. "Could it be that your real name is 100 Flowers City Zone?" The girl doesn't answer, only suggesting, "I've long heard that the disciples of your myriad ancient holy sect are exceptionally strong, but the 5 of us are not bad either. Everyone show what you've got." The pastry-stealing kid jumps down from the cliff, and she smiles warningly. "The senior sisters have left. Who are you sending to pass the level?" "Let me tell you, my hands are very unlucky." The girl's hand is covered by something like a glove. Changxiao pats Shangtian's shoulder. "Li Shangtian, you go. If we send Xing Yang, I'm afraid the world will say we won unfairly." The pastry-stealing kid looks at him. "Li Shangtian, You have no reputation at all in the myriad ancient sect. You seem to just be the 10th inner sect disciple. It seems like I've been looked down upon. She reaches behind her, preparing to attack. Let me give you a long-lasting memory. Shang Tian actually gives her a piece of cloth. This is for you. The girl takes it, stunned. Huh? Are the disciples of the myriad ancient sect all so reckless? There's nothing fun about getting a gift from you guys. She looks at what's in her hand. This is Shang Tian's suggestion. Please wear it around your neck. This guy pulls out his weapon. Since I entered the sect, I haven't learned too many martial skills. All I've learned are killing techniques. Shang Tian tactfully reminds the girl. Please be absolutely careful. Don't die in my hands. The pastry-stealing kid is not only not afraid, but also a little shy. Shang Tian doesn't know when he's already held his weapon right up to her neck. This first move is just a warning. Please step back. The girl is also caught off guard. Her tone becomes provocative. Why don't you just chop down? The girl is no longer as threatening as before and smiles sinisterly. Try and see if you're qualified to chop off this immortal's head. The pastry-stealing kid rushes over excitedly. Kid, weren't you very arrogant just now? Shang Tian quickly retreats vigilantly. This dude also starts a counterattack. But she jumps away just in time, mentally observing and commenting. Clearly, Li Shangtian's strength is higher than this beggar's, be it speed or power. What the hell? Now the situation is one-sided, he's become the weaker one. Changxiao seems to have discovered something. It seems like since those patterns appeared on that little brat's face, her fighting rhythm has become weird. Every dodge is before Li Shangtian makes a move. Indeed, not a single blow from Shangtian has touched her. The girl smugly smiles. Pretty quick reactions, but with a celestial backing me, I won't fail. How can you break this? Changxiao ponders. Celestial, that sounds familiar. And so does that makeup on her face. Shang Tian spins his knife, calculating. From the time I set the trap, and the time she dodged, you predicted it was 2 seconds? Whatever. This guy attacks again, not hard to deal with. She still easily dodges. Such arrogance. Shang Tian grabs the blade with one hand, blood flowing out. The little thief's face is almost completely covered, but she's still calm. Blood rises into a blood mist, trying to block my sight? The Celestial has already seen through this move. As soon as the blood dissipates, Shang Tian throws a punch. Including this is her move. She's confident. The Celestial can't predict what's outside her vision. The little thief's whole body suddenly twitches. Shang Tian pins her to the ground. Thanks. The girl is stunned, the lines on her face disappearing. Suddenly I can't move. You used poison, but when did the drop of blood fall on her forehead? The little thief now realizes something. The blood is poisonous. Could it be you're a poison human raised by poisonous insects? Is myriad ancient sect that cruel? You even wear a mask. Does every breath you take contain toxins? Shang Tian pokes the girl's forehead. Stop the wild speculation. As for poison human, our Sutidan can heal injuries. I haven't even used divine medicine since I was a kid when I got sick. This guy picks up a red pill. I simply vaporize the Sutidan and blood. Sutidan lasts for at least 3 seconds, and the first time it's used, it'll cause temporary body stiffness, so you can avoid her predictions. Now you can understand a little. Your physique should increase quite a bit. The little thief is intrigued. You're a strange one. It's not even poisoning. Shang Tian finds it normal. Poisoning a girl in our sect? Even Su Xiaomo wouldn't do it. Xiaomo points. Is he complimenting me? Changxiao asks. Miss, the Celestial you mentioned, besides being able to predict the future, does she also know how to find treasures? She admits. Huh? Yeah, did I spill all the Celestial's info in my excitement? Changxiao denies. No, it's just a guess. The girl continues. The Celestial is strong, it's just that I haven't cultivated enough yet. He even guessed that this breakthrough won't be easy. Changxiao stands imposingly before a door. Xiaomo looks around. The gatekeeper here ran away. Why leave such a weird statue here? It's a statue of a head with 2 snakes, facing opposite directions, placed in the middle of the door. A ball suddenly appears at someone's feet. Leaving us an empty door? Then I won't be polite. Li Fei kicks it hard, and the stone fragments immediately shatter. The stone snake from before has become a living thing. The shattered stone pieces suddenly fly back towards him. Li Fei remains calm in the face of these flying stones. Playing soccer with Li Fei. Since I was born, I've always kicked others, never been kicked. Li Fei confidently smiles. Am I right? Or am I right? All the stones hit them in the head. Changxiao praises without praising. Your foot is as accurate as ever, sharing a ball with each person. Zhang Shen angrily smashes a stone. Why can't I avoid it even after so long? The little thief curiously peeks out from behind Shang Tian. Used to using your face to block the ball? Daiming is annoyed. Why are you standing behind me, making me block another ball? She just smiles and praises. Tian Gage, your strength is not bad. Following you is fun and safe. Shang Tian warns her. Don't touch me randomly. Li Fei looks at the pile of rubble in front of him. The house is collapsing. Aren't you planning to show yourself yet? The ball from before rolls back to his feet. Li Fei sarcastically says. The disguise is quite convincing, but you don't think I wouldn't recognize the ball I kick every day, do you? That ball transforms into a ferocious, fanged purple snake. Li Fei kicks it without hesitation, splitting the snake into several pieces. He suddenly looks down at something wrapped around his foot. This is snakeskin! Li Fei is dumbfounded as he's pulled away. He flies into the air before everyone's astonished gazes. Changxiao recognizes telekinesis from 1,000 miles away. This is the ability of the Willow Immortal Sect. Then two people walk out from behind. So you know the mundane name of the Celestial. Sect leader Jun understands our 100 Flowers Holy Sect so well. Wait, hold up, it's those two chicks they met earlier. Liu Xian's sect, skilled in controlling objects. Fighting us is like fighting the entire damn world. You ain't getting past this gate unless you tuck tail and run. Ponytail girl laughs all confident. That's your future right there. Li Fei's voice booms from above. My future? Stage is set. Audience, take your seats. Players back on the field. One pant leg and shoe are MIA, probably sacrificed to that snake earlier. Match starts. One-sided braid girl is shook. Huh? Your immortal mark is gone. Li Fei flashbacks. You mean the snakeskin? Kinda tough to peel off. Nearly broke my damn leg. The two girls summon a huge boulder for an attack. An immortal's mark can't be removed with brute force. And your left leg is injured because of it. It's coming right at Li Fei, but he's still chill with his hands in his pockets. You're pretty damn good at this object control thing, but you're dealing with me. Ling Fei delivers a kick that sends it flying. One kick is all it takes. He looks up at the two. Let's see you control objects now. The sisters aren't even sweating it. They remind him. When you master the Liu Xian technique, even a grain of sand can be controlled. Sadly, we haven't reached that level, but, using that last attack, we can re-imprint you. A few more snakeskin rings appear on his exposed calf where his pants are torn. One-sided braid girl makes a move and lays out the plan. Little sis, you use the mark to control him, I'll finish him off. Your best move is your legwork, right? I'll lock down your lower body, let's see what you can do then. The younger sister pipes up from behind. Careful sis, his leg. Its power is off the charts. Before she can even finish that thought, Li Fei's already prepping a counterattack. He sends her flying with a kick. One-sided braid girl crashes into a boulder. Didn't Murong Xin say Wan Jiyu's sect disciples were soft on women? How the hell is Li Fei so merciless? Li Fei's cluelessly scratching his cheek. Sect leader said to go easy on the ladies. I was trying my best not to kick her in the face. She probably thought I was being gentle. The younger sister rushes over. Sis, you okay? The other barely manages to stand up. My right arm's temporarily out of commission. The two stare at Li Fei, comparing notes. My control force is at least 1,000,000 jin. I can shake a small mountain. He wasn't even affected when he attacked. Even martial kings aren't like this. Just how strong are his legs? After wrestling with the mark, he gives a thumbs up. Haven't measured it precisely, but let me put it this way. I once kicked a ball for He Wudi to catch, and he is the strongest closed-door disciple of Wan Jiyu sect, and even Xing Chen or whatever personally certified him as the strongest of his generation. Changxiao yells from behind. For real? Li Fei's that strong now? Heaven's rethinking its life choices. Ah, I was too careless. Zhao Mo blurts out. I can vouch, I was there. Xing Chen was half crying while admitting it. It was kinda sad. Xing Chen grabs his collar. Is that what you're trying to prove? And I wasn't crying. The two sisters see this scene and are annoyed. Little sis, looks like we're being underestimated. Time to show them the real power of Liu Xian. Some peeps are watching the match from high up on a rock. Never thought the immortal technique would be broken so easily. Wonder if Liu Xian can handle it. Wan Jiyu sect truly is something else. On top of the lion, an order is given. Zhao Ling, as the family head, this sect can only be befriended, not made an enemy. Go and get on Wan Jiyu's sect's good side. Now I'll overlook your family's attempted assassination of them. The guy behind him bows his head. Ling will do his best to comply. He looks up. Just that, some details need to be clarified with the 3 emperor sovereigns. Please hold your steps. Changxiao lists them off, impressed. Fox, yellow weasel, white willow, gray wolf, and hedgehog, representing the 5 types of spirit beings known as the 5 great immortals. Never thought the Xingyun continent had the presence of the 5 great immortals. His sister adds, don't know what you're talking about with the shaman. But your knowledge of our immortal powers is shallow. The little sis confirms. Each of the 5 immortals has unique and profound abilities. They're giving Li Fei the death stare, not letting him disrespect Liu Xian like that. He denies it. Wasn't trying to disrespect you, just that we Wan Jiyu sect disciples are built like tanks. Your rocks can barely scratch us. Li Fei reflexively dodges. Something suddenly appeared. The two tell him. You know why we're standing by this mountainside? It's because there's a mystic iron ore mine under our feet. Boulders of ore rise into the air, accompanied by purple smoke, all marked with snakeskin. The older sister's even being nice, giving a heads up. Individual pieces of mystic iron ore aren't that big, so they'll be especially fast. The ore rocks are hurtling towards Li Fei, who immediately starts moving to avoid the assault. Changxiao watches the match and comments. No loss of speed. Looks like these two sisters want to beat Li Fei and flex on us at the same time. Shang Tian raises his hand, proposing. Hand this guy over to me. He slams his hands together. From behind Shang Tian, something like a statue appears, blocking all attacks. The younger sister can't help but praise. No wonder he's a disciple of Wan Jiyu's sect. easily blocking all the profound iron. Li Fan, meanwhile, is fighting a giant rock formed from countless small stones. He calls out, "This profound iron is really tough. One blow can't break it. Fall back, let me handle this at range." Suddenly, the stones separate and cling to Li Fan's feet. The older sister smiles confidently. "Got him." He's immediately sent flying. The older sister controls the stones, burying Li Fan under a pile of earth and rocks. The younger sister is a little worried. "Big sis, weren't we a bit too harsh?" Including the damage from the profound iron, that attack was almost at the martial emperor level. But the older sister remains vigilant. "The opponent is much stronger than us. We can't go easy." It's also because his skills aren't up to par. If he rushed into the mountain gate like Su Xiaomo, as fast as a clone, we wouldn't have caught him so easily. A figure rises from the white smoke. "Xiaomo and I are both disciples with top-tier speed in the Wanjiyu sect. It's just that our cultivation focuses are different." Li Fan is curious. "May I ask the esteemed names of these two young ladies?" She announces, "I'm Xiaobai, and this is my younger sister, Xiaoqing." "So? Are you going to admit defeat?" He's covered in injuries but still refuses. "No. Admitting defeat isn't in the Wanjiyu sect's dictionary. It's just that you two are truly worthy of being my real opponents." Xiaobai is surprised. That last attack only injured his skin? How strong is his body? Changxiao almost doesn't believe it. Profound iron is one of the toughest materials, yet Li Fan is almost unharmed. "I don't remember him training his body to be this strong." Zuichi agrees. "Yeah, Li Fan spends most of his time in the movement technique training room, rarely in the muscle building room." Xiaomo explains to them from behind. "It's because we're both afraid of pain, so we fully focus on cultivating the soaring cloud steps, but I emphasize agility, moving in tight spaces." His attitude is no longer the usual joking type. "I call it Yunmo Li Fan." He wanted to create a slipstream on the field, so he developed the fastest back-and-forth running speed of the soaring cloud steps. And that fast back-and-forth speed gave him a new direction. He calls it thunder-style decision. Golden light emanates from around Li Fan. The two sisters begin to cast their spells. The stones in midair don't move at all. They're both stunned. "No, impossible." They suddenly realize he has gained control of the materials. Li Fan maintains the calm demeanor he's had since the beginning of the match. In Li Fan's hand is a stone. "From the moment I developed the thunder-style decision of the soaring cloud steps, I discovered that lightning can help me control various metal objects. So this profound iron mine isn't your advantage. This is my home turf." He moves in a flash. The entire competition area is blindingly bright. Changxiao, standing outside the affected area, feels like he's been scammed. "I thought Li Fan developed ninjutsu, but it turns out he gave me a physics exam with a perfect score." The two sisters also begin to attack wildly. They combine their spells, controlling objects, dragon whirlwind. A huge tornado appears. Xiaobai frowns slightly in worry. Li Fan appears beside them, without anyone noticing. He stands between the two of them, and touches their foreheads. "Xiaobai, Xiaoqing." A string appears in Li Fan's hand. "I'm slightly better this time, right?" It's the hair ties of the two sisters. Their hair flies in the wind. Xiaobai is momentarily stunned. Xiaomo pleads, "Sect leader, please let me go next." Changxiao feels confused. "Huh? Didn't you already rush through the mountain gate?" "We agreed to each take a turn." He's still very determined. "But that time, I failed at the blind date. That is, I failed at crossing the mountain gate. My ulterior motive was that I didn't get to have friendly exchanges with the 100 Lily Saint sect." In Xiaomo's eyes, blood vessels appear. "Give me one more chance, or I won't rest in peace." Changxiao points to the person standing beside him. Next was originally Tianqi. "You go negotiate with him." Xiaomo looks pitiful. Tianqi. But he hurriedly grabs a scroll. "You can have the next spot, but you have to meet a few small conditions of mine." "The scroll is long. Doesn't look so small." Xiaomo angrily shouts. "Split half the achievement points with you. Serve you meals for a year. Aren't you bullying an honest person?" Tianqi only pays attention to the last words. "You're not an honest person." Hearing this, Xiaomo immediately compromises obediently. "That's true, so deal." She immediately adjusts her clothes afterward. "Next gate, Su Xiaomo, I'm coming." On the wooden post in front of the door, there's a notice posted. "Ima head out. Sifu suddenly needs me for something. Wanjiyu, sect disciples, make yourselves at home. Tea and water's on the house." Xiaomo's jaw drops. Changxiao points. "This gate is Baixian First Branch? The one she calls Sifu is actually the strongest of Baixian First Branch from Baihe sect? Baixian mainly cultivates medicine. Fighting isn't her forte, so where the hell did a paw with sharp claws come from?" The lion-headed dude growls. "What the hell did you do to make us reveal our true forms?" That dude Ling clasps his hands behind his back. "Chill, Emperor Lord, chill. Transforming is just the first step." He smirks ominously. "Surely Emperor Lord has heard of the strongest martial saint?" A small ball appears in his hand. 100-faced medicine saint. This is the special poison he used to hunt beasts. Lionhead freaks out. "No, no way! We thoroughly researched 100-faced medicine saint's poison back then. There's no way we'd get poisoned again." Dude Ling hypothesizes. "You might be immune to the poison from back then. But what if someone came along? A medical expert no less skilled than 100-faced medicine saint. and personally upgraded the poison. Lionhead can only utter one word. Bai? It's a white-haired girl, the modern-day reincarnation of Bai Shanjiang Qingyu. He's bewildered. Why would you want to harm us three brothers? I've been friends with sect leader Cheng for 100 years. Qingyu approaches the lionhead. Didn't you just say the reason yourself? His eyes widen. You don't mean... Qingyu raises her hand, and the lion-headed dude instantly passes out. Qingyu instructs. Head of the Ling family, proceed according to plan. After it succeeds as agreed, there will definitely be rewards. The Ling dude immediately sits down and places his hand on the lion-headed dude's face. Elder Jiang is too kind, no need for thanks. He turns his head. Just meeting both sides needs. Dude Ling is curious again. What does Elder Jiang plan to do with those dozen or so extra Wan Jiyu sect members? Qingyu pauses briefly before replying. The highest cultivation is only initial stage martial saint. Let them have a full corpse. Dude Ling agrees. Indeed, you speak the truth. His gaze gradually becomes hazy. And you still want to make a move on them, the show's about to begin. Meanwhile, Zhao Mo is crying and kneeling. I want a refund! But Tian Shi refuses. Bill's been paid, no refunds or exchanges. Changxiao feels lucky. We three brothers are saved. The girl points her sword and rushes forward. Qing Yang reminds her, Miss Liu, you're just a martial woman? There's a huge gap between us. Why not stop here? After all, swords and sabers are merciless. But the girl obviously doesn't stop. My eyes turn black. Huangxian Qing Yang expresses admiration. The abilities of the five immortals are indeed outstanding. But it seems you still can't fully unleash the power of the immortals. The ground beneath his feet suddenly sinks. A purple monster suddenly appears and grabs Qing Yang's legs. What's this? But he doesn't struggle, and destroys it with a single blow. Qing Yang doesn't hesitate and rushes towards the girl, determined. Their abilities are too strange. I'll capture her first, and then figure it out. He reaches out his hand. Qing Yang suddenly flinches. This feeling. The girl inexplicably appears from behind and stabs her sword into his neck. A red ball gradually condenses between Qing Yang's hands. This is Huangxian's illusion technique? How insulting. Even I was deceived. To be safe, I can only use force to break the illusion. Forgive me. It grows larger and surrounds him, causing the rocks on the ground to shoot up. Changxiao observes from a distance, secretly praising. Abundant but not violent energy, and the explosion is limited to a very small area, as expected of the third ranked of Wan Jiyu. Only second to me and Zui Ji, able to control the 7 profound galaxy-shattering star technique to this extent. Unfortunately, he showed mercy, preventing him from breaking the situation. The area where Qing Yang was standing has formed a pit due to the previous attack. The girl calculates. He has the strength of a martial emperor. Every move makes it difficult for me to resist. The power of the Huangxian can't control him for long. I can only transform into someone he can't attack and find an opportunity to strike up close. A person walks over and calls out, Senior brother! Zhao Mo runs towards Qing Yang. Senior brother, your move just now was so awesome. One move subdued the enemy. Are you hurt? But he coldly reaches out his hand and sends Zhao Mo flying. The girl struggles to understand. How could you see through my illusion? Qing Yang slowly approached her. At first, I wasn't sure if that Zhao He light annihilation could break the illusion. So I didn't trust anyone who got close after that. Wait. Hold up. He remembered Xiao Mo's gleeful face. Secondly, you didn't give a damn about Su Xiao Mo in that situation. He just said, Senior brother, you got hit. I'm so happy. No pain. The girl struggled to stand up, attacking decisively, without hesitation. Aren't you afraid of hurting your teammates? Qing Yang felt it was normal. That's Su Xiao Mo. Beat him up if he deserves it. These words stunned her. Oh, is that so? White smoke appeared on the girl's sword-wielding hand. My 100 Flowers sect disciples may be far behind you guys, but we're not nobodies either. She raised it in front of him. I have a sword technique combining swordsmanship and illusion. I humbly ask Li Shixiang for guidance. The girl fearlessly lunged forward with her sword. Qing Yang cautiously leaned back, but she transformed into another girl holding a flower. Young master, long time no see. He uncontrollably called out, Meng! The girl smiled. I miss you so much. The flower in her hand suddenly turned bloody. The girl returned to her original form, the sword broken in two. Li's apologizes for losing control of his emotions and breaking your sword. However, thank you very much. Qing Yang was moved because he was allowed to see her again. Zhao Mo ran over from afar. Senior brother, you got hit. I'm so happy. No pain. Changxiao now seriously pondered. The 100 Flowers sect's abilities are unique, but if they think they can threaten our myriad ancient sect disciples, maybe their elders have a slight chance if they act. His eyes turned dangerous. The system mentioned earlier that someone could threaten Zuiqi's life. Elsewhere, someone hesitated slightly, looking at the sword in front of her. Elder Jiang, this is... The white-haired girl picked it up. The myriad ancient sect's momentum is fierce. It's hard for us to cope. Even Jin Sher, the strongest disciple of the 100 Flowers Holy Sect, probably can't withstand them. She must be considering something. But without a victory, our 100 Flowers Holy Sect's reputation will be hard to maintain. This is a treasured blade I recently acquired. Perhaps it will be somewhat effective. Someone arrived announcing themselves as myriad ancient Zhao Zuiqi. Zuiqi, hands in pockets, strode confidently forward, especially to fulfill the 3-year appointment. A red carpet appeared. It stretched out into a long path leading to the door in front of him. From within, a graceful figure emerged, accompanied by a voice. 3 years have passed. I didn't expect you to cultivate to this extent. Murong Xin greeted him with a smile. 100 Flowers Holy Sect, Murong Xin. Her composure didn't last long before she was startled by a firecracker hanging above her head. Several red silk ribbons were thrown out, stunning Changxiao and the others. Before they could understand what was happening, several tables covered with red cloths appeared in front of them, laden with meat and wine. Hui Xin excitedly shouted, "The martial arts tournament for marriage officially begins!" Changxiao and Xing Chen looked at her in confusion. Murong Xin spoke up. "Master, didn't you say there would only be a red carpet?" She seemed frustrated. The person who did this made the atmosphere of the competition even stranger. Hui Xin shrugged, not caring. "Isn't this atmosphere better? Don't worry, it won't scare Zuiqi away." She pointed her little finger at Murong Xin. "Xinshare, have you forgotten what I taught you? You must take the initiative to attack this kind of virgin." Changxiao was speechless. Isn't Murong Xin's master, the sect leader of the 100 Flowers Holy Sect? He remembered Wei Lao's words about Cheng Hui Jin, the woman I fear most in my life. His eyes sharpened when he mentioned her, because she completely crushed me in matters of love. Hui Xin swirled a sea-sized wine cup on her index finger. "Zuiqi, right?" The wine cup flew toward Zuiqi, who caught it with the back of his hand. "Xinjie was ignorant in her youth, and caused you great trouble. I offer you a cup to apologize in advance, to show my apology. No matter the outcome of this competition, you can enter my holy sect's treasure vault, and choose any treasure you like." Zuiqi brought the wine cup to his lips. "No need to apologize. I wouldn't blame a young girl's decision, and that marriage wasn't fair to her either. The people who truly committed evil in the Xiao family? I've already dealt with them. There's no need to mention this again." Hui Xin was naturally very satisfied. "You're indeed chivalrous. No wonder Xingye fell in love with you at first sight." Murong Xin panicked and signaled, "Master, you're saying too much." She seemed to ignore it, and waved her hand to continue. "Huh? You still haven't told him your feelings? You should do as I said, secretly find a chance to directly hit him over the head with a stick, then ABC. Changxiao broke out in a cold sweat. "Sect leader Cheng, please be cautious. I'm still here." Wei Lao touched the back of his head. "Now that I remember her, the back of my neck still hurts." Murong Xin clenched her trembling hands. "My master's personality is a little unrestrained. Please don't mind it." Zuiqi's all chill. "Relax, my neck's sturdy, ain't easy to knock me out." Her face is like, blushing hard. "I ain't gonna do that. I ain't even seriously dated anyone yet, ain't gonna be that decisive." Hui Jin chimes in. "Wait, hold up, you haven't seriously dated?" "I haven't seriously dated either," Murong Xin yells. "Master, she should seriously focus on her sword, ignore my crazy master. I've been looking forward to this fight. Zuiqi seems ready. You're just martial master peak, right? I ain't gonna suppress my cultivation on purpose, that's just an insult." He's like, warming up or something. "I'm gonna use my strongest form to face you." Hui Jin's on the sidelines, cheerleading. "Xinjie, don't hold back. This is a battle for family status. Elder Jiang's here, he can save you with just a word." The white-haired girl in the back agrees with a smile. "Yep, I'm here, nothing's gonna happen." Murong Xin starts moving. She puts some serious power into channeling her sword to slash the Zuiqi down. But he ain't even budging, just standing there. Zuiqi just uses his arm to block the hit and comments, "Not bad, lost a bit of my sleeve." Murong Xin keeps attacking, lotus flowers appear behind her. This time she ain't going head on, she's flying around in circles. Zuiqi stares at the petals falling. "Useless illusions. Time to use your immortal power." He realizes it, suddenly turns around. Murong Xin's been there all along, about to attack with her sword. Zuiqi throws a punch. The gap between us is too big. The impact creates a huge explosion. Murong Xin's struggling to stand on the side. She points out to Zuiqi. "Made you bleed." There's a long cut on his arm. Zuiqi looks at his hand. He seems to be seriously winding up his fist. A giant fireball blasts towards Murong Xin. The hit blows a chunk out of the rock behind her. Zuiqi's confused. "My physical strength ain't weakened. How did you hurt me just now?" Murong Xin grins confidently. "Fox Spirit's power, how could you understand?" She keeps attacking. "Wonder if the man I've got my eye on can understand the great Fox Spirit's power before he's knocked out." Zuiqi uses his good arm to block Murong Xin's sword. He hits back, making her retreat. Zuiqi frowns. "Bones still blocking? The blade? Meaning bone defense ain't affected. Just now, felt like my muscles loosened before getting hit." Murong Xin still ain't stopping. Actively charges with her sword. Since bones ain't affected, Zuiqi uses his elbow to block the sword. They clash fiercely. She gets Zuiqi's point and comments, "Not bad. Found a way to deal with it so quickly." Murong Xin sticks out her tongue playfully. "Wouldn't want you bleeding forever, my heart would ache." That startles him. Changxiao's on the sidelines watching the fight. Why did Murong Xin suddenly become... Hui Xin explains to him. Proactive, right? You can consider this a side effect of the fox spirit's ability. Can lightly adjust the user's personality. She crosses her arms and complains. Jinner's usually too reserved. No man can handle that. This old lady is naturally wild. The great fox spirit is still too conservative. Changxiao's speechless. The sect leader's state right now seems like the fox spirit lineage has a very deep Taoist cultivation. Meanwhile, Murongxin's frantically attacking, and Zuiqi's blocking every hit. He looks at her warily. Murongxin's eyes become sharp. It's coming! As soon as Zuiqi counterattacks, she's already retreated. Qingyang also notices something's off. Why is Zuiqi's strength suddenly weakened so much? Xing Chen guesses. Could the fox spirit's power be a poison? With Zuiqi's poison resistance, it shouldn't be to this extent. Zuiqi speaks up. Momentarily blocked blood vessels. Spiritual power can't circulate. Murongxin's still chill. Oh, you noticed so quickly? He raises his arm. No wonder you could break my body so easily. Turns out you're controlling a drop of blood floating in the air. It flies towards Murongxin. She seems amused and transforms the drop of blood into a heart shape. Controlling is a bit of an exaggeration, but interfering with the flow of blood makes your strength unable to transfer normally. Still doable. If it were my master, they could freely transmit your blood all over your body, making you unable to move. Changxiao looks at them from afar. Blood control can freely weaken the opponent's attack and defense. A really powerful ability. Why do I feel a little uneasy? Zuiji reached out and grabbed his collar. Your ability really suppresses someone who relies on blood and ki like me. He straight up tore it. If I had met you before entering the holy tomb of Yi, I might have actually lost to you. Zuiji's body started to bulge with veins. Holy Yi Senior left me some good stuff while detoxifying me. Murongxin was also surprised. The speed of blood in his body suddenly became very fast. Some lines appeared on his body that looked like dragon scales. Zuiji's eyes lit up. Miss Murong, please be careful. Next, my physical strength will be 4 times stronger. The surrounding rock suddenly exploded, and he jumped up. Murongxin couldn't help but look up. The pressure is too strong. Even so, she was confident that everything was going according to plan. But your blood is flowing so fast, I just need to stimulate it a little. Speaking of which, Murongxin suddenly realized that his blood and ki had also formed a circulation outside his body. Behind Zuiji was a giant humanoid flame. He even said, this move comes from the sect leader's imagination. I use the 8 extremes. Xing Yi and other martial arts are the foundation. The sect leader said, they belong to the imaginary Wukingxia. The first time it appears will give you a feeling. Something like a fire hand lunged towards Murongxin. She fell backward. The sword in her hand shattered instantly. But Murongxin's hand was preparing to grab another sword. On it appeared an image of a beast, bearing its fangs fiercely in purple. He landed, breaking the large rocks around him due to the force. Zuiji's expression was serious. Prajna palm takes Rourke's steel. Although the palm is powerful, I only use 3 parts of my strength. Muprong Shesin, you should only be slightly injured. This battle I have. A blade approached his neck, and his voice stopped. Zuiji quickly slammed his hand down, his eyes sharp. Is this your trump card? Murongxin smiled wildly, holding the blade tightly in her hand. Changxiao and Hong Lian stood nearby observing, and he spoke. Murongxin's aura suddenly became chaotic and violent. Pseudo-sect leader, is this your last resort? That demonic blade? It is appearing more and more. Hong Lian smiled. This blade may have been specially found by Xin Er for this match, but I see that her spiritual platform is still awake. Sect leader Jun, please rest assured. She raised the blade with interest, jumping towards Zuiji. Murongxin swung the blade forward, smiling provocatively. Zuiji frowned. The white immortal mark on her face disappeared. So the two faced each other, and she slashed the blade down. He spoke to Murongxin. My Vajra indestructible has returned. The demonic blade brushed past Zuiji. He regained his strength to face Murongxin. Wudi was shocked. It's the aura of that little emperor beast. Xing Chen, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but be startled. Wudi's eyes uncomfortably pondered. This aura of it reveals pain and tearing. Tearing, is it partially sealed in this blade? Although the emperor beast is nothing, it is still an overwhelming force for the current myriad ancient sect. Is this their way of dealing with the myriad ancient sect? He looked around. The person who made the move must also carry the aura of Emperor Xiaoban. His eyes suddenly stopped, focusing on one place. It's her. But the aura on her body is too chaotic. Not just that cat. Wudi stood behind Changxiao with a gloomy expression. Sect leader, this blade may be a conspiracy aimed at the myriad ancient sect, containing power beyond imagination. He snapped his fingers as if showing satisfaction, and Changxiao's face showed a calm expression. I know it's white immortal, right, sect leader? He couldn't help but wonder, how do you know? He was emotionless, sometimes feeling like he knew the situation in advance. It felt so strange, as if his intelligent brain had no chance to work anymore. The system announced a side quest. Prevent the conspiracy of the White Immortal's successor. The quest reward is 3 guardian spirit beasts. Thinking. In his heart. Unexpectedly, one time gives 3 guardian spirit beasts. Maybe they are not strong spirit beasts, Just the quantity. A lion suddenly rushed out, roaring. Rongxin flawlessly used the blade to rush towards him, and Zuiji did not stand still but dodged. Worthy of being the man I have my eyes on, she smiled sinisterly. To be able to fight me hand to hand for so long. Zuiji quickly raised his hand to block the approaching blade. He glanced over, smiling. Each blow is getting heavier and heavier, yet you can make me spit blood. He used his strength to force her away. Just that weapon alone could help her break through from the peak of martial king to martial emperor. This blade of hers is seriously wicked. Rongxin's eyes showed cruelty. Her voice stammered without making a sound. Zuiji looked at her seriously. Can't even speak, huh? Hong Lian turned her face and said, Elder Jiang, Xin Care's condition is a little out of control. Please take action to calm her down quickly. Okay. She smiled and held out her hand. A stream of focused spiritual energy flew quickly to Rongxin. Zuiji stood watching in silence. The demonic energy around her gradually disappeared. Her expression also changed accordingly. She hurriedly grabbed the blade in her hand and rushed forward. The blade was close to his hands. He firmly held Rongxin's hand, holding the blade. It's just a spar. Why risk your life like that? His dragon also appeared behind him. He frowned and glanced. Behind them, the lion was baring its fangs furiously. Zuiji angrily pulled Rongxin behind him, turned to look at the lion. You plan to kill the wielder of the blade too? What the hell? It really is a demonic blade. Now Rongxin had awakened. Her face blank as she looked at him. The lion roared angrily, spitting fire at them. He quickly embraced her. Someone's voice rang out. Didn't expect Zuiji, you're one to cherish the fairer sex. Of course. Otherwise, it would be a waste for me to bring flowers as a groom. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be stunned, still holding Rongxin in his arms. Xing Chen and Wu Di behind him were smiling as they touched the lion's teeth. The real battle is about to begin. Xing Chen continued. How long are you going to keep holding her? Zuiji glanced at the two of them. The lion roared. Too noisy. Rongxin in his arms was uncomfortable, stammering. Shifu, you gave me this blade. Hong Lian looked at the person behind in surprise. Jiang Qingyu, she smiled, holding a staff emitting spiritual energy. I've been discovered. More and more beasts gradually appeared, and winds appeared around her. Qingyu slowly stepped forward. Originally, the lion jaws hidden in the demonic blade was prepared for someone. She held the blade in one hand and the staff full of energy in the other, smiling at Hong Lian. I didn't expect the disciple of the Wanjiyu sect to have such strength, forcing me to reveal the trump card prepared for you. Luckily I had a backup plan. I messed with the wine. She happily looked at the people standing on the sidelines. See, who from the Bai He Holy Sect can stand up now? You've suppressed me my whole life. Finally the Bai He Holy Sect is in my hands. They turned to look at each other in confusion. No wonder they're a long-standing second-rate sect. Look how carefully they speak. Indeed, no one from the Bai He Holy Sect can stand up. But isn't she still standing there? Changxiao looked at him. Xiaomo, you argue about everything. Watch out, your mouth gets you in trouble. Her eyes were full of calculation. Indeed, I overlooked something. It seems the disciples, your disciples mentioned, you are all immune to all poisons. Choosing this time to strike is only because the Wanjiyu sect came to challenge, so you can divert the attention of the Bai He Holy Sect. Qingyu stood opposite. Ah, I have no malice towards the Wanjiyu sect. If you leave the mountain now, I won't stop you. Next is the internal affairs of the Bai He Holy Sect. Please leave. Changxiao smiled with interest. Jiang Qingyu, Elder Jiang, right? Her face was excited. If there weren't ambushes around this mountain, I would have believed your lies just now. Suddenly, something echoed on the top of the mountain. The person echoed from afar. Elder Jiang. Now we should call you Sect Leader Jiang. I said, you might as well destroy the Wanjiyu sect while you're at it. Behind him were his disciples. He stepped forward and said to her. But with my Yujian Holy Sect support, a small Wanjiyu sect can be destroyed in the blink of an eye. He stroked his greasy hair proudly and ordered, Sect Leader Jiang, you do your thing. Leave the Wanjiyu sect to me. The Yujian Holy Sect disciples drew their swords. Behind him were the disciples, throwing their swords into the air. Blame yourselves for coming at the wrong time. He smiled cruelly. Zhumier. Thousands of flying swords formed a tornado, rushing towards Changxiao and the others. He shouted a warning. What about absolute defense? Someone rushed over. He used his skills, making Changxiao behind him proud. Xiao Zuiki is here. Zuiki is fully focused. He used his skills to adjust those swords to stop. He couldn't help but be horrified. What's going on? So many flying swords are simultaneously out of control. Zuiki just sneered. Compared to Xin Ye, when fighting Murong Xin being obstructed, those flying swords were broken in half by him, laughing provocatively at him. I still prefer facing off directly like this. He wasn't to be outdone, staring at Zuiki. Looking at your aura, you're just a martial king, yet the power you're unleashing is not inferior to a mid-grade martial emperor. But the Imperial Sword Saint sect is not like the 100 Flowers Saint sect. They are born to fight. You are already a martial emperor, so you must be the strongest of those disciples. The Imperial Sword Saint sect laughed gleefully. I have brought all the strongest disciples of the Imperial Sword Saint sect here, the lowest being martial kings. If you kneel down and beg now, I might still consider giving you a whole corpse. He looked at them again. Relying only on you martial kings, We only need this much, and we still have 2 martial emperors, but it's useless. Hearing this, the two couldn't help but be annoyed as he continued to ramble. Oh, there are also 2 half-saints. Then he suddenly panicked, his eyes wide. Unbelievable, half-saints! Are half-saints still disciples on your side? Raising his hand, closing his eyes and covering his ears, trying to convince himself. Calm down, calm down. They must have used some means to raise their aura. Their actual combat ability is definitely far inferior to martial emperors and half-saints. Moreover, even if they have half-saints, we have them too. Moreover, there's no trace of cultivation aura on their sect leader. We can capture him first. Suddenly, a hand appeared on his shoulder. Changxiao behind him laughed gleefully, teasing, "It's been months since I've made a move." He was caught off guard, standing dumbfounded looking at him, with a look of fear. When did he get so close? His voice stuttered. You can give me a whole corpse, right? I never thought there would be a day I looked down on you. Hong Lian said. There would come a day, you'd have to look up to me like this. Qingyu trembled and asked, Why? Why did you have to poison the entire 100 Flowers Saint sect? She said with murderous intent, mocking. No need to say such old cliché lines. Why did I do it, don't you know? Hong Lian replied. Could it be because I stole your second lover? He made the first move. Qingyu angrily said. What? Duan Lang left me because of you? Hong Lian. Looks like that's not it. The people around Qingyu said. Don't get worked up. I will definitely remember. The soldiers standing around spoke up. So it's the third one then? That Zhu guy? No. Could it be Lu? Oh. All he ever thinks about is stealing our sect's secret techniques, so it was old Wang. Take my advice, he's a total player, so I just one-shotted him. Qingyu, I originally felt a little guilty, and wondered if what I did was right, but knowing these things, I'm even more determined. Qingyu angrily said, making the soldiers scatter quickly. How much longer are you guys going to eavesdrop? If you stay here, be careful I won't show mercy. Hong Lian lowered her head worriedly. Qingyu, they're just a few unfaithful men. I'm just afraid you'll be deceived. Don't be angry. Getting angry is bad for your liver. The other side said. Don't waste your energy. Are you planning to take the opportunity to manipulate my bloodline? Not to mention you've been poisoned, and your body is weakened. Qingyu, but now I'm extremely powerful. She smiled slightly. Chen Huixin. You are, as your name suggests, intelligent and insightful. From a young age, your cultivation has always been the fastest and strongest. You were even chosen by the Fox Immortal as a true disciple. As for me, Qingyu said as she walked. Before you came to the sect, I was praised by the master as a cultivation genius that was hard to come by in 100 years. But from the moment you arrived, it seemed that in the blink of an eye, my talent became worthless. The attention of the master and the disciples was all drawn to you. I desperately chased your shadow. Suddenly, she stabbed a tree trunk hard. But in the end, the master still handed over the position of sect leader to you, so I made up my mind. I can't be suppressed by you for the rest of my life like this. Everyone around Qingyu. As it happens, Ling Sect, leader of the Imperial Sword Saint Sect, is also in the same boat as me. He's also had enough, because there are still 3 others above him suppressing him, so the 2 of us cooperated. 3 souls said, Capture the souls of those 3 emperor beasts. Hong Lian said, bleeding, How is that possible? How could you capture the 3 emperor sovereigns? Qingyu could only laugh and say, Emperor sovereigns, they were indeed that before, but after thousands of years of feigned illness and weakness, they are only slightly stronger than martial saints. How could they withstand my poison and Ling Sect leader's soul separation formation? She then said. It's also thanks to heaven helping me. The myriad Calais sect came on this occasion. Those 3 were always worried and restless, making it very convenient for us to make a move. Her eyes gathered blood into swords. The soul said, You still want to resist? Good, the more you resist, the more excited I get. She looked at Hong Lian's face again. Could it be that you still have hope for that myriad Calais sect bunch? Don't dream anymore. They are strong, but their numbers are far inferior. Haven't you heard that there is no more fighting on the other side? Get out of the way, I lost my brakes. To think. The sect leader of the Tier 2 sect is this useless. Formation cultivation is kinda like a desk job. Weren't you so arrogant earlier? Qingyu glanced away and said, To actually break through the protection of countless disciples and capture sect leader Ling, this Jun Changxiao is indeed extraordinary. Hong Lian said grimly, turning her head to look. It's not just him who's extraordinary. He can't even be bothered to take off his coat to deal with these punks. Just a few words, and those disciples are already floored? Basic stuff, don't be surprised. You'll get used to it if you're our enemy for long enough. But only if you live that long though. I admit your strength is beyond my expectations. But what I rely on isn't those trash sword-wielding bums, but the soul of a demon beast emperor. 2. Not trying to diss you, but what a coincidence. There's a red star scorching flame fighting among themselves. I specialize in suppressing souls. The guy hiding behind Shangtian spoke up, but Li Fan just glanced at him. Shangtian bro, are you guys just gonna watch? Not gonna help your sect leader? Step aside. Your elders aren't qualified. Just stay there acting all invincible. Qing Yang looked at the flame in front of him. The 3 of them were standing by, monitoring. They only smiled at what was in front of them. That was already giving her face. That lion rushed over ferociously, but Changxiao dealt with it in one move. Behind it, a bird appeared, its face full of resentment, attacking with its spiritual power. The flame swallowed it up. Changxiao smiled proudly. Qingyu was dumbfounded. Could my emperor soul be fake? Clearly this guy's cultivation is only martial emperor. She gripped the staff tightly, veins popping out on her hand in anger. You guys are just tools for me to attract Cheng Huixin. How could I let you ruin my years-long plan? Wu Di, seeing this, used his spiritual power. Let me show you my true power. Qingyu wasn't willing to lose to him either, immediately using her hedgehog move. The hedgehog appeared behind her, plucking one of its quills. She began to control it to destroy him, along with her beasts. The bird and the flame merged together. The three emperor souls fused. Qingyu began to command it. The beast charged forward with absolute power. Qingyu looked at him provocatively. Tremble in fear. Her expression suddenly froze, pride turning into a stiff blankness. Huh? Aren't you scared at all? This is the soul of three emperor souls combined. Changxiao just smiled and raised a finger. Both she and her beast were stunned. Give me some face. Pretend to be scared. He focused on tapping the system screen. Wait a sec, the quest is complete. Gotta claim the reward. Turns out defeating Mu Rongxin counts as completing our villain disposal quest? Qingyu gritted her teeth in anger. The beast was no exception. Fake god, fake ghost, tear them apart for me. The system voice rang out. Ding! Sect disciples defeated the designated target, fulfilling the conditions. Villain disposal quest complete. Completion rate 200%. Own. Host receives 20,000 contribution points. He rushed over to him, standing there to remove the level restriction. Changxiao simply said calmly. How embarrassing. Although it's possible to challenge a martial emperor while overleveled, he grabbed its beak tightly, but I, as the dignified sect leader, was previously just a measly martial king, even if I was a peak sword and martial king. The system voice rang out 3 times. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to first grade martial emperor. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to second grade martial emperor. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to third grade martial emperor. Changxiao had dented the beast's beak, his hand still on it. His eyes and smile full of provocation. A 3-soul fusion. Even if you lost your body and your strength decreased drastically, your power is still extremely close to peak martial saint, or even martial emperor. Sadly, my flame hard counters you too much. Moreover, when I was still a martial king, I could already defeat a peak martial emperor, LMAO. The flame seemed to want to burn it to ashes. Now a large flame was blazing above Changxiao's head. If you had kept your emperor's soul body, maybe I would be a little wary of you. She stood blankly, still holding the staff tightly. But then Qingyu changed her expression and gripped the staff tightly. Their original souls are still in my hands. I can still let them possess me, use my body to restore their true strength. How foolish and ignorant. Changxiao and the flame sternly passed by her. Qingyu was stunned. Li Fan's eyes were full of resentment as he glanced back. We weren't interested in interfering in your 100 Flowers Holy Sect's internal affairs, but you shouldn't have attacked my vanquishing evil sect. The flame appeared, surrounding her feet in a circle, her face breaking out in sweat, unable to move. Changyu's voice echoed. Still planning to tear us apart? The flames blazed, as if wanting to burn her to ashes. Changxiao just slowly walked away, leaving her behind. Reflect on yourself in the holy fire. A tiny fireball appeared in Changxiao's flames. Damn, this Wanjiyu sect is OP, able to beat so many martial kings and a soul emperor beast with only a dozen people. A subordinate approached the dude controlling the fireball to report. Vice sect leader. Why didn't you let us help that woman earlier? We could have scored an alliance with a second-rate sect like the 100 Flowers Holy Sect. The dude replied. Don't stir up trouble. Our deal with her is just for the emperor beast's corpse. Then, the Finu dude flew off and instructed the disciples below in the forest. I'll take the emperor beast's corpse back to the sect first. You guys continue your mission. And remember, stay hidden. The close disciple was shocked. That little punk dares to order Master Fun around, riding on the sect leader's trust. The subordinate asked. Elder, do we follow the vice sect leader's orders then? He gave him a warning glare. That little twerp has no guts. All he does is play it safe. How can he achieve anything great? The Wanjiyu sect and the 100 Flowers sect just had a major battle. They must be exhausted AF. Then he turned back to reassure the subordinates. We can seize this opportunity to crush them. I heard the Wanjiyu sect has a lot of rare treasures. We'll make a big contribution if we take them down, so don't miss this chance. Over here, Changxiao was sitting all alone, grinning. Now is when they're at their weakest. The system chimed in with a notification. Congratulations, host, for completing the 5th corpse disposal mission. Received 5 bottles of top-grade aptitude improvement fluid, a high-grade True Yang sword recipe, a high-grade cloud-piercing saber recipe, a medium-grade mysterious iron shield recipe, and 2 experience talismans. Congratulations, host, for completing the 6th corpse disposal mission. Received 2 bottles of saint-grade aptitude improvement fluid, a high-grade spirit-gathering pill recipe, a beginner-grade soul-nourishing pill recipe, a spirit stone for refining a hard-to-harvest blade, and 2 experience talismans. The 2 sects shook hands in cooperation. Under a harmonious atmosphere, the Wang Jiyu Strong Sect and the Hundred Flowers Holy Sect signed a mutual aid friendship agreement. Xiao Mo, the host of the event, enthusiastically said. The two sides agreed to share resources and cooperate for mutual wins. After all, the Wang Jiyu sect is severely lacking female disciples, while the Hundred Flowers sect has a surplus. Behind him, Changxiao had an emotionless face shaking her hand, contrasting with Yinghong's smiling face. He's so annoyed he chased after Xiao Mo to beat her up. Don't be so blunt. You are standing close by. Zui Qi and Rongxin are watching you. She turned to ask Zui Qi, do you not have any clothes to change into? Sorry, I ruined all your clothes. I happen to have a set prepared in your size. His face remained expressionless. No need for your concern. My senior brother has already prepared 10 sets for me. Trust me, your senior brother is doing it for your own good. Behind them, Qing Yang was shooting death glares like bullets, his whole body radiating anger. Zui Qi turned around and announced to everyone, then we'll take our leave first. See you later. Changxiao, standing nearby, was clueless and surprised. Rongxin was also caught off guard and felt a slight loss. Huh? Then can I come to the Wang Jiyu sect to find you in the future? Zui Qi was stunned and didn't understand what was going on, making Qing Yang behind him feel helpless. Our two sects just became allies. Of course you can come. You just need to make an appointment with senior brother Qing Yang. He basically takes care of everything. They stepped into the forest. Qingxiao walked in front, saying to those behind him, this time the harvest wasn't bad. You guys worked hard. Go relax. The vice sect leader's close subordinate saw them from above. You guys haven't been home for a long time, have you? He ordered his subordinate. Capture the leader first to defeat the bandits. Secretly capture their sect leader first. You must cripple him in one strike. Qingxiao was walking along, pondering. Those three spirit beasts said they could protect the sect, so their forms shouldn't be small. It's better to return to the sect and summon them. He suddenly stopped. Those guys rushed towards him. He clenched his fist resolutely and shouted. All the subordinates behind him used their power as well, launching a surprise attack. The power struck a person, sending him flying into a rock behind. The Fa sect leader's subordinate looked proudly at Changxiao. As expected of the Wang Jiyu sect leader, you can make my hand numb. Your sect leader is down. He grinned excitedly. Aren't you going to surrender and be bound? Changxiao and the disciples couldn't help but hold back their laughter to save his face. Is that even possible? Zui Qi's face was emotionless, stunned, still leaning against the rock. The person you just hit wasn't the sect leader. He was startled and sweated. What? The one wearing fancy clothes isn't your sect leader? We missed the opportunity? His sharp eyes swept over everyone. Then your sect leader must be that one rushing towards Qing Yang, the most noble one. Young Master Qing dodged him. He said calmly. Not him. The subordinate listed the descriptions of each person one by one. Then the one with the tattoo under his eye. Then the tallest one. Then the one with the most mysterious mask. Then the most despicable-looking one. Then the most arrogant one. Wait, it seems we guessed him once already. Changxiao's face darkened. He stopped his footsteps. He retreated to the very back, and the disciples gradually revealed themselves. Forget it, no more guessing. Let's just capture everyone. All out attack. The spirits behind him were satisfied. In contrast to him, Changxiao's face was ashen and stiff, furious to the extreme. You guessed until the last person, and then you didn't guess anymore? I'm so pissed. You guys guessed that kid Yexing Chen twice, but didn't even bother with me. He unleashed his power, and the flames erupted decisively. You're going too far. He squinted his eyes, stunned to observe the aura of the sword martial dual emperor. I didn't expect the one who seemed the most unremarkable to be the sect leader. He kept rambling. I didn't expect you guys to have so much juice left after such a fierce battle. And damn, you can't judge a book by its cover. Changxiao stared at him, annoyed. Zishu gritted his teeth, resentfully muttering. Can't judge a book by its cover. 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 He cursed under his breath. What the hell? Wang Jiyu sect, listen up. Not letting him escape, he rushed forward. Changxiao spoke up. No one interfere. Seeing this, the guy was overjoyed, not scared at all. Overestimating yourself. We have 5 martial emperors and 50 peak martial kings. Before he could even finish his sentence, Li Fan swiftly dealt with him. He used his strength to resist. Li Fan backed away and sneered. Enough to let this old man vent his anger. They both charged in, flames erupted, and Xingchen stood there quietly observing as the mask on his face fell off. This mask, a familiar face. Zui Qi slowly approached Xingchen, smiling at them. You ambushed us during the gathering of heroes, and now you dare to sneak attack again? Well, that's fine. After all, it's better for the enemies to come and offer their lives directly than for cowards to keep hiding everywhere. Saves a lot of trouble. The elder excitedly ordered. Martial emperors, unleash your domains. Changxiao's position was immediately restricted by magical power. The elder laughed and said, 5 high-grade martial emperors suppressing you together. Even if you are a dual-sword martial emperor, you can only swallow your regret here. Right now, you probably can't even move a finger. That deputy sect master wouldn't even let me make a move. What a cowardly trash. Wait till I bring these guys back. Let's see if the sect master still favors him. As soon as he finished speaking, he got punched and flew high into the air instantly. Changxiao sneered dismissively. Annoying. Deserved a beating. The group of martial emperors ganged up on him. Changxiao frowned. Revealing your true colors. You guys were the ones who ambushed Zuichi before, weren't you? You asked for it. He immediately spat out fire, turning them into charred meat. The martial emperors were caught off guard, and Wu Ming and Wu Bing couldn't withstand a single move from him. Changxiao said calmly, 9/9, just right, crispy on the outside, soft on the inside, and no fatalities. His eyes flashed with dangerous fire. Do the rest of you prefer stir-fry or stew? While they were all freaking out, a voice rang out from behind. Don't make a mess. A disciple trembled and asked, Elder? The elder roared. All martial kings form the god-slaying formation. Hearing this, everyone regained their spirits and shouted in unison. That's right, we still have the god-slaying formation, which can double everyone's strength. A martial emperor was about to say something but then noticed. Elder, let us take on the formation eye. Huh? Elder, why are you backing away? The elder said in a frightened whisper. If I don't run now, there won't be another chance. The martial emperor was stunned. But don't we still have the god-slaying formation? The elder revealed. The god-slaying formation is said to be able to trap gods. Never heard of it being able to resist. As the whole forest bursts into flames, some bandits had already snuck out. The elder frantically requested to report to the sect master that this person is unbeatable unless he's a martial saint. Regretting not listening to that guy, such a loss of manpower, he will definitely be punished. A voice replied to him. I have a way to get you out of the punishment. The elder was overjoyed to hear that. Oh, tell me quickly. If it's useful, this elder will reward you handsomely. But it turned out that Changxiao had run up and ambushed him from behind, whispering, Our Wanjiyu prison has iron walls and copper walls. Regardless of age, once you're in, there's no time limit, no need to worry about being punished by the sect master anymore. Welcome to Wanjiyu prison. 55 male guests at Changxiao's prison. Seeing the martial emperors being thrown in, the long-term prisoners hurriedly greeted. Oh, new cellmates again? And so many? Xing Shen, while dragging the bandits, clicked his tongue. Space rings can't store living beings, what a pain. His next words made the bandits shudder. But with so many more martial kings and martial emperors, we won't have to worry about lacking training partners in the future. No need to book 2 weeks in advance just to spar with a martial king level prisoner anymore. At this time, Changxiao wondered and asked, System, you said that this item can solve my urgent problem, solve the increasing need for training, enemies that Wanjiyu sect can use? The system replied. This is a god-level treasure chest, which you shouldn't have been able to draw at your level. It is also the reward for completing the 5th and 6th elimination tasks, but more importantly, this new title of yours has brought you 10 luck points. Changxiao is now famous everywhere. Peerless hero. No freaking way, beating the Baihei Holy Sect gave me this title? Jackpot. 100 luck points, but what's the limit? Am I the freaking son of destiny now? System just trolls me. Figure it out yourself, wouldn't that be a surprise? Changxiao just brushes it off. Whatever, I'm gonna stroll around for some extra luck before opening this blind box. He bumps into Ren Shan, who asks, Sect leader, you're back? Sweet, now I don't have to babysit old Gel all the time. System chimes in Changxiao's head. Host, didn't you want to know the luck limit? Now's your chance. Heads up. He looks at Ren Shan and OG, figures they're worth 10 points each. So, I've hit the limit already? But what's that blinking behind the 10? Someone's yelling snaps Changxiao out of it, leaving him with a question mark floating over his head. System goes bling. Congrats, host. You got underwear that never breaks. Congrats, host. You got pants that never break. Congrats, host. You got socks that never break. Congrats, host. You can play with fire without getting your junk roasted ever again. Changxiao's like, meh, could be worse. System's all. You're not even complaining about this janky blind box? Did M the Great turn your brain to mush with his fire? Changxiao cries internally. With my trash luck stat, anything's possible. No one would believe I'm the MC if I told them. System slaps him awake. Spoke too soon, buddy. Changxiao senses weird spiritual energy gathering. System announces. Bling, congrats, host. You hit the jackpot. You got the Life and Death Secret Realm, first run, specifically, the crappy T-Gate version. Changxiao is stunned. A supreme reward? How did I, a nobody, pull this? This aura. Even I, a third-rank sword and dance duel emperor, feel totally overwhelmed. System explains. The Life and Death Secret Realm is super risky, but the rewards are huge. Survive the trials and you can break through your current cultivation level. Changxiao sus. Break through my current level? That's like cheat level stuff. This is straight up hacking. Sounds too dangerous. Maybe I should send a disciple in first. System warns. Don't go alone. Everyone only gets to enter the Life and Death Secret Realm once every 3 months. Going with a disciple maximizes the benefits. The Secret Realm is dangerous, but maybe not in the way you think. Bling. Elite mission. Lead 2 disciples into the Life and Death Secret Realm and complete easy mode. Changxiao has a lightbulb moment. Easy mode? Sounds familiar. Does the Life and Death Secret Realm have different difficulty settings? A sec later, he kicks open the door and yells, Qing Yang, pick 2 disciples. But then he sees Qing Yang lugging a bunch of bags and asks, Huh? What are you guys doing? Qing Yang grins. Sect leader, Didn't you say we should let the disciples relax? Everyone's been so busy they forgot, so we're letting the folks back home see how well our Wanji sect is training their kids. Changxiao scratches his head, embarrassed. Today's family visit day. Qingyang continues. So the disciples can flex on their villages. I took the liberty of renting a blood-sweating stallion for each of them, so they can return home in glory. Changxiao's jaw drops. Blood-sweating stallions? You rented a freaking Ferrari for each disciple? That's crazy expensive. Qingyang shrugs. No biggie, the Li family's already funding the Wanji sect's food costs. This is just pocket change. Su Xiaomo joyfully rides his horse, waving goodbye. See you later, sect leader. This horse isn't as fast as I am, but it's totally stylish. Changxiao's helpless. Qingyang's bored and rented me a stallion to satisfy his cravings. After everyone leaves, he sighs. The sect's suddenly so quiet, I'm not used to it. He Wookie pops up out of nowhere. We're still here, sect leader. You won't be lonely. Changxiao's surprised. You're getting along with the new 3 guardian divine beasts? But a pig, a chicken, and a cat? Their fighting power doesn't match the divine beast title at all, Wookie explains. I think they have a hidden background, but they seem badly injured. Given time, they'll definitely regain their divine beast status. Changxiao stretches. Alright, Wuqi, you and Meng Ying can raise these pets together. I'm gonna go check on those kids. He runs into Zuiji. You use those to kill time? Zuiji admits. Yeah, I want to incorporate the Desert Eagle's firing speed and my own rapid-fire skills into my fist techniques. Changxiao points at the pile of parts at his feet. You're not gonna hit me with a Gatling gun move next time, are you? Zuiji is professionally assembling stuff. Plus, after studying the gun's structure, I can practice assembling them quickly. Most importantly, it'll train my defense. Changxiao's now in a peaceful place. He's on a rooftop, muttering to himself. Ever since I transmigrated here, I've been chasing missions every day. Finally, a day off. Changxiao shudders, thinking about that gun-toting youth. Zuiji's training is corrupting me to a point where I no longer have a soul. Is he going to cultivate by getting blasted by artillery? Is he about to go full-on psycho? Tian appears behind him and explains. They don't want to be left behind by your cultivation speed. They don't want to be protected by you their entire lives. Changxiao puts an arm around her. They'll be able to handle things themselves soon. We've already crushed the second-rate sects. And soon the third-rate sects will just be clay chickens and earthen dogs. By then, we can chill and travel mountains and rivers. Is my goal really the Sea of Stars? I'm deaf getting married then. Before he could finish, Changxiao got socked by the girl because she was embarrassed people were watching. Changxiao looked down, pissed. It's just Lao Ge, Ren Shen, and Xing Chen. Screw 'em. The Lao Ge squad saw the castle she built and gave it props. Tian is so romantic. Making it snow. Ren Shen optimistically smiled. This life is awesome. Hope we can all cultivate and improve together forever. Lao Ge was less confident. All good things come to an end. How can that last forever? And the forever alone Xing Chen grumbled. No woman is as interesting as cultivation. From afar, a clear voice said, Didn't expect it to suddenly snow. Wanji sect really is as magical as they say. Bros here? And Niu and Invincible held the dog and looked around. Seems like his body's not the only thing damaged. Ma Ling's consciousness palace is messed up too. Doesn't even recognize me. Suddenly someone called him. Excuse me, is there a disciple here named Bei Aniu? I heard someone say they saw A Niu Ge at Wanji sect. Invincible pondered. Bei Aniu. Never heard that name. Is Aniu a nickname? Maybe he registered with a different name. Not many Beis in our sect. Only Yongjun, I think. The girl rummaged in her bag for something, saying, Maybe A Niu Ge thought his real name sucked and changed it. I brought a drawing of him. Could you take a look? When she showed the picture, Invincible was stunned. The girl softly said, Please try to remember. I've been looking for A Niu Ge for so long. I asked so many people, and they all said they might have seen him at Wanji sect. Invincible flashed a sinister glint. Little girl, you care about this kid that much? What is he to you? Your brother? The girl confidently replied, He's my fiancé. We agreed he'd marry me this year, but one day, he went up the back mountain and suddenly disappeared. Then she widened her eyes and asked Invincible, You're asking like that. Do you know A Niu Ge? Is he here? Why does your face suddenly look weird? Invincible stifled a laugh. Nothing. It's just that he looks kind of familiar. Wait a sec, let me go call him. Xing Chen, being pointed at, frowned. Woman, who are you? The girl, Nishi, recalled old times. Niu Ge, it's Huier, your fiancé. Why did you suddenly leave without a word? I've been looking everywhere for you. Xing Chen heard that and remembered. Niu. Could that be the dude who got struck by lightning before? I just took over his body. I wouldn't know about his past. He immediately turned his face away, denying it. You've got the wrong person. Your A Niu Ge is dead. A Niu Ge Huier touched Xing Chen's shoulder, holding him back, asking, Didn't we grow up together? Why do you seem to not recognize me at all? Xing Chen, allergic to girls, thought, Can't let her keep messing around. Gotta hit her with a critical blow. He frowned and threatened. Woman, you're playing with fire. Condenhair was blown away, even though Xingchen didn't actively do anything. He secretly prayed. Sorry, you and him are destined to be apart. Just leave. Live your own life. But he saw Changxiao's squad with shining eyes. Why do you guys have that look? I controlled my strength really well. Didn't hurt her. By the time Xingchen realized Huier was in his arms, he was stunned. What the hell? When did I catch her? Huier emotionally looked at him. Niu Ge. You remember me now? The way you're holding me is just like before. Xingchen quickly dodged 100 miles away. He panicked, thinking, could that anicaps still be alive in my body? No way. But why can't I control my body? Just then, someone patted his shoulder. Changxiao telepathically communicated. Yi Xingchen, when you were reborn into this body, did you kill Bei Niu? Xingchen replied, no. Back then, he was struck by lightning, to the point where his meridians were broken, his aura dissipated, and he was completely dead. Plus, my condition back then couldn't kill anyone. The system also secretly checked. Xingchen wasn't lying. Changxiao didn't ask anything more. He just brushed past, saying, alright, I get it, then I'll help you explain. Xingchen was shocked. The sect leader actually knows I'm a transmigrator? How's that possible? This is my deepest secret. Are the people from the upper realm really that terrifying? Changxiao stepped out, chatting politely. Huier, right? I'm the sect leader of Wan Jiyu sect, Jun Changxiao, my disciple. Ye Xingchen is Bei Niu, but more accurately, he isn't. That day he went up the mountain and got struck by lightning, almost dying. I found him and saved him. Although I saved his life, his brain was completely fried by the lightning. His past memories can never be recovered. Shengchen in the distance heard that and frowned, transmitting, you're the one with the fried brain. Changxiao scolded back, you're the one with the fried brain. Even if you don't remember anything, you're still half a trash person. Huier had a hard time accepting the truth. Bro, but he clearly hugged me and saved me just now, Changxiao explained. Maybe that's just his remaining instinct, his instinct to love you. If you don't believe me, Huier, you can look at him carefully. You should be able to tell whether he's still your Niu Ge or not. Xingchen put on a cold, emotionless face. Huier disappointedly looked down. Ah, I understand now. You're no longer the Niu Ge I loved. She turns away, hurrying back. Sorry for bothering you. Changxiao worries about the groom side. Xingchen, I'll send someone to take care of this little girl, you don't need to worry. But then he hears him mutter. 1,000 years of bitter cultivation, 1,000 years of betrayal, 1,000 years of frozen heart locked away. I didn't expect I could still cry, even if it's thanks to this mortal body. Changxiao judges succinctly. Fated but not destined. The 3-day break is over. Xingchen eats while assessing. Dudu's cooking skills seem to have declined, but why does this taste a little familiar? Zuichi replies truthfully. I heard Dudu was too busy, so the head chef hired a new female chef over there. Huier walks to Xingchen's table, greeting. Hello, we meet again. Yi Xingchen. Xingchen insists. I want to take a mission. I want to take the hardest 6-star mission. Senior brother? The disciple continues fearfully. Are you sure 6-star missions are terrifyingly difficult? It will definitely take a lot of time. Xingchen sulks, determined. I just want to be away for a while. Don't tell me you don't know the reason. I saw you when all the commotion happened. The disciple says leisurely, hitting the nail on the head. We're just promoting the sect style, not afraid of big trouble when watching the fun. And your business with junior sister Huier is indeed big. Moreover, aren't those inter-sect senior brothers the most active? Xingchen folds his arms and shouts. Don't mention those guys to me again. They betrayed me just to watch the fun. The disciple mentions the rule. But this mission requires 5 disciples to accept it. Just then, a voice rings out from afar. Xingchen, it just so happens that we're short one person. What catches his eye is Zuichi, the real deal. Qing Yang, seemingly also the real deal. Wu Di, probably isn't that free. Meng Ying is still young, probably doesn't know much. Xingchen is excited. Most importantly, there's no Su Xiaomo. At the Black Dragon Evil Sect, Xingchen carefully analyzes. A 4th-rate evil sect on the border of southern wilderness continent, using human blood as the basis for cultivation, practicing evil arts, killing people without hesitation. Currently, all that's known is their sect master is a martial emperor. The sect has few disciples, probably not more than 100, but each and every one has extraordinary combat power. Looks like it's a sect that follows the elite route. Noticing an arm poking him, Xingchen asks, Meng Ying, what's the matter? The little brat excitedly recounts. Xingchen Gage, recently I saw the shattering bone fist art of the demonic sect. There are some things I don't understand about the operation of this cultivation method. Qingyang Gage and Wudi Gage said, you're the biggest trash in the ancient heresy sect. Trash and the shattering bone grand art have some similarities. Can you help me study it? Xingchen glares at the bunch in front of him. What the hell? Daring to talk bad about me behind my back. But when he realizes that the numbers aren't there, and the level isn't either, one can't win or lose, and the other simply can't beat him. Xingchen swallows his anger. I'll endure those 2 idiots not understanding anything. Xingchen, what's wrong? Suddenly very angry, not saying anything. How strange. This kid's mood has been unstable recently. Meng Ying must stay away from him. Zui Qi throws the pig down and says, Ignore him, Meng Ying, come here. Didn't you want to show off your cooking skills that you learned from Dudu? Meng Ying gives him a thumbs up, expressing her praise. The group goes to a desolate and ruined place. Xing Chen observes, speaking. This Black Dragon evil sect is too vicious. Ever since getting close to their territory, every village is desolate and empty. Desolate and empty, this is completely a ghost village. There are no people or animals left. Qing Yang frowns and reports. There are signs of battle. It seems that southern wilderness continent also has sects that don't like their way of doing things. That's strange. There's not a single drop of blood at the scene of the battle. Woody also discovers a similar anomaly. Not only is there no blood, but there's also no smell of blood here. The blood control of this Black Dragon evil sect is not simple. Qing Yang reminds. Everyone be vigilant. This 6-star mission may be more difficult than expected. Every move is being watched. The man in black hiding behind the tree smiles evilly. You've finally left the ancient heresy sect. I just don't know if I'll get what I want this time. In this dead land there are people. He pauses for a moment, observing from a distance, then jumps down, saying aimlessly. In this dead land, there are people. I don't know if he's here for the Black Dragon evil sect or the ancient heresy sect. A pair of eyes emerges from the bushes, watching attentively. Qing Yang carefully assesses the man in black. Not bad luck. Luckily they are concentrating manpower. We can easily eliminate their living forces. Xing Chen is extremely speechless. Is this the battle tactic that the sect master taught you? It feels like stealing. Qing Yang warns him. Xing Chen, the sect master is petty. You can't say that in front of him. The sect master has already named this move. I remember it's called. Qing Yang takes out several cannons, cheering excitedly. The battle tactic of fear, arising from insufficient firepower. He laughs, telling everyone to load as many bullets as possible. Starting to accumulate energy, the cannons begin to load. The group below also feels a little strange. Do you feel a little hot? The person next to him asks back. Or is it because you haven't drunk human blood for a long time, and the cultivation method is unbalanced? The long-haired man starts looking around. Indeed, people within 100 miles have been almost completely killed, but it's only been 3 days since I haven't drunk. It shouldn't be like this. Then he discovers in a daze. Hallucinations, seeing 9 suns. Before he could confirm, the cannon fired down, sending them flying, creating a magnificent explosion. The 4 talents proudly say. The first step is completed. Next is to eliminate evil at its root. Dust and debris everywhere. Finally, Xing Chen's silhouette appears, looking kinda surprised. Damn, the power of Italian cannons ain't no joke. 1 volley and the whole Black Dragon evil sect is leveled. Xing Chen starts investigating, can't sense any living peeps, but something feels off. Wait, hold up, didn't Woody say something about this? So many dead. But why can't I smell any blood? Suddenly, a stream of blood trickles out from a corner, catching his attention. Boom! Rocks are blasted away. A figure sits there all smug. This creep is whispering to himself, all excited. The blood of sect disciples has way more energy. I've been wanting a good chug for ages, but I treat my disciples like my own kids, you know? Couldn't bring myself to do it. But today's my lucky day, finding you first. Xing Chen strolls over, all casual. Thanks to generous guys like you, my wish is coming true. Xing Chen hoists up a boulder, yelling, Today's your lucky day, pal. He launches a superpowered kick. Eternal Night Xing Chen. Have a nice trip to the afterlife. But the dude doesn't even flinch, just says, I'm the sect leader of the Black Dragon evil sect. He turns into smoke, slipping through Xing Chen's defenses. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew finally hear the ruckus. Enemy spotted! Everyone move out! Zuiji, all serious. If they survive that artillery barrage, they're no pushovers. Seeing the massive crater, he deduces, looks like a fierce battle. Wonder if it's Xing Chen or Woody who's facing the enemy. A fist bursts out of the smoke, but Zuiji swiftly blocks it. But he feels something weird. This power. Xing Chen? His eyes are bloodshot, like he's possessed. He's blasting fire at anyone within range. As Zuiji freaks out, Xing Yang swoops in to back him up, his arm brushing against Xing Chen. The result? He's sent flying. Keeping a safe distance, Xing Yang says to Zuiji, Wake up! It looks like Yeshidi got hit by some kind of evil spell. He's the enemy now, not our friend. A black shadow emerges behind Xing Chen. The creepy dude from before smirks. This kid's something else. So young, yet his strength surpasses my old elders. Before today, I might not have been a match. But too bad for you, I just turned the whole sect into a blood buffet, making me just a tad stronger than you lot. After I suck you dry, I'll definitely break through another level. Xing Yang whispers a heads up. Zuiji, let's focus on defense for now, then team up with Woody and figure out how to save Xing Chen. Then Zuiji replies. But his voice is weird. Dashizhong, get out of the way. Xing Yang turns around, confused, and nearly gets squashed by a giant rock. Luckily, Woody shows up and blocks it, dragging Xing Yang away. Xing Yang wants the lowdown from Woody about Xing Chen and the others, but he's already figured it out. They're corrupted by demonic energy, bloodlust taking over. That sect leader is controlling them. The creepy dude controlling Xing Chen and Zuiji chimes in. Controlling? I'm just using the blood demon grand art to put their consciousness to sleep, and I have complete control over their bodies. No sooner does he finish his sentence than he gets a surprise slap from Xing Chen. The freak is confused. AF Xing Chen turns to him and yells, You blood-sucking pervert! What do you think you're doing with my Bei Angniu body? Qingyang, Mengying, and Wudi are overjoyed to recognize him. Bei Angniu, Bai Qian, unleashes her spiritual power, but Angniu, all tied up, panics. Demon! Bai Qian rubs her face, annoyed. The blood demon grand art is supposedly passed down from the upper realm, yet it can't control this little punk. Come to think of it, the first time he cultivated in his sleep, it was a real struggle. I can't for the life of me understand it. And I'm already at martial saint level. Angniu throws a fit. You blood-sucking leech. If you've got the guts, release Angniu GE and I'll teach you a lesson in how to be a human with just one swing of my axe. The freak gets pissed and prepares to smack Angniu, but Zuiji unexpectedly blocks him. This pervert almost had a heart attack. Wait, hold up. How did you also break free from the blood demon grand art? What the hell is wrong with your sect? But seeing the lingering marks in Zuichi's eyes, he's confused. Looks like you're still not free, so why did you take that hit? Wudi pushes the two behind him. A martial saint, huh? Qingyang, watch over Meng Ying. It's been a while since I stretched my bones properly. Only now does the pervert notice him. He hurriedly blocks the incoming blows, sensing the ferocity and power. This force is practically at the martial saint level. How old are you? What the hell is wrong with your sect? When the pervert unleashes his power, Wudi is unimpressed. He rambles a bit. You also cultivate upper realm techniques? Do your sect's records mention the 7 Mysteries Saint Paragon, the strongest powerhouse of all time? According to my sect leader, in this place, he's called Wukong. To better understand the 7 Mysteries Saint Paragon's ultimate techniques, I begged my sect leader to forge a weapon specifically for me, based on the Saint Paragons. Let's test it out on you this time. The staff grows long and thick. Wudi smashes it down towards the pervert. He barely dodges the terrifying weapon. The pervert counters. No matter how strong you are, you're only close to the martial saint level. I'm a genuine martial saint. He unleashes evil energy towards Wudi. Wudi sees Zuichi charging, but his expression is, chill, AF. Trying to sneak attack with a cultivation advantage? The Long sect leader truly has no martial ethics. The Ruyi Jingu Bang is locked and loaded. Wudi fires with one hand, not blocking Zuichi with the other. Dual wielding but still on guard, he notices the subtle change in the evil energy. Wudi praises lightly, your move transition is quite skilled. After blasting Zuichi away, Wudi spins his staff, smirking. Finally, a worthy opponent. The evil energy suddenly turns into juice, splattering everywhere. The pervert assesses seriously. Not simple at all. Holding his own against 2 with ease. Then what if it's 1 against 3? Knowing he's targeting Meng Ying but Qingyang is also restrained, he shouts a warning. Wudi, Meng Ying, be careful, I've also been hit by demonic energy. The pervert laughs triumphantly. In the end, I'm still 1 step ahead. Qingyang's arm is suddenly grabbed. Meng Ying casually sucks all the demonic energy into her mouth. The little tyke swallows it all up, leaving the pervert questioning his existence. What the actual FCK is wrong with your sect? Qingyang is stunned, and he lowers his head, letting go of Meng Ying's hand. Meng Ying, how could you eat something so filthy? Is your stomach okay? But Meng Ying seems to be enjoying it. Not bothered at all. Yummy. After absorbing the demonic energy, my blood cloud heaven remnant scripture is even stronger. The little tyke is happy, and plans to have a few more bites next time. Perhaps her cultivation will increase greatly. Xiao Linye feels that there is something strange about Meng Ying. What is this? That little girl's eyes make me shudder. I feel like I'm the prey. Suddenly, Wudi flies over from afar. Even this kid with incredible combat power doesn't make me feel as threatened as her. Then the two of them start fighting each other. My intuition has never been wrong. I must find an opportunity to eliminate that little girl first. Ye Jingchen is observing from afar. Oh, this fight is truly spectacular. He feels extremely admiration. I wonder when I can be this badass. Immediately after, with his abilities, he binds Ye Jingchen with a blood thread, causing her to exclaim, "This blood is too sticky, how disgusting! How do I get out of here?" But immediately, he retracts his power, and smugly says, "I must devour this demonic energy first, then I can devour your spiritual power." Okay, whatever happens, you're definitely dead today. He threw a punch, but surprise. She dodged it and coldly said, "Your turn, my arch enemy." You'd think she'd retaliate, but instead she shook his hand and said, "What a hero. Thanks for saving me from this pit. You must be a chivalrous warrior, seeing injustice and lending a hand. I, Ye Jingchen, admire heroes like you the most." Turns out, the assassin accidentally saved Ye Jingchen from the hole when he retreated, making her super grateful. He was still confused, like, what's so great about that? But suddenly, Ye Jingchen's attention shifted to his hair. "Oh, you hero, your hair," she exclaimed. That's when he realized and became wary. Crap, my absorption ability. The only downside is my hair keeps turning green. He quickly covered up his flaw. Because of this hair color, I've been mocked too much. Why does green have so many meanings? She's definitely doing this on purpose, just to embarrass me. But unexpectedly, Ye Jingchen praised. "You're so handsome, big bro. I've wanted to dye my hair green for ages. What's your name, big bro?" He didn't expect this at all, so he awkwardly replied, "Well, I'm just average looking. I'm Dai Lu." Ye Jingchen excitedly praised. What a great name. Can you take me on adventures, big bro? I've always felt like a martial arts genius. Oh, how do you dye your hair green? I've used all sorts of herbs, but I can only get it brown, no protagonist vibes at all. Suddenly, Meng Yingguang reached out and hugged Ye Jingchen tightly. Jingchen, a new bro. I'm here to help you get rid of the demonic energy. Confused, she questioned. Little girl, what's with this weird nickname? Suddenly realizing something, Ye Jingchen clenched her fist and growled. You dare to scheme against me, I'll tear you apart. She then punched him, sending him flying. Meng Ying was stunned and asked, Jingchen, where did the person you were talking to get punched off to? Ye Jingchen jumped away and replied. Is anyone there? Meng Ying, protect yourself. I'm gonna help the others. She jumped closer to Zhao Linye and yelled, Long Yu, die. Seeing Ye Jingchen appear, he shouted, Another half-saint. Why is your sect so strange? With your strength in the Starfall continent, there's no way you'd be unknown. Why haven't I heard of your sect? Ye Jingchen and Qingyang casually replied. We're just a couple of the many oddballs in the Eternal Ancient Sect. They then worked together to injure him. But Qingyang sensed something and warned. Something's not right. Xingchen, be careful, he's not dead yet. Zhao Linye gloated. Of course I won't die. Somehow, he had taken control of Meng Ying and said slyly, I didn't expect you two kids to have such incredible fighting power. But now I'm in control. Everyone around him didn't seem to care, even though he was warning them. Everyone back off, or I'll strangle this kid. Hey, I'm threatening you. Unable to bear the humiliation of being ignored, he snapped. Look me in the eyes. You need to show a little respect to me, this demon saint. A soft voice whispered, Okay. Zhao Linye approached Meng Ying and said, You can absorb my demonic energy? You're not so simple, little girl. But the blood demon grand art is the demon emperor's ultimate technique. Let's see how you explode from absorbing demonic energy. He used magic on the kid, taking control of her. Ye Jingchen and Qingyang clenched their teeth in the distance, red flames rising higher and higher, forming a ferocious face. The monster behind the kid chuckled. Sweet? These days, it's hard to find such kind-hearted fools. Linye ignored the kid's satisfied expression and threatened. Are you guys going to retreat or not? Otherwise, I'll make sure this kid dies without a burial place. He bitterly watched the three playing cards. Are you listening to me? Zhao Linye hyped himself up. I've killed countless people. Do you think I wouldn't dare to do it? I just need to use a little strength. But his face suddenly looked haggard. Use strength. Suddenly feeling a little tired, Linye became limp. Could it be I absorbed too much blood essence? Too much of a good thing? His legs gave way. Linye suddenly recognized the terrifying aura in front of him. Is it you? Are you absorbing my demonic energy? He knelt down and begged the kid. Spare me. I will wholeheartedly serve you. Meng Ying points at Li Fan's forehead. A demon saint? His strength barely catches my eye. He smirks. Thanks for sparing my life. I definitely won't betray you. Too bad. Suddenly, the little brat changes her mind. Serving this emperor? You're not worthy. Li Fan's face darkens, feeling immense pressure. Meng Ying straight up lifts him. Just a martial saint dared to attack this emperor. Death is too good for you. Most importantly, with that, Meng Ying immediately uses her power to suck Xiao Li Fan dry, leaving him a dried up husk. The little girl smugly says, You dare touch my brother? Die. This time Meng Ying has completely knocked him unconscious. A teammate picks up Meng Ying and praises. This time we turned the tide, thanks to Meng Ying. Qingyang gives Meng Ying a bright smile. The mission is complete. We can go back and report. Let's summarize this mission. Let's start finding out the weaknesses when attacked. Starting with you, Ye Jingchen. Ye Jingchen happily replies. This weakness cannot be revealed. Their figures gradually disappear down the road. Immediately after, a monk's figure appears in the distance, passing by the place where they just fought. The monk, as if checking, says, Black Dragon Sect? Looking ahead, he continues to mutter. Was it destroyed? However, there's still a lingering evil aura here. The monk gestures and guesses. Both sides in the battle were from the demonic path? Maybe gangs are robbing each other. A faint voice suddenly echoes behind the monk. Isn't that a good thing? Saves us from a fierce battle with the Black Dragon evil sect and getting beaten half to death. Only an idiot like you would risk your life to eliminate demons. The monk retorts. Eliminating demons and safeguarding the world is the undeniable responsibility of us Buddhist disciples. Why cherish this body? All things are impermanent. All is suffering. All phenomena are without self. Nirvana is bliss. Looking into the distance and calculating, the monk says, The demonic cultivators have destroyed the Black Dragon sect, and the aura of evil thoughts is extremely strong. If this demon isn't eliminated, it will definitely bring disaster to the world. The person with him continues to speak. Judging from his remaining breath, he must be at least a Huang-level expert. With your current cultivation, facing him is either death or crippling. He pretends to be helpless. Fine, I know these words can't shake your stubborn Buddhist heart, Yuo. At most, you and I will fall into a Vichy hell. Turns out, the one speaking beside the monk is a spirit cat. She says confidently, This girl will accompany you. The monk suddenly uses his power, seeing the backs of Meng Ying, Qingyang, and Ye Xingchen, but the pressure seems too great. causing him to spit blood. The spirit cat exclaims worriedly, "Dunan, what's wrong? What did you see with your evil-seeing eye?" The monk recoils in fear. "Those aren't demons. They're not demons. It's a demonic dance party." Strange books are placed on the table. "This trip of yours was indeed dangerous, but the books you brought back are also very peculiar." Changxiao looks through them and says, "This blood demon great art claims every word that it's a technique passed down from the demon emperor, and then says it's a technique combined with the upper realm. The upper realm really does exist. This Black Dragon notes directly states that their sect leader, Li Quan, has found the secrets of the continent." He scans each line very carefully. "These starfall imprints are what our myriad ancient sect needs most right now." Who knew? That small evil sect actually had a 1,000-year inheritance. Changxiao recounts the story from back then, when it was the first battle between the righteous and evil factions. He was just a small soldier back then, so he only grabbed the blood demon great art and hurriedly ran away. According to the records of their first sect leader, this blood demon great art was found in a cave abode in Black Mountain Cliff. Everything is described in great detail, but he believes there were more treasures inside the cave abode. But unfortunately, the flames of war were raging at the time, so he had to flee. The story reaches its climax when he later saw the demon emperor single-handedly facing several martial emperors, shattering Black Mountain Cliff. That cave abode was buried deep under the mountain. But after witnessing the demon emperor's techniques, he also became convinced that the blood demon great art originated from the demon emperor's martial arts. Changxiao frowns slightly. This writing style of the first ancestor isn't bad. He should have gone to write Xuanhuan novels instead of becoming an evil cultivator. Where is Black Mountain Cliff? I've never heard of this cave in the southwest Yang province or the surrounding provinces. Qing Yang seriously answers him. Black Mountain Cliff is where the decisive battle of the martial emperors took place in the old days, located in central Zun province. Then he continues to tell. This is also one of the 10 forbidden areas of the Starfall continent. The spiritual power of the martial emperors still lingers in this place, causing the desolate area to stretch for thousands of miles. The weather and spiritual energy have become chaotic. Those who approach this place will either have their bloodline reverse, be seriously injured and incurable, or suffer Kwai deviation and explode. Changxiao sweats while reading. No wonder even the first generation didn't dare to excavate the cave abode even to death. The power of the martial emperor is terrifying. He speculates a bit after reading. However, according to the speculation of the first ancestor of the Black Dragon sect, that cave abode probably belonged to a branch of the demon sect, most likely left behind by the strongest expert of the demon sect. The masked peeps who ambushed us last time had techniques similar to this blood demon. Are they another branch of the demonic sect or what? Dude closes his book, still kinda sus. We know jack shit about those masked guys. Can't squeeze any info out beta them even if we try. Maybe we gotta hit up those ancient ruins again and see if we can find more clues. Then, Heaven pops up on command. Sect leader? He wonders. How's the GU Hall doing in Sun Prefecture? Dude reports, sweating. It's a total grind, TBH. Central Sun Prefecture's got some serious muscle. Power plays everywhere. For a backwater crew like us, Plantain, Roots. There's gonna be a real uphill battle. He smirks. You're the head seat of GU Hall. Your strength's on par with a high-grade Martial King. And GU Hall's got a few Martial King level peeps too. With that kind of firepower, you could start your own sect in Southwest Yang Prefecture. You trying to tell me Martial Kings are a dime a dozen in Central Sun Prefecture, and Martial Emperors are just vibing everywhere? The guy denies it. Nah. Heaven gotta explain. Central Sun Prefecture's in the heart of the Starfall continent. God-tiered heavenly advantages. The martial artists there are cracked. They could easily crush any other prophets. Our guys gotta ask the system. System, did my epic sect just become bottom of the barrel or something? System whines back. Cut me some slack. Map's about to change. Chill. You still got that cheddar. Outside, the sky's still blue. White clouds driftin' over the roof tiles. Changxiao announces with the confidence of a Chad. My myriad ancient sect disciples are strong AF, built like tanks. We've got spirit beasts everywhere, even sacred beasts, and we're swimming in spirit ore, rich AF. So we gotta expand to Central Sun Prefecture too. He's talking to some random dude still trying to sell his wares. Old dude's giving advice. Based on my and Dejun's years of experience, the myriad ancient sect's strong but not solid enough. Charge in solo into Central Sun Prefecture, you're gonna get eaten alive by those powers there. People there only respect the OG, rawest laws of nature. His white eyebrows furrow. But you gotta watch out. Sect leaders' magical pills are the ultimate bait for attracting allies. But bait can also attract giant monsters. Old dude draws in the sand. So we gotta give the pills to someone strong and trustworthy, someone who buys and sells transparently. You guys ain't got enough juice yet. Your strength's only enough to cover Southwest Yang Prefecture, and even that's pushing it. But Changxiao's still worried. I'm afraid those guys will get schemed against for those spirit pills. FR. I wouldn't dare let them auction off high-grade pills, like mid-grade healing pills, or chi gathering pills. The old man reminds him. With my knowledge, even in Central Sun Prefecture, these pills could cause a storm. So our best partner needs to be unmatched in power. We don't have many options. Old dude's finger draws the character Tang in the sand. Jun and I are rock solid. The best choice is Central Sun Prefecture, the Tang family. Wei Lao acts like this is a big deal. The Tang family is the #1 merchant family in the Starfall continent, no cap. Generations of business. Saying they're richer than a country is an understatement, he adds. Rumor has it their wealth rivals the entire southwest Yang Prefecture. They got the dough and the muscle to protect it. The Tang family's martial strength rivals the top sects. So the Tang family is also known as, both of them say at the same time, the Tang Sect. Old man's shocked. Rare. Sect leader? You know about them? Our boy shivers. Heard the name for years. Wonder if they use a lot of poison? Old dude strokes his beard, thinking, poison? Never heard that. They mainly deal with spirit stones. The biggest spirit stone empire in the whole Starfall continent. Based in Qingyang City. The bank you use to exchange spirit stones for money is theirs. Changxiao laughs through the pain. LMAO. I thought having a spirit stone mine was something to brag about. Turns out they run the whole damn bank. Still, our guy's still sus. But they're a huge, respected family. How do we contact them and talk business? Am I supposed to go find the shopkeeper? But I doubt I can reach the head of the Tang family. Wei Lao, don't you have some old flames in the Tang family? Old dude shakes his head. Not for that reason. I just got some new intel. He's getting more certain. Looks like there is an old flame in the Tang family. The Tang sect's second young master from the main line of this generation is on his way to southwest Yang Prefecture. Seems like he's checking up on the shops. Wei Lao drops some important info. This guy's got a good rep, outstanding business skills. The current Tang family head values him a lot. Rumor is, he's one of the top contenders for the next family head. If we show him how cracked our pills are, it'll have double the effect. Our guy thinks it over. Sounds like a good chance. Maybe they'll hit up Skyward City first. We can wait for him there. But one of the heirs? Tang family got a lot of heirs? Old dude smirks smugly. Tang family's got a lot of branches, but as far as I know, there are 9 candidates for the next family head. Each of them's a dragon among men. Skilled in martial arts or business. Top-tier geniuses. Old dude's given him the rundown. The Tang family head will train and test these guys, then choose one. Changxiao tilts his head, thinking, 9 dragons seizing the throne. I've got a bright idea. Looks like we don't just need to work with the Tang family. Who we work with is important. One wrong move, and we'll get caught up in their succession war. He narrows his eyes slightly. I gotta check this Tang family's second young master out, see if he's the right partner. Then we roll out. If this guy's good, we can help him out a bit. Tang family's gonna be our closest ally. Not far away, someone's luxury carriage is on its way. Second master, we're almost at Skyward City. The horse driver reports. Something showed up on the road. Looks like another place that isn't marked on the map. The guy inside asks, where? He retells. A weird sign. Points to somewhere other than 10,000 Beast Valley. But the sign looks freshly written. Ink's still wet. Tang Ren smirks mysteriously. Purple lightning thunder howling little dragons. He says from inside the carriage. You guys aren't some nameless small sect anymore. Xiao Man's stand-in, next to Changxiao, confused AF, sect leader. Aren't we supposed to be ally? With the Tang family? So why are we ambushing them here? Our guy raises his hand. Shushin, her, face looking, real sus. Of course, it's to scout our partner. Changxiao's smile is getting straight up evil. You only see a person's true colors in a crisis. If we want to work with the Tang family, best to work with their top dog or the next heir. I'm setting up the little dragon crew here. Consider it a mini trial. See if this second Tang is worth working with. Compared to Buddha's 81 tribulations, this trial's child's play. He's scheming as he looks at the carriage. Strength, decisiveness, planning ability, calm response. I believe in the face of sudden danger, I can probe his true nature. Hope he doesn't disappoint me. The guy inside pulls back the curtain, smirking. What I just said? Pass it down, no mistakes. The other guy replies right away, yes. But your subordinate's a little confused. The covered dude gives his opinion. Second master's always been calculatin'. He predicted we'd run into gale wolves and other fierce beasts. No big deal. But why tell your subordinate not to kill, unless absolutely necessary? The guy still hides his face. Ain't no calculatin', just a bunch of info analyzed and deduced into the inevitable result in the random. Tang Long. You know why I came to this remote southwest Yang prefecture? His subordinate guessed. I remember Master said something about expanding into new markets. Tang Ren directly came forward to chat. That's right, now the business partner also seems to have the same intention to visit this Tang Tang continued. Fourth brother manages the Tang sect's punishment hall. Cold and ruthless. Very much has the aura of the head of the family. Eighth brother is generous with his blessings. Has a reputation for virtue in the family. At least 3 parts of the elders openly support him. Tang Long was a little uneasy. But Tang Ren was worried about someone. But Master you are the direct descendant. With the highest talent in business. Only with Tang sect in your hands can it become the most powerful commercial empire. He also admitted, therefore, I treat 4th brother and 8th brother equally. Whoever has the ability will win. But there is one brother that makes me deeply concerned. The person Tang Ren was worried about was his third brother. In the past 2 years he has suddenly become strange from the bone. Everyone needs stability and persistence to practice martial arts, but he just took a walk, and his strength doubled. Eighth brother relied on external evil forces to subdue the clansmen, but third brother easily won the hearts of the granddaughters, and even the great-granddaughters of the elders. Tang Ren thought so hard that his head hurt, slumped in front of the car door, not to mention bringing a lot of wealth to the family. He went to a ghost market and brought back 4 ancient artifacts and a cultivation manual of a martial emperor. Master Er's face showed obvious worry, with a few beads of sweat. If it goes on like this, we will only become dependent. I can accept defeat honorably, but losing in this weird way, I am not reconciled. Fortunately, I discovered that the myriad ancient sect is also developing at such a strange speed. Tang Ren seemed to have come up with a good plan, stood up and smiled non-stop. When they rose, you also started selling some very magical pills. It is highly likely that it is from that magical sect Master Jun Changxiao hid in the bushes, pleased to have found a suitable partner. I have a hunch. Cooperating with him can help me break the situation. Suddenly, the subordinate outside saw something unusual. There was a change in Master ahead. Tang Ren thought it was Changxiao's people, still smiling brightly without knowing what was going to happen. Sect Master Jun, it seems that your investigation has begun. I will definitely be a partner you are satisfied with. Everyone, get into formation! He hid back in the car, quickly opened a book. According to my understanding of Sect Master Jun, it is very likely that he will let Little Long Long ride the Purple Lightning Thunder Tiger. Then Little Long Long will order to start looting, and the Gale Wolves will cheer around. But that's not what happened, Tang Long warned Master Tang Ren still didn't know that it wasn't Changxiao's people. Not Master the situation is far from your expectations. He was stunned, not understanding the difference. Could it be that the Purple Lightning Thunder Tiger forced Little Long Long onto its back? In front was a group of spirit beasts, only to see 2 animals holding ropes to tighten Fat Tiger's belly. Changxiao hadn't even teased him yet. Fat Tiger squeezed his belly. Not bad. A bit of the aura of Fox Immortal Feng. The guy crossed his arms and muttered, "It's a pity I can't give you a weapon, otherwise the aura would be even stronger." Little Mo hurriedly ran back. "It seems like something important is happening. Sect Master, something's up." He immediately reported what was happening outside. Changxiao didn't understand what was going on. The Tang Sect's convoy had started fighting with a group of men in black. He was? In his head. The Tang Sect is fighting, and we are still practicing here. Who are they fighting with? On this side, the second young master swiftly welcomed them together. What kind of times are these? Are there people who interrupt the looting? These people are no match for Tang Ren. Just a flick of the wrist is enough to take them down. But he realized that something was not quite right. Not a bronze body or iron bones. Wrong! Tang Ren quickly observed. Those who could take his life at any time. Most of them were holding sharp weapons. Wrong! He shouted loudly to let everyone know. Everyone! The other party is not from the myriad ancient sect. No need to show mercy. Tang Ren's subordinates were also reaching their limit. Master the 4 of us have already used up all our strength. The other party is not probing. Countless mysterious people are advancing towards them. 4 martial emperors leading a dozen martial kings, all making killing moves. Tang Ren saw that his subordinates were not doing well, so he asked, "Tanglong, can you hold on?" He hesitated and replied, "Master if you don't expose your backup." Tang came forward to talk to them, wanting to buy some time for his subordinates to recover. "You dare to rush forward even seeing the Tang Sect's banner? Obviously you are targeting me." Tang Ren said seriously, "Being able to mobilize 4 martial emperors at the same time, among my enemies, not many can do it. Can you let Tang die a little more clearly?" Which brother made the move? A masked man whispered, his tone fearless. Tang Ren. Then, he immediately rushed towards Tang Ren. His 4 subordinates immediately stood in front to protect Master Suddenly, an explosion occurred, interrupting his actions. Someone just landed here. A sharp gaze shone in the flames. "We meet again." Changxiao's blood energy was summoned. A bunch of dark sect mongrels. Changxiao greeted Tang Ren first. "Although the way we met is not what I expected, the result is not bad at all." He turned back to inform, looking at Tang Ren with a firm gaze. "If the dark sect wants to kill you, then you are probably a natural ally of my myriad ancient sect." Seeing Changxiao off guard, the masked man suddenly rushed forward and kicked. But Changxiao was no pushover. He could block it with one hand, causing the ground to shatter. The masked man's tone was extremely contemptuous. "Jun Changxiao of the myriad ancient sect. The sect master once specifically tasked me with killing you. My luck is not bad, to let you fall into my hands." Changxiao was looked down upon and his blood rushed to his head. "Advanced martial emperor? Just enough to practice. Seems like your relationship with your intelligence agency isn't very good, huh? Otherwise they would have told you that I am already—" He waved his hand and sent the invincible martial emperor flying into the sky. The masked man regretted and screamed. One of his legs was burned. "Those damn dogs! They lied to me!" This Jun's strength is almost approaching a half-saint. The masked man tried to put out the fire. Why can't this fire be extinguished? Changxiao continued to rush in with that special fire. Using the spiritual energy in your body as fuel for the 10 great sacred fires, it won't go out until it burns you completely. The masked dude is engulfed in flames, knowing he's toast. He shouts, "No way, I'm just a pawn!" Li Yongxiao, hope you can still laugh when you get back to your sect. He spills the beans with his last breath, and Yongxiao is genuinely surprised. Besides us four, today's dark sect raid has 6 martial emperors and a semi-saint. Who in your sect can stand against that? The flames are raging, and this guy wants to drag Yongxiao to hell with him. With me! He grabs Yongxiao's arm and self-destructs out of nowhere. Yongxiao's like, "Damn, that was a cheap self-detonation." Tang Ren yells Yongxiao's name. Tang Er's men quickly pull him away. Yi, fall back! A massive explosion rocks the area. Tang Ren's worried about Li Yongxiao, warning everyone to be wary of a martial emperor's self-destruction. Even Sect Master Li will be heavily injured. Get ready for rescue, and watch out for the remaining 3 martial emperors. Right after, Tang Ren hears a familiar voice. Looks like Tang Ergongzi knows quite a bit about us, but not enough. Li Yongxiao emerges from the smoke, his clothes burnt to a crisp, but not a scratch on him. Stronger than Italian firecrackers. Shook my inner sanctum a bit. Made me a little sore. But you need to be several times stronger to seriously wound me. Yongxiao's basking in his glory, when suddenly 3 black-robed figures rush him from 3 directions. Even though he's ambushed, Yongxiao ain't no chump. He blocks all 3 attacks solo. Suddenly, one behind him starts glowing, and Yongxiao is on high alert. Another huge explosion, just like the last self-destruct. Yongxiao takes 2 explosions head-on, but feels sorry for the guy. Cultivating to martial emperor ain't easy. I just said one thing, and he self-destructed without hesitation. He comes down to circulate his inner energy. Qiang Kun, 9 imprints. Inner Wrath imprint. This dark sect is crazy strong, and just plain crazy. It's over. Tang Ren finally rushes over. Sect Master Lai, are you okay? He survived 2 explosions like it's nothing. He frantically climbs down into the crater. I have Tang Clan's secret medicine. It can treat serious external injuries. Yongxiao takes the pill, giving Tang Ren a glimpse into his world. Tang Clan's secret medicine? No thanks. I overheard Ergongzi. You're here for my pill franchise, right? Perfect timing for a demo. He pops the pill. I'm a martial emperor, so even a mid-grade healing pill can't fully heal me, but the spiritual energy will help. I'll use a chi gathering pill. Yongxiao swallows the pill. A surge of power explodes, stirring up all the spiritual energy in the heavens. Tang Ren feels the overwhelming power from Yongxiao. Sect Master Li's power is even stronger than before the fight. He starts schmoozing. Gongzi, is this pill? Yongxiao boasts. Good enough for the Tang clan? But Tang Neon reminds him. This pill can instantly replenish a martial emperor's consumption. It's a miracle medicine even in central main continent. But Sect Master Li, shouldn't you hurry back to your sect to fight? I have 4 people who can hold off Ye, so you don't have to worry. My myriad antiquity sect might not be strong in other aspects, but we're confident in protection and security. The guy reluctantly agrees. Though it sounds a bit strange, I'll take your word for it. Is that hair your side effect of the chi gathering pill? In front of the myriad antiquity sect, a group of people in full black robes appear. These guys are all wearing weird masks, declaring loudly, "We are the dark sect, here to wipe out your sect. Vice Sect Master really thinks highly of you." The leader of the masked weirdos sees the myriad antiquity sect guards and has to comment. An old geezer, a newbie punk, and someone playing with a pet. Only a few people guarding the gate. The myriad antiquity sect is way too lax. You guys are pretending to be weak. You won't even know how you died. A dark sect subordinate chimes in. Saint, they're just a bunch of old crooks, no need for you to take action. He charges forward, yelling, "Blame yourselves for choosing the wrong sect and provoking the dark sect." Really? A voice replies. The old geezer the dark sect dissed is now holding a broom to his neck, catching the subordinate off guard. Bing Di twirls his broom. The subordinate collapses, his hands frozen solid. The old geezer gives the subordinate a disdainful look. A measly martial emperor wants to wipe out my myriad antiquity sect? Trash. The subordinate regrets it. I was careless. I'd expect you to be a master. I'm a martial emperor of the dark sect. I can easily defeat you in an instant. Seeing the subordinate still running his mouth while dying, the old geezer freezes him in one move. He was noisy before, but now he's completely encased in ice. Bing Di clicks his tongue. Oops, looks like I froze him a bit too much. This trash's area just got bigger. The leader witnessed the old geezer's performance but is still unimpressed. I misjudged you, old man. But even if you have some strength, the ground under his feet starts to ripple like a lake. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 martial emperors behind him immediately rushed to besiege the old dude. 5 martial emperors can hold you up for a while. The Supreme Elder's intention was to have these martial emperors hold the old guy back, so he'd have time to prepare. And in that short amount of time, the leader's hands spewed out some kind of mysterious power, enough for this old man to level the entire Thich Sun. The Supreme Elder let him play around with his subordinates as he pleased. You just take your time dealing with these martial emperors. Aren't you the Supreme Elder of the Wan Ji Yu sect? Watch your sect turn to ashes. Bing Di just chuckled while changing his stance. This old man is just a trash collector, only responsible for cleaning up trash. The Supreme Elder frantically released demonic energy, but there's someone else guarding the gate. The leader's destructive power was immense, directly destroying everything in its path. Wudi couldn't watch anymore. He stood up. A red ball appeared between his hands. 7 mysteries, huh? The ball grew larger and unleashed a move. An extremely powerful beam. Kwang Ah! Wudi's move directly shattered the leader's seemingly storm-like power. The Supreme Elder was disheveled, utterly confused. My full-force attack was shattered instantly. Who is it? Who made the move? He began to doubt the old guy's power, turning to see him sweeping something. Could it be that this old geezer is stronger than I thought, resolving the 5 martial emperors so quickly? Huh? Where are my 5 martial emperors? It turned out that Bing Di was cleaning up trash at this time. Hearing him speak, the leader could only shut up. You guessed right, the 5 martial emperors weren't even enough to warm me up, but I didn't want to hinder Big Bro from showing his passionate love for the sect. Hearing this terrifying old man call someone Big Bro, the Supreme Elder couldn't help but feel scared. Big Bro, does your Wan Ji Yu sect have another Supreme Elder? He looked miserable, looking towards the sect entrance. Oh, such a young Big Bro, are you surnamed Da, given name Ge? The leader's will was still extremely strong. Even if I face the 2 of you at the same time, I will absolutely not give up resisting. Huh? Why did you sit down? Wudi pouted, his attitude extremely disdainful towards the opponent. A half-saint, wanting both me and old Icehead to make a move? You think you're that lucky? The Supreme Elder was extremely angry because he was looked down upon. I'd rather die than be humiliated. He was so angry that he didn't think much, quickly rushing towards Wudi like a moth to a flame. Wudi remained calm as ever. Want to die early? Still commendable for your courage, though. The Supreme Elder pretended to launch a move towards Wudi, but in reality he had other intentions. Seeing that he couldn't bully those 2 big shots, he turned to use the little brat to threaten him. Let's see if I can catch this little one. If you don't obediently surrender, that guy is slacking off, dare to not go all out, I won't forgive you. Meng Ying was still innocently clueless, making the leader think he caught a great prize. Alright, the little brat then unleashed her move, beating the guy so bad he lost his shape, making the leader look extremely miserable, regretting that he underestimated them. Wan Ji Yu sect is unexpectedly so terrifying. The Supreme Elder still refused to submit. He stood up, determined to injure them. Even if you're stronger, my self-detonation at the half-saint level can heavily injure you, he shouted loudly, preparing to unleash his final move. Dark sect forever! Suddenly a lion head appeared behind him. The leader didn't understand what was happening. The lion swallowed the Supreme Elder whole in one bite. Wudi standing outside even clapped. Good kitty. Too bad the last guy who could give us info has become a wet rag. The mysterious Yu was extremely angry after hearing the Dark Sect's sect leader recount the events. Wait a minute, let me sort this out. You mean your assassination failed? And now you want me to pay even more compensation? He flared up, stood up, and slammed his hand on the table, facing the other party's anger. The Dark Sect's sect leader remained calm. Are you kidding me? Tang Ren only has 4 martial emperors by his side. Didn't you investigate thoroughly before making a move? Not to mention those 4 martial emperors. Perhaps they're not as simple as they seem. In addition, the sect leader added, your second brother got involved with the Wan Ji Yu sect, causing us to lose 11 martial emperors and 1 half-saint. The mysterious person calmed down. The 2 continued to discuss. A small sect, in an outer county with such power, truly noteworthy. Wan Ji Yu sect is even stranger than you think. But your money won't be wasted. Dark Sect will be a solid ally when you deal with them. The mysterious person's smile gradually became inhuman. He had already planned his next move. In the Starfall continent, everyone outside Zhongzongju are just ants, second brother. Ah, don't really think that a sect in an outer county can help you turn the tables, huh? The Lin family's selection of the next head is approaching, and he's desperately searching for any means. Tang Ren acted as if he was all that. I bet a small sect like Wan Ji Yu sect has never heard of the Dragon-Tiger struggle. Changxiao's face froze. So tell me, what is this Dragon-Tiger struggle you just mentioned? Tang Ren explained to Changxiao, and he finally understood. Like the Genius Rankings, it's a ranking of young experts. The Dragon-Tiger struggle is a ranking of the continental sects on the Starfall continent, held once every 5 years in Zhongzongju, and is also considered a major event of the entire continent. Forgive me, this seed is incompetent, only in grasping continental information. I am ignorant. Changxiao pondered deeply. The Dragon-Tiger struggle takes place once every 5 years, and the updates aren't very timely, huh? It seems we recently successfully challenged the Baihei Holy Sect, a second-rate sect, so we should be on the rankings, right? Hearing this, Tang Ren's face and tone suddenly became serious. Second-rate. It seems that the sect leader truly doesn't know anything about the Continental Grand Event. Only first-rate sects are eligible for the rankings. Tang Ren continued to explain on the large map. Zhongzongju is the center of the Starfall continent. With abundant spiritual energy, countless sects compete here, and those who stay are extremely powerful. It can be said that only first-rate sects can stand firm in Zhongzongju. Tang Erjia continued to tell Changxiao what could be achieved by becoming the champion. Sects that have been on the Dragon-Tiger struggle rankings have never appeared outside of Zhongzongju. Moreover, once at the top, the sect can not only become famous throughout the continent, but also, for some unknown reason, in the following year, the spiritual energy of the sect that wins first place will increase sharply, so dense that it is unimaginable. Changxiao was still unmoved by these benefits. Is this the dragon-tiger struggle, or the god's investiture? How can it still trigger celestial phenomena with so many benefits? Aren't you afraid that some sects will use dirty tricks? Like assassination or ambushes before the battle? Tang Ren replied. Really, no one dares to do that. Although I don't know who it is, someone is monitoring to ensure that the dragon-tiger struggle takes place normally. Tang Erjia started his story with an ancient example. Hundreds of years ago, a sect used every trick in the book to win the championship. But after they entered the finals, the entire sect was razed to the ground overnight. It was a top-tier sect, yet it vanished without a trace. So within the Tang clan we have a saying, the dragon-tiger brawl. He emphasized the last 4 words. Has someone above it. Hearing this, Changxiao gathered everyone in the main hall. He Wudi was still playing with the cat below. Changxiao stood solemnly and announced. In short, based on Tang Ergongzi's suggestion, if we want to make a name for ourselves in Zhongzunjiao, the best way is to win the dragon-tiger brawl. Tang Ren sensed something was off and turned to Changxiao blankly, but he twisted it into advice. Win the championship? Sect leader Jun. I only suggested you participate for the experience. And strive for a good ranking next time. Hear that? Tang Ergongzi doesn't believe in us. So I'll give you guys special training before the brawl. Inner disciples. Gather at the back mountain bone-piercing cliff in 1 hour. After everyone dispersed, Tang Ren pulled Changxiao aside, confused, and said, But, Changxiao, isn't thinking about winning the championship a bit hasty? After all, those top-tier sects are very strong. I've heard about them. Changxiao was confident. Don't worry, Tang Gongzi. With enough effort, even iron can be ground into a needle. We gotta aim high. Changxiao held a ring in his hand. Within this spatial ring are the elixirs I've prepared this time. As he spoke, he tossed the ring to Tang Erjia. Tang Ren unexpectedly received 10,000 Shi-gathering pills, 1,000 wound-healing pills, 1,000 detoxification pills, and 1,000 Han Feng swords. Tang Gongzi can try selling them. Tang Ren opened one of the swords to examine it, and was surprised. Unexpectedly, the Myriad Ages sect has artifact forging talents. Sect leader Jun. Don't expect too much, because the high-end weapon market in Zhongzunjiao is almost monopolized by Grandmaster Fan. Tang Ren pulled out a dagger for Changxiao to see. Like the dagger in my hand, it's a product of Grandmaster Fan, and it costs 100,000 spirit stones, even difficult to buy. Tang Ren tried using the sword Changxiao gave him to cut the dagger. It was incredibly sharp. Anyone struck would bleed non-stop. Sect leader Jun. Just try it, you'll know with a light touch. Unexpectedly, the dagger was cut in half in the blink of an eye. Tang Ren couldn't believe his eyes. Tang Erjia found his true love. Even better than that dagger. There are 1,000 divine weapons in that ring? No need for auction. Our Tang clan will voluntarily buy them all. Still, auction a few to create a reputation, and you can handle the rest as you see fit. Changxiao turned back and smirked, his swagger reaching the sky. Grandmaster Fan? Just the lowest standard of our Myriad Ages sect's armory. An hour later, everyone gathered as Changxiao had said. Sect leader, are we really going to participate in the Dragon-Tiger Brawl? What? Scared already? Qing Yang chuckled happily, recounting the story. Changxiao didn't expect such a thing. My father said that if I can participate in the Dragon-Tiger Brawl, as long as I don't perform too badly, he'll allow me to marry anyone I want. He won't interfere. The Dragon-Tiger Brawl has such status in the Starry Cloud continent? The Myriad Ages sect disciples chimed in. Changxiao was also shocked after hearing this. Of course! The patriarch said that just participating will earn me a dedicated page in the family genealogy. My dad said if I get a ranking, he'll buy me fruit every year on Father's Day. My grandma said if I participate in the Dragon-Tiger Brawl, she can enshrine my spirit tablet in the ancestral hall while I'm still alive. The former city lord seemed to have said, if I just achieve a ranking, he'll reward me with 500,000 taels of stone. Holy crap, is the Dragon-Tiger Brawl the Xiangxia Olympics? Chang Zhao Dan Zhao thought. Looks like I underestimated the influence of the Dragon-Tiger Brawl, but this also proves how difficult the competition is. Despite the difficulty, Chang Zhao still boosted everyone's morale. Heroes from all over the continent will compete in the Dragon-Tiger Brawl. Although our strength is extraordinary, and we all have our own strengths, there may be someone who can defeat us, even in our own strengths. Never underestimate the heroes of the world. Changxiao grinned wickedly, put his hands in his pockets, and created something. So I will put you through the most rigorous training to obtain the greatest strength, the secret realm of life and death. A mysterious portal opened before everyone's eyes. Suddenly, a notification screen appeared in front of Changxiao. Changxiao was stunned. Please choose the difficulty level of the secret realm of life and death. Easy mode, normal mode, hard mode. There's even a difficulty selection? Like a game, huh? Sect leader Jun doesn't want to make things too difficult for everyone. For the first playthrough, let's play it safe and choose easy mode. As soon as he selected it, everyone was immediately pulled into the portal. After being pulled into a certain space, Changxiao staggered to his feet, warning everyone. Disciples, be careful. I've never experienced this secret realm either. I don't know what strange things will appear. Su Xiaomo saw something strange appearing above the sect leader's head, but Changxiao still didn't understand what was happening. Sect leader, what's on your head? What is that? There's also a Buddha statue behind you. It's red. An HP bar appeared above Changxiao's head, displaying his current health, with a huge Buddha statue behind him. Changxiao was still blank. not understanding anything. After a while, he recognized the health bar. Changxiao felt it was a bit exaggerated, and was a little scared of such a large Buddha statue. System, are you opening a game instance for us? It's just easy mode, you don't need to bring out Buddha, do you need to exaggerate like that? Changxiao prepared to make a move, but the system remained calm. Rest assured, I know your strength, okay? Observe carefully. The secret realm of life and death is very helpful for your cultivation. The Buddha statue looked like it could speak. Changxiao listened and noticed something. Observe carefully. Even though the Buddha statue isn't moving, the health bar seems to be shaking. Suddenly, something was climbing on the shoulder of the Buddha statue. It turned out to be a mouse, but it didn't look friendly. A name appeared above its head. Wei Jin, mouse. It immediately rushed towards Changxiao, screaming as it charged, looking very scary. But Changxiao didn't care at all. He stood still with his hands in his pockets, because he knew someone would rush up. Ye Xingchen. Xingchen knocked it out with one punch, probably at the martial king level, but it felt a bit hard to the touch. A peak martial king might only be able to contend with it. Xingchen still looked down on this training space of the sect leader, but Changxiao didn't blame him. He could only sense this demon around here. Sect leader. The intensity of this trial isn't even as good as the trial tower. You don't understand how the wild monsters spawn, I don't blame you. Before he finished speaking, hundreds of such monsters appeared around them. But your kick low-key activated this whole life and death secret realm thing, and these MFS are all super aggressive, ready to throw hands with anyone. And out of nowhere, in this rat pack, this one rat shows up, with a tag floating over its head. Wei Jin Rat Elite. Looks like we got a mini-boss here. It lets out this super intimidating squeak. Then the simp rats below charge straight at Changxiao's crew. That's when everyone finally gets what the sect leader was saying, and they brace for impact. Yu Hua throws up a shield, sword at the ready. Li Yunhua and some other disciple take point, shielding everyone else. The rat horde just swarms forward, locked on their prey. The boss rat squeaks again, and the little rats echo it, all hyped up, charging at the Yuhua bros. Seeing this, Zhu Hong and his sword just start slicing and dicing. He's surfing on rat heads, and the moment his sword play's done, he dives straight into the rat pile. Mid-air, Zhu Hong spinning like a Beyblade, eyes blazing red. One strike, and he's ready to send these rats to the Shadow Realm. Safe landing. Changxiao and Xing Chen are super proud of Zhu Hong right now. That one move alone took out at least 30 metal-devouring rats. Zhu Hong's a freakin' genius swordman for real. He claims to be number 2 swordman. Facts. Right now, Zhu Hong's face-to-face with the boss rat, but he seems kinda tired. Opportunity for his teammate to shine. I'll recharge first, you go. His teammate doesn't hesitate, charging forward with a little knife. Do fu ding knife skill, move 1. He swings this super powerful chop at the boss rat, but this ain't no ordinary rat. He keeps hacking away, but it ain't doing SHT. No wonder it can command beasts strong enough to snatch martial kings. Turns out, it's a martial emperor. Seeing that the little knife ain't cutting it, he supersizes that BTCH. Then tastes the knife skills I honed in the 10,000 ancient kitchen. He throws down a seriously heavy slash on the boss rat, and the damage looks insane. Seeing that his teammate's ultimate move didn't cleave the rat in two, Zhu Hong jumps in for the assist. Let me help you! Zhu Hong lets out a yell, and together they slice the boss rat in half with their sword skills. Everyone in the sect is showering them with praise. Zhu Hong, Ma Yongning, well done. With that elite monster out of the picture, the rest of the Wei Jin rats are just a bunch of chumps. Changxiao thinks this level is way too easy for his sect. Too bad none of us got a chance to throw down. This easy difficulty setting's still too weak. Even if you added a few more elite rats, it wouldn't be enough for us to share the spoils. The system, feeling disrespected, summons another pack of brown rats to get revenge on him. Oh, remember that arrogance of yours. Seeing a horde of brown rats appear before him, Changxiao's already regretting his words. Father, I admit I was a little loud just now. On top of one of the rats is a tiny old man, puffing on a cigarette. Coming to my dojo, slaughtering my followers. You, Changxiao, ain't afraid of gold-devouring rats. But I'm low-key curious about this mini-boss. Damn, he can even talk like a human. This mini-boss is sentient. The mini-boss orders them to attack, and everyone can only go all out to defeat them. Crap! The giant rats are also taking orders from their master, charging at the 10,000 ancient sect. Changxiao smirks, all cocky. A puny martial emperor dares to stand in my way. Qiankun 9 imprints. He throws down a move that leaves the rats as nothing but bones. Outer lion seal. Finally, he can say that line from Lord Guan. Still got juice, he rushes towards the mini-boss. Time for you rat bastards to pay the ultimate price. The rat mini-boss calmly takes a puff of his cigarette. Turns out he's charging up his ultimate move. He blows out a puff of smoke, and Changxiao gets blasted away. Zhu Gutong. This power is insane. Changxiao got blown away and slammed into the cave wall. He's getting serious. Mouth bleeding. System, you're being savage, turning easy mode into a freaking martial saint. He starts analyzing, looking for weaknesses. That wind of his can tear me apart, can't face it head on. But he's just sitting on that elite rat. Is his lower body the problem? Finally found it. Guess the system has some conscience. Half-saint and martial saint are worlds apart. With two half-saints like me and Wu Dai, taking down a peak martial saint is a pipe dream. He's worried about his disciples. How are the other disciples doing? Those dozens of martial king level gold devouring rats. Their bone armor must be at its limit. The rats are still crazy aggressive. A Wan Ji Sect disciple facing one alone. Two dragon silhouettes appear on his back, coiling around. He yells and starts spinning the rat like roasting meat. Dragon Claw Ban Yuok! Xiao Mo jumps into the air, making the rat look up all googly-eyed. He slams his foot down, and the rat screams in pain. Let me help you! Soft lifelock. Xiao Mo sees Changxiao watching, signals that everything's fine. Using such a dirty move so shamelessly, not even embarrassed, but proud. Xiao Mo really has my style. Li Shangtian and Sima Zhongda are coordinating, taking down a gold-devouring rat together. Seeing them working so well, Changxiao is relieved. Li Shangtian, Sima Zhongda, even Martial King-level disciples can handle the gold-devouring rats together. Killing them might be tough, but surviving is no problems. Suddenly, Changxiao sees someone in danger and rushes to help. Oh crap, before he can get there, someone tough stands in his way. You want to hurt my junior brother? You gotta get through me first. Seeing someone else holding it back, he one-shots the rat with a "you're already dead" move. Changxiao is totally relieved. If the disciples are safe, I can focus on the dark gold-devouring rat. Now he can fully concentrate on beating the mini-boss. Changxiao speeds up, running around the mini-boss. Using cloud steps, he's like a clone. One person unleashing 3 different moves. Spirit armor, body double. Then he slams a powerful blow on the mini-boss's head. Triple severance! After the attack, Changxiao still hears a voice in the dust. Mortal eyes can't track my movements. You're talented. The voice is looking down on Changxiao. Too bad you're just a half-saint using such powerful moves. Changxiao can't believe he survived his ultimate attack. That mini-boss quickly punches a huge hole in his disciple's chest, and Changxiao can only scream in despair. The system says coldly, get used to it, some things you need to adapt to. The mini-boss somehow surpassed Changxiao, and there's blood from a Wanji Sect disciple on his hand. Weird. Only a martial king. While the mini-boss is muttering, behind Changxiao, Xing Chen and He Wudi rush in, but their spirit energy only reached the martial king realm. But the intensity of physical strength touched the edge of half-saint. Are you all this weird? He Wudi throws an angry punch, but the mini-boss easily dodges it. He Wudi and Changxiao attack together, but the mini-boss is chill. Half-saints, finally someone worth my time. But a martial saint, the mini-boss says, flying right through them. Changxiao is speechless. He Wudi can't hold back tears. You can't beat him. The mini-boss is small, but his power is immense. Changxiao and He Wudi are exhausted. No wonder he's a martial saint, can't even track his movements. Getting hit by a noob like that is so humiliating. He Wudi is annoyed, snarking. A tiger falls into the plains. Xing Chen helps his teammate up. Quick, take some healing pills. Can't open storage rings here, but I happen to bring one. The mini-boss immediately notices the pill in Xing Chen's hand. Without saying much, he zoomed in and snatched it. So you guys weren't panicking about injuries like this because you had a magic pill, huh? Xing Chen got pissed. You little rat, you're playing with fire. Xing Chen tried to grab the pill back with some dark magic, but the mini-boss easily dodged. Interesting, another demi-saint. But kid, you're a bit weaker than the last two. Xing Chen was focusing on getting the pill back. From afar, Changxiao suggested Xing Chen team up with them to take him down. Xing Chen, let's take him down together. Drop the pill, you bastard. The mini-boss was strong, but facing all 3 head-on was a bit tough. These 3 together are a bit annoying. I guess I'll just have to summon those 2 giant rats to hold Changxiao back and deal with He Wudi. Gotta take one out first. He Wudi noticed the mini-boss approaching, but couldn't react in time. I'm screwed. He braced himself for the attack, but Changxiao wasn't about to let his teammate die. He rushed to shield He Wudi. The mini-boss was a bit surprised that Changxiao had beaten those 2 rats so quickly, but the one who shielded He Wudi wasn't Changxiao but Zuiji. No, I'm standing here to take a hit for He Wudi. No one, and I mean no one, can kill anyone from the Eternal Sect in front of me. Not even a martial saint. Even after taking 2 hits from the mini-boss, he still had the strength to knock him away, stalling for the other 2 to prepare. The mini-boss didn't expect this guy to be so durable, using his body to get close to a demi-saint like himself, unleashing purely physical attacks. With a hit like that, even I have to take you seriously, kid. Changxiao and He Wudi got pissed and unleashed their full power, wanting to take him down immediately. My disciple, my brother needs you to take him seriously. The 2 attacked together, creating a massive explosion. On the side, Xing Chen tried to comfort Zuiji. Hang in there, Zuiji. But Zuiji stood still, unmoving. Xing Chen could only stand there, frozen, trembling. Zuiji gradually disappeared, and a sound of shattering glass rang out. Meanwhile, He Wudi and Changxiao attacked the mini-boss like madmen. They didn't care about anything else, just focusing on defeating him. So reckless, all offense and no defense. Are you guys crazy? The mini-boss suddenly felt like a jolt of electricity ran through him. Because you deserve to die. An immense power suddenly surrounded them. Xing Chen appeared out of nowhere, but his power was now far beyond that of the sect leader. Sect leader, Wudi, my body can't handle this power yet. Before fully awakening, he warned the 2. The mini-boss couldn't believe the terrifying power to avoid friendly fire. You 2. Step away a bit. This power. You little brat. How can you possess such power? Xing Chen had now awakened his power to the level of a martial emperor. This is the power of a martial emperor? Xing Chen was furious. I'm just reclaiming the power that was originally mine. But it seems this body can't handle it for too long. Xingchen used his power, strangling the mini-boss who killed Zuiji. But don't worry, before I die, I'll make sure to give you a long and agonizing death. A hand stretched out, as if trying to grab something. The rat-headed humanoid charged forward and delivered a powerful kick. Ye Xingchen was confident and imposing, black energy radiating from him, creating a sense of danger. TSCH. I didn't expect that I'd only awaken my past life's power when you died, but it's fine. My body is about to disappear anyway. He smirked, showing his dominance. With the memories of the eternal sect, my long sleep won't be lonely this time. Not bad, Zuiji. We'll meet again. Congrats on clearing the easy mode of the secret realm of life and death. Xingchen frowned, seriously pondering. Oh, isn't this supposed to be endless darkness? While he was concentrating, Zuiji suddenly spoke, startling him. Xingchen, are you all out? Did you pass the trial? Am I the only one who got eliminated early? Changxiao stood with Qing Yang, closing his eyes and recalling. We only sent our consciousness into the game. Dying there just means getting eliminated early. Yeah, we were so angry about Zuiji's death that we attacked fiercely. Thinking about it now, it's a bit embarrassing. Right, Xing Yang, help me record the new motto of the eternal sect. Changxiao had an idea. Zuiji's sacrifice to heaven, Xingchen's boundless power. I will definitely make all disciples memorize it by heart. Xingchen's sweat dropped, helplessly yelling to get their attention. Hey! A sudden call caught Xingchen's attention. Martial Emperor, huh? He Wudi scoffed. It's not a big deal, but you can keep the #1 spot in the eternal sect for the next few months. I agree. You only showed your Martial Emperor power once in the secret realm. Don't use that power in the real world. It's not worth sacrificing your life for a bit of power. Xingchen glared unhappily. TCH, you're just jealous. He grinned slyly, speaking in a mocking tone. But you've reminded me of something. If I want to fully utilize this power, I need to train harder. I'm the #1 of the eternal sect after all. I have to live up to the name. Changxiao contemplated. Why am I the main character, but the number of times I've ranked first in strength in the sect can be counted on one hand, and most of the time it's thanks to external forces? Xingchen wondered. Sect leader, can I enter this secret realm again to get used to the power? Changxiao crossed his arms, all serious. Alright, as long as you clear the secret realm, you can enter continuously. But if Zuiji gets yeeted out halfway, gotta wait 3 months before trying again. Before them was a swirling vortex of energy, like a giant magical portal. Xingchen was about to step in, so I'll take this chance to grind a few more times, while that feeling's still fresh. He smirked, all confident and decisive. But yo, this time, crank up the difficulty to hard mode. Xingchen, brimming with hype, stepped inside. Martial Saints ain't even on my radar, bruh. He stared intensely into the depths, all determined. The sect leader said the beasts in the life-death secret realm are random, so who knows what I'll face this time. Oh. He seems to underestimate this challenge. Wait, this place again? What are the odds? It's those rats again. Whatever. My grudge against them hasn't cooled down yet. Maybe it'll be easier to trigger my martial emperor power. The statue before him chuckled, Xingchen's mad confident in his skills. Oh, the stinky rats are coming? If they're still just martial king level like before, they ain't cutting it. Suddenly, something made his eyes bug out. The statue waved its hand, and the Zhu Jie statue slammed its hand down, causing the ground to explode. Xingchen was sweating bullets, speechless. Changxiao laughed, roasting him. Oh ho, cleared it already? Truly worthy of being the fastest in Wanji Yu. He Wu Di chimed in. Just a few seconds, probably the first monster got one-shotted right as it spawned. He Wu Di leaned down, smugly saying, Martial Emperor is just the first step on the path to power. Later, I'll show you the realms beyond Martial Emperor prowess. Xingchen replied, not giving a damn. I'll reach those realms before you, guaranteed. He Wu Dai, instead of being scared, was super dismissive. You'll be way behind me. My prized disciple just came down from there to experience life. He frowned, adding, gotta correct you, noob cultivator. It's not that realm, it's those realms. Changxiao, witnessing their bickering, silently facepalmed. These two are such liars. Talking about realms above Martial Emperor, they're lying so much, I'm almost believing it, as long as you're happy. He was calculating. I should go claim my reward from the life-death secret realm first. What even is the reward? You've always been so secretive about it. He tapped claim, of course it was a surprise. Suddenly, a super powerful attack, a white energy stream flying everywhere. He Wu Di was suddenly worried, wondering, what's going on? The spiritual energy in my body suddenly accelerated. Changxiao laughed gleefully, ordering, everyone sit down and cultivate now. Don't miss this chance to break through. Life-death secret realm reward is enlightenment. The system will promote the fusion of spiritual power in the body and the spirit of heaven and earth, creating a chance for enlightenment, and there is a great possibility that the bottleneck in the current cultivation process will be broken through. Changxiao sat down, a powerful flame bursting around him. This system is definitely the ultimate tool for breakthrough. He smiled smugly. Your inner sect disciples almost all have extraordinary talents, but as long as she exists, you will never be mediocre among these special geniuses, and you will also be the most special one. After all, we are the darlings of this dimension. Xingchen returned to the ground, proudly yelling, "I've broken through to the peak of Martial King, just one step away from Martial Emperor." Another dude yelled, "Me too, I broke through to mid-stage Martial Emperor." They all yelled, "We all broke through." Changxiao silently observed, "Ahem. In a way, you are indeed the most special one." A gentle breeze blew past him. "It's just that your way of being special is a bit unexpected." Tears streamed down his face, biting his lip in frustration. "You're the only one who didn't break through." In the training grounds, Zhuang Weilao gave the order. The disciples should divide into groups of 50 and enter the life-death secret realm in turn. Each time, 2 elders must accompany them, prioritizing disciples who are in the breakthrough stage. Changxiao stood beside him, arms crossed, smug. Although the life-death secret realm can choose an easy mode, the overall difficulty will be adjusted according to the people who enter. Arranging the number of people like this can probably keep the final boss at the Martial Emperor level. The pass rate will be higher. He turned to make a suggestion. "Wei Lao, this time I'm going to Zhongzunjiao. I'll take the top 25 disciples with me, and I'll trouble you and the elders to take care of the disciples who stay behind." Wei Lao smiled lightly and confirmed. "Sect leader, rest assured, this old man will definitely do my best, and I will also supervise the disciples to practice diligently in the future, and I will definitely open your eyes." Changxiao interrupted him. He whispered, "By the way, Wei Lao, do you have any confidants in Zhongzunjiao? I'm about to set off, and I need to prepare in advance." Wei Lao bowed his head, closed his eyes, and smiled calmly. "Yes, but with your status, it is almost impossible to meet her." Changxiao was surprised. "Really?" Without letting the old man finish speaking, he ran away awkwardly. "In that case, I'm relieved. The disciples are all waiting for me to set off with them. I'll go first." Wei Lao called out helplessly. Zhong Bingdi stood inside looking out, seeing Changxiao rushing away. "You little brats, didn't you say you'd wait for me?" Wu Di, even with Bing Lao, you can't really get away with my girl." Wei Lao calmly spoke slowly. "The sect leader's trip will surely cause a stir in Zhongzunjiao. Bing Lao, during this period the task of protecting the Jiu sect is all up to you." Bing Di, who was silent, suddenly spoke, attracting Wei Lao's attention. "The anti-heaven gang, Wei Qing Feng." The old geezer chuckled triumphantly. "Back in the day, you guys raised hell in Zhongzong continent, causing earthquakes and tsunamis. This old man may have been snoozing for years, but I still hear about your legendary exploits from my useless juniors. Truly mind-blowing." Bing Di frowned, looking down on him. "You might have been a main character in the previous era, but why are you now only radiating the aura of a martial emperor, and a messed up one at that? As far as I know, back then you were." Wei Lao cut her off. "No need to bring up the past. This old man just wants to survive." Bing Di was slightly surprised. She didn't expect that a son of heaven like him would ever be so jaded and resigned to mediocrity, even unwilling to set foot in Zhongzong continent again. Wei Lao emphasized with a questioning tone. "Jaded and resigned to mediocrity?" He turned around and grinned slyly. "This old man has already used the most direct way to announce to the youngsters of Zhongzong continent," he boldly declared. "This old man is back." Qing Yang sweated nervously, dumbfounded. Changxiao shouted to get everyone's attention. "Listen up, everyone. The first rule of the Myriad Antiquity sect is temporarily adjusted. You must never mention Wei Lao's name in front of any princesses, county princesses, family heads, mistresses, Buddhist nuns, city lords' wives, female warriors, or courtesans." In the silent night, the group continued to walk. Changxiao kept reminding them. The Flower Queen Chang's reputation, the twin sisters. Quote, "Don't even mention the word, Wei. If we mess things up again, we're in deep. SHT. Remember," he was saying, suddenly noticing something amiss, and yelled, "Su Xiaona, you're sleeping when we're talking about serious stuff." Look at how seriously senior brother is listening. Su Xiaona, still sleepy, defended herself. "I'm not sleeping. I'm not sleeping," he angrily scolded. "You say you're not sleeping? You started snoring the moment we entered the borders of Zhongzong continent. I bet even if someone threw a dragon on your head, you wouldn't wake up." Suddenly, the dragon was blasted far away, hitting the cliff in front and creating a huge noise. Changxiao awkwardly said, "Did I just unlock the whatever I say comes true skill?" From the darkness, a man stepped out. "Sorry, I suddenly wanted a midnight snack and accidentally caused a bit of a commotion. Am I disturbing you guys?" Changxiao wasn't afraid, and even showed goodwill. "Using a peak Martial King Earth Explosion Dragon as a midnight snack? Your skills aren't bad. Zuiji, he doesn't have any killing intent towards us. Let's go back." The man grinned slyly. "Unexpectedly," he said confidently, "to think I'd run into another body cultivator like me by chance. I can feel the explosive physical strength like a wild beast on your body. Interesting. Truly interesting. My Dathio is not lonely." He grinned menacingly, challenging them. "Interested in a spar?" Suddenly, he shot up from the ground like a rocket. TCH. That dude carried the dragon and ran away, yelling, "I'm starving. Gotta go grab a bite to eat." "Judging by your looks, you're also here for the Dragon Tiger tournament, right?" "I'll be waiting for you at the Dragon Tiger tournament." Zuiji watched him go, and said solemnly, "Weird. Like an extraordinarily powerful guy." Changxiao, sitting on the dragon's back with Tian Tian, said with certainty. As expected, Zhongzong continent doesn't raise slackers. Moreover, the further we go in, the denser the spiritual qi becomes, almost equal to 1% of our sects. The sky suddenly had a strange phenomenon. Tian turned to ask, why is there suddenly a strong wind? No, Changxiao, Xingchen, and I Dun get into a defensive stance. Someone appeared from the sky, and someone drew their sword. That stranger sneered. So, you're wandering martial artists? He waved his sword and shouted, Heaven and Earth longsword! The sword strikes created a brilliant golden power in the dark night. Flames blazed on the ground, and the brutal power shook the earth. Sheng Chen praised. Such swordplay, natural in both application and retraction. I admit that I can't achieve such effortless grace. This Zhongzong continent truly doesn't raise slackers. Yunfei stood on the ground with a confident look. To think that I could meet 3 sword Dao masters in such a desolate place. Facing Changxiao, Jingchen, and I Dun, Yunfei clearly said, This one is Yunfei from the Spirit Sword Holy Sect. Greetings, fellow swordsmen. I hope I didn't startle you just now. Xingchen looked down on him. Startle our myriad antiquity strongest sect? You're not qualified, kid. Changxiao flatteringly praised. Vast swordplay, truly worthy of being from a holy sect. I Dun coldly said, Fight! Everyone suddenly got into battle stances. Yunfei smiled in satisfaction. That's what I like to hear. Yunfei smirked. It's rare to meet people in the sword Dao, and 3 at once, but rest assured, I will show mercy. All 4 of them charged, and their swords clashed against each other. Suddenly, a voice called out, and the sword strike stopped. Fire, be polite! A slender woman, in a dark brown mysterious outfit stood from afar. Fighting for no reason loses the style of our sect. You are now a sword Dao grandmaster. Why are you still so childish? Yunfei anxiously sweated. Master! Aunt Master! The woman's gentle voice sounded. I brought you to Black Mountain Cliff to let you calm your mind and practice your swordsmanship in preparation for the Dragon Tiger tournament. Tian, sitting on the dragon's back, suddenly spoke up. We've just entered Zhongzong continent, so it's better to be humble and observe first. We should at least settle our disciples down first. Changxiao agreed. Yeah, I understand, but he was still a bit doubtful. This place is Black Mountain Cliff. Isn't this the forbidden area recorded in the Black Dragon Evil Sect's handbook? Yunfei announced. Fellow swordsmen, then we shall meet again in the Dragon Tiger tournament. Changxiao didn't refuse. Definitely. But I and my sect disciples are new to Zhongzong continent and have some questions to ask. He continued. Isn't this Black Mountain Cliff one of the famous forbidden areas? Although there were few people along the way, we still saw some martial artists cultivating. That Antmaster then explained. This Taoist friend only knows that Black Mountain Cliff is a forbidden area, but perhaps doesn't know the reason why, right? This is the battlefield where the demon emperor killed 2 martial gods, so the demonic power and spiritual power are chaotic, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is chaotic, making it impossible to cultivate. A surge of power seeped through the leaves. The Antmaster continued. But because of this, Black Mountain Cliff has become a paradise for unorthodox cultivators, like sword cultivators, Dao cultivators, and body cultivators. Those who don't rely on the spiritual qi of heaven and earth can gather here to cultivate. Shibo and Fei turned to leave. Get out of this forest ASAP. Hey, Shanya ain't exactly safe. Changxiao said respectfully. Got it, thanks. Tian was dumbfounded. These 2 are way different from Zhongzongjiao people. Zhongzongjiaos dominated Xing for too long, especially the top-tier sects. They'd never even look at people from other continents. Changxiao brushed it off. Tian, you know Zhongzongjiu that well? Maybe they just have good manners. You know? Yunfei pressed his Shibo. Shibo, I was pretty chill with them, didn't act all high and mighty. But why were you so strict? Other sects don't respect people from other continents at all? The Shibo hesitated. Because other continents have produced some insanely talented geniuses who shook the world. Changxiao turned to everyone, seriously reminding them. We just got to Zhongzongjiao and already met some strong cultivators, as good as you guys. Now you know, there are talented people out there, right? Zhao now raised his hand. Sect leader, should we tone it down in Zhongzongjiao? Even if provoked, try not to throw hands? Changxiao replied with a sly grin. I'm telling you not to underestimate the heroes of the world, but if they don't know their place, it's our duty to show them what there's always a bigger fish means. Changxiao asked a test question. Tell me the 23rd version of the first tenet of our Wanjiyu sect. The disciples shouted in unison. Those who violate the heavenly might of Wanjiyu shall be killed even if they're far away. Suddenly Xiao Na added, shocking Changxiao. Except for Wei Lao and Wei Qingfeng's sugar baby, we ain't afraid of nothing. True Shibo stopped in her tracks. She turned her head. Yunfei worriedly wondered. Shibo, what's wrong? Shibo awkwardly replied. No, nothing. Why does it sound like I just heard an old name? After Xiao Na's slip of the tongue, the whole team taped his mouth shut, while Changxiao angrily yelled, Lucky this is the boonies, or your loudmouth would attract all sorts of trouble. Li Fei, keep an eye on him. If he talks too much, just punt a soccer ball at his face. He gloomily looked around, thinking. The cave system recorded in the Black Dragon Evil Sect should be nearby. There might be secrets inside. But why can't I sense anything unusual here? He pondered. With this level of chaos, even if I used a formation to cover the entire forest, it'd be hard to scout it out clearly. The system chimed in his ear. You know, your understanding of my system's techniques is worse than your disciples. Let me be generous and give you a hint. What's the meaning of Qian in the Qian Kunju Yinzhao? Changxiao waved his hand. Qian? I know it's the sunwheel seal. Doesn't it emit intense light? I always thought it was like a supercharged yang power. The system dissed again. How shallow. The sunwheel seal, with its 5 fingers spread, represents controlling the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Meaning existing with all things. Are you all things? Changxiao used his power to create circles of fire spreading across the forest. He also transformed into a giant flame, his hand covering a vast area, laughing smugly. Is this the feeling of becoming one with all things? So magical. I feel like I am this forest, standing here for millennia. He flew around everywhere. That weird cave is it? Changxiao peeked through the crack, buried under the cliff face. If it weren't for the sunwheel seal, I might never have found this place. He used his body to break through the rock. Huh? The cave entrance has a barrier this strong. The person who set up this formation is way stronger than me. His eyes widened in shock as he realized something. Before him was a long, dark path, and on that path was a small chest. The resentment here is seriously heavy. Xingchen wondered. Sect leader? Is this the secret treasure you sensed? He and Changxiao entered the cave. Seems pretty eerie, but it's the treasure vault of a demonic sect after all. A little gloominess is normal. Inside the cave, countless demonic energies were enveloping everything, creating a suffocatingly cold sensation. Xingchen added. I just broke the barrier here. The stifled yin energy from thousands of years is erupting all at once, so it's a bit strong. Xingchen was a little suspicious. Isn't this kind of treasure hunting usually something you do alone, sect leader? Why did you call us along this time? Changxiao pretended to cough to avoid the question. Actually, I'm a little scared of ghosts. More yang energy is better. It's a habit from my past life. Xingchen confidently stepped forward. What's there to be afraid of in ghosts? They're just a collection of yin and evil energy. Suddenly, a ghost with a scary face popped up right in front of him. Changxiao was so startled that he jumped onto Tian. Xingchen frowned, grinding his teeth in anger, creating fire. You're blocking my way, you! OL. He suddenly realized it was just a weak ghost. He deflated. Scared the crap out of me. Gradually, they continued on to the chest, where the dark energy was most concentrated. The chest was covered in spiderwebs. Xingchen approached and observed. Sure enough, there's a treasure chest, but it's already empty. Xingchen was confused. Sect leader, aren't you coming over to take a look? What are you doing over there? Changxiao fiddles around, lighting a candle in the corner. They say if you light a candle in the southeast corner and it doesn't get blown out, it means there are no ghosts. If it does, then... He laughs triumphantly, especially finding a candle that absolutely cannot be blown out. Ain't no ghost blowing this out. Xingchen yells helplessly. Isn't that candle kinda useless then? System note. Will never extinguish. 100% high-end system product. Will last, even if the sun dies. Ghostly figures fly around all over the cave, roaring menacingly. The demonic sect endures. You dare betray the demon emperor. You deserve to die. Changxiao looks up curiously, not scared at all. Even if these ghosts show their true forms, I wouldn't be that scared. Tian says coldly. You're really something, dog. She gently reminds. Can we get down now? Changxiao explains quickly. Senior, it's just that Tian looks so beautiful today, I can't control myself, I just can't. Hearing this, Tian retorts. Better to admit you're a horn dog, than to admit you're a coward. A flame surrounds Changxiao's feet. Residual souls, huh? Making me lose face like this. He creates a giant swirling tornado. Spirit severing flame. His eyes widen when he sees something very strange. The ghostly figures in the cave are only drawn into the flame, but don't vanish. He's worried. Scarlet Star Absolute Flame is useless. These things aren't the same as the ones at the entrance. They're not remnants of yin energy. He backs away from the onslaught of the demon spirits. He stumbles under the powerful attack. Everyone shouts, Sect leader! Changxiao raises his hand, signaling them to stop. Don't worry. He recalls those who were trying to reach out and attack something. He declares grandly. No wonder they're not afraid of the holy flame. Turns out they're just remnants of the demonic sect's obsession from back in the day. They opposed the Wangxing continent, but ultimately failed because they were betrayed. Changxiao winces and smiles awkwardly. As expected, the demonic sect are all arrogant people. Their unwillingness is just as strong. Luckily, I've gone through spirit tempering, or else I would have easily lost my mind. He looks towards another coffin further away. However, I did gain some information. This is where the final battle between the Demon Emperor and the Martial Emperor took place. And also where the loyalists of the demonic sect hid after being ambushed. Looking into the distance at the ghosts still guarding the coffin, he confirms. They were unwilling to let the demonic sect be destroyed, so they hid the demonic sect's legacy here, and transformed themselves into obsessions to protect the last hope of the demonic sect. He adds, Inside the first coffin is probably the blood demon Grand Art that was taken by the Black Dragon Holy Sect, while the coffin in the distance may be the true legacy of the demonic sect. Changxiao's feet stand firmly on the cold ground. Soul ghosts with scary faces rush to scare. They change direction and rush towards Changxiao's group. He sweats anxiously and yells out the order. Disciples, hold your minds! The ghosts attack fiercely through Lim Fei, Xing Chen, and the others. Xing Chen grimaces and grinds his teeth in anger. This attack is strong, TCH. It's frustrating to feel like I have the power but can't use it. Seems like once we step onto that bridge, these obsessions will attack like crazy. He turns around in panic when he sees Wu Di unaffected. Wu Di stands leisurely. Why are these guys avoiding me? Could it be that I've cultivated what the sect leader calls the aura of a king? He smirks in a demonic way. Or maybe, even though I'm just in the demonic fetal stage, I once tore apart their demon emperor, and even carry a piece of the demon emperor's soul as a souvenir. Wu Di creates a blue flame in his hand. At first, I just wanted to use it to keep that brat on Meng Ying's body in check, to remind him not to have the wrong ideas. Unexpectedly, he smiles smugly. There's a jade green light surrounding me, and it has this unexpected effect. Changxiao is stuck in that power, and yells in confusion. Wu Di, can you think of a way to protect the disciples? These obsessions are thinking chaotically and going crazy. The disciples won't be able to withstand it for long. Wu Di casts a spell with his hand, smiling contentedly. Alright, might as well test the results I've recently achieved. Luckily, this world only restricts me from using my old cultivation techniques, but not from chi refining. He teleports a gate. Demons and monsters, let me show you what a closed-door disciple is like, he happily announces. Done. The door is placed in front of an orb with green lights surrounding it. Wu Di spins the door again. Changxiao sweats anxiously. That's my 999 grand door. He wonders further. You're putting the demon emperor's claws on the door so it can resist these obsessions? Wu Di replies. That's right, I've remodeled the grand door 100 million times. He further explained. It can produce different effects depending on the energy infused, but to deal with these obsessions, it can only passively defend. Changxiao looked doubtful. So, can my move also be attached? Wu Di was a little wary. Sectmaster, do you have a way to deal with them? Changxiao replied. I just learned that the Qiankun 9 imprint's palm can be said to encompass all things. Changxiao flashed a scheming smile. Ziquan hidden. He started focusing his strength to push the door. The power of Wu Di combined with Changxiao created a powerful tremor. The door suddenly creaked open. Spiritual energy flew out. A horde of souls flew swiftly out of the deep, dark gate. Terrifying souls flew out ceaselessly. Lai Xian's decision. Time and space are nothing. Changxiao sweated awkwardly. Although I'm currently only using your gate to perform the space-time teleportation, I estimate that the more profound the cultivation, the more complete the mastery. This is a god-tier technique to turn the tide. Wu Di was so stunned that his eyes widened, speechless. Space-time teleportation, even in the Holy Sect, is a rare divine power. Could it be that the secret technique left by the 7 profound holy ancestor is not just the 7 profound radiance sect? What the hell? He remembered something? That's right. Where did you teleport those obsessions to, Sectmaster? Changxiao smiled lightly, vaguely replying, The Buddha says it cannot be said. Scene change at the Shuzhenyang County Manor. Jun Changxiao questioned softly. Oh, you want to monitor every move of Qingyang City and the Eternal Sect for me? The person kneeling before him hastily reported. This humble one has an irreconcilable feud with the Eternal Sect. Under his suppression, our other sects in Qingyang County have no place to stand. He raised his face with hatred. My 100 sect alliance, even the Holy Spring sect, was trampled under his feet. This feud must be avenged to show sincerity. Saying that, he took out a wooden chest and said, Jinmu has collected all the information about the Eternal Sect this year and offers it to the county governor. Moreover, I have also investigated the secret medicine sold by the AI family, which is highly likely to come from the Eternal Sect. Then, Jun Changxiao spoke up. It just so happens that the 4-spirit military formation of this county has been completed. I will borrow this information to choose a suitable time to attack. Qin Haoran, if this information is true, you have made a great contribution. Quickly open it for me to see. Qin Haoran respectfully obeyed, and immediately opened it. As soon as the chest was opened, countless souls escaped, flying wildly around the county, turning his face pale. This made Jun Chang furious and shouted, Qin Haoran, this is your gift. Scene change. Changxiao strode towards a treasure chest. According to the information from Jinyu Hall, after some adjustments, Zhenyang County is starting to stir again. It is best to cause them some trouble, but I don't know specifically where it was teleported to in Zhenyang County. He opened the chest with one hand and said, I wonder what treasures the demon sect believers have left in this second chest. Seeing the contents, Changxin cheered excitedly with his teammates. Treasure discovered. It says the demon emperor's strongest martial art, heaven-piercing, earth-shattering, spirit demon scripture, he quickly explained. This is the foundation for the demon emperor to resist many martial emperors. This adventure is worth it. 2 teammates helplessly said, What's so worth it? They sullenly muttered. Isn't this the family martial art of that guy in Meng Ying's body? Beat him up a few times and he'll hand over the spirit demon scripture, right? And it even comes with instructions? Meanwhile, Changxiao excitedly reads the book. Now the sects are developing very comprehensively, like martial arts, sword arts, and now the demonic path is also becoming more comprehensive. Wait, why is there a pedestal over there? Changxiao shifted his attention to a nearby stone pedestal. Could it be that the Demon Emperor's martial arts still can't become the final collection? He seemed to be still unable to find the answer and wondered, these are the remains of the loyal believers of the demon sect. Are they protecting this? It feels very familiar. Changxiao dreamed again. It seems that I once had something almost exactly like it before. 2 coins, with skulls and slashes symbolizing death engraved on their faces, fell to the ground with a clink. Changxiao held the meat skewer, eating while coldly saying, these 2 maps must point to the same treasure that can be guarded by the demon sect. It must not be simple, but these 2 maps point to the southwest of Yangzhou and the northeast of Luzhou, completely in opposite directions. Wu Di speculated, maybe there are a few more parts to this map. Let's put it away for now. Changxiao turned away, waving his hand. Go to Dazun Imperial City to register first. At Zun Imperial City, people came and went bustling. Xiaoju suddenly knelt before Changxiao. Shinjun lay on the bed. Oh, the Eternal Sect really came to participate in the Dragon and Tiger tournament. The servant beside him replied. That's right, young master. They are about to arrive in front of the Imperial City. He covered his face with the book, saying with disdain, not very defensive. Since ancient times, the Dragon and Tiger tournament has only been a place for third-rate sects, observing second-rate sects, and participating in first-rate sects to start a massacre. Fifth-rate sect like them, haha, that's interesting. The maid fanned while adding a derogatory remark. Fifth-rate sects are just clowns jumping around. Young master doesn't need to pay attention. Shinju waved away. That's not right, Tongzi. You don't understand. He immediately sat up, sneering. The Dragon and Tiger tournament is so big. The people worthy of me using 6 parts of my strength are no more than 5 fingers. And this fifth-rate sect master who looks like a jumping clown. Shengju smiled with half his mouth. His eyes shrewd. Jun Changxiao almost broke my record for breaking through the martial emperor realm in the shortest time, so he can be considered a super genius. In a world where I regard everyone as ants, there is someone who can get closer to me a little bit. Why wouldn't I be happy? Shengju stood alone on the city looking down at everyone. Invincible in the world but too lonely. He kicked 1 foot on the city railing. Shijue lightly jumped off the city with a leisurely posture. He rushed straight to Changxiao, Sect Master Jun. Suddenly, a voice reached Changxiao, hitting him right in the feels. Trust me, bro. You have no idea what's going on. Ain't that? And just like that, he snapped his fingers real hard. The power shot straight into Shinju's knee, making him jump in pain. Dude was so shocked he didn't even have time to react, just straight up kneeled on the ground. The wind blew, leaving the air super awkward. Changxiao cheerfully handed Shiju the meat skewer. It's just a skewer, man. No need to bow like that. Here, take it. You must be starving, lil bro. Kia Nat then chimed in. Trying to be a kiss-ass. Sect leader is always so generous and kind. Changxiao was like, WTF? Guess beggars in Central Main Continent are built different. Bowing from the frickin' city wall. Leaving Shinju kneeling on the ground, Changxiao bounced. Let's go register. We still gotta find a place to crash. A Kui family dude came galloping up on horseback, only to be blocked by Shinju. He yelled in anger, Kui family business! Who dares block the road? No begging allowed, GTFO, or get straight up killed. Shinju's face turned red with rage, and he shouted. He stood firm, hand outstretched, radiating an overwhelming aura, ready to unleash a decisive blow. The official fell to the ground, scared shitless. Proud Shinju! You're from the Proud World Holy Sect. Shinju, full of confidence, struts away. Wu Di was shocked, and Changxiao turned to look. Such power! A martial emperor! Changxiao rolled his eyes. No wonder it's the Great Holy Sect of the Central Main Continent. He laughed slyly. Now I get it. I am Changxiao. Ignoring what Wu Di was saying, immediately interrupting. See that? Even a martial emperor in the Central Main Continent has to beg to survive. You guys better take note, Elf. You've only just broken through to martial emperor. What's there to be so proud of? Wu Di flexed his muscles and approached, smirking. Interesting. First time I've seen someone cockier than me. He got all up in Changxiao's face, grinning mischievously. Jun Changxiao, my eye for talent ain't bad. You're a worthy opponent. I'm hyped to beat you at the Dragon Tiger tournament. As Shinju approached, Changxiao immediately teleported behind. Didn't your teacher teach you to look people in the eye when you talk to them? Shinju stared blankly at the afterimage, worried, and listened. Second, your opponents will be them. A bunch of creepy smileys appeared. Shinju was about to catch something when a hand reached out even faster than him. Turns out, it was Jing Chen who caught the falling door. A young man arrived holding an imperial decree. Proud Wushuang, the most talented disciple of the Proud World Holy Sect in 500 years, broke through to martial emperor in 6 years of cultivation, the fastest recorded breakthrough on the Starfall continent. He continued, with such cultivation speed, your talent is definitely considered top-notch on the Starfall continent. Changxiao scoffed. Could barely make the top 20 of my ancient sect. Shiju burst out laughing, unleashing his power. Worthy of my attention, I shall use 80% of my strength. He summoned his spiritual energy, shouting, Proud world! At the same time, Changxiao unleashed the mountain-opening palm towards him. Huge palms as if worshipping him, startling Shiju. He then walked up to him, patting his shoulder and sarcastically praising. looking at proud young master. Indeed a respectable person. Fighting under the city gates is not pretty. Changxiao continued his BS. How about we save this fight for the Dragon Tiger tournament? We'll bet your victory against Ye Jingchen. He pointed at Xingyang and Jingchen, who were dumbfounded. If we happen to win, you'll join my ancient sect. How about it? Although I know my sickly disciple has almost no chance of winning, I really admire a super genius, like young master Wu Shuang. He glared at the sickly label, and Jingchen immediately played the role, coughing violently. Xingyang also chimed in, concerned. Hey Jingchen, did you forget to take your medicine today? Changxiao then put his hands on Xingju's shoulders, loudly proclaiming, of course, if we lose, we'll take a loss. The entire sect will join as disciples of young master Wu Shuang, and will stay in the southwest Yang province, singing praises to young master Wu Shuang's might and greatness. So your glorious light shines in every corner. Hearing his suggestion, he looked gloomy. I'm not interested in your sect, but the second condition is somewhat interesting. I admit, I'm still slightly behind you in cultivation. Xianju looked over at Jingchen, who could barely stand, and said, however, I'm 100% confident in dealing with your sickly disciple, Ping. Qingyang was supporting him, acting diligently. Xingchen, you have to try your best. Isn't your wish to participate in the Dragon Tiger tournament? Xingchen acted while saying, Senior brother, you're overdoing it, you're acting too much. Xinju continued. But I, proud Wu Shuang, won't take advantage of someone in difficulty. He then threw Jingchen a bottle of medicine and, this is the secret elixir of the proud world holy sect. The 9 revolutions jade marrow pill can cure all diseases, I'll give it to him. He then walked into the city. Before leaving, Shiju waved goodbye. You guys prepare yourselves for the whole sect to sing my praises. Xingchen watched him leave and said, doesn't look too bad. I'll go easy on him. Changxiao smiled lightly and replied, anyway, he'll be our junior brother. Just beat him half to death. He stared at the city gate like, I ain't here to compete, bruh. I'm here for the merch. Can't even imagine how many disciples we gotta recruit after this goes viral. Changxiao blankly asks, wait, hold up. Registration needs approval? The registrar tilted his head and chuckled. Yep, gotta amp up the Longhue tournament hype, so we're screening participants hard D. You say you're from a TIER5 sect? That's kinda sus, fam. Dude hits him with a curveball. But there's a way. If you can snag a letter of recommendation from your continent's alliance of sects, you're golden. He pouts. Ugh! I beat them all into submission, does that count? A voice booms from behind. What if I vouch for them? The voice gets closer. Can't you give the Tang family some face? The registrar gasps. Second Master Tang! He grins like a Cheshire cat. Oh snap, guess I got connections in Zhong continent after all. Second Master Tang returns the greeting. Sect leader Jun, long time no see. He whispers to Changxiao, flexing. Gotta say, Sect leader Jun is my bread and butter. That batch of pills and weapons sells like hotcakes. We'll talk specifics later. I've even prepped a manor for you guys. Consider it a welcome gift. Immediately, the registrar whips out the paperwork. Second Master Tang, Sect leader Jun, registration for the Wan Jiu sect is complete. Changxiao's sweating bullets. Is this what connections get you? He keeps the smile plastered on. In 10 days, Sect leader Jun, just head to Hall 9 with your crew. Highly recommend dressing up. This year's Longhue tournament has state-of-the-art mirror array tech. The registrar adds, created by multiple array grandmasters, it covers the entire arena. It'll record and broadcast the whole shebang live. He continues, all the major city lords on the Star Cloud continent will be watching. This is going to be the most hyped Longhue tournament ever. Everyone everywhere can tune in. Second Master Tang is stoked. Oh, that's kinda lit. Warriors from other continents who can't make it can still witness the epicness. The registrar nods. Exactly. Changxiao's mind is blown. I'm about to make bank. At Second Master Tang's crib, he raises his glass. Such a luxurious manner, and so close to the venue. Second Master, you're too generous, he returns the toast. Just a little something to welcome the Wan Jiu sect. It's nothing, really. Second Master Tang reminisces. You're my lucky charm after all. You didn't see the sales frenzy back then. Even my father said he'd never seen such a crazy buying spree, he gushes. Most importantly, the Tang family's been trying to break into the elixir game for ages, but no luck. Now things have changed. Even middlemen like me have become heroes of the Tang family. Second Master points to the empty space. Sect leader Jun, you know why this main hall is so empty? No furniture? Changxiao quips. To show off? He snaps his fingers. It's because... Second Master Tang says smoothly, 500 million taels is a bit much to store. Gold glitters in his eyes. Changxiao trembles, trying to play it cool. Just a small goal, no biggie. Only slightly off from my projections. But his actions scream otherwise. He's swimming in imaginary gold. Second Master leans in. Sect leader Jun, what was that? I couldn't hear you. Suddenly, Changxiao jumps up, startling Second Master. Second Master, I've got another money-making idea. He gets close and whispers in his ear. I wonder if you'd be interested. It's... Second Master's face droops. Seriously? That's kinda sus. The hyped-up referee announces. Welcome everyone to the once every 4 years Longhue tournaments. This year, every major city will have synchronized arrays. so the entire Starcloud continent can join the festivities. As the referee introduces him, Han Dongsheng strides onto the stage. Standing on the main stage is our grandson Emperor City Lord, Lord Han Dongsheng. He declares with zeal, "I hope all the sects will go above and beyond, and give the Starcloud continent a Long Yu tournament to remember. Grandson Emperor City will also prepare a generous gift for the top sect." Dongsheng looks to the stands, clenching his fist and shouting, "Contestants, get hyped!" The entire stadium roars after his call. The referee says, "The audience at the venue are already hyped. We're about to enter the first round of the tournament." He excitedly points to the incense burner. This is a magical artifact personally designed by array grandmasters, ensuring absolute fairness. It will choose the pairings for our first battle. The incense burner suddenly erupts with intense flames. The flames form the words, "Great Yan Holy Sect." The announcer booms, "There it is, the Great Yan Holy Sect. Not bad. They're a rising Tier 1 sect. Their strength can't be underestimated. Their opponent is." The next words begin to appear, but are obscured. The referee strains to see. These tiny flames. Aren't they not even at the standard of a Tier 3 sect? The Wan Ji Yu Strongest Sect. The name sounds grandiose. I think I'm slightly impressed. He turns to the audience and introduces. Seems like they are the only sect participating from the southwest Yang continent. So let us welcome the two sects to the stage. A staff appears. Out steps the old sect leader, with his disciples looking intimidating with the referee's introduction. First is the sect leader of the Great Yan Holy Sect, with his true inheritor disciples. The old man proudly says, "Not bad luck. It's the only Tier 5 sect. Consider it a free round to keep my strength up, my children." The stands are hotter than ever. Everyone cheers. Great Yan Holy Sect must win the championship. The referee happily leads. The spirit of the Great Yan Holy Sect is truly enthusiastic. They are the frontrunners for this year's championship. Now next, let us welcome the Wan Ji Yu Strongest Sect with their commendable spirit. At the same time, firm steps walk out. One person sitting in the stands observes. Even though it's a fifth-rate sect, their entrance is on point. The guy next to him sneers. "So flashy, just a bunch of guys showing up for nothing, wasting the ticket." The crowd looks at Changxiao, noticing they don't seem intimidated by the first-rate sects. The old sect leader across from him looks down on them. This little sect is kinda interesting. Changxiao casually walks by, not giving a damn. As soon as he finishes speaking, chairs appear behind him and his disciples. Teacher and students sit down in unison. Changxiao puts his feet up and says, "Wan Ji Yu Strongest Sect pays respects to everyone." The disciples all cross their legs and continue in chorus, paying respects, making the audience excitedly chat. Sitting so arrogantly? One guy laughs so hard he cries. This little sect is kind of fun. I guess they've accepted their fate. One of the Great Yan Holy Sect disciples angrily curses. "Too arrogant. They don't even acknowledge our Great Yan Holy Sect." The old sect leader stops him. "Tian Holier, don't get worked up. We're a first-rate holy sect. We must maintain our composure," Changxiao confidently says, his tone full of challenge. "I remember the rules say we can do one-on-one or a free-for-all. To save time, let's just do a massive brawl. This posture isn't good for my ankles." The old sect leader seems unable to contain himself and orders. "I've never seen anyone this cocky. Tianer, handle them." He immediately attacks, shouting, "I can't wait anymore." He smirks, feeling unleashed. Suddenly, Tianer and his brothers spurt blood from their noses and are blown backward, shocking the old sect leader. They all lie sprawled on top of each other, the referee startled. Wan Ji Yu sect, what just happened? It was completely unclear. Changxiao and his disciples are still sitting upright on their chairs, laughing gleefully. The audience is also confused, not even leaving their seats. The person next to him replies, "It seems like the Wan Ji Yu sect each landed a kick and took down the entire Great Yan Holy Sect." Tianer sits up, panting and annoyed. "I was careless, and let these little shits show off." His junior brother, holding his nosebleed, says, "Tianji, it seems like two of our brothers are already unconscious. Even a martial king couldn't withstand a single move, and the other two are already passed out." The junior brother continues, "There are experts like that on the other side." Tian Sher stands up to confront Yu Hua, who is giving Changxiao a fist bump. He claps his hands and says, "Everyone, Changxiao makes a threat. Consider surrendering to avoid wasting time. Protect your lives, there's no shame in it." The Great Yan Holy Sect leader questions. 10 disciples, all with martial emperor cultivation levels. "How could you be a fifth-rate sect?" The old man squints. "Did you use some kind of forbidden drug?" Or, the Great Yan Holy Sect leader keeps hypothesizing, "Our Great Yan Holy Sect's rise has affected the interests of some people, secretly gathering elites from all factions, wanting to suppress our Great Yan Holy Sect." Changxiao isn't happy listening to his deduction, and finds it a bit annoying. He coldly replies, "Or maybe you're just not good enough. Old man, stop overthinking it. Just give me a straight answer. Surrender or not?" Hearing this, the old man's face becomes increasingly contorted. "Even though your strength seems demonic, our Great Yan Holy Sect dared to call ourselves holy, so we definitely have our methods. Even if we temporarily ignore the loss of 2 disciples, our trump cards are enough to turn the tables." Then he turns to his core disciples and shouts, "Tian Hair. The great Yan Holy Sect disciples reply, "Your disciples are at your command." Then they all unleash the great Yan illusionary spirit formation. A stream of golden power appears around them. This power gradually takes shape, forming a hand gripping tightly, punching down, shattering the arena into pieces. Finally, the energy transforms into a creature with many heads and many arms. The commentator is extremely excited. It's here, 3 heads and 6 arms, the illusionary spirit lord of the great Yan Holy Sect. The audience is just as excited. This ticket was worth it. I thought they'd only use this combined technique in the finals. Changxiao looks at the illusionary spirit lord of the great Yan Holy Sect, standing tall in the arena, and lightly criticizes. 3 heads and 6 arms but no sun-moon hairstyle and dragon claws. The disciples are angry and curse. Arrogant! Then they cast their spell. The illusionary spirit lord is controlled, gathering energy into spheres in each hand. Then it throws them all towards Changxiao's group. His disciples ask each other, "Who's up? Are you going?" The other replies, "Going is fine, it's just that sect leaders' requests after the match are a bit..." While they are hesitating, one disciple pulls at his tie, loosening his collar and says, "I'll go, it's my responsibility anyway." This person ties the tie he just took off around his fist. Then, bam! A punch straight to the face. Turns out it's none other than Zhao Zuiji himself. This dude ain't scared, even flashes a battle-hungry grin and goes, "Ling Huanzun, huh? Bring it on!" Ling Huanzun clenches his fists, ready to bring the hammer down. Ready to slam Zuiji from above? This monstrosity throws punches from all sides, but with one punch, Zuiji blocks it all. He scoffs, "Is that all you got?" Then, every time Ling Huanzun throws a punch, Zuiji throws one right back. A pretty even match. Even though Zuiji is just a disciple, the force of their blows shatters the arena floor. Some curly-haired dude watching the fight is like, "This guy's going toe-to-toe with a high-grade martial emperor while just being a disciple?" The crowd's going wild. Is this eternal sect some hidden ancient power? Their moves are open. I want to join their sect. Zuiji's strikes are clean and decisive. He's trading blows with Ling Huanzun and not getting pushed back at all. The great Yan Holy Sect disciples get blasted back by Zuiji's attacks. They all scream in shock. He knocked us all back at once. But they're not giving up yet. The disciples cooperate and control Ling Huanzun, yelling, "Unleash your ultimate move!" Ling Huanzun obeys, charging at Zuiji to land a punch. The wind up alone creates a freaking tornado, showing how much power is packed into it. Facing the incoming attack, Zuiji coolly says, "I've humored you guys enough with these few moves. Next up is what the sect master asked me to give you. Despair." The punch lands exactly where Zuiji was standing. The great Yan Holy Sect disciples are a bit surprised. The lead disciple wonders, "He didn't dodge the Ling Huang annihilation?" His junior brother sweats. "Senior brother, is he so scared he's frozen?" A voice echoes, "Didn't dodge." A shirtless Zuiji suddenly appears next to the senior brother, startling him for no reason. Then, Zuiji delivers lightning-fast blows, one-shotting each disciple. Suddenly, his face turns red. Under Changxiao's appreciative gaze, Zuiji clears his throat and says, "Sometimes overworking yourself can leave you feeling drained, with back pain, weak knees, and mental fatigue. At times like this, you need..." He pulls out a pill and continues, "To try the Eternal Body Tempering Pill. It instantly restores your strength, enhances your physique, and makes up for exhaustion. Now available at the Tang family's pharmacies. And if you join the Eternal Strongest Sect, you get a free monthly supply, along with other high-quality pills." The audience's jaws drop. The next day, Changxiao cheerfully asks Gongzi, "Gongzi, how's the advertising campaign going? I bet tons of people are buying the pills." Gongzi's expression is strange. He replies, "Well, there are quite a few people, but even more are asking." Hearing Gongzi's next words, Changxiao's face turns to stone. Where did Zuiji get his pants that can withstand Ling Huanzun's full power attack? And asking if we're interested in the fashion industry. He curses under his breath. Cut to the next day, where the MC raises his hand and shouts, "Welcome everyone to today's Dragon Lake tournament." The sect battles a few days ago were definitely eye-opening, but today we're welcoming back the sect recognized as this year's strongest dark horse, the Eternal Strongest Sect. Hearing their name called, Changxiao and the gang swagger out onto the field. Seeing Zuiji, the female crowd goes wild. "Zuiji is so handsome. Zuiji, I love you. Zuiji, look at me. I want to marry you." Murong Shin is also in the crowd, seething with jealousy, yelling, "Why would Zuiji marry you? He's mine. Who are you?" "I'm his former fiancé." Hearing that, the other girls aren't having it. "Well, I'm his modern-day fiancé. Go wait somewhere else." She curses under her breath, salty AF. "Damn it, I was here first." Seeing this, the brunette tries to comfort her. Don't be mad, it's not that serious." Down below, the MC starts introducing the opponents. Today, the Eternal Sect's opponent is a second-rate sect, the Golden Phoenix Holy Sect. Before the competition begins, for some common reasons, to maintain the integrity of the competition, please sign an agreement that prohibits disciples from spreading nonsense during the competition. Seeing that he can't advertise, Changxiao plays dumb. "Huh? I don't understand." The MC calls him out. Yeah right, stop acting dumb, Sectmaster Jun, we're talking about you. He takes the agreement and mumbles. Seriously? Such a big event and no advertising? What kind of world is this? The MC sees him scribbling and reminds him. Don't make stuff up, Jun Changxiao. What the hell? I know your name is Jun Changxiao. After some formalities, it's time for the match. The MC announces. Competition start. Please choose your method of engagement. Hearing this, from the Eternal Sect's side, Shangtian steps up, bragging. This time, the Eternal Sect is sending Li Shangtian. Are you guys doing a one-on-one or a group fight? I'll take you all on myself. He adds a word of warning. You guys better use all your strength, or you might just die. Just after comforting Murong Xin, the brunette simps out and yells, Shangtian Gij, crush them! Down on the arena floor, the Golden Phoenix Holy Sect disciples start conferring. Even though the opponent isn't Xiao Zuiji, we can't underestimate him. Alright? Shangtian gets into a fighting stance and says, if you're so determined to die, then I won't hold back. Just as he's about to solo, there's a cough, and he turns to see Changxiao whispering something to him. The MC comments. We see Sectmaster Jun calling Li Shangtian back. Is he perhaps giving him some special combat instructions? It seems like contestant Li Shangtian is against it. Is the tactic that Sectmaster Jun provided difficult to execute? But Sectmaster Jun seems very confident and resolute. While we see Li Shangtian taking off his outer robe, it seems like he has something tied to his body. Is this their backup plan? No, it's not. Contestant Li Shangtian is putting his outer robe back on and even tying up his hair? This is truly intriguing. I wonder what surprise the Eternal Sect will bring us this time. Holy crap, Changxiao's at it again with the ads. If he can't say it, he'll write it on his shirt, using WRDS. The MC is just speechless at this point. Meanwhile, Li Shangtian is red-faced like some kind of sinful G, saying, sorry everyone, Li here has personal reasons and needs to win this ASAP. On the other side, those punk opponents scoff, saying, win fast? Our Golden Emperor Holy Sect is famous for its speed. Speed is our strength. We're not like the great Yan Holy Sect who underestimate their opponents. And with that, the dude straight up dropkicks Shangtian's face. This guy just shakes his head lightly, and then his hand goes lightning fast with the pressure points. Human welcome point, spirit deficiency point, origin pass point, sleep. The dude is stunned, confused, and falls flat on his face. No idea what just happened. And the crowd is once again shocked and bewildered. What the hell just happened? Why are the Golden Emperor Holy Sect disciples dropping like flies? Doesn't seem as flashy as that sinful Jin dude, huh? Why do the Golden Emperor Holy Sect guys look like they're facing a major boss? The remaining grandpas are sweating bullets looking at Shangtian with killing intent and sighing, Sulan couldn't even take 3 moves? We can't let this heretic demon get close. So they all rush in for a group beatdown, throwing kicks left and right, but they all miss. Shangtian coldly says, I told the sect master, I don't know how to fight fair, and I don't know how to hold back. Shangtian says, while weaving around like a ghost, dodging all the attacks, even the MC is stunned by this, and stutters. The movements are too precise. The footwork is too mystical. Yet it doesn't stop his advance at all. The dudes can't believe their eyes and grit their teeth, yelling, how is this possible? He's clearly standing right there. How can we not hit him no matter how we kick? As soon as he finishes speaking, a friendly hand grabs his head and gets ready to twist it off. Shangtian says with killing intent, because I'm an assassin of the Myriad Ages sect, the Myriad Ages strongest sect. As soon as he finishes speaking, nobody is left standing. Changxiao, standing on the sidelines, yells, that's right, I told you. Assassins and mages have to fight head-on like this. All offense, no defense, unmatched under heaven. Seeing how OP the Myriad Ages strongest sect is, the MC anxiously tells the City Lord. City Lord, the Myriad Ages strongest sect is too strong. They both sent a contestant to 1v5. The opposing side. This is affecting our odds. The Myriad Ages sect is terrifyingly strong. If this continues, we might. Hearing this, the City Lord turns around and says, to maintain some dignity, they're all being super cooperative, only sending out their second-rate disciples. This Myriad Ages strongest sect is getting on my nerves more and more. They even got their faces swollen. Looks like they've long forgotten the lesson that the heaven-defying gang taught them back then. Remember to eat, but don't remember getting beat. Just like that. Hearing this, the MC replies, so to preserve the face of Zhongzun Prefecture, we've come up with 2 solutions. Solution 1. Immediately arrange for those first-rate sects to send out all their strongest disciples. Solution 2. Pull in some sects that haven't participated in the Dragon Tiger tournament for a long time. After all, they are the true first-rate sects. Solution 1. 2. Please consider, City Lord. Before he finishes speaking, the City Lord grins evilly and orders, okay, do it that way. Hearing this, the MC asks, huh, what do you mean, City Lord? Which solution are we using? Solution 1 or 2? How will you choose? Doing both solutions at the same time isn't right? Do we need to go that far? It's just the Myriad Ages sect, not the heaven-defying gang. At the sect, Wei Lao and Dejun are watching the live stream and sigh, ha, this Shangtian kid isn't bad. Pretty cool. Wei Lao says, brother Dejun, not bad. You can even block the formations made by those formation emperors in Zhongzun Prefecture. The old man replies, Emperor what? This image transmission formation was originally created by yours truly back then. Haha. These kids are slapping the faces of those Zhongzun Prefecture guys. So satisfying. It's a pity we're old. Otherwise we'd have to go back to Zhongzun Prefecture. I always remember the sect leader's old saying. Plant sweet osmanthus. Drink wine. Do not emulate youthful travels. I once mentioned this poem to sect leader Jun, and he seemed surprised. But he said that this poem has a different interpretation. He said, let us plant sweet osmanthus, drink wine together, keep you all youthful. The sect leader is just like the gang leader, a prodigy. On this side, the prodigy Changxiao is sitting there with a dumb look on his face watching the competition like a dog watching water splashing. He's very annoyed with the live-streamed camera and sighs. I just said a few promotional slogans when the camera panned over. Is it really necessary to turn away as soon as you see me? You say that, but the look on your face when you're promoting is really embarrassing. I just want to get the disciples in the sect to break through 20,000 as soon as possible. Sitting next to him, Qian comforts him. But not many people pay attention. It might not be a bad thing. At this time, Brother Xiao finally asks, but Qian, why have you been covering your face ever since we came to Zhongzun Prefecture? Do you know anyone in Zhongzun Prefecture? Is there anyone causing you trouble? You can tell me, I'll protect you. Hearing this, Qian's face turns red, and she lifts her veil, saying, I know you're not afraid. I just don't want to cause any more trouble. Everything being quiet like this is also very good. Right at this moment, the MC announces. The final battle of the second competition hall has arrived. The last sect to participate in the competition is actually a third-rate sect, the Iron Fist sect. This is also a dark horse of this Dragon Tiger tournament, only ranked after the Myriad Ages sect. Moreover, it seems that the Iron Fist sect only has a few disciples of the sect master, unexpectedly so strong. It's a pity that they met the Myriad Ages strongest sect, so the Iron Fist sect became dim. Down by the arena, the old sect leader of the Iron Fist sect turned to praise his disciple. Dazhuang, not bad. It's rare to see you listen to my advice and restrain yourself from showing your full strength. That beefcake replied. These opponents aren't even worth my time. Only that guy caught my eye. Grandpa fell head over heels for G at first sight. He's itching for a sword fight. On the other side, G's crew also noticed the beefcake grandpa. One of them telepathically said, this guy's also walking the path of ultimate physical refinement. What do you think? Confident enough to face him? He's still holding back, not showing his true limits, but he's definitely at least a mid-grade martial emperor. Gao Zuiji smiled confidently. As long as you guys have my back, even if he's a half-saint, I'm sure I'll win. Above the arena, the crowd has gathered. The MC's voice boomed. After 2 qualifying rounds, we finally selected the top 16 of this Dragon Tiger tournament. I believe the upcoming battles will be even more spectacular. Over here, Xiao Mo is super chill, casually warming up. Today's match features the most popular sect right now, the Myriad Ages strongest sect. Looks like they're sticking to their previous strategy, sending one person out to fight. On the other hand, we have a bunch of guys charging in like they own the place, making the arena super lively. The other side is the veteran first-rate sect, the Heavenly Gang Holy Sect. I'm sure everyone here has heard of their resounding name, a powerful sect that has dominated Central Continent for hundreds of years. Xiao Mo's opponent glared at them unhappily, but judging by their serious faces, they probably don't dare to underestimate the Myriad Ages sect because of what happened with the Great Evolution Holy Sect and the Golden Emperor Holy Sect. Li Feiru noticed something and whispered to the other two. I watched the Heavenly Gang Holy Sect's previous match. It didn't seem like these were the guys who went on stage. Isn't there a rule that you can't just change contestants after registering? Li Fei cautiously reminded Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo, something seems off about them. Be careful, just sit back and watch. I'll definitely continue the Myriad Ages sect's winning streak, Xiao Mo said. The MC's shout rang out. The match begins! Xiao Mo quickly kicked towards the enemy, but those guys just nonchalantly watched Xiao Mo throw a move at them. He caught Xiao Mo's leg very easily, and then quickly returned the blow with a palm strike, forcing Xiao Mo to take several steps back. At this moment, he finally got serious. Didn't expect anyone to be able to block that. I'll put on a spectacular show for you guys all by myself. Xiao Mo quickly split into clones and rushed towards the enemy, constantly attacking the guy, but he blocked them all. Suddenly, 2 other guys grabbed his legs, making it hard for him to fight back. Uh-oh, I was careless. Those rebellious sons of my father will have an excuse to steal the credit now. Seeing that Grandpa wasn't getting the job done, Li Fei rushed forward, talking mad smack. Xiao Mo, I gave you a chance and you didn't cherish it. You couldn't even kill an enemy in one move. Qing Yang also stepped in to help. Qing Yang explained. The problem isn't Xiao Mo. It's these Heavenly Gang Holy Sect guys. Their strength is way higher than the previous opponents. The nephews on the opposite side also felt the pressure and exclaimed, no wonder our master urgently summoned us from our closed-door cultivation. So you guys are actually skilled. It's rare to see young outsiders cultivate to the martial emperor realm. But now that us direct disciples have made our move, your trip to Central Continent ends here. Boom! The 2 sides collided, and smoke filled the air. Watching from the sidelines, an old guy commented, this Myriad Ages sect has some skills, sending only 3 people. And they can still hold out when surrounded by my direct disciples. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm from the Dragon Tiger tournament. A first-rate sect. The sect leader's viewing room. Sitting next to him, a bald guy chimed in. I don't know why this year, a bunch of Myriad Ages sect guys and a bunch of Iron Fist sect guys are sweeping through everything, the other guy disdainfully replied. They're just fireflies flickering. If we were to compete seriously, those guys from the outer continents wouldn't get far, with the ancient Taishuan Holy Sect not participating. The champion of this year's Dragon Tiger tournament can only fall into the hands of one of us. Huh? Sending all three of them, and they can only defend? But they're telling two of you to retreat? Yeah, did the Myriad Ages sect give up? At this moment, Xiao Mo and Li Fei retreated, giving Qing Yang a clearer view. Qing Yang, channeling Wei Lao's swagger, put his hands behind his back and stepped forward, talking mad smack. The move I'm about to use isn't suitable for my junior brothers to participate in. Qing Yang flashed a charming smile and introduced himself. Myriad Ages' strongest sect, senior disciple Li Qing Yang. As he spoke, Qing Yang raised his hand, preparing to make his move, and continued. Please enlighten me. The moment they saw Qing Yang's posture, a cup suddenly fell and shattered. The sect leader's nephews, who were just talking smack, were now speechless and sweating profusely, stuttering. That posture must be a coincidence, right? It's just that the movement is a little similar, right? But down below, the disciples still didn't know what they were about to face, and they fiercely threw a punch. Talking all this smack about it being a martial arts competition, not a dance, what's the point of showing off all those fancy moves? I'm going easy on you, Qing Yang said. But Qing Yang just waved his hand lightly, stopping his opponent's attack, and then moved his hand to slap himself in the face, sending him flying hundreds of meters. Qing Yang said, I already went easy on you. The guys who saw this scene were shaking in their boots. Did senior brother just slap himself in the chest? The senior brother said before falling over. The opponent has a dangerous move. Attack together. So the kiddos swarmed Qing Yang like flies on honey, but he's all smooth moves like he's dancing or something. They're sweating bullets, grinding their teeth like, the disrespect! Wait, hold up, why does it feel like I'm punching myself? Qing Yang just smirks. Oh, it gets better. Then he redirects their attacks, making them punch each other. Sorry, Shidi. Didn't mean to. Shixiong, you're being brutal. We were supposed to attack together. You're totally doing this on purpose. Qing Yang's got them spinning like tops. Up in the stands, some sect leader recognizes the move. Hua Jianyu. He clenches his fist. Salty AF. He must have gotten a mouthful of Wei Lao's special back in the day. That damn Hua Jianyu. The sect leaders are panicking. Find me everything on this Wanjiyu sect stat. See if they got anyone named Wei. The rest of you, shut your traps. Careful not to let Adi, Grand Tutor's wife, Ye Shibo, Xinyang, Third Shishu's wife, Eldest Shiji, concubine, Ouyang guest elder, imperial sister, or Elder Liu hear about this. Down in the arena, the poor guys are facepalming themselves into oblivion. Witchcraft, sorcery, demon arts. The results are in. The MC announces. Advancing to the top 8 is Wanjiyu strongest sect. Qing Yang's all smug, watching them scramble to look presentable after getting wrecked. But it's still not enough. Qing Yang laments. Ah, the exclamation mark ran away. Meanwhile, the city lord's acting like he just delivered a baby. Ha! Wei Qingfeng. I knew that little rascal was still alive. The MC sidles up to the city lord. I've noticed the top-tier sect leaders suddenly hate Wang Jiyu's strongest sect because of this Wei Qingfeng guy. Why are you so happy? The city lord replies. My family doesn't have many female members. How would we have a conflict with that old geezer? I even learned a lot from him back in the day. The MC asks. If you and Wang Jiyu's sect have a good relationship, should we rig the matchups to give them an easier opponent? The city lord gives a sly grin. Nah, business is business. If Wang Jiyu's sect doesn't go all out, how can we make the Dragon Tiger tournament even more hype? The next day, the fights resume. The audience is grinning ear to ear, gossiping. These tickets are impossible to get. Even Upper Realm tournament tickets aren't this rare. Tell me about it. I had to pay triple to snag one. Totally worth it though. Wang Jiyu strongest sect versus Iron Fist sect. Changxiao standing next to that young man like father and son. He says with a grin. Who would have thought that we, one a third-rate sect and one a fifth-rate sect, would get this much hype? How about we form a group called the Barely There Sects? Long live the invincible Iron Fist. Wang Jiyu is listening to Changxiao babbling on. The red-haired youth has no idea how to respond, and is just speechless. Sensing the awkwardness, he turns to Zhao Mo. Oops, guess I'm not good at small talk. Just send anyone out there, we don't bully people. Just one-on-one. Xiao Mo replies calmly. I told you that joke wasn't funny. Changxiao immediately brushes it off. Lies. Tian Tian laughed really hard at that time. Xiao Mo steps up again, just like last round, with another trash-talking speech from the previous fight. Due to carelessness, I was suppressed by my opponent. I begged the sect leader for a long time to get this chance to fight. The young man seems dismissive, and answers with one word. You. Zhao Mo, still chattering, rushes over and introduces himself. I am eternally in the top 10 of Wang Jiyu's sect disciples. As he spoke, Zhao Mo kicked the red-haired man straight in the face. Redhead still stood there unscathed, musing. 10th place. The speed is indeed commendable, but in terms of force, it is almost zero. As he spoke, Redhead destroyed the arena floor with a nonchalant stomp and continued. Apart from Zhao Zuiji, I don't care about the rest. Xiao Mo refused to give up, and continued. It seems you still don't understand the value of being in the top 10 of Wan Jiyu Sect. As he spoke, he launched a flurry of kicks like 1,000 cuts, attacking the Fengguan Nian. Redhead coldly raised his hand to block the attack and sneered. Weak, weak, weak. Xiao Mo didn't give up, and he teleported behind him. The red-haired man grinned a friendly smile and said, Have you ever been hit by a windblade? With that said, Xiao Mo stuck his legs to both sides of Redhead's ears, which looked quite painful. Then there was a barrage of kicks to Fengguan Nian without any effect, but Redhead was very uncomfortable, so annoyed, so fast, I can't catch him. Then he braced himself and unleashed a terrifying aura, knocking Xiao Mo far away, who landed and sighed. That sturdy body of yours is too hard to play with. I've hit you hundreds of times without any effect. This is the feeling from our previous opponents. The feeling of not being able to break our move. Seeing Xiao Mo say that, a hand grabbed his shoulder and said, You can't break his move, and he can't hit you. You two are really not compatible. I should go. Tui Ji went on stage and said to Redhead. But don't worry about not being able to catch up with Xiao Mo. Few can beat his speed in the Wan Jiyu sect. His greatest record is chipping paint off the sect's walls, then retreating unscathed. Anyone in the know understands how difficult that move is. Only those who understand know how high level this technique is. At this time, Redhead spoke up. Finally get to battle you! He announced his name. Zhao Dazhuang, of the Iron Fist sect. Tui Ji also announced his name. Zhao Tui Ji, the strongest sect of all time. Tui Ji threw Dazhuang a pill and said, This is a pill from our Wan Jiyu sect, which can help you recover from the previous battle. After all, taking turns isn't our principle, but if you're worried this medicine is poisonous, that's also fine. Before Tui Ji finished speaking, Dazhuang put the pill in his mouth, chewed it loudly, and laughed. Most people who successfully practice body cultivation have kind hearts. Honest? I believe you. And you must be looking forward to this match. Then immediately after, the two took their stances and charged at each other. Boom! Dust flew everywhere. The punches caused an earth-shattering explosion, causing the audience to cover their ears and exclaim, Is this a fist fight? It's like thunder. Dazhuang excitedly laughed. You really didn't disappoint me. Tui Ji replied, Too bad. You're still not strong enough for me to go all out. The young man raised his fist again and laughed. If you're still hiding your strength, you won't be able to block my fist. Dazhuang still grinned and used his head to block Tui Ji's fist, causing a loud bang, shattering the arena floor. The camera suddenly zoomed up high. Even a water jug from afar was rippling violently. A little girl watching was amazed. Ah, the dragon-tiger battle hasn't even reached the finals yet, and the match is already so fierce. Suddenly a voice called out, Tong Er! The little girl turned around and replied, Emperor. The emperor asked, Who is fighting that's shaking even the mirror realm? Moreover, why did I sense the aura of an old friend just now? Switching back to the match, Tui Ji retracted his hand and sighed. My hand is shaking a little. This is more like it. Looking back, Dazhuang had turned golden. Indestructible. Tui Ji, not to be outdone, flexed and tore his clothes, saying, Then I can go all out. In the back, Qing Yang was recording and sketching something, seeming very interested. Seeing this, Dazhuang laughed. Clothes explosion. The aura is something, but he didn't dare to do what Tui Ji did. He just gently took off his clothes and gave them to his master, instructing, This is my last intact piece of clothing. You must protect it for me. Seeing this scene, Changxiao caught on and turned to Qing Yang and said, Qing Yang, it looks like they're very short on money, understand? Qing Yang, still writing diligently, replied, Got it, leave it to me. Back to the battle. Dazhuang threw a punch and charged forward with grandeur, daring not to dodge at all. Tui Ji excitedly replied, This attack definitely has the power of a martial emperor peak. I'm a little hesitant with your cultivation. As he spoke, Tui Ji punched and kicked Dazhuang far away. Tui Ji continued, How can you be so poor that you only have one set of clothes left? Even my stingy and frugal senior brother gives me 15 sets of clothes every month. Hearing Tui Ji say this, Dazhuang frowned with bitterness and said, 15 sets, listening to you, it's still not enough, you greedy bastard. Do you know what kind of days I've lived through? As he spoke, he punched Tui Ji. Then it was Tui Ji's turn to punch Dazhuang into the arena floor. Tui Ji took the opportunity to punch again, adding a punch in the face of Dazhuang, sending him flying backward. Tui Ji clenched his fist and exclaimed, Indestructible, unparalleled strength, your sect nurtures you well. Dazhuang growled. The path of body cultivation from the outside in, from the surface to the core, muscles, tendons, skin, bones, organs, blood, marrow, meridians, step-by-step tempering, step-by-step forging the body. How much physical pain this process entails, I don't need to tell you, you probably understand. Do you know why my Iron Fist sect only has 2 people? Me and my master? Because body cultivation is too expensive, requiring spirit-infused food, and tons of it every day. The Iron Fist sect was eaten into bankruptcy, and can only afford to support 1 disciple per term. As Dazhuang spoke, his eyes welled up with tears, and Tui Ji asked, So the first time I saw you hunting ferocious beasts, turns out you were just self-supplying. Dazhuang added, My master has also achieved the indestructible diamond body. Who knew back then he was even taller and buffer than me? Just so I could eat enough, He starved himself until he got skinny. Hearing this, Changxiao was surprised. You call that skinny? But I get it. These little guys eat too much. Da Zhuang then rushed over, saying, that's why I must win the Longhu Tournament Championship. Only then will there be prize money to support the Iron Fist sect. And then both fists collided. The arena was smashed to pieces. The two grandpas just went at each other, punching and kicking like crazy. Haha, so refreshing. After watching for a long time, still no winner, Qing Yang asked him, Sect Master, it seems like neither of them can break each other's defense. Will they just keep wrestling like that? Changxiao replied, then we'll have to see who can break their own limits first. After punching for a while, both of them seemed exhausted with bruised bodies. Da Zhuang asked, why is your strength decreasing? Already tired? Zuichi replied, the Sect Master once said that after a long training process, every drop of blood, every ounce of flesh on my body is full of energy. The Sect Master said, these energies will eventually gather in the smallest parts of my body. What did he call it again? Atoms and nuclei or something? As long as I reach the microscopic realm, breaking even one atom will create a chain reaction with unimaginable power. At first I never understood how to break myself. Through the battle with you I realized, extreme violence, no destruction, no construction, using myself as bait to burn all things. The Sect Master said, if this move is successful he will call it nuclear fission. At this time, the arena had been smashed to smithereens by the two. Zuichi still stood there feeling the new power. He grasped it tightly in his hand and sighed. This energy seems to have exceeded the limits of my body. Only one last blow remains, but this will be a blow that you absolutely cannot withstand. As he spoke, Zuichi punched out. This punch cracked Da Zhuang's indestructible diamond body. The energy wave from this punch was like the energy of a bomb exploding. The arena almost blew away the audience watching. Boom! A mushroom cloud appeared like an atomic bomb. At this time, in the smoke and dust, only someone's horrified voice remained. Master! Master, I lost! Da Zhuang's master said. You did very well. He picked up Da Zhuang and said to Changxiao, the disciples of your sect are indeed extraordinary. I am Yu Fan. On behalf of the Iron Fist sect, I concede defeat. Zuichi was also exhausted at this time. Changxiao fed Zuichi pills and replied, Gao Tu's indestructible diamond body is indeed impressive. Apart from the disciples of our eternal sect, few people of the same age can match it. I have a few miraculous pills that can help Da Zhuang recover completely, without leaving any injuries. Yu Tian replied, thank you, then this old man will take my disciple away first. Changxiao then put on a multi-level marketing tone to invite him. Wait! Sect Master Yu, where do you two plan to go next? Yu Tian replied, the Demon Beast Forest. There are many ferocious beasts there, which is convenient for us to self-supply. Zuichi had regained his strength at this time. Changxiao then invited Yu Tian. Then are you interested in joining my eternal sect in Xinjiang County? Our eternal sect needs talents like you two very much. Yu Tian replied, no need. Master and disciple are used to being free, and the Iron Fist sect cannot be cut off because of me. Changxiao still didn't give up, and pulled out a scroll, saying, it's not that I want to merge the Iron Fist sect and the Eternal sect, but our Eternal sect is planning to replan the entire Xinjiang city. From now on, Xinjiang city will become a metropolis, integrating shopping, rest, cultivation, and entertainment, named Eternal City. Here there are all kinds of spiritual pills, weapons, and abundant spiritual energy, like owning the entire Ironbone Mountain as the city's backyard. You two are the first sect I invited. You will enjoy the highest treatment, a golden opportunity that is hard to come by twice. Not only the Iron Fist sect, any sect is welcome. Hearing Changxiao's multi-level marketing pitch, the MC had to cough to remind him. 1. It is forbidden to use slogans or advertising language to promote the sect. 2. It is forbidden to use costumes to advertise the sect. 3. It is forbidden to use the opponent's body or objects to advertise the sect. Changxiao just said, oh I know. Then he whispered to Yu Tian, free food for life, unlimited eating and drinking every day, and you can also enjoy the signature dishes of Southwest chef Dundu, combining spiritual power and flavor. He added a final sentence. You can take it to go. Both agreed immediately. However, Changxiao made a condition. However, there is still a small request. Seeing Changxiao and the others gossiping for too long, the MC had to politely ask them to leave. Can you all go down first? The formation masters will repair the damaged arena. At this time, the two masters and disciples, Da Zhuang, must have just finished drinking Changxiao's pills, so they were very energetic. The two masters and disciples shouted, the Eternal Sect is actively recruiting students. Sincerely invite talented youths. Disciples of other sects can also participate. Eternal City is actively recruiting. Welcome all sects to come to Eternal City to work together to build. By now you guys know what Changxiao's condition was for the two masters and disciples, right? Hearing this scene, the MC was speechless. For Changxiao, he angrily added to the list of prohibitions. It is forbidden to entice other sects to advertise for oneself. Cut to Wanji Yu sect. Wei Lao and Formation Emperor are arranging disciples. Wei Lao points and says, new disciples this way. First, receive your sect uniform and introductory techniques. Then, he turns and laughs. Sect leaders' ads are paying off. More and more people are signing up. Imagine when Wanji Sect actually wins the championship. The gates might be jammed solid. Formation Emperor chimes in. However, recently many spies have been snooping around for news about you. Probably just those losers from Central Continent Sect. Nothing to worry about. What I'm more concerned about is that the fight of the top 8 caused such a big commotion. With the Sect leader's personality, the finals will definitely be earth-shattering. I'm worried the barrier of Central Continent might not hold up. Cut to Central Continent Sect, Fu Qingjiao, an underground chamber. The city lord arrives and asks, "How's the situation?" The old guys maintaining the formation reply, "That last explosion was nasty. Shook the barrier. But thanks to the combined efforts of 8 formation emperors, we managed to stabilize it. After all, it's a multi-frequency ceiling formation rebuilt by the formation genius Zhen Dejun from back in the day. Its durability is still reliable." The city lord adds, "Thanks to him. Otherwise, this ancient formation would have crumbled to dust hundreds of years ago." But with the current situation, will the next match damage the barrier? The gray-haired old man replies, "City lord, rest assured. With peak formation emperors like me here, there won't be any accidents. Zhen Dejun was just so-so. I've fixed countless flaws in his formation, increasing its durability tenfold." Meanwhile, the OG, Lao Jun, tells Wei Lao, "I intentionally left loopholes, linking them together in the formation, creating a heavenly remnant setup. This maximizes the power of a remaining ancient formation, so durability won't be a problem. Nothing to worry about, right?" He continues, "I'm just afraid some people who think they're smart will modify my formation, because if what's inside that formation gets out, what gets destroyed won't just be Central Continent." Cut to 2 formation dudes gossiping. Skinny dude says, "I've been up for 2 nights straight. I remember the master said repairing was an easy job." Fatty dude replies, "That's because the master never encountered Wanji Sect. Seriously, that arena was reinforced by us, yet it shattered completely. If it shatters a few more times, our formation skills will reach a sophisticated level. Hopefully, they'll get eliminated soon. Don't jinx it. All our pocket money is bet on them winning the championship." "I think you're crazy. That's like throwing money into the sea." "If that is the case." Speaking of which, the match between Wanji Sect and Spirit Sword Sect doesn't look like previous matches. Why are they standing there without moving? But if this is the case, we can leave work early today. At this moment, on the arena, are 2 youths soloing, Zhu Hong and the blindfolded guy. Both are standing silently like statues, soloing in the world of mind. In this space, both simultaneously launch their swords, clashing against each other. The 2 swiftly pass each other, and then Zhu Hong rotates his sword and slashes at blindfolded. Blindfolded swiftly jumps up to dodge, then shouts, using spirit as a guide, using the sword as a formation. After speaking, he simultaneously slashes rapidly at Zhu Hong. But Zhu Hong remains calmly standing there, blocking all of his moves. Zhu Hong calmly speaks in the Battle of Minds, "That you can unleash moves like this, not bad. Worthy of me giving my all." After trash-talking, Zhu Hong immediately swings his sword, unleashing a force shadow. 2 streams of blue and red sword energy rush together, colliding endlessly. Blindfolded seems to be at a disadvantage, but in reality, both are still standing motionless like statues. Xiao Mo watches and is bored. He yells to Qingyang, "Senior brother, Zhu Hong, and the others have been battling with their minds for half a day." Qingyang is also speechless. "Don't you know? Some of us have received tons of fan letters, requiring PhD-level replies." Hearing this, Xiao Mo blankly looks around, seeing Zuiji and Qingyang reading many love letters. Pan Xiao Mo furiously yells, "Why don't I have a single letter? On the arena, I'm considered to have otherworldly grace, even though I haven't won a single time. The most important thing is why those guys who haven't even fought yet have letters." Over here, Xingchen and He Yugong are also reading letters. Yugong replies, "Because for cold, handsome guys like us, they have room for imagination, while you're just a clown, no more no less." Hearing him say this, Xiao Mo also nods. That makes sense. Unable to sit still for long, Xiao Mo leans over to Changxiao and calls out, "Sect leader, how about while they're battling with their minds, I go beat up the Spirit Sword Sect? Let me go on stage to prove the power of the sect." Changxiao replies, "You don't need shame, but I still do. We still have to recruit disciples." Changxiao pauses for a moment and then continues, "But the sound of the wind is getting louder. They're about to reach a conclusion." The 2 swords planted below are trembling intensely. In their minds, Zhu Hong decisively slashes his sword, shattering everything. The arena is filled with smoke and dust. Blindfold dude is shooketh. His blindfold string's been sliced in 2 by Chu Hong. He's like, 8, I lost. Chu Hong sheathes his sword, says, "I yield." MC announces the results. Myriad Age's strongest sect advances to the Dragon Tiger Tournament Finals. They'll be battling the arrogant World Holy Sect for the championship. Over here, some green-clad grannies grinning ear to ear, telling Qingyang, "Qingyang, right? You gotta deliver this letter to your master. Back then, I was just 1 step away from becoming your mistress." Qingyang sweating bullets, thinking, "Damn, I got a lot of almost mistresses, huh?" Fina say, "I'll deliver it for sure." Meanwhile, Gate Demon guy from Changxiao's crew steps onto the stage, trying to stir up some drama. Looks like y'all ain't even tired, huh? How about we bet a whole street, you dig? Ever since I met you at the city gates, I've been looking forward to this fight. But, so the world doesn't say the arrogant world holy sect is jumping you while you're weak, y'all come at me. Seeing him baiting like that, Changxiao's disciples got a double check. You sure about that? Dude's kinda nervous now, seeing their energy. Surely you wouldn't agree to my request. A foot stomps forward. Don't you worry. Spirit Dude's got a sly grin. This man alone can make you feel like you are facing 10 dudes at once. Spiky Hair's got a wild hairdo, eyes glowing, body crackling with lightning. Spiky Hair's awakened, eyes icy, 6/10 of his power unleashed. Then, Spiky Hair dashes at Spirit Dude with insane speed, only to get his neck snatched. Spirit Dude slams Spiky Hair into the ground. Boom! He stares down coldly. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. And you? Spiky Hair's coughing up a lung. Spirit Dude's all arrogant. Fighting ain't like that. Suddenly, Spiky Hair leaps back, quick as lightning. A smirk plays on his lips. First time I've met someone even cockier than me. 8/10. Spiky Hair laughs like a maniac, pulling out a wicked blade. As soon as he aims the pointy end at Changxiao, homie's already counterattacking. Spirit Dude glances at Spiky Hair. Idiot. Stubborn. Still, he lunges to grab his weapon. Spiky Hair cackles maniacally. 10/10. He smirks, staring at Spirit Dude confidently. No one can withstand my 10/10 lightning prison and keep fighting. Relax. I'll control my power. Won't burn you to a crisp. At the same time, Spiky Hair's head's yanked back. Spirit Dude's got a death grip on his hair. Funny coincidence. I got isekai'd by lightning. My lightning resistance ain't bad. Spirit Dude easily hauls Spiky Hair up, then throws him down like a ragdoll. Ma, this is your full power? Then kneel before me. Meanwhile, Changxiao chills in his seat. System. This final boss ain't even forcing Spirit Dude to go all out. Can I get the Dragon Tiger Championship reward early? Back to Spiky Hair. The system screen flashes. Ao Wushuang ain't ordinary, he's got a trait not many have. Hearing that, he's suspicious. Grows stronger when facing a stronger opponent? Even if he doubles his power in danger, it still can't close the gap with Spirit Dude. Suddenly, he bolts toward him, each step shaking the ground. 20/10. Spiky Hair kicks Spirit Dude hard. Right now, the system is still online and saying, he sucks at math, doesn't know 10/10 is already full power. Just found out he divides his strength into tenths. Faced with his fearsome look, Changxiao looks confused. The hell? That's even possible? Spirit Dude's eyes widen. He still has power left. Immediately after that, Spiky Hair launches into the air. Still, he holds his ground. Spiky Hair's fingers flicker with light. 37.5/10. Thunder God stance. Energy surges from his hands, swirling like a storm. Spirit Dude grins. Now this is getting interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, the two jumped at each other without any regard, punching with their hands and kicking with their feet. Amidst the chaos, Changxiao didn't sweat it. These two little shits are almost at the limit of half-step City Lord already. Plus, they still got juice left. If I don't cheat, I might not even win, he says, intrigued. I've decided. This one's got fate with my eternal sect. The ground shakes violently, followed by a deafening bang. The crowd is stunned. We're screwed. This weekend is going to be wrecked again. This match will definitely obliterate the formation beyond repair. The guy next to him chimes in, trying to reassure him. Think happy thoughts. Like, eternal sect just won and I'm about to become a rich man. In the tense atmosphere, a voice cuts through the silence. Just how much did you bet? At the same time, a mysterious figure appears. Damn, Jing Chen is this strong? He trembles with anger. I absorbed everyone who ever offended the Eternal Sect, but I still can't keep up with his progress. The mysterious figure tries to reassure himself. But on the bright side, I think only I can defeat Eternal Sect, so I bet on them to be invincible. Suddenly he hangs his head and sobs. I can't let this little bit of profit distract me from my revenge goal. I have to find someone stronger to absorb. The mysterious figure sighs helplessly. But where am I going to find someone like that easily? Noticing something is off, he quickly looks up. Huh? Why did the sky suddenly change? Could these two be so strong that they can even affect the heavens? Just as the ground cracks, Xing Chen manages to jump up in time. He angrily headbutts Hairdown's face. Fall already! The dude spins around and slowly collapses backward. 4. Suddenly, Curly grabs Xing Chen's hand. 48 portions of power! He smirks triumphantly. Being able to fight Xing Chen to this extent, you can count on one hand in our sect. Changxiao, who has been watching the battle. The intel said that Ao Wushuang is someone with a thunder physique, one of the 10 great sacred bodies. Didn't expect him to be this strong, he mumbles, his eyes trying to connect the pieces in his memory. 10 great sacred bodies? I think I've heard of it before. Wasn't it the spirit transformation physique? Changxiao suddenly remembers an event. That's right. It was the city lord's daughter in Tianyu Royal City, Mu Hongliai. I knew that girl had fate with my eternal sect from back then. One of them speaks up. Sect leader, can we put the recruitment on hold for now? If Xing Chen can't defeat him, we can't sit still. He looks down at the group with disappointment. I told you guys to train and balance your power more. So many opportunities to shine, all wasted. The man immediately retorts. Does shining have to involve risking your life? Seeing this, Changxiao yells, Xing Chen, haven't you regressed into a 50-year-old geezer? Before the fight, you said you'd be a Chad and end the match in 3 minutes. Can you even do it? Each word stabs at his self-esteem. Xing Chen quickly regains his fighting spirit. Sorry, noob. This battle is about the honor of the former top disciple of my eternal sect. He slowly approaches Curly, who involuntarily shudders. 63 portions. Curly suddenly throws his hand towards Xing Chen. A surge of power erupts instantly. The attack comes, but Xing Chen stands firm, showing no signs of damage. Curly starts to doubt his own abilities. He suddenly grins wickedly. Judging by your tone, you must be looking down on me for being stingy, huh? Immediately after, Xing Chen punches Hair down in the face without hesitation. Not enough, eat your fill. He is sent flying backward, his body slamming straight into the wall. The crowd starts discussing. Even the barrier created by the 8 formation emperors has been broken. Curly doesn't seem to be able to move anymore. They look at him in confusion. Young Master Ao, he's lost consciousness. Their attention shifts towards Xing Chen. This year's Dragon Tiger tournament champion has appeared. Eternal strongest sect. One of them laughs excitedly. I'm rich! The man next to him looks bewildered. Compared to money, did you guys really not notice that eye in the sky? The group replies with dissatisfaction. What eye? Old man, are you hallucinating? The man retorts. Such a big eye, and you guys didn't see it? Besides, I'm only 40 years old. He looks around, feeling that something is wrong, and suddenly realizes something strange. Huh? Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? Aren't people supposed to be celebrating? That's not right. The man stands still. It's not that they're quiet, but everyone is frozen in place? What's going on? Even Xing Chen notices the abnormality. Xiaomo, Zuiji, he angrily shouts. Who's playing tricks? Suddenly a familiar voice echoes in Xing Chen's ear. Oh my, your majesty. The person is Ling Jiao, she sneers. You're not dead? Ling Jiao looms in the shadows, she looks contemptuous. And you've even changed your appearance. If you hadn't revealed a bit of your martial emperor aura just now, this servant would really not dare to recognize you. The little servant behind her can't help but feel worried. Why did the martial emperor suddenly descend to the mortal realm? This is a great crime in the upper realm. They will be severely punished. Furthermore, the female emperor is calling herself this servant. So could she be an old acquaintance of someone in the lower realm? Faced with Ling Jiao's taunts, Xing Chen remains calm. So it's an old acquaintance, you're still as impatient as you were back then. He glares at her with resentful eyes. Ling Jiao, she laughs gleefully. As expected of the man I had my eyes on back then, even if you die and are reborn, you can return to the martial emperor realm. Ling Jiao's tone is unhurried, as if teasing and mocking. But you can't always obediently listen to this servant. Wouldn't it be better to obediently die? Suddenly, Xing Chen rushes towards her. Ling Jiao looks at him in surprise. Huh? I've never seen you use this movement technique before. So this is what you learn after being reborn? Xing Chen looks around, his face full of worry and tension. He can't fight this crazy woman here. The sect leader and his fellow disciples will be turned to ashes. As the attack rushes in at terrifying speed, in just a split second, his body twists nimbly. Even so, Ling Jiao has no intention of letting Xing Chen off the hook. This time, I won't let you escape. He strains every nerve to escape. Crap! I can't dodge this. The ground begins to explode, thick smoke billowing around. At the same time, Wu Di appears to rescue Xing Chen. Not bad, huh? You've got enemies even in a backwater like the upper realm. Wu Di's shield is already showing signs of cracking. Realizing the dire situation, he urges loudly. What are you standing there for? Get out of the city. Remember, you owe me a new gate. Xing Chen replies with a burst of vigor. If I survive, I'll compensate you with one made of sandalwood, inlaid with gold. However, Wu Di just scoffs. Shut your trap if you don't know how to talk. I'm a top disciple, not a dead disciple. Seeing them gradually disappearing into the distance, Ling Jiao can't help but feel surprised. Huh? There's actually someone on the Xingwu continent who can escape my control? Her expression quickly changes from surprise to a ruthless one. But one more ant, might as well kill them all at once. With that, Ling Jiao quickly gives chase. I don't believe there's a third person who can break my control. The man looks up at her in horror. HMPH, that gaze is chasing after them, I gotta scram. Even so, curiosity gets the better of him. I didn't expect the upper realm to actually exist, but what's even weirder is that this Xing Chen guy can actually make enemies with people from the upper realm. At the same time, a figure approaches the man. Changxiao's eyes are cold, as if they can pierce through everything. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth stagnates, difficult to perceive. I just woke up. He glares at him. Hey kid, do you know which direction my 2 sect disciples went? The man's hand trembles, gradually moving in one direction. That way. Changxiao immediately disappears without a trace. Thank you. Before leaving, he doesn't forget to turn his head back. Little bro, you look very familiar. It seems we met in the first round. In the future, my Wanji Yu sect will definitely promote you. Immediately afterward, Changxiao dashes off. The man still watches him. At this moment he has made his decision. Riches lie in danger. I'll follow and see. Back with Xing Chen and Wu Di. They are still trying to defend. However, the shield is once again shattered by Ling Jiao. Electronic lightning bolts float in space, flashing and tearing apart the sky. Xing Chen feels a bit of doubt. A move that only reaches the peak of martial saint. Ling Zhao's attacks are so weak, she must be trying to play with us to death. At the same time, she gently manipulates her fingers around, begin to emit evil energy. Ling Zhao gently beckons her hand in the direction of the group. In that space, an energy vortex slowly forms, only to see it slowly approaching Xing Chen and Wu Di. From the palms of each person, streaks of light appear, blending together in mid-air. Their every movement is perfect, thus shattering the energy vortex. Ling Zhao's expression has gradually changed. You're improving faster than I thought. This attack is almost at the level of Martial Emperor, yet you guys can still withstand it. Even facing the enemy, he doesn't flinch. That year you couldn't completely kill me. Today, when the two strongest of Wan Ji Yu are here, you can't do it even more. Wu Di focuses his gaze on Ling Zhao. Lao Ye, maybe it's not because she wants to play around that she's using such weak moves. He seems like a master who understands everything around him. But it is the barrier between the lower realm and the upper realm that prevents her from using higher power. In my experience, even if she has ascended to the upper realm and reached the Emperor's position, breaking this barrier will come at a significant price. Hearing this, Xing Chen's eyes become even more determined. If we deal with it carefully, we'll definitely be fine. I don't believe she can freeze the entire continent for long. He casts a sharp gaze towards her. It remains to be seen how fierce her determination to kill is. At this moment, Ling Zhao continues to act. Ah, fate teases. I can't help it either. You should die once more. Her finger pierces through the white clouds. Immediately after, it slowly moves closer to the two people. Ling Zhao starts to babble. In the morning, I watch the flowers bloom on the red tree. In the evening, I watch the flowers fall, and the tree is bare. Xing Chen will naturally not be brainwashed by her. If you compare flowers to the affairs of life, then flowers are like human life. Reborn once, getting to know you guys, I won't lose out. Before plunging into battle, he shouts a warning. Wu Di, get out of the way. I still have a move that can unleash martial emperor cultivation for a short time. But even if I push her back or die from exhaustion, she won't continue to hunt you down. He suddenly punches Xing Chen hard in the face. Shut up! If my bros get killed by some upper realm scrub, I won't have the face to live anymore. His words contain reproach. Did you really think I only know how to stand guard? Wu Di's eyes are like flames burning fiercely, his gaze full of hatred, with no leniency. According to my sect leader, who doesn't have a god-tier account to log in with? The space seems to shrink under the power emanating from him. Wu Di seriously declares, the lower realm is my territory, got it? Standing before his powerful appearance, Ling Zhao is a bit concerned. Who is this? The aura on his body is more than that of a peak powerhouse in the upper realm. Xing Chen also can't help but feel chills. This is Wu Di's true strength? Completely unable to sense the limit of his power. Immediately after, he grabs Xing Chen's collar. Wu Di excitedly grabs him and runs. Mo Xing Chen, what are you waiting for? Run! That's a fake stance created by my hidden cultivation technique. I'm just borrowing a bit of my old aura. At the critical moment, Changxiao appeared in time. Spirit Armor, Azure Dragon Crescent Blade. Immediately after, he takes out a god-tier mecha magic staff. Second release. With just a few simple moves, Changxiao shattered Ling Zhao's magic. The ground beneath him got absolutely wrecked. Changxiao's face twisted with fury. You dare mess with my people on my turf? His gaze locked on his opponent, radiating pure contempt. Upper realm gangs got no manners, huh? Changxiao shot a look of disapproval at Xing Chen. This high-level trash is your guys' fault, right? You made my hand go numb, you arrogant bastards. Meanwhile, Ling Zhao chuckled, the sound echoing through the realm. Never thought I'd see the Night Emperor hiding behind someone else. You're so cute. I just want to hold you in my palm and crush every bone in your body. Hearing that, Changxiao straight up asked, Your boo? Xing Chen looked flustered? Something like that. Changxiao kept pressing. Tissander, Xing Chen mumbled. For now. Changxiao looked sympathetic. Ugly breakup? Xing Chen sighed, defeated. Reduced to ashes. But Changxiao leaned in close, whispering mockingly. Could it be you just weren't real enough? Xing Chen shook his head. Both lifetimes were dedicated to the Taoist cultivation. But she was obsessed with it too. To the point of, his voice dripped with anger, each word emphasized. Attacking and stealing my throne to ascend to the upper realm. Xing Chen shot to his feet, vowing. When I return to my peak and ascend to the upper realm, I'll take back what's mine. Ling Zhao's voice turned icy. Then I really can't let you live. With that, her long, gnarly fingernails shot out, heading straight for Xing Chen. Too fast. At the same time, an invisible force blocked Ling Zhao's attack, none other than Chang Zhao. Out of nowhere, Ling Zhao's gigantic hand appeared, long fingers extending like sharp blades. Chang Zhao's sword went straight for Ling Zhao. Seeing the strange sword, Ling Zhao was confused. What kind of weapon is this? It can attack across realms. The sword grazed her palm, and Ling Zhao faltered slightly. Barely anything, but he actually hurt me. She looked at Chang Zhao, intrigued. This kid's kind of fun. Ling Zhao's cold laughter swept over Chang Zhao. Killing a genius like you will be so satisfying. Just then, a court official showed up. Empress Ling Zhao! He glared at her. Your actions have gone too far. The cold voice echoed in the silent space. Voluntarily surrender and come with us to the discipline hall for punishment. The group's deep voices rumbled like ancient bells in the sky. You two want to see if we old geezers can still uphold the rules of the upper realm? The official's voice was like a broken zither string in the dead of night, quiet, but each word struck the soul. The lower realm might be spiritually depleted, but as an emperor, surely you understand its significance to the upper realm? Ling Zhao chuckled. I only came to reminisce with an old friend from the lower realm. No fatalities occurred. Fine, I'll go with you. Without warning, Ling Zhao raised her hand and shattered a precious water jug. However, I still want to leave the Night Emperor a little surprised. Seeing her arrogance, the group yelled, "Impudence! How dare you! You have a death wish!" Ling Zhao was immediately restrained by a strange force. An official with the mandate of heaven stood tall in the void, eyes cold, voice echoing like the voice of the heavens. Empress Ling Zhao disturbed the lower realm, repeatedly warned but unrepentant. Immediately escort her to the discipline hall for trial. Those words reached Changxiao and Xing Chen's ears. A deep voice representing the heavenly Tao echoed. Imprisonment released. Without warning, the thunder died down, and the remaining lightning faded like a dying candle. Xing Chen looked up. Looks like time's back to normal. Changxiao couldn't resist teasing. Yeah, after your ex got arrested, even the clouds started moving again. At the final scene, the crowd was still in the same spot. Xiao Mo looked around, confused. Huh? Where's the sect leader? Xing Yang pursed his lips, thoughts churning in his soul. Xing Chen and Wu Di also suddenly disappeared. The worry in his heart faded a little. With their cultivation, there shouldn't be anyone in this world who can threaten them. At the same time, Xing Chen collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Still alive, lucky her last strike missed, only hit the mountain next to the imperial city. On the other hand, Wu Di looked pissed. So humiliating, getting challenged by some trash, almost lost. Suddenly, Changxiao groaned. Carry me, give me a hand. He fell to the ground, voice as soft and whiny as a baby bird. Sect leader, I'm feeling a little weak right now. On the way back, Changxiao remained optimistic. Call it a mutual loss. Mutual loss? Wu Di looked doubtful. You mean we almost died and she only got scolded? But we all had to admit, no one won that fight. In other news, a man looked wide-eyed in shock. What's this? He stared at a jade stone without blinking. Blood from the upper realm empress. The man couldn't hide his shock. But Jun Changxiao does have some skills. He can even hurt a being of that level. His eyes scanned the jade, a calculating glint within. Could this blood drop contain the mighty energy of someone from the upper realm? If I could swallow it. Then, the man moved closer to the jade. As soon as his hand touched it, the jade suddenly burst into flames. Over here, Xing Chen felt a bit puzzled. Who's screaming so miserably? Wu Di casually ignored it, probably just scared by the aftermath of our battle earlier. Changxiao's expression turned pensive, a bit melancholic. In the next year, I'll basically be useless, but relying on the time-space secret realm, our sect will also experience at least 3 months of high-level power shortage. I'll have to rely on you two. Xing Chen's voice rang out clearly and strongly, the tone resolute and not at all weak, but like an iron oath. As long as I'm here, the Wan Jiyu sect will definitely be safe. Wu Di beside him also exuded an aura of determination. Get me a new gate. Even if the Xingwu continent collapses, the Wan Jiyu sect will still exist. Hearing that, he could only chuckle. That's enough arrogance right up my alley. But with the Wan Jiyu sect's reputation after the Dragon Lake battle, ordinary enemies won't be reckless enough to attack us in the short term. At this moment, Changxiao sternly reminded, his voice soft but with a hint of coldness. It's impossible for it to be such a coincidence that an unreasonably strong enemy appears during this time. In another development, confusion began to appear clearly on the man's face, his eyebrows furrowed. What's going on? Why is the formation shaking like this? The subordinate hurriedly explained. Just now, a sudden attack from the sky struck the formation. The man angrily scolded. I don't need to know the reason. Stabilize the formation immediately. I've reinforced the formation many times, but it's getting weaker and weaker. It's definitely because you guys aren't operating it correctly. The man's tone grew stronger and stronger, like a raging wave crashing down, full of threat. Do you know the consequences if the formation is destroyed? Can you bear it? Right at this moment, a dark shadow loomed behind him, only to see that person close to the man's ear. Oh, what consequences? Tell me. The man was beaten until he cried. He kept begging, Stop, I'm a scholar. Even so, the monster had no intention of forgiving him. He decisively blew the man away. The monster only glanced at him coldly. Didn't expect even a human can be sent flying over the mountains. Looks like this formation not only imprisons this king, but also drains this king's power. However, the entire space seemed to shatter under his madness, only to see the monster burst into crazy laughter. This king, with this perfect body, how could I let you weaken me? Suddenly he darted forward, a powerful and unexpected surge that destroyed the ground. In his madness, his eyes burned like an unquenchable flame. You little brats, your king is back. The monster plunged to the ground like a rocket, then landed with unimaginable force. The anger within him began to erupt. The monster's entire body seemed about to explode with rage. Swallowing me for 1,000 years, you despicable humans, I'll eat whoever I meet. At the same time, Changxiao appeared in time, and as soon as they met, he began to criticize. Could that Kuang Lui at least wear some underwear? There are women on our side. Even so, the monster casually ignored Changxiao. Why would this king's perfect body need to be covered by ordinary human fabric? Besides, he then revealed his sharp teeth. Who cares about the feelings of food? Immediately after, the monster opened his mouth wide towards him. Changxiao sighed helplessly. I just told him to put on some pants. Why is he getting so worked up? He began to slide backward, while also asking, where are the left and right guardians? Changxiao decisively kicked him in the forehead, and Xingchen below also contributed with a punch. The monster gritted his teeth, as if suppressing his rage. A martial saint, a semi-saint. Not bad. This king is indeed lucky. The group immediately noticed his strange ears. Suddenly the monster turned and left. He crawled quickly on the ground. How could this king be trapped by you? The monster's actions left Changxiao stunned. He just left like that. This pervert is really decisive and neat. Just then, a person rushed over. He was panting non-stop. Sect leader Jun, have you seen any wild men passing by? He quickly pointed in the other direction. City Lord Han, he just ran in that direction. As soon as Changxiao finished speaking, the group hurriedly left. This place is not safe, Sect leader Jun. Please go to the city quickly. Xingchen stared at them with a thoughtful look. Just now, City Lord Han's group had at least 10 martial saints. Changxiao also nodded in agreement. This lineup seems like that's a very powerful pervert. Woody seemed to have sensed a strange aura. He's definitely not human, but I can't remember what race he is. Then Changxiao led the group out of the forest. We should quickly return to the sect and ask if Elder Wei knows that guy. One person asked tentatively with a suspicious look. Weren't they very wild in Zhongzongju before? However, they didn't notice that they were being watched by the monster. He laughed gleefully. Want to seal this king while I haven't recovered my strength? Wishful thinking. This king only needs one golden cicada shedding its shell. And you guys will be spinning around, only to see the monster gather all his strength and take a long breath. Let this king eat first, and I'll give you guys an appetizer in return. Then he decisively jumped to the ground, looking just like a wild beast. Noticing the abnormality, Changxiao's group unconsciously stopped. He looked around to check. This sound isn't a lion or a tiger, but it's extremely powerful. And why does it feel a bit familiar? Woody stepped forward, while also warning everyone take the sect leader as the center, and be on guard. The enemy is coming. Xingchen beside him also became vigilant. There are many enemies. No sooner said than done. A horde of giant beasts charged towards them. Woody immediately unleashed his inner force. It's a beast tie! Without hesitation, he pounced towards them. Woody shouted, everyone, raise your shields and protect the sect master. The surroundings were already chaotic. Changxiao stood still, looking lost. Are all the fierce beasts in these mountains going wild, or what? He glared at the incoming beasts. Maybe that roar earlier triggered their savagery. The city lord of Han mentioned going to the city ruins. Seems he predicted this beast tide. Changxiao remembered the monster. Probably that crazy dude's doing. We can't just defend like this. Time for you guys to witness your sect master's trash state. Tiantian, lend me some spiritual power. He immediately hugged her tightly, Changxiao inhaling essence like crazy. At the same time, a loud explosion shattered the silence. On the other side, the monster looked pleased at the group struggling to fight. Enjoy the beast tide. With that, he soared into the void. This king has more important matters to attend to. In Death Valley, the territory of the fire dragon beasts, lava flowed everywhere. He started trembling, his eyes filled with panic. No way! Where's my egg? Just then, an amber leopard darted across the road, as if trying to escape. The monster suddenly grabbed it. He shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment and a hint of sarcasm. Are the beast folk here really this weak? The strongest within 100 miles is a shadow leopard at the martial king level, and it hasn't even awakened its intelligence yet. With that, the monster gently inserted a spiritual pearl into the leopard's head. After gaining intelligence, it began to speak heavily. Your Majesty, thank you, Your Majesty. After you left, the spiritual domain here has been deteriorating, leading to a serious decline in the combat power of the fire dragon beast clan that you left behind. The monster's eyes suddenly blazed like flames, so sharp that the surrounding air became heavy. I don't care about that. The strong survive, the weak perish. The fire dragon beasts were annihilated because they weren't strong enough. What I want to know is, where's my egg? Who stole it? The amber leopard lowered its head even further, its voice hoarse with trepidation. The Eternal Sect in nearby Qingyang City annihilated the fire dragon beasts. Your egg was probably taken by them, humans. But that sect name sounds familiar. Hearing this, he became even more furious. What's their strength like? Its deep, hoarse voice rang out, filled with seriousness. Your Majesty, they are only mid-tier, but their strength is very strange. The amber leopard paused before continuing to report. According to reports within the beast clan under my jurisdiction, they get stronger when facing the weak, and even stronger when facing the strong. The monster chuckled softly, his eyes full of disdain. What's the use of being strong? Outside, you need to rely on power. He raised his head high, his majestic eyes surveying the space, his voice like thunder, shaking the entire area. In terms of power, who is stronger than my beast clan? All generals, come and pay homage. Take the Eternal Sect as your target, and announce to humanity that this king has returned. Under the faint morning sun, Changxiao leaned back in his chair. I'm so bored, he kept complaining, his voice drawn out and weary. Losing my cultivation really makes a guy tired, but judging by the journey, we should be arriving at the sect soon. Changxiao's eyes focused on the system, his hand gently placed on the control panel. After this Dragon Tiger tournament promotion, the number of disciples should reach 20,000. I wonder what new functions will be added after the next upgrade. Changxiao's finger suddenly froze. His originally calm eyes now shone brightly, his gaze filled with undisguised anticipation and excitement. Another divine improvement? The description says it can shatter space. Is that for real? The system retorted loudly. When have I ever lied to you? Hearing this, the excitement in Changxiao's heart became even more apparent. If that's true, even without cultivation, I can still secretly kill my opponents. Looks like this shop needs to be refreshed regularly to broaden my horizons. Only to see the amber leopard's eyes suddenly light up. At this time, he took out an ancient book, Qing Yang. This is a martial art I researched, or rather, improved along the way, arranged for the disciples in the sect to use this. With this technique, they can borrow the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth to make up for the sect's lack of attack power. In the quiet space, a reproachful voice rang out. Sect Master Jun, you're taking it easy on the road, making us worry to death. The group turned around, their eyes focused on the figure that had just appeared. Young Master Tang why are you here? He bowed politely, while solemnly clasping his hands. During the Dragon Tiger tournament? Didn't Sect Master Jun say he would build a completely new city? My family said that such a big event, how could the Tang family be absent? So they sent me to discuss investment matters. The corners of his lips curled into a mysterious smile, while turning his head to look behind him. Also, I brought someone with me. He wants to join the Eternal Sect. The young man stood there, his eyes as cold as ice, without a trace of emotion. You said before, I could barely stand in the top 2 or 3 of your sect. In the proud world Holy Sect, in Central Continent, I was the strongest in my generation of disciples. It was really boring. This Eternal Sect might give me a bit more motivation. Changxiao chuckled softly, a fleeting but meaningful smile. Young master, you've really done me a great favor. Ever since the Dragon Tiger tournament, I've wanted to recruit Ao Wushuang, but I was delayed by some matters. He tilted his head, his voice low and humble. It's just a small matter. We have a deep business relationship. The better the Eternal Sect develops, the more beneficial it will be for my Tang family. Hearing this, he was also relieved. He smiled gently. Changxiao didn't forget to express his gratitude. Thanks to the high-end craftsmen you brought, our construction plan can start immediately. He slowly moved forward, his demeanor confident but not arrogant. My family said that your integrated commercial tourism town might become the new center of both Yang Prefecture and the Southwest, so the Tang family will fully cooperate. Please take a look, Sect Master. Young Master Tang began to speak with enthusiasm, as if introducing a priceless treasure. I even brought the gate made of 10,000-year-old Han golden pine, found in the ancient tomb of Old Man Taishuan, to give the town the strongest and most imposing start. This gate is extremely sturdy, while containing 3 types of heaven and earth origin power: metal, wood, and water, making it extremely valuable. He turned his head to look around, his initially confident eyes suddenly becoming confused. Where's the gate I just told people to put here? Where did it go? Seeing this, Changxiao explained, I can guess who took the door. Don't worry, maybe no one on the entire Xian continent is more suitable for this door than that person. He suddenly remembered a crucial point. Right, second young master, what's the deal with that savage who escaped from the Imperial City? The city lord even dispatched 10 martial saints to catch him? He paused slightly before replying, he's not human. The young master stood up straight, his eyes looking straight ahead, as if gazing at a distant memory. About 1,000 years ago, he suddenly appeared, able to command all beasts, causing beast tides. That year, a martial saint came to suppress him, but he easily wiped them out. According to the secret records of my Tang family, his strength is comparable to a martial emperor, but all the martial emperors on the continent disappeared that year. Every word he spoke seemed to be engraved in space. At that time, the seniors took advantage of his arrogance and devised a plan to lure him away from the herd of ferocious beasts. 8 peak martial saints attacked at the same time, and borrowing the suppression left by a martial emperor, they barely managed to seal him. The young master's expression became serious, each word carrying the weight of truth. Over the past 1,000 years, thanks to the formation, the seniors have been constantly weakening his combat power. According to City Lord Han, he is now probably only at the early stage martial saint level. However, his ability to summon beast tides is still very terrifying. Changxiao tilted his head slightly, his face lit up with curiosity and interest. So, what's the name of that beast king? Just then, the monster suddenly appeared behind them, roaring. This king is the Zilin Demon King! The monster couldn't contain his excitement, and reached out to grab Changxiao's head. The Xingyun continent is too vast, but I couldn't wait for my subordinates to arrive anymore. Luckily, this king's luck is still pretty good. He forcefully grabbed Changxiao in one hand, lifting him up with ease. Observing for the past few days, this king has noticed that you seem to have been seriously injured in Zhongzun continent, and I can't sense any cultivation on you. It just so happens that that little brat has been protecting you every day, and just now he ran away with the door. The monster's eyes were sharp as knives, sweeping over him with imposing might. You are their sect master. Use your identity to give the order. They definitely won't dare disobey. Tell me where the egg you snatched from the fire dragon beast territory is, and hand it over now. Annoyance was evident on Changxiao's face. You're talking about that egg that can't hatch? You should have said so earlier, to let it hatch sooner. I specially placed it in a magic weapon that can gather spiritual energy. I'll get it for you right away. He tilted his head, his eyes flashing with suspicion and annoyance. You're saying, you put this king's egg in this tube? Changxiao's face lit up with pride, his voice full of undisguised confidence and boasting. Demon King doesn't know, but this thing can quickly gather spiritual energy and greatly promote the embryo. Indeed, one can feel an extremely strong spiritual field converging. The monster put on a curious expression. What's it called? Suddenly, he took out a huge gun and pointed it straight at him. Shengai! The monster clearly felt the powerful energy radiating from the magic weapon, only to see a blazing red light carrying terrifying heat rushing towards him. The monster's face gradually changed, and small cracks like fissures on glass began to appear. He couldn't believe his eyes. This is space-shattering! His heavy body fell, creating a loud bang. The ground beneath him trembled, and dust flew up everywhere. Changxiao's gaze was fixed on the monster's huge body. I didn't expect to not be able to defeat him in one shot. This Demon King's body is indeed too strong. His eyes suddenly opened wide, his gaze extremely sharp. The monster's mouth suddenly opened, wide enough to swallow him whole. His sharp teeth rushed towards Changxiao, snapping shut with a crack. At this time, Woody appeared in time to stop the monster's brutal behavior. He frowned slightly. You still haven't gone far. You left just to catch me off guard? At the same time, an expert slowly approached. Your reaction is quite fast. That's right. We deliberately let our sect master, who is so weak that he couldn't be weaker, go around just to lure you out. Changxiao put on an angry face. Hey, I'm still here, you know, the monster said in a deep, cold voice, each word like a sharp blade piercing the other's heart. You are a holy beast, but you are helping humans harm your king. But you are just a scorpion, redundant attack, but lacking perception. How could you detect my surveillance? Could it be that you are some kind of innate alien species? At this time, Woody stepped forward, his eyes shining with seriousness. You use flying birds as scout beasts, which is indeed difficult to detect. If it were our current useless sect master, he might have been deceived by you. We also have the Supreme Observer. A moment of astonishment appeared on Changxiao's face, and then gradually turned into sadness. Can't you see me? Is no one avoiding me anymore? A phoenix suddenly appeared in the sky, its wings spread wide. That person was Ma Xian. She immediately swooped down. In the past few days, many unknown ferocious beasts have suddenly appeared around. As soon as she appeared, Mao Xian played a provocative game. Paying a little attention, I discovered that instead of guarding against you every day, it's better to take the initiative to attack you, you pervert. She curled her lips into a cold smile, her eyes sharp as knives. So, we decided to take advantage of the sect master's trashiness, to lure you into a trap. Changxiao had already been driven crazy by the group. Keep scolding, and see if I don't cry in front of you. The monster's contemptuous eyes swept over Mao Xian, the 3 holy level. Do you want to keep this king here based on that? Although this king has not fully recovered, he is not that weak. From behind, an old but powerful voice rang out, interrupting his arrogance. What if you had this old coot? The monster turned around sharply, his eyes coldly looking at the person who had just appeared. Bing Di waved his hand gently, and a thin mist carrying ice spread out, covering him. In just an instant, the monster showed surprise. There's an expert. Immediately afterwards, he swung his arm high. The monster's sharp claws immediately rushed towards the old man. He murmured with a serious expression. I can't pierce his scales. Only to see the monster's tentacles slam hard on the ground, he roared, his eyes red like fire. As a beast clan, you dare to join forces with humans to attack this king? You want to die! Ma Xian was knocked backwards. The monster's entire body suddenly burst into flames, the blazing red flames rising fiercely. The red pupils were now white, empty, and terrifying. The monster tilted his head back and opened his mouth wide, letting out a loud roar, shaking the space. Changxiao on the side had already been fascinated by him. Strong muscles and bones, unparalleled strength, and unpredictable changes. I have decided that this beast is destined for my Wan Ji Yu sect. At the same time, Woody brazenly charged into the battle. The monster's face clearly showed vigilance. The eagle and the scorpion were easy to deal with, but why were the gatekeepers and the sweepers so strong? I was careless. I should have waited for my subordinates to gather before coming. Now I have to retreat quickly. In an instant, his huge tail swept down, carrying earth-shattering power. Dragon swings its tail. Noticing the critical situation, one of them shouted a warning. Fall back! Be careful of his sneak attack! In a flash, the monster darted away, seemingly fleeing. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Zilin Yaowang, meeting an old friend. Won't you stay for a few cups? The monster's steps immediately stopped. Then formation. It's you! His whole body trembled with anger. Zhen Dejun, you bastard! You trapped me for over 100 years! At this moment, Changxiao pointed his gun straight at the monster's nether regions and decisively pulled the trigger. creating a fatal blow. Thousands of years later, when people researched the Wanjiyu Zuiqiangzong, the Wanjiyu Yaowang autobiography recorded his process of joining the Wanjiyu sect as follows. On that day, the sun shone brightly, the breeze was gentle, and the moon was clear. The moment he saw the sect leader, the monster suddenly realized that the little bird heading for his free youth had gone and never returned, only to see the monster lying slumped on the ground. And from then on, the nightingale's song ceased. After a long while, he roared in anger. That was the youth I lost. Changxiao approached the monster and taunted. You finally woke up. Gotta congratulate you for not causing trouble. Each of his words seemed to strike directly at his soul. Otherwise, I'd have to fire another shot. The monster unconsciously closed his legs, while Changxiao just laughed triumphantly. Who knows? You might turn from a Yao Wang into a Yao Hao. In the silent room, his voice echoed with boredom. This king was careless, truly avoiding the melon rind, only to find the coconut shell. Although it's not easy to kill this king, that old cleaning geezer of yours still has a high chance of harming me while I'm unconscious. The monster's face flashed with suspicion. So why don't you kill your enemies? Changxiao emphasized each word, his eyes cold but containing something unpredictable. Because I want to give you a chance. Then he approached him and whispered. A chance for you to stand on the peak of the Xingyun continent. His voice was even, but carried a coldness. You are a beast king. You will definitely prioritize the interests of the beast race on the Xingyun continent. The physical qualities of the beast race are much stronger than ordinary people, but because their intelligence has not been developed, after thousands of years of cultivation, they will inevitably be taken away by people to make spirit pills and medicines, or absorb spiritual energy. The monster still sat there, quietly and seriously, his calm eyes fixed on Changxiao, while he continued to talk incessantly. Only a martial king can open their intelligence, and only from the peak martial emperor to the martial saint can they transform. But even if they are so strong, they can only cower in the deep forest. Because their flesh and blood are all natural treasures, they are also the first choice as guardian beasts for sects. He slowly stepped forward, his eyes firm. Each word spoken seemed to contain the power to move people's hearts. And the opportunity I am giving you is for the beast race to open their intelligence and be able to walk equally in the world. The town you attacked me in is the one I am building. Not only can sects exchange cultivation methods and spiritual medicines there, but also the big shots of the beast race can come to live in harmony. As long as you join my Wanjiyu Zong, I will definitely. Before he could finish speaking, he interrupted him. After talking for so long, isn't it still just dreaming of making this king your guardian spirit beast? Remember this king's words. The monster roared. His eyes were bloodshot, and his rage was like a fire wanting to burn everything. The beast race will never be slaves. Even if this king has to risk his life, even if I have to become an empress, I will destroy you. As soon as the shout ended, a huge aura erupted, as powerful as a storm. Changxiao chuckled. Relying on mere words, wanting to persuade this Yao Wang, was indeed still very far away. Inside the transparent block of ice, the monster was imprisoned. Jun came to check. If you're awake, don't pretend to be asleep anymore. The old man's voice rang out clearly. The sect leader said he would take you to see for yourself, to see if his words were just nonsense. Then Jun turned and left, leaving only a reminder. Save your strength, you know my abilities. This formation is small, but it can still hold you for 2 or 3 hours. Jun looked around with pride. This is our beast training ground. Our elite mounted troops often train here. The monster looked outside, his eyes heavy with disappointment and helplessness. I didn't expect there to be martial king-level windwolves, and they have even developed their intelligence, becoming mounts for humans. How can they endure such humiliation? At the same time, a beast rushed by, at an alarming speed. The young man didn't say another word. He stepped forward, and kicked its ribs hard. It's all because you didn't run steadily, making me fall. The resentment became even clearer in the monster's mind. For thousands of years, humans have still treated my people like this, just a little bit displeased, and they casually beat and scold. Did your sect leader bring me to see this to humiliate me? The beast jumped up, angrily cursing. I told you to hold on tight. I've practiced these moves with you more than a dozen times. If it weren't for you promising to give me a snack that Dundu cooks, do you think I'd want to play around here with you? The beast shouted, its voice full of annoyance. I'm angry, the kind that can't be coaxed. The young man timidly approached. He tried to coax it. 2 snacks, 2 snacks. The beast happily agreed. It turns out that I value friendship, not just a few meals. The monster wore a dumbfounded expression. The way your sect gets along with spirit beasts is truly unique. Hearing this, Jun could only laugh. The sect leader said that if fierce beasts have developed their intelligence and become spirit beasts, they should be treated equally. Then he carefully probed. I'm more curious about who Dudu is? Jun shrugged his shoulders, with a proud smile. The moment you mention Dudu, I feel hungry. She is the pearl of our entire sect, the strongest binding agent, and the ultimate talent recruitment weapon. He suddenly had an idea. That's right. Aren't you about to become a new member too? I'll take you there on this occasion. I swear on my reputation. I guarantee you'll get to enjoy the best food of the Wanjiyu Zong. Jun paused. His eyes suddenly glanced at the monster. But that exhibitionist used your hair to cover up. At the same time, Wanner chopped the knife down hard on the cutting board. Zen, Grandpa. You've used up your snack quota for this month. Before the girl's stern attitude, the old man quickly waved his hand, his expression flustered with a bit of remorse. It's just that Grandpa was being generous, wanting to help an old friend of many years broaden his horizons. Seeing this, Wanner let it go. Then let my father cook you a meal, his skills are also top-notch. Daejun immediately criticized. His food doesn't glow, just looking at it, and you know it's not high-class enough. Wanger looked apologetic mixed with joy. But I just promised, Zhongyi Gege or Zhen Grandpa. Everyone wait until after dinner to come. At this time, a rich fragrance suddenly rushed straight into his nose, so strong that it made him stop. The big bad beast roared at the little girl. Making me food is your honor, how dare you refuse? He threatened Wanner straight up. You want to find? Immediately, a group of people rushed in and started beating him up. They tore at the beast, yelling, Who the hell are you? Daring to yell at Dudu. You've touched the reverse scale of our myriad ages sect. Just then, a powerful voice boomed. Get out of the way. Let's see who dares to disrespect Dudu. I can roast him with a single breath of fire. Seeing little Long Long's arrogance, the beast couldn't help but tremble. You! It lifted its head proudly, its eyes coldly sweeping across the other party. The kitchen is my territory, didn't you know? On the entire Starfall continent, who has ever bothered me while I'm eating and lived to tell the tale? Except for the celestial silkworm. The beast's eyes flared with anger, its voice echoing like thunder. What the hell are you? Even more arrogant than me. The space around him seemed to distort as distant memories flooded back. The beast gently caressed the egg. You'll probably need a few thousand more years to hatch. In that memory, he had solemnly made a promise. By then, your father will have surely built you a vast territory. Back in reality, the beast trembled with rage. A little spiritual beast like you dares to speak so bitterly, every word stabbing my heart? Little Long Long took a step forward, tilting its head as if provoking him. What? Which part do you want to hear? Tell me, I know it, I'll repeat it for you. Little Long Long's lips curved into a smile that was half mocking, half amused. But, I just discovered, if you add a little wine to this formation, and soak you in it, it might help with the shame. Changxiao couldn't help but feel puzzled. Little Long Long hatched from his egg. Why doesn't this Demon King seem to recognize him at all? A notification popped up in front of him. According to the purple-scale Demon King, his egg still needs a few years to hatch. He definitely can't imagine that I caused Little Long Long to be born prematurely. Moreover, it borrowed the power of the system to evolve during the hatching process. Little Long Long can be said to be a completely new species now. Changxiao nodded, as if he understood. So that's how it is. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, breaking the silence. He couldn't help but turn towards the source of the sound. Oh, someone's attacking the Sect's defensive formation? Strange currents of energy suddenly appeared in the sky. A blue dragon roared, its deep voice resonating in the space. The king's aura stops here? This formation is interesting. One move from this old man can't break it. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of energy flew over and wrapped around him. A powerful voice followed. Guests from afar are always welcome. Everyone, please come down and talk for a bit. He was immediately pulled down to the ground, creating a shocking aftershock. The blue dragon felt quite confused. This aura. I didn't expect such a small fifth-rate sect to have such an expert. Before he knew it, the blue dragon had transformed into a human. He immediately bowed to the ground. Your Majesty, your subordinate is late. Please forgive me. The blue dragon's words carried obvious suspicion and unease, making the atmosphere even more tense. Your Majesty, didn't you send a message summoning all the holy beasts to quickly come here? To destroy the myriad ages sect and retrieve your mark? We were the closest, so we came first. But why do you seem to be getting along so well with these humans? The beast stood tall in the oppressive space, his cold gaze sweeping over him. I have made an agreement with the sect master of the myriad ages sect. He will help me hatch my mark. You all retreat first. With that, he turned and left. From now on, I will stay here for a while. At this moment, the blue dragon questioned. Your Majesty, this old servant has a question. I hope your Majesty can enlighten me. He calmly stated his doubts. Your Majesty, when did you start wearing pants? All eyes turned towards the beast, who tried to remain calm. Well, I just wanted to try something new. Dejun secretly tightened his grip on his staff, looking annoyed. Damn it! Changxiao peeked from behind the door, constantly blaming himself. If I'd known, I wouldn't have told Dudu to keep up appearances, sacrificing himself for art, but he didn't listen. Now he's been exposed. Those 5 holy beasts aren't easy to deal with. At this moment, the beast couldn't help but laugh. I told you. How could that little monkey fool Tengshi, my most perceptive subordinate? Changxiao immediately stopped him. Shut up! Even using a soundproof formation to reduce your voice to the minimum isn't enough to shut your mouth. The blue dragon looked at the group with suspicion. Your Majesty. His deep voice rang out. Each word emphasized. Your body is the most powerful masterpiece of the Starfall continent. How can you use the tattered rags of humans to cover it? The more he thought about it, the more the blue dragon felt that something was wrong, and now you say you want to try something new. Seeing this, someone reminded him. Everyone, listen to my orders. Prepare to act. We may have to make a move. The blue dragon approached the beast, carefully probing. This old servant, really? Suddenly the blue dragon raised his head, his eyes shining brightly, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his mind, full of gratitude. Your Majesty has finally changed his mind ever since this old servant transformed. I don't know why, but I have felt the shame of humans. It's truly shameful. Therefore, Your Majesty should remain naked with nature. His whole body trembled with emotion. Before, when this old servant met with Your Majesty, I really didn't know where to look. Your Majesty must maintain this demeanor. The Myriad Ages sect is truly miraculous. It can make Your Majesty change his mind. The group behind him shouted in unison, agreeing. The blue dragon bowed respectfully with absolute respect. Then this old servant will stay nearby, ready to await Your Majesty's summons at any time. Changxiao tilted his head, his eyes full of doubt. That works too? He turned to look at the beast with helplessness. You see, even your subordinates can't stand your perversion. Put on some clothes. He flatly refused. Unless I die. He glared at Changxiao, while secretly threatening. Even if you fool my subordinates this time, but as long as there is a chance, I will immediately summon them back. Or even more. 5 holy beasts are difficult to deal with. But what about 50? The beast approached him, his overwhelming aura causing the surrounding space to freeze. I advise you to know what's good for you. Return my mark to me soon, and then send me away. Considering that you treat our beast race not badly, I can forgive your theft. Even so, Changxiao was not afraid. The mark definitely cannot be returned. Because he pointed to little Long Long. It has already hatched. Are you going to push it back into the egg? He paused, his eyes sweeping over the familiar figure in front of him. We meet again, pervert. The beast doubted his ability to recognize things. Here. You're saying that my mark hatched into this goat? Do you think I'm as stupid as my subordinates? Little Long Long raised an eyebrow, his eyes full of contempt mixed with a bit of smugness. So you're already a pervert, and you have bad eyes. I'm a dragon. He immediately shouted back. My son can't be so rude. Moreover, from head to toe, where do you look like a dragon? Saying you look like a goat? The goat tribe might not even accept you. Suddenly, a blazing red flame erupts around it. Zhao Longlong gives the beast a cold glare. Guess I'll have to enlighten your dumbass. In a flash, it transforms into a massive beastman. Zhao Longlong smirks. Tremble before your daddy. Changxiao is speechless. Zhao Longlong, this purple-scaled demon king, is he really your dad? Can't you see? Both of you ain't wearing pants? Bloodline confirmed. It retorts loudly. Bullshit. I'm decent, unlike that naked pervert. Suddenly, the beast lunges forward and hugs Zhao Longlong tightly, bursting into tears. My Hoang Nhi, it's really you. Your Fuang has been searching for you for so long. Its eyes widen. You're really my dad? He replies excitedly. Realer than gold. Don't you see how similar we look after transforming? Besides, didn't your sect leader already tell you? Zhao Longlong struggles. The sect leader's a liar. He can't tell friend from foe. Can you let go first? Being hugged by a pervert, this daddy feels tainted. The beast cries even harder. Hoang Nhi. Is your speech so abrasive because you were born prematurely? Witnessing the reunion, Changxiao is bored. The Taishuan sect arrives at their doorstep, specifically requesting to see Lu Tiantian. A pair of unfamiliar male and female disciples appear outside the sect gate. They discuss before entering. The Dragon Lake tournament has really gone downhill in recent years, actually letting a small sect from another province win. The male disciple speaks up. Shimai shouldn't be so blunt. We're a first-rate sect with a long history. We must maintain our magnanimity. The female disciple maintains her arrogant demeanor. Our Lu Shiji is quite lucky, casually joining a small sect, and actually achieving something. The male disciple suddenly scolds. Shut up! She's no longer our Shiji, she doesn't deserve the title. The female disciple frowns slightly. HMPH. Daring to make us wait outside for so long, I really want to smash this trash sect. As she says this, she suddenly feels uneasy, and the atmosphere becomes strange. Huh? Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? On the other side of the gate, upon hearing her words about smashing the sect, Woody suddenly appears in a fighting stance. A hand is placed on his shoulder. Don't ruin the etiquette. We're still the Wangji Yu Tuqiang sect after all. Changxiao gently pushes open the gate and steps out, always using virtue to subdue others. He and his other disciples walk out with an imposing aura. Qing Yang in the back even raises his AK-47 as a provocation. Changxiao looks at the two with a look of hunger. Taishuan holy sect, right? How rude. Changxiao takes out a golden pistol from his pocket. The corner of his mouth quirks up with arrogance. May I know what brings you two here? The female disciple is a little scared by their aura and takes a few steps back. In contrast, the male disciple calmly looks at Changxiao's group. A demon king escaped from the central province. His weak point is located in the southwest Yang province, so the first-rate sects have sent disciples to investigate. We heard on the way that the Wangji Yu sect has a senior sister named Lu Tiantian, and we've come to visit an old acquaintance. The two of them recognize the familiar figure among the disciples of the Wangji Yu Taoqiang sect. How have you been since we parted ways? Lu Tiantian. The male disciple quickly notices something different. He retreats, releasing spiritual energy to block the unexpected bullets coming his way. Changxiao's group looks at them with ill intentions, their expressions darkening. HMPH. So arrogant. The male disciple frowns unhappily and warns. The Wan Jiyu sect is too overbearing. Aren't you afraid of offending our Taijuan holy sect? The female disciple behind him can't help but sneer. It's understandable. After all, their senior sister committed the grave sin of Tongtian, being expelled from the Taijuan holy sect. This Wan Jiyu sect's impoliteness is truly passed down through generations. She continues to make things up on her own. If it weren't for Fang Shiji hearing that you were nearby and remembering to have us come see you on the way, we wouldn't have bothered coming to this place with weak spiritual energy. She doesn't notice that Tiantian is just glancing at her like she's a clown talking nonsense. She can't control her emotions and leans closer to Tiantian, smiling smugly. Fang Shiji said, "Your Gongtian Zi Bingxin is very comfortable right now, and she'll be promoted to elder of the Taishuan holy sect soon, thanks to you." The female disciple tilts her head and looks at Tiantian with even more self-satisfaction. "Lu Shiji, your spiritual roots," Changxiao calls out after a long silence. As soon as the words are out, a stream of black energy directly attacks the female disciple. Caught off guard, she is swallowed by the black energy. Changxiao says coldly, "Daring to disrespect the people of our Wan Jiyu sect in my territory." The male disciple sees his shimei being attacked and shouts angrily, "Do you really think I don't take the Taishuan holy sect seriously?" He draws his sword and rushes straight at Changxiao. "How dare you! Release her now!" Changxiao doesn't dodge, twisting the sword in his hand with one hand. It seems our Wan Jiyu sect is still too low profile. A massive stream of black energy erupts, swallowing the male disciple. "Daring to disrespect my women, even though you are from a super first-rate sect?" Tiantian, who has been calm the whole time, says gently, "Go Sheng, no need to chase after them. After all, I introduced them to the Taishuan holy sect back then." Changxiao glances at Tiantian. "You're too sentimental." "What, Fang Shiji? Clearly they came here to provoke you, no?" After saying that, he turns to look at the two streams of black energy in front of him. "But don't worry, the black dark holy flame won't kill them, though their cultivation might." Sheng Chen and Xiao Mo, who are watching the show, praise Cheng Xiao's badass appearance. "Sheng Chen, how's the sect leader's operation? How does it feel?" As expected of the sect leader, even when he makes weapons, they're the strongest, convenient to operate, instant feedback, and can even create different exclusive holy fires according to spiritual power. Cheng Xiao and Tiantian approach the two disciples, and he looks at them smugly. "I'm not looking for trouble with you guys. It's already a great blessing for you that the Taishuan holy sect is what it is. Dare to come again, and be careful you disappear without a trace." The male disciple, bruised and with some parts of his clothes burnt, becomes enraged. A small sect in such a remote place dares to disrespect people from our Taishuan sect. He stands up and looks at Changxiao, who is happily playing with Meng Ying, trembling with anger. "I will definitely report to Fang Shiji, report to the sect leader. The Wan Jiyu sect won't last for many days." Changxiao, carrying Meng Ying on his back, looks at him like an ant not worth his attention. "Let me give you a piece of advice. When you're weaker than others, instead of talking big, Changxiao opens his mouth and unleashes his move, spitting a flame at the male disciple. The two of them are immediately blown away. The male disciple still trying to shout a warning. "Our Taishuan sect will definitely be back." Changxiao asks Tiantian curiously, "Tiantian, isn't your Taishuan holy sect located in a lush green grassland?" The two disciples were blown by Changxiao into a forest. The two fell to the ground, trembling as they stood up, filled with hatred. "Damn it. Daring to burn all my spiritual energy. Wait till I return to the sect." Before he could finish, a chill ran down his spine. He turned around to see a giant mythical beast opening its ferocious mouth. He retreated in fear. "I'm done for!" Suddenly, a figure rushed over and punched the tiger in the mouth. "Bad tiger. Don't hurt people." The tiger, scared, ran away. The male disciple hid behind the person who saved him, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, young hero, for your assistance." That was a violet lightning thunder tiger, yet you repelled it with a single strike. Your combat power is extraordinary. Your spiritual roots must be exceptional. The male disciple seized the opportunity to recruit. "With your talent, isn't it a waste to stay in a place with such low spiritual energy? We are disciples of a super first-rate sect, the Taishuan holy sect. I am currently seriously injured and unable to move easily. If you can escort us back to the sect, we will definitely recommend you to the holy sect, so your talent won't be wasted." Hearing the male disciple's words, the person turned around and smirked. "Oh, really? My talent can only be better developed in the Taishuan holy sect?" In another corner, Zhao Longlong asked suspiciously, "Are you really my dad?" Zhao Longlong secretly assessed the man before him. "But you and I are completely different species." Zitlin smiled at Zhao Longlong. "That's what I'm wondering about too. You were born prematurely, and we are both dragon race anyway, yet you look more like a Qilin." Zhao Longlong glared at Changxiao after hearing this. "See? I told you I was a dragon, but you didn't recognize it, and called me a goat all day long." With that, it ran away, leaving Changxiao behind. "Eat! I want the front leg!" Changxiao tilted his head and asked softly. "That, as far as I know, there are no dragon race on the Starfall continent." He continued. "Legend has it that 10,000 years ago the entire dragon race ascended to the upper realm." The man's face gradually darkened. Zilin moved his lips and said, The upper realm is not an easy place to live. He then recounted to Changxiao. Even in the upper realm, with gods everywhere, the dragon race is considered a powerhouse in its own right. The current dragon emperor is a hero, leading the dragon race to become stronger and stronger. Unfortunately, since Xiao Longlong was born, everything was destined to go in the worst direction. Because according to the dragon race's records, Xiao Longlong's egg is a 5-clawed dragon egg, only one in every 100,000 years. This means that once Xiao Longlong hatches, it will be able to become the next dragon emperor in a short time. But who would willingly let someone else replace them when they are at their peak? I discovered that the dragon emperor was secretly plundering Xiao Longlong's spiritual luck. Speaking of this, he sighed softly. So I stole it and fled to the lower realm. But Xiao Longlong's foundation was damaged. I originally thought it would take at least several thousand years to hatch, but unexpectedly. Changxiao listened intently, nodding. Yeah, the story you told. He looked at him and spoke his thoughts. It's completely like an outsider's perspective. Are you really Xiao Longlong's father? He then recalled the memories of the past. Zilin. That man, he's crazy, I beg you, you must save my child. Zilin thought for a while and then stood up abruptly, startling Changxiao. Xiao Longlong is my own flesh and blood, anyone who wants to harm it can only step over my dead body. After speaking, he turned and left. For Xiao Longlong to live well here, I will also temporarily reside in your small, broken sect. I smell some juicy drama, Changxiao thought to himself, feeling a bit of sorrow for the lovelorn guy. Suddenly remembering something, he cursed. Damn it. Forgot to make him wear at least some pants. Isn't he going to turn the Myriad Antiquity sect into a mobile sex ed class? On Zilin's side, he leisurely walked into a stone cave. Messing around is still like this. I feel like the scales on my body are full of mud. Didn't expect this small sect to have such a precious spiritual spring. Stepping inside, he saw an old man soaking in the spiritual spring. The person soaking was Wei Lao. He raised his head to look at Zilin, his voice not very surprised. Demon King Zilin, you can quietly enter deep into the sect. Seems like you've been subdued by the sect master, huh? After speaking, Wei Lao stood up and left. This old man has no interest in feeling your millennium worth of power in one bath. I'll go first. This action left Xianlin dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Wei Lao leaving, still not understanding what was happening. The next day, Changxiao happily introduced Xianlin to everyone in the sect. Disciples. This is our Myriad Antiquity sect's newly joined elder, Elder Xianlin. If anyone has problems communicating with their spirit beasts, they can ask him for translation. Changxiao couldn't help but glance at the pants Xianlin was wearing, thinking to himself, who managed to persuade this big shot to wear pants? Could it be Xiao Longlong? He was surprised to hear the sect announcement of upgrading to level 8. He happily laughed. My advertisements in the hegemony pool didn't go to waste. Finally, the number of disciples joining has reached 20,000. Level 8. I remember there's a New Year's feature that unlocks. The announcement continued to ring. Sect members 20,000 50,000ths. The Lingyan Pavilion is unlocked. Changxiao asked in confusion. Lingyan Pavilion? Suddenly, Changxiao's eyes lit up. He couldn't close his mouth and laughed loudly. Am I about to become the general of the Azure Stratagem? The 24 founding generals are all mine. Qin Shubao and Li Jing. I'm not picky. Laughing loudly, his smile became increasingly uncontrollable. After a burst of excessive joy, he calmed down and looked at the information panels that the system displayed. Changxiao raised his hand and slapped himself. Let's see if you remember for long. Forgot that all the system's funds were used to make cutscenes. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and frowned. 24 blank sheets of paper? Is my Lingyan CC system too crude? Is it too lacking? The system explained. The system is mainly for support. This is to help the host build a Lingyan pavilion that belongs to them. Next to the paper, a small selection panel appeared. The system continued. Disciples with sufficient merit points for the sect will be assigned to the Lingyan pavilion, and disciples who enter the Lingyan pavilion will receive certain special abilities. Changxiao propped his chin with his hand, pondering. Merit points? The system continued to explain. The more disciples contribute to the sect, the higher their merit point value. Changxiao clicked on the selection option that had just appeared. Highest contribution. So a multiple choice question becomes a single answer question, huh? Changxiao frantically tapped the screen. The face of the Eternal Sect, head of the Development and Reform Bureau, and executive vice sect master of the Eternal Sect, turning paler and paler. Li Qingyang's mugshot appeared on the system's blank page. Qingyang approached a nearby pillar, touching it, and remarking, Wang Shifu, the materials here are wrong. The intensity of the blackstone isn't enough to withstand all the scratching and tearing. While he was busy admiring the pillar, a voice suddenly rang out from behind, startling him. Li Qingyang, you! He turned to see Changxiao floating in the air, a halo behind him. Changxiao mysteriously asked, Do you crave ultimate power? Qingyang stammered, Sectmaster. He looked at Changxiao like he was a child. Everyone's already going nuts. Stop with the old man theatrics. When did you buy that light? I don't remember us having that expense in the sect. Changxiao was speechless, explaining. This is spiritual sense transmission. Size. The odds of clowning around with someone you know, are too damn high. Xingyang asked in surprise. Spiritual sense? Sect master, have you developed a new technique? But he didn't know that the nearby workers just saw Xingyang muttering to himself like a weirdo. Heard that boss Lai is being worked to death by their sect master. Is he going crazy? He's even started talking to thin air. Changxiao laughed triumphantly, spreading his arms wide. Our sect has always adhered to the principle of, those who are capable do more work, use them until they drop. Therefore I shall bestow upon you the true power of our sect. Xingyang glowed. The alchemy pavilion will be entirely yours. From now on, you can easily refine all kinds of spiritual pills and elixirs of my eternal sect. A seal in the shape of an alchemy furnace appeared on Xingyang's forehead. Xingyang was shocked. The sect's pills? They're made with just one operation? Is this a secret technique, passed down from ancient times? Truly divine, Xingyang excitedly shouted. Sect master! I will definitely devote myself to alchemy. But his performance made the workers behind him even more worried. Again? It seems like it's getting worse. He's even assigning himself extra work in his delusions, Xingyang thought to himself. Perfect. I'll work overtime tonight and refine all the pills for the new disciples. He glanced down at his hand. Xingyang stared in surprise at his glowing hand. This is... He quickly jumped up to confirm his thoughts. Xingyang was shocked and couldn't believe it. Increased to 3rd grade? Have I reached the 8th rank martial emperor? My actual combat power has also increased significantly, and it seems like my spiritual roots have changed somewhat. On Changxiao's side, he looked at Xingyang's portrait and heard the system notification. Supreme grade spiritual roots Li Xingyang. After strengthening the Lingyan Pavilion, Xingyang's spiritual roots have now reached divine grade. Changxiao sighed. Excellent. Then I will put all the inner disciples into the Lingyan Pavilion. He happily discovered another point. If I do that, won't I be able to immediately raise the strength of the entire sect by 1 level? The system reminded him. But there are standards for entering the Lingyan Pavilion. Those who do not have enough contribution points will not be allowed to enter. Changxiao, disappointed, turned to ask the system. How do I increase the contribution points for disciples? How many do they need to enter? It frantically searched on the paper and replied. Zhang Xiang only said that contributing to the sect can increase contribution points. Reaching 100 allows entry. The rest is just, guess yourself. Changxiao waved his hand in the air and ordered. Then sort the inner disciples by contribution points from highest to lowest so I can see if I can find any rules. The rankings were quickly sorted and displayed. The first place was Qingyang, and the second was Duo Duo. Changxiao looked at the rankings and nodded slightly. Qingyang, this executive vice sect master indeed has great contribution, and Duo Duo, probably because he's in charge of all the sect's food. Changxiao glanced down the list and judged. 3rd place is Su Xiaomo? What has this brat done? He's always causing trouble everywhere. 4th place is Shangguan Xinjiao. Probably because she's created so many half-finished techniques. He crossed his arms, bent over, and looked down at the bottom of the rankings. Let me see who the lowest ranked are. What he didn't expect was that he himself was at the bottom, even with negative points. He asked in confusion, System, is there a bug? Why am I not only at the bottom but also have negative points? The system replied. The crime of taking away the sect's flower, committing a heinous crime, therefore contribution points are deducted. Changxiao shouted angrily. But what about the techniques I created for the sect? The system replied. I created those. Unacceptable! Changxiao continued to ask. What about the pills? Like the system's words entered, his face was not wrong. Everything here is mine. Changxiao accepted his fate but still had questions. Then why is Tian Tian so low? The system gave the reason. Being beautiful is a crime. Changxiao glared at it angrily, warning, Speak properly! The system continued. Having terrible taste in husbands, points must be deducted. Changxiao was speechless. I have reason to suspect that you're clearly jealous. The system guiltily turned away, clearing its throat and changing the subject. As for Jing Chen, perhaps it's because he always cultivates on his own, without making any clear contributions to the sect. Changxiao leaned in and continued to ask. You're definitely jealous, aren't you? Seeing that it didn't answer, Changxiao didn't ask anymore. He turned and activated the remaining portraits. Whatever. Let's activate the 2nd meritorious minister portrait first. Ding ding! Joined the Lingyan Pavilion. Fire appeared on Duo Duo's portrait, on the kitchen side. Duo Duo looked in surprise at his hand holding the knife, which suddenly emitted fire. Following that, a fierce flame suddenly appeared on Duo Duo's hand. Yang Jun ran over in shock, stammering. This is... Duo Duo also couldn't believe his eyes. Dad, this is... It seems to be the holy flame of the kitchen god. Duo Duo happily looked at the flame and shouted, Zhao Jun fire, I'm one step closer to the title of God Lord. Outside the door, Changxiao saw the fierce flame and sighed. It seems that the Lingyan Pavilion will base its direction on the characteristics of the meritorious ministers who enter the pavilion. He muttered to himself. This is the fastest way to improve the sect's strength. I must help those who have nearly 100 contribution points quickly get upgraded. Shangguan Xinjiao is easy. Just let her continue creating techniques, and her contribution points can steadily increase. Changxiao glanced at the images of Sumo and Ren Shan, a little embarrassed. The main thing is the 3rd and 5th places. The contribution points of these two seem a bit spiritual. Ren Shan relies on luck, and Xiaomo, apart from causing trouble and angering new enemies, what else does he do? After thinking for a while, Changxiao had a new idea. Inside the sect's main hall, Changxiao sat on the chair, looking at Ren Shan and Xiaomo, calling them here because he had a new mission. Xiaomo, your mission is to go to the Taishuan Holy Sect, to meet Dao Dao. Changxiao threw Xiaomo something black. You must hurry. If you delay any longer, Du Dao might become a hallmaster or sectmaster, and you won't get any credit. You've already revealed yourself at the Dragon Tiger competition. Take this prop. A magic mask. Xiaomo's eyes lit up, and he quickly flipped it open to see. Changxiao explained the use of the item to Xiaomo. With this, you can change your appearance like Dudu, but your physique and aura can't be changed. After instructing Xiaomo, Changxiao turned to look at Ren Shan. As for Ren Shan, you come with me for a stroll around the southwest Yang province. He smiled sinisterly, his face looking extremely despicable. Don't feel any pressure, just pick up something worth around 100 million. Dust and smoke everywhere, with crazy spiritual energy scattering all over the place. While Ren Shan was standing there like a deer in headlights, Changxiao was already getting ready to throw down. He started powering up, saying, I remember this! It's spiritual energy recovery. Happened once back on Spiked Bone Mountain, but not this intense. There's gotta be a massive spirit stone vein underground. Gotta hide this, or every Tom, Dick, and Harry will come looking. With that, he spread his legs shoulder-width apart, flung his hands to the sky, and started casting the 7 stars concealing formation. Ren Shan just kept staring, mouth agape, wondering, Sect leader, did you hide it? Cause I don't feel anything different. Changxiao paused, deadpanned, then sheepishly admitted, Oops, forgot I have 0 cultivation now. Can't hide jack squat. Suddenly, Shiki appeared with that punchable smile of his, chiming in, Think positive, Sect leader. This place is the boonies. Changxiao jumped, snapping, Shut it. But Shiki just kept grinning, flapping his gums. Who'd come fight over spirit stone veins in this dump? No sooner were the words out of his mouth than a voice boomed from the sky. Who would have thought such a backwater like Southwest Yang province would have spiritual energy recovery? Above, a group of arrogant powerhouses stared down at the Eternal Sect's territory. Sensing the potential of this desolate place, their leader exclaimed, Such intense spiritual energy fluctuations. This spirit stone vein must be huge. He couldn't help but be surprised. Never thought chasing the Demon King to this godforsaken place would lead to such a lucky break. How about we split this spirit stone vein, yeah? Determined not to let this cash grab slip away, the group of powerhouses landed and started scouting around. Spotting a wooden sign that read Eternal Sect Territory, Keep Out, the leader didn't hesitate to yeet that thing out of the way. Eternal Sect? Sounds like some no-name sect. The strong take what they want. He swaggered deeper in. Let's see if anyone in this Qingyang city can stop a martial saint and 2 half-saints like us. Seeing their arrogance, little demon fairy, hiding behind a nearby tree, whispered worriedly to the Changxiao crew. I'm the only half-saint here. Can't handle them, Sect leader. How about we just give them the spirit stone vein for now? But Changxiao was deaf to her pleas. He frowned, patiently explaining to Ren Shan and Shi Yi. This formation needs super precise spiritual energy control, so even borrowing your energy won't work. But luckily, some formations in the Mystic Gate formation don't need spiritual energy. Add in some karma weapons, and we might be able to fool them temporarily. Got it? Start chanting. After a long spiel, the kids grimaced, looking serious, mechanically repeating what the sect leader told them. They will definitely get lost in the formation. They will definitely get lost in the formation. Shiki also repeated it. How could they possibly get lost in the formation? Of course they can't. Seeing that his minions seemed to get it, he turned around, satisfied. Changxiao closed his eyes and shouted, Formation activated! The Peach Blossom Island formation was immediately activated, shaking the heavens and earth. Strange stones started appearing everywhere. The crude spirit stones under the ground quickly broke through the barriers and flew into the sky. Witnessing the unforgettable scene, Ren Shan excitedly reached out to grab one. With Beiqi's mining speed, even if this vein had 1,000,000 spirit stones, it'd be cleaned out in 2 or 3 hours. Hearing this, Changxiao smirked, looking around dismissively. 2 or 3 hours, and even an idiot would realize they're trapped. We just gotta grab as many spirit stones as possible before they figure it out. Unless something goes wrong. Should be fine. Too bad. With the goal of sucking its host dry, the system eagerly popped up with a new mission. Ding! Changxiao's smile froze. System announced. Congratulations on activating a side quest. As a host with 0 cultivation but rich experience, choose one of your 3 opponents and defeat them head-on. You'll receive a generous reward. Not sure if it was the head-on defeat or the generous reward. Changxiao stood frozen in place. He pondered for a moment, then instructed, Little Demon Fairy, you gotta focus 12 times harder. If anything happens, immediately fly these 3 into the sky. Changxiao turned around, tears welling up, and painfully announced, I gotta go die now. Meanwhile, the arrogant group was still scouring the area, hoping to find some treasure. But after a while, they found nothing. The leader was starting to get suspicious. Weird. Why aren't we at the area with the densest spiritual energy yet? Only there can we enter the mine. With that, he turned to a nearby buddy, Guo Shidi. Why did your Haoguang Holy Sect Only send 2 half-saints this time. If the purple-scaled demon king recovers his strength, we can't deal with him without a martial saint. Hearing the leader, the bunny quickly chimed in. My master and father just happened to be in seclusion. Besides, didn't we know the Taishuan Holy Sect would send someone? With the relationship between him and my father, he'll definitely take care of me. Also, he looked at the man standing obediently behind him, confidently adding, Father even sent a half-saint assassin to protect me. If things get hairy, he can buy us time. Hearing this, the assassin immediately showed his loyalty. Yes, young Master Guaya. But Shindy wasn't satisfied, and he continued to make things difficult. What? Your tone sounds like you're not convinced? He kept spewing provocations. Jialong, don't forget, you owe everything to my father. He can give it to you, and he can take it away any time. Today, this young master is in a good mood, because we found a huge, spirit stone vein, so I won't bother with you. As he said this, a flash of light caught his attention. Looking towards the light, Shisidi exclaimed in surprise. This is... He hurried through the bushes, examining the divine artifact that was now visible. This sharp aura. It's a super divine artifact. No wonder this desolate place could produce such a large spirit stone vein. It must be thanks to this thing. Jia Long, seeing this, asked, Should we call the martial saint to take a look? Shengdi was blinded by the divine artifact before him. He quickly stopped him. We have to share the credit for the spirit stone vein with that old geezer, but this super divine artifact must be mine. Jia Long hesitated, but... Before he could say anything, Shirdi snapped, No buts! Jia Long, you're too stubborn! Jia Long finally gave up, but still had to advise, Young master, be careful. Wait. Where did Martial Saint he go all of a sudden? Shigidi greedily ignored his subordinate's words, picking up the sword that was stuck in the ground, smugly saying, As long as I hold this, I can feel the endless power flowing through me. Huh? This thing belongs to Guo Yan. At this moment, a strange object poked out of the bushes, aiming straight at the clueless Shidi. Huh? Before he could even process what was happening, the trash got blasted 3 times in a row. He looked more pathetic than ever. His curly hair sticking up, his face smudged, and his clothes all dirty. He stood up in a panic. Who dares to ambush this daddy? Jia Long rushed over too. Young master. Even though he was scared shitless, the trash still tried to act tough. I'm fine, it hurt like hell, but it's not enough to kill me, is it? Li Fan looked at the weird thing in front of him and asked curiously. This is... The trash beside him excitedly shouted. It looks like another divine artifact. My luck is off the charts today. Maybe I just activated this artifact's self-defense mechanism. Seeing the trash say that, Jia Long hurriedly advised. Young master, this looks more like a trap, or maybe a high-level expert temporarily hid it here. But the trash brushed him off and sneered. How short-sighted. With the power that attacked us just now, this must be a super divine artifact. Moreover, can you sense any spiritual energy fluctuations from any creatures nearby? This super divine artifact is clearly mine. Changxiao, disguised in the bushes, immediately popped up mysteriously. Second master, the opponent is now half dead. It's your turn to strike. The trash looked scared at the divine artifact beside him, which was emitting a strange blue light. Who is it? He felt like he was teleported somewhere, and the trash muttered in confusion. Huh? Where are my weapons? Where is this place? A giant black shadow appeared from behind, reaching out as if to crush him, and threateningly roared, daring to touch Quan's great sword. The trash was so scared that his soul flew away, screaming like a chicken being slaughtered. Jia Long immediately ran over and shouted his name. Young master, what's wrong? Changxiao continued to act mysterious on the tree. Kid, how can this old man's divine weapon be touched by a mere semi-saint like you? Li Fan immediately looked around vigilantly, not noticing some random dude falling from the tree. Someone is always nearby, and I can't sense any spiritual energy fluctuations at all. Jia Long immediately turned around. This place is deep in the forest, surrounded by tall, fierce beasts. There can't be ordinary people without any spiritual energy. The expert must be a super high-level expert. When Li Fan turned his head to look, Changxiao had returned to his classy appearance, walking forward heroically, and said in a deep voice, Impudent brat. No need to be on guard. This old man isn't interested in bullying you guys. Jia Long saw him so confident, and couldn't help but feel worried. He's full of openings, but he's strangely calm. Damn it, he must be trying to lure me to attack. Sensing that the thing behind him was ready to strike, Changxiao continued to growl. But this Guo Yan dared to dirty my divine weapon. I have to teach him a lesson he'll never forget. As he spoke, he threw a sky-shattering punch at the trash's face, staggering him, with teeth and saliva flying everywhere. Jia Long beside him stood still as a statue, praising in his heart. Nice hit! At this moment the trash slid a long way on the ground. Seeing the trash lying motionless on the ground, Changxiao thought to himself, Losing all my cultivation is really trash. My wrist is a little dislocated. The trash hugged his cheek and stood up unsteadily, begging repeatedly, Wah! Divine General, please don't hit me anymore, please don't hit me anymore. Huh, what just happened? Why did I fall here? Witnessing everything just now, Jia Long praised in admiration. Truly an expert, he helped the young master escape the abnormality with a single move, and didn't even damage his head. What amazing control of force. He looked at the idiot hugging his head and shaking in front of him, coldly calculating. As expected, it's still unrealistic to knock down a semi-saint with one blow. Fortunately, I still have 9 ways to kill him next. 9 ways! But before he could use all 9 ways, Changxiao heard the system notification. Congratulations, host, for completing the holy mission, directly knocking down one of the enemies. He was stunned and couldn't help but confirm. System, is this mission literal? Knocking him down is all I have to do? So if I stretch a rope and trip him on the road, would that count? On the other side, Jia Long quickly pretended to be concerned. Young master, are you okay? Those 2 divine weapons belong to that senior. He's the one who helped you wake up just now. Hearing this, the trash immediately looked at the man in front of him with vigilance. HMPH, those divine artifacts, you're not worthy of keeping them, he shouted furiously, and drew a line. It's not the turn of a waste who doesn't even have half a bit of spiritual energy like you. Daring to dream of snatching this daddy's divine artifact? The trash angrily raised his hand, condensed spiritual energy, and fiercely struck towards Changxiao. At this moment, the system continued to notify. Please receive the mission reward. Removing all bugged effects on the host. The trash looked at Changxiao in confusion, who was still standing unharmed in front of him. Seeing this, Changxiao couldn't help but exclaim. If I had known that taking Ren Shan out would get me such a bargain, I would bring him with me every time I act cool in the future. The trash jerked back, taunting. I thought you were so strong. Turns out you're just a peak martial emperor who cultivates his body. This daddy could accidentally kill you without leaving a trace. Immediately, a blade flew out. The blade flew towards Changxiao. He easily caught it and acted arrogantly. Who says a martial emperor can't kill a semi-saint? With that, he powerfully swung the blade and slashed the trash's attack in half. The trash had no intention of standing still and taking the hit, immediately counterattacked. The blade in Changxiao's hand began to change. He grinned evilly and shouted, Second Master, let's hit the field. Second Master immediately appeared, fiercely swinging his blade at the trash's group. Seeing the terrifying power heading towards him, he blurted out, What kind of weapon is this? Not wanting to take any damage, the trash focused his spiritual energy to keep himself from being blown away. He fought and shouted angrily, Jia Long, where the hell are you? Hurry up and come out to protect me, Zhu Quan. While fighting with Changxiao, Li Fan helplessly explained, Young master, I can barely handle my opponent over here. At the same time, Changxiao launched a deadly move and praised his opponent. You fight 2 opponents, unlike that cowardly young master of yours. He can barely block my split soul attack. I really doubt how he even became a semi-saint. Jia Long didn't flinch, counterattacking fiercely. The young master was forcibly promoted to a semi-saint by the sect leader, while I cultivated step by step with my own ability. You're quite good yourself, being able to go toe-to-toe with me with just the body of a martial emperor. Li Fan continued to seduce him through telepathic transmission. You're called Jia Long, right? If we're talking about hating your young master together, then we're not enemies. So, do you want to do a deal? On the surface, they're going at it hammer and tongs. But Changxiao's actually laying out his plan. I'm gonna snatch your young master and hold him for ransom from the Haoguang Holy Sect. You just pretend to surrender. I guarantee I'll torture your young master to an inch of his life, he'll love it. You get 70%, I get 30%. Only Guoyan, the dude who trampled on your saintly dignity, and the sect leader who backed his evil deeds, are gonna be hurting worse. Deal? Looking at the sly face before him, Jia Long puts on a cold front. Why should I trust you? Besides, the young master is like, my best bro? Sounds righteous, but he's just haggling. You gotta add more cash. Changxiao replies haughtily. Why? Because I said so, duh. He can't help but brag. I can even make that martial saint, watching from the sidelines, kneel down and sing, Daddy, please have mercy. While the 2 are going at each other, the leader who vanished earlier is floating leisurely in the sky, hands in his pockets, sneering. Silently setting up an array, disrupting my divine sense. Kid, you're kinda interesting. Suddenly, the sky turns gloomy, lightning flashing across the sky. He arrogantly booms from above. Hand over all your super divine artifacts, and that weird formation technique too. Hand it all over, and I might spare your life. Changxiao just calmly looks up. Not bad. The top-tier combat power of the Starfall continent in recent years, the martial saint hasn't even moved yet, and he's already brought down lightning. Saying that, he smirks and taunts. Too bad. My ice and snow resistance has been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. The leader immediately swoops down, threatening, HMPH, you refuse to drink a toast, you want to drink a forfeit. Seeing this, Changxiao instantly activates. System, let's go! Responding to his eager call, the system continues to announce. Second reward. You're my host. How can I allow an immortal emperor from the upper realms to overshadow you? Unforgivable. Battle reward. Comprehensive upgrade of the hard-to-collect saber. Changxiao stares at the divine artifact before him, the powerful spiritual energy emanating from it causing the leader to step back. At this moment, he finally replies to the man's earlier words. I knew it. Your upgrades ain't gonna be normal. Changxiao stares intently at his opponent, eyes flashing with provocation, and slowly utters the arrogant words. When the sun rises in the east, I alone am undefeated. Changxiao pinches the tiny saber between his fingers, the system enthusiastically introducing it as a post-upgrade reward. Host can use it without a new unlocking charm, and also gets 1 free use of the hard-to-collect Saber Plus version. He grins cheekily. System, it's the first time I've seen a con artist as generous as you, but I like it. The system, not to be outdone, quickly clarifies. I'm known as the honest and trustworthy young master Zhao Lang. How can you call me a con artist? Changxiao, not even managing to look cool for 3 seconds, asks timidly. Wait, what's a new unlocking charm? What about the unlocking charms I earned from the previous missions? Are they expired? Those are the charms I couldn't bear to use even when I was getting beat up. System, you owe me an explanation. Seeing him so clueless, it can only shut up for a moment, before whining. Oh, look over there, your enemy can fly. The leader, with a fierce expression, is rushing towards Changxiao. Seeing the tiny saber in his hand, his voice is filled with contempt. I was just briefly intimidated by the aura you suddenly released. Turns out you're all bark and no bite, he threatens, not even bothering to raise a hand. Before he could finish his sentence, the leader is stunned by Changxiao's aura. He says coldly, my biggest trump card turned into scrap paper, and I have to start all over again. I'm gonna enjoy it from now on. Suddenly, Changxiao turns around, his face full of killing intent, a mysterious smile on his lips, and he shouts, Hey, have you ever seen the heaven-splitting first strike? With that, Changxiao decisively swings out the saber. Clouds, mountains, and trees are all cleaved in two. The terrifying power of the slash makes the leader sweat bullets. Changxiao doesn't show mercy, continuing to mock, puffing out his chest, raising his head and sucking in his stomach. You're quite old, can't even stand properly. He points the saber directly at him. Before unlocking, it's a pin. After unlocking, it's 40 meters long. However, the saber isn't that majestic. It's actually so long that it stabs straight into the sky. Changxiao also stares upwards in a daze, muttering, Now I can't even see the tip of the blade anymore. The system immediately speaks up to clear its name. The saber's length is just a symbol. As long as you're within my saber's range, I'm the martial saint. And he's already fallen into the saber prison created by the hard-to-collect saber. It keeps rambling. Unless the god of this place, which is me, nods, or the saber is sheathed, even a toddler can kill this martial saint. Changxiao understands the system's meaning, and coldly continues. So, the longer the hard-to-collect saber is, the larger my control range will be. Will it ever be so long that it wraps around the planet and stabs myself? After a while, he calmly approaches the leader, snapping his fingers. Awake yet? You should have a clear understanding of your situation now. Seeing that he seems to have regained his senses, Changxiao continues to threaten. You're a martial saint, yet you lost to a weak martial emperor like me, causing irreparable damage to my weak little soul. Now I demand that you write a letter to the Taishuan Holy Sect, demanding several million spiritual stones for mental damage fees. Not too much, right? Then, he slowly moves the blade closer to the leader's neck. However, I lack a sense of security, so before the spiritual stones arrive, would you mind, the martial saint, staying at our sect's 5-star blue prison for a few days? With the saber at his throat, he's stunned speechless. Changxiao decisively swings the saber down, making the leader bow in fear. He doesn't forget to tease. That's right, flying so high, this junior is so scared. After teasing his opponent, Changxiao asks the system. System, after the forced weakness after the upgrade, will it still be there after I sheathe the saber? It quickly replies. That won't change. Seeing the system reply like that, Changxiao has no choice but to accept the truth. Alright. I still have to carry this flashy saber back to the sect. He sighs as he takes off. I originally wanted to continue my humble image, and even told my subordinates to become invisible behind me. Ren Shan, you guys can dig slowly. I'll take these guests back to the myriad antiquity. Changxiao stares intently at the ridiculously long saber, deep in thought. But system, the name, hard to collect saber, is a bit unreasonable. Drawing the saber needs an unlocking charm. Sheathing the saber is simple, it should be renamed hard to draw saber. The system calmly replies. You'll probably thank me later for scamming you out of those unlocking charms. Because once it truly leaves its sheath, it'll be much harder to collect than you imagine. After chatting with the system, he sternly shouts, Hey, you three in front, line up in a U shape, then line up in a U shape for me. Suddenly, the saber in his hand starts to move, constantly emitting killing intent. Greedy bastard moans, Ugh, still not enough, not enough. Draw your sword more, just draw it more from its sheath. Cut to a classic-style palace, back to Wanji Yu sect. Changxiao can't hide his excitement. Qing Yang, these three are the sons of our next sugar daddy, swallow this crap. Suddenly remembering something, he whispers to him. Right, this Catio Long guy and I vibe. Give him extra food and treat him well. I gotta ask him how much more money we can squeeze from Hao Guang sect. Seeing Tian Tian there, Changxiao immediately runs over, acting all cute, and yells, Tian Tian, you came at the right time. Immediately after, he throws his massive body into her arms. Tian Tian pinches Changxiao's punchable face and playfully scolds, You jerk, you're using me as a mattress again. He smiles in satisfaction. System, finally got some free time. Give me the rest of the mission rewards. The system quickly responds. Reward, 5,000 merit points. The last one you'll definitely be interested in. It's 7 Profound River Light Shattering Palm, Volume 2. Hearing this, Changxiao gets hyped. Tian Tian, I found Volume 2 of the 7 Profound River Light Shattering Palm. Seeing this, she takes it from him, thinking to herself, warm. Shouldn't spatial rings block temperature? Plus, it kinda smells like a woman. At this moment, in a beautiful, hazy place surrounded by white mist, a charming girl wearing a golden dragon robe is tending to her garden. Suddenly, a rose is cut clean off its stem. The girl, who was just relaxed, suddenly freaks out. Huh? What's this feeling? Where's the 7 profound river-like shattering palm manual I always carry with me? The earth-shattering shout makes the palace tremble. What thief is so bold? Daring to steal from right under my nose? I'll make you wish you were dead. Meanwhile, Jialong and Changxiao are sitting down to discuss a partnership. He seriously asks, according to you, if we include your sect master's personal funds, I'll receive 4.23 million spirit stones as ransom? Jialong hesitates. About that ransom. Let's put that on hold for now. Finally, he can't help but ask, Sect master, wouldn't you like to dispel the ice on your face first? Your sincerity is all gone. Changxiao, with his face frozen solid, his mouth twitching from the cold, begins to complain. There's no way to do it. I was screwed over by a non-human being. And I can't explain the woman sent on me to Tian Tian. The system, hearing Changxiao dissing it, immediately speaks up. Blaming me? He angrily smashes the ice on his face and continues to complain. Who else would I blame? Why is your product used by someone else? Menshi criticizes, but Changxiao's lips couldn't help but curl up. Good thing I didn't touch the manual. The first time I took it out, Tian Tian already grabbed it. Otherwise, with Tian Tian's full-body sniff test, there's no way I could have passed. Thinking of this, drool spills from the corner of his mouth, his face revealing a wretchedly happy expression. The system immediately condemns him. You're having a boner, aren't you? Bastard! Changxiao doesn't argue. He looks through the glass. Inside is the leader, hugging his pillow, sitting quietly in a corner, feeling depressed. Seeing his appearance, Changxiao says, as if unintentionally, this Nanthu Chi Dao upgrade really did have some results. After sheathing the blade, the martial saint of Taishuan Holy Sect still has an appearance of being mentally damaged. Immediately, the leader goes crazy and starts rambling. Sword, 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 he doesn't care, and continues. It's alright, for Tian Tian, sooner or later I'll level the Taishuan Holy Sect. Eliminating one of their martial saints beforehand is a good thing too. Changxiao walks away, leaving the deranged leader muttering, sword, 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 as the shadowy ghost in the prison cell seems to swallow him whole. At the same time, the people of Taishuan Sect received a letter about a free room at the Wangjiyu Sect. As soon as he finished reading it, the commander couldn't help but slam his table in anger, yelling in annoyance. What the hell is this He Qingxuan playing at? The more he thought, the angrier he became, and saying that if the transfer isn't made on time, a world-renowned martial saint could be abused? Wangjiyu Sect must have used some trick to capture He Qingxuan. The commander expresses his indignation. A dignified martial saint being imprisoned by a newly risen sect. That he guy has completely lost face. Good thing I read this letter first. If the sect master saw it, he'd probably die of anger. Finishing speaking, he turns to question the 2 mysterious people behind him. Master Hao, I remember the direct disciple said you came from the southwest Yang province, so do you know anything about Wangjiyu Sect? The person behind him leisurely answers while fanning himself. Wangjiyu Sect is quite famous in southwest Yang province. In recent years, they've really caused quite a few earth-shattering events. If Marshal Saint Hina is momentarily careless, it's indeed possible he could fall into their trap. The commander doesn't care too much. He laughs disdainfully. We established Wushuan Hall to maintain the prestige of Taishuan Holy Sect to the world. If we don't want to disturb the sect master, we can only resolve this matter ourselves. Master Hao, you are currently valued by the sect master, and are a guest elder of Wushuan Hall. In your opinion, what should we do? The master then lowers his fan, and calmly lays out a plan for the Taishuan sect. The worst option. Use spirit stones to redeem Marshal Saint. This method is stable, but it would be too damaging to the face of the Taishuan Holy Sect. As he speaks, he fans himself, his eyes gleaming sharply. The mid-option. Considering Wangjiyu Sect's performance in the Dragon Lake battle for supremacy, we need to destroy at least 3 martial saints and lead 50 martial sovereigns to suppress them. However, to use so much manpower and resources to deal with a mid-level sect would be even more detrimental to our sect's reputation. Moreover, operating in another province is not easy, and the consumption would be extremely high. Saying this, he falls silent, causing the commander to feel anxious. Then, what's the best option? The master calmly continues. The best option. Why use an ox cleaver to kill a chicken? As far as I know, Wangjiyu Sect has risen too quickly and offended many large sects. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to use a tiger to swallow a wolf? Hearing this, he claps his hands in praise. Master Hao is right, but I don't know which sect's blade we should borrow. The master reveals a scornful smile, his cunning eyes looking at him, slowly giving the commander the answer. The Ma Sha Sect and the Sha Shen Palace. These 2 sects are both third-rate, evil sects. Because of some events in Huayin County, they've long been at odds with Wangjiyu Sect. Moreover, evil sects don't hesitate to use any means, so even Wangjiyu Sect would have a hard time coping. He whispers into the commander's ear. At that time, don't even mention rescuing Marshal Saint He. Even if you want to casually destroy Wangjiyu Sect, it wouldn't be difficult. I can go to the West Yang province and personally ignite the war between the 2 evil sects and Wangjiyu. The commander nods in approval. Sorry for the trouble, Master Hao. I'll prepare a sum of spirit stones as operating expenses for you. At this time, the person who had been silent all along suddenly spoke up to remind, Hall Master, Uncle Hao? It's already this time. It's almost time for morning practice. Uncle Hao. We'll go ahead. The commander immediately evaluates him for a moment and then whispers, Master Hao, your junior may be intelligent and have high cultivation talent, but the way he looks at the female disciples practicing is really a waste of that upright face, thick eyebrows, and bright eyes. He can only say a few words of perfunctory words. Young men admire beauty, please understand, Hall Master. Leaving the room, the two secretly discuss with each other using sound transmission. The person begins to complain. Hao Zi, why did you provoke two enemies at the same time? Moreover, they're just two third-rate evil sects. They'll definitely kneel down and beg. Won't this ruin your image of being meticulously calculated in the Taishuan Holy Sect? Hearing this, the master gently scolds. Foolish. Don't you see the main contradiction? The Taishuan Holy Sect only wants to bring back Marshal Saint He. Phyllis. Wouldn't this matter be resolved with just a word to the sect master? As for the reason for choosing the Shashen Palace and the Masha sect, the dude's face suddenly changed. The Shattered God Hall discovered a huge spirit stone vein 2 months ago. And the Devil Slaughter sect? In the last half-month, those lucky bastards found 2 mid-tier spirit stone veins. His lips curled into a maniacal grin. If we don't get them moving, they might actually spend all our spirit stones. As if struck by a sudden realization, the guy bolted, yelling over his shoulder. All right, you arrange the itinerary. I gotta go watch the senior sisters. Morning practice. Seeing him so hyped, the other dude sighed inwardly. Every time I see him making that face while doing this kind of stuff, it just feels so wrong. His face is a dead ringer for senior brother Qingyang. Speaking of Qingyang, his face showed clear fear. Every time I see that sinister mug, my heart skips a beat. Good thing his personality is still as awful as ever. Or, the Taishuan Holy Sect might have collapsed in a different way. Even so, the dude chuckled excitedly. But gotta say, next time we do something sneaky, just send Wei the Elder and Xingyang. If there are any female disciples or higher-ups in the sect, they'll definitely be wiped out in a flash. Suddenly, a shout came from behind him. Sir Hao, please stop! Turning around, the dude saw the old geezer of the Taishuan sect running over, panting. Perfect timing for your trip. Please take this invitation to a few second-rate allied sects. This is a huge deal for the Taishuan sect. Hearing this, his sharp eyes changed. Those eyes were glued to the announcement about the upcoming opening of the Devil Maniac Valley. Changxiao looked blank and helpless, holding the paper in his hand and asking, You're saying the Devil Maniac Valley is a special secret realm controlled by the Taishuan Holy Sect, and they invite allies every 4 years? But it's unclear what they actually do, so I haven't been too concerned. He stared at the last line. This time, the invitation was personally delivered by Hao Yer, the newly appointed guest elder of the Yushuan Hall, branch master of the Southwest Yang Province, branch of the Taishuan Holy Sect, and executive elder of the Elder Council. After reading, he was utterly shocked, his hand trembling uncontrollably as he held the paper. I only sent you out for a few months, or has it been years? I definitely need to write a guide on career advancement. ASAP. The attendant beside him smiled. But some small tricks in dealing with people are not worth mentioning, far inferior to the sectmaster's scheming. He gave a thumbs up and praised. No. You were born in the wrong era. You're definitely a mastermind. He beamed with pride at the praise. Thank you for your praise, sectmaster. But now I need to ask the sectmaster a question. What is the approximate overall strength of our sect? I will use this information to lure those sects to send corresponding forces, and then gradually take them over. Changxiao leaned close to the attendant's ear, winking and whispering. This is a secret. The ancient said, Laws must not pass through 6 ears. Let me whisper it to you. After the attendant listened, his face was filled with shock and horror, sweating profusely. Cut to a new scene. The attendant Hao appeared before 2 mysterious figures. Sir Hao, are you saying that our Devil Slaughter sect and Shattered God Hall must send our strongest forces? An old man in a red robe asked suspiciously. The hooded figure beside him chimed in. Sir Hao, even if the myriad ancient sect has decent strength, is it really necessary to go this far? The attendant who knew took a sip of tea, glancing up. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses its full strength. The myriad ancient sect has angered our Taishuan Holy Sect. The sect master wants to completely eradicate them. As for the financial issues, our Taishuan Holy Sect will take care of it. Moreover, all the assets of the myriad ancient sect will be left to you to divide as you please. He flashed a business smile. After all, only by going all out can we drive the enemy to the brink. Changxiao, with his chin in his hand, pondered. I got a little too hyped up. The goods are sold. No returns. He sat looking at a giant, blazing ball of tea leaves hovering in the air and asked, But you never said this thing was such a money-burning machine. The system's voice rang out. Nurturing spiritual herbs costs 10,000 contribution points, similar to an incubator. Even though the growth process of spiritual herbs can be accelerated by adding spirit stones, cores, or other types of energy, he replied, That's right. The only reason I accepted your offer was for the pure heart holy lotus. But now you're telling me. He angrily pointed at the ball below and yelled at the system. I put in a whole spirit stone, and it only shortened the growth by 1 hour? 665 years, 12 months, 30 days, 23 hours. Will it cost over 50 million spirit stones to wait until it matures? I just earned a bunch of spirit stones? And I have to throw it all in here? Then he pointed to the sky and pondered. Wait a minute. I remember the Five Absolutes evil saint saying he was waiting for the pure heart holy lotus to mature so he could use the petals to heal himself. How could he possibly live for another 6 years? System, are you scamming my spirit stones? The system's voice rang out again. The pure heart holy lotus does only take about 1,000 years to bloom, but even if the petals have strong medicinal properties, they can't cure away the elder and your body. Have you ever considered that after the flower blooms and withers, it will form lotus seeds with the strongest medicinal properties? After hearing this, he took out a bag of spirit stones and poured them into the ball. Why didn't you say so sooner? Money lost can be earned back. Countless spirit stones fell. Year 639. Qingyang stood behind, helplessly watching him. He hurriedly wrote in a thick notebook. The 3-year plan must be postponed. The sect's assets are about to be cleaned out by the sect master. When will the Devil Slaughter sect come to pay up? Changxiao knelt on one knee on the ground, panting tiredly. The system's voice constantly cheering him on. Keep going, just a little bit more, and you can help the Five Absolutes evil saint and Wei the elder fully restore their strength. This deal is worth it. He suddenly stood blankly, thinking back. This feeling of being cleaned out reminds me of when I was hatching Little Long Long and being controlled by the Goose Factory's incubator. It was so terrifying. Then he took something from behind his shoe sole, blew on it, and pulled out a ring, which began to spit out a pile of spirit stones. Pure heart holy lotus, hurry up and grow for me. A huge plume of white smoke appeared in front of him. Trust me, you won't regret it. This pure heart holy lotus. He, with a sinister face, raised his hand and held the golden circular thing. Can save lives. He hurriedly took it to offer it to people. Old Wei, old evil, 1 lotus seed each. I will protect the 2 of you. The 2 of them couldn't help but laugh, making him flustered and quickly explaining. This thing takes 10,000 years to form. Its medicinal properties are heaven-defying. Pictelia. You could say it consumed all the spirit stones of the myriad ancient sect to grow faster, but the 2 of you absolutely shouldn't have any psychological burden. Are you just going to eat it? Not even a symbolic refusal? Wei the elder said resolutely. Why refuse? Anyway, this old man will devote his life to the myriad ancient sect in this life. Old Five also chimed in. Thank you. This old man has never said thank you before. Suddenly, the 2 of them were stunned and shocked by an earthquake. This old man can only use this life to express his sincerity. Green auras spread everywhere. Hak Wudi was watching something, startled, glancing at Wu Ju Shi Sheng's aura. This time it's completely different from before, no more feeling of being forced. Did this old fart fully recover? And Little Wei too, both of these old guys have recovered their cultivation to be stronger than before. The 2 martial saints hurriedly thanked Changxiao, Wu Ju Shi Sheng, and Ding Xingwang, bowing to the sect leader for the lotus seed's help. This pure heart holy lotus unexpectedly helped this old man break through another level. This dude jumped up excitedly. Awesome! 50 million spirit stones for 2 martial saints. What a steal! He walked over and patted old Wu's shoulder, saying, Ding Lao, now that you've recovered, it just so happens that there are some heretical cultivators in the sect. You can guide them more in the future. The old man laughed and replied, No problem, but those heretical cultivators went down the mountain today, ran to Ironbone Town to play. When they come back, I will definitely train them properly, he happily exclaimed. Our sect is truly blooming with 100 flowers now. There are martial cultivators, ice cultivators, sword cultivators, saber cultivators, demon cultivators, and heretical cultivators. Suddenly, an image of Buddha with his hands clasped together appeared in the sky. Evil heretic, don't run! Buddha angrily raised his huge hand. The Buddha is merciful, but there is also the wrathful Vajra. Amen. Today this Taoist is going to risk my life with you. Meng Yang sat opposite her grandma. The little tyke stared at the nearby candied hawthorns, drooling with desire, saying, Grandma, the candied hawthorns you make look so delicious. Of course, Chiwai Sheng was your sect leader back then. He loved eating the sweets that this old woman makes. Grandma smiled kindly and replied, Back then, Gao Sheng grew up eating the villagers' food. He was very naughty. I didn't expect him to be so capable now. Now he even arranged for us old folks to set up stalls for business in Ironbone Town. Hearing this, Meng Ying became a little curious and asked, Are the sect leader's family all dead? Then the sect leader was so pitiful when he was young. Grandma didn't object. Her face darkened as if empathizing. Not really. A drunkard brought him to our village back then. Later, that drunkard even came to visit Gao Sheng a few times. That drunkard's name was Yun something, right? It seems like his name was Yun He. Just as she finished speaking, a Buddhist monk came over with a big cat beside him. Seeing this, Meng Ying happily greeted him. Wow, meow meow. The little tyke sat down to chat with the cat. Wow, meow meow's legs are so long, not as short as my meow meows. The Buddhist monk spoke up. Little friend, go home quickly, this place won't be safe for long. Then, the Buddhist monk turned to chat with the big cat. The aura of the heretical cultivator that you smelled is around here, right? It replied with its mouth drooling. The smell of delicious food is so strong around here, I can't smell it clearly anymore. The Buddhist monk angrily argued with the cat. Can you be reliable for once? Didn't I just tell you to skip a few meals of cat food? Two people outside were discussing them. The aura on this guy is so disgusting. A Buddhist cultivator? Not often seen in the entire Jingluo continent. I thought they had been wiped out long ago. Chao Qianqi sneered and said, in the previous Demon Emperor's bloody battle, the Buddhist cultivators were the main force. At that time, corpses were scattered for thousands of miles. Suddenly, both the Buddhist monk and the cat simultaneously turned to look at the aura of the heretical cultivator. Without much talk, he immediately used a move to finish off Qianqi, not worthy of a Buddhist cultivator. Without saying a word, he wanted to eliminate evil demons. But before the move could harm her, Zhao Dazhuang stopped him. Dazhuang, with an imposing manner, said, "Who dares to cause trouble in Ironbone City? You don't even put Zhao Dazhuang's team of the Ironbone City management team in your eyes." He slammed his staff into the ground to show his authority. Heretical and demonic cultivators see human lives as weeds. The Buddhist family has the compassion to deliver these villains. If you continue this act of protecting them, finishing speaking, the Buddhist monk swung his staff, creating a great gust of wind to attack. Then don't blame me for using strong measures, the person next to Qianqi exclaimed after witnessing the Buddhist monk's move. Master, this Buddhist cultivator is too strong, she replied. A martial emperor is all. It only has a suppressive effect on us heretical cultivators. After a fierce attack, Dazhuang was still unharmed. Seeing this, the Buddhist monk unexpectedly said, "You've cultivated our Buddhist sect's Vajra indestructible, so why do you want to stop me from eliminating demons?" Suddenly, as if he was too angry, he yelled at Dazhuang, "Have you forgotten the great ambition of the Buddhist sect to protect the world?" From behind the Buddhist monk, Meng Ying had appeared at some point, raising her fist towards him. "You ugly baldy!" Thanks to his quick reaction, the Buddhist monk immediately dodged. He blurted out, "I didn't expect you little brat to be a demonic cultivator as well." Finishing speaking, he was once again annoyed when he was mocked. "Taoists don't have bald heads," Dazhuang repeated to tease. "Taoist," Buddhist monk shouted. "My Tao family encompasses all things. Can't we use different methods to achieve the same result?" A few sparse strands of hair poked out. Veins popped out on the Buddhist monk's forehead, showing his resentment. "My Dao Nayo has witnessed too many lives being killed by heretical cultivators. Today I am forced to eliminate the heresy," he said. Then he used the Vajra wrathful eyes technique. Hao Ran walked out of the temple, still wearing a pillow around his neck, as if he had just woken up, unconsciously asking, "Where did the Buddhist cultivator come from? Lucky for him, he ran into me when this old man has recovered his strength." "Sect leader, I'll go deal with him now." But Changxiao stopped him from behind. "Wait, don't act rashly, there's something new." He held up the paper in his hand and said, Dudu just sent a message. "The Demon Slaughter Sect and the God Slaughtering Hall have sent people to observe our true strength to be sure." A look of triumph appeared in Changxiao's eyes. "Our combat strength must be just right with Dazhuang here. That Buddhist cultivator can't cause too much trouble. Immediately summon the top 100 strongest disciples of the sect here for me." Not long after, hundreds of disciples were standing right in front of him. Changxiao shouted, "This will be a tough battle. Winning isn't hard. The problem is how to win." He smiled, encouraging everyone's courage. "Winning too easily. Those two patron nephews of ours will surely be scared away. Winning too difficult. Isn't real either. After all, we just won in the Dragon Lake tournament." Those disciples stood solemnly listening. This is the secret he always emphasized in acting class. How about this? The acting class representative will lead the highest success rate, go down the mountain, to subdue demons, no, to subdue the Buddha. Finally, Changxiao held up one finger in front of his eyes, revealing a confident smile, saying, "My only requirement is, in the strength, there must be a bit of vigilance, a weakness that can be felt from me." After listening, he said, "The disciples happily went to fight. You take the lead, Li Qingyang. Work those facial muscles. Open your throat and adjust your posture. The opening is starting. Our play is about to begin." At the same time, the observer was standing in an ancient-style room, looking serious AF. The masked dude peeked out from behind the wall, doing hand seals. Outside, near a large gate, someone signaled to the 8 o'clock direction on the battlefield. In another corner of the heavens, towards the balcony of a building where another figure was standing, you could see the red lanterns and the treasures, pointing towards 5 o'clock. Looking down from above at the ancient-style complex, there were about 3 or 4 people scattered in different directions observing. At 1 o'clock, someone was also hiding, with 2 people walking below. At 10 o'clock and 3 o'clock, people were also lurking. They all pondered, without prior arrangement. They all have spies from the Titan Dian and Ma Sa Tung. Xing Yang was hiding, looking determined. He signaled to his teammates that he understood. He turned coldly and reminded, "The opponents are silver-level martial emperors at their peak. Their moves are complex, remember that?" As he walked, he reminded his fellow disciples, "Listen carefully, look carefully, feel carefully." Then Xingyang and his fellow disciples walked out, leaving the one-haired monk dumbfounded. Xingyang's group of 5 struck a powerful pose. The group of 5 strongest disciples from Wanjiyu sect had arrived. Suddenly, 5 people ran out to block their path. The one-haired monk mocked, "Your steps are all messed up." Before they could reply, the one-haired monk asked again, Could it be that you're also here to stop Taoists from eliminating demons and defending the Tao? Not too far away, two people were standing on the balcony looking down at the group below, looking puzzled, and wondering, why are these guys the 5 strongest from Wan Jiyu sect? He couldn't believe his ears, muttering to himself. Except for that Lin Xingyang, it seems like they've never shown their faces in the Dragon Tiger tournament. Could it be that Wan Jiyu sect is hiding its strength from the outside world? At the same time, Xingyang stood up straight, leisurely, pretending to be confident and explaining, my sect just put all its effort into the Dragon Tiger tournament. My junior brothers are more or less injured, and they're currently recuperating up there. The two people heard those words and had an answer to their previous question. So that's it. But at this moment, unaware that anyone was listening, he aggressively asked, hey Baldy, you just had to pick this time to cause trouble in my Wan Jiyu sect's territory. Planning to bully Wan Jiyu sect when we're defenseless? Hearing that provocation made the one-haired monk angry. He gathered his golden energy and shouted resolutely, my Tao is rampant, my Buddha is forced to use thunderous methods, so I came here specifically. Seeing this, Xingyang lowered his center of gravity, pushing out with both palms, creating streams of golden energy that struck the ground, shattering it. Then he shouted, don't even think about hurting our only junior sister. Then he unleashed the Qi Zhao Hua Jiandu. Surrounding Xingyang was a vortex of pink, purple, and gold energy that blocked the one-haired monk's attack. But a giant golden hand still broke through and was coming to attack him. The attack was too strong, and the moment it collided with Xingyang, a loud explosion erupted. He was shocked by this, gritting his teeth in pain. Xingyang was seriously injured, and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, looking noticeably weaker. Behind him, Tianqi and Mo Kang looked shocked. He said weakly, damn it, the injuries from the Dragon Tiger tournament haven't healed yet. Despite his injuries, Xingyang was still worried about his junior sister, and reminded, junior sister, retreat to the sect first. Although the sect's grand formation is still in place, it can still hold him back for a while. Seeing his injuries, Tianqi was secretly excited, thinking to himself, why is Xingyang suddenly so weak? Could it be a transfer from Shu Wei old fart? At the same time, Mo Kang was also stunned and sighed inwardly. I saw Zuiqi's senior brother wielding a cannon and blowing himself up the other day, didn't hear anything about him getting injured. While the two were still stunned, Zuiqi and Ziyang rushed to attack the one-haired monk from above, shouting in unison, eldest brother, we're here to help you. Just as he thrust his spear towards the old man, the one-haired monk noticed and turned around, exclaiming, fast! But quickly, the one-haired monk reached out his hand and shouted the incantation, expedite as the statutes command. A talisman pattern gradually appeared on his hand, the palm center protruding. From the palm of the one-haired monk's hand, a bolt of heavenly lightning shot out, attacking Zuiqi and Ziyang. The two dodged the attack together. Their eyes met, and whether intentionally or unintentionally, they bumped into each other. Then a dispute occurred. Zuiqi loudly questioned, Sima Zhongda? Or, Longxiang? Did you deliberately bump into me, trying to let me take the credit? Zuiqi and Ziyang, instead of fighting the opponent, turned on each other and attacked. Above, the observer hesitated to record his observation. The disciples of Wan Jiyu sect have ordinary coordination, and there is no unity between the disciples, which may be due to their rapid rise to fame. Although they are at the martial emperor level, their combat power is insufficient. Hanging on the roof, the masked man observed and spoke out his thoughts. These viewers are not bad. They have seen the highlights in our graduation play. While he was complacent, the observer looked suspicious as he recorded his observations, muttering to himself, that's not right, their inner sect disciples do have martial emperor strategies. Hearing those words, the masked man angrily cursed inwardly. These two idiots forgot to hold back when they're fighting each other. Below, Zuiqi rushed forward aggressively, loudly saying, let senior brother test your recent progress. At the same time, Ziyang was not to be outdone, ready to fight to the end, and quickly replied, you only entered the sect a few hours earlier than me. I can't call you senior brother. The two did not show any mercy, and charged at each other. At the point of impact of the two attacks, a large explosion erupted. One would think that they would be injured. But the one who took the hit was Xingyang. He angrily asked, are you junior brothers planning to destroy the sect's recruitment area with this? We are all fellow disciples. Just a few jokes, how can we point swords at each other? Are you two trying to bully your senior brother? After the smoke cleared, Xingyang appeared, flashing a smile that sent chills down people's spines, and continued. Hearing that question, Zuiqi and Xingyang were so scared that their faces turned pale. Because of their panic, they both ran away together, not forgetting to leave the line. Baldy, surrender your life. In a room, the observer saw this scene, and muttered, Li Xingyang, the eldest senior brother of Wan Jiyu sect. Looking at his notebook, the observer revealed a thoughtful expression. An upright person, with the demeanor of a saint. At the same time, Tianqi, who had been observing for quite some time, exclaimed, I get it now. For some reason these guys are acting, pretending to be weak in front of the enemy. Hearing about acting, Mo Shang excitedly asked, am I acting? I'm the best at that. Seeing that disaster waiting to happen look, Tianqi quickly stopped him. Wait, hold up, calm your ass down. But Mo Shang, feet faster than brain, already zoomed off. Seeing that, she chased after him, cursing in her heart. They're pretending to be dumb, but you're actually trash. Suddenly, Out of nowhere, Tianqi shouted, "Eat this!" But alas, the one-hair monk dodged the attack. He thought to himself, that was close, almost got knocked out, and my hand is still throbbing. The guy grumbled. Damn, almost knocked him out. The one-hair monk, dodging with style, thanked his sect's 8 generations of ancestors. Is that Buddha, our ancestor? Their heaven is blessing me to fight 5 martial emperors at once, and I'm still unscathed. At the same time, Tianqi used telepathy to remind Qingyang, if senior brother keeps missing like this, even the dumbest of the audience will see through the act. Hearing that, Qingyang quickly replied, I'm waiting for the right moment to give this play a climax ending. While everything was in chaos, Mo Shang yelled excitedly from afar, Senior uncle, I'm here to help you guys. But he rushed in at the wrong time, and before he could help, he was accidentally knocked away by the one-hair monk. Before he could react, Mo Shang got a one-way ticket back to Mother Earth. Seeing that hilarious scene, Tianqi exclaimed, Junior brother got yeeted. Looking at his junior brother, Qingyang could only shake his head in disbelief. With that scene, did junior brother's soul ascend? But unexpectedly, Qingyang's group simultaneously called out for their junior brother. Qingyang looked at the motionless Mo Shang on the ground, thinking, the acting is too realistic. Seeing a legitimate reason to end the play, he angrily said, You dare to injure the female member of my Wanjiyu sect? Hearing that accusation, the one-hair monk stuttered in panic. I was careless, I didn't notice, and accidentally hit her. But Qingyang didn't care about that, only focusing on making things difficult for him. My junior brother is dead. I don't care about right or wrong anymore. The big senior brother was burning with rage. He exclaimed, Even if my previous injury worsens and my meridians rupture, I must deal with you. Not giving his opponent a chance to react, Qingyang quickly rushed forward. After some time, seeing that scene, the people of the Masha sect opened their record scroll and read aloud, that Li Qingyang is like a blood butterfly enjoying the last light of life, finally capturing the evil monk before falling down. Hearing that report, the deputy sect leader of the Masha sect uncomfortably said, telling the others, You guys go scout out the real situation of the Wanjiyu sect. His face looked extremely annoyed as he questioned, Why are you guys crying like this? Hearing that question, the observer of the Masha sect cried as he answered, That scene was too touching, especially at the last moment when Qingyang fell into Tianqi's arms. I also wanted to rush up and kick that evil monk a few times. He was too tired of those fake words, only exclaiming excitedly, Let's not talk about your exaggerated stories for now. The peak martial emperor made them flustered. It seems like what Hao Shansheng said is true. The more he thought about it, the more excited the deputy sect leader of the Masha sect became, exclaiming, The current strength of the Wanjiyu sect is very low. We should quickly lead the elites and beat them before they can react. The man covering his face also happily laughed and continued, The Wanjiyu sect's elixirs and divine weapons will all be ours. Hearing that, the deputy sect leader of the Masha sect tentatively suggested, Since this important information was investigated by my Masha sect, after this is over, I want 60% of the Wanjiyu sect's assets. Is that too much? Hearing that his benefits were being threatened, he angrily replied, 50-50, otherwise, no deal. At the same time, in the Wanjiyu sect's tower, Changxiao stood on high, observing and commenting. The storm is coming. He coldly didn't turn around, only slowly and casually asking, Have the villagers in Shijiyu town been properly arranged? As soon as the sect leader asked, Qingyang quickly replied, It's been arranged. Based on Dodu's information, the Maosha sect and the Shishen palace are about to enter our Wanjiyu sect's territory. Hearing those words, Changxiao tiredly sighed. He wearily expressed his feelings. I'm just afraid. Seeing the sect leader so worried, Qingyang asked in confusion, Everything has been arranged. What is the sect leader still worried about? Hearing that question, he turned around and seriously replied, With those guys here, I'm worried that those enemies who finally came won't get a turn for the disciples to try out their skills. At the same time, the deputy sect leader of the Maosha sect strode forward, dividing his troops into 4 routes. He led the group and fiercely ordered, Don't let anyone from the Wanjiyu sect escape. As soon as they reached the Wanjiyu sect's barrier, someone suddenly asked, Is this their sect's grand protection array? It's even protecting their town. Hearing those words, he pretended to be knowledgeable and scolded the other person. Idiot! Dispersing spiritual energy. You're such an idiot. Without saying much, the deputy sect leader of the Maosha sect forcefully opened the way with his spiritual energy. After he used his hands and feet on the barrier, a path gradually appeared, and he loudly ordered, Go! As soon as the last person of the Maosha sect entered, the barrier gradually returned to its original state. The person who went in last, seeing the strange scene, wondered in his heart, This grand array seems to have returned to normal. He couldn't help but blurt out his feelings, I feel like it's sturdier than before. Seeing him spacing out, someone called out, What are you spacing out for? Hurry up, or you won't be able to steal anything. As soon as he heard the call, the last person hurriedly replied, Oh, okay. At the same time, above, the barrier was being completely restored. Jun was trying to use his spiritual energy and said, Close the door, and release the... But then he realized something was wrong, and he quickly coughed and corrected himself. Cough! Beat the dogs! At the same time, the deputy sect leader of the Mashan sect, had led his troops inside. As soon as he saw only Wei Lao sitting there, he loudly said, "There's only an old man in the gate. But with the army closing in, you can still be so calm and composed, you're something else." The deputy sect leader of the Manga sect aggressively threatened with his spiritual energy. "This old man will give you a complete corpse. I am the deputy sect leader of the Manga sect, remember my name." But before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Wei Lao. "There are too many people to kill, can't remember the names, you guys remember it yourselves." Then, he disappeared before the surprised eyes of the Masha sect. The deputy sect leader of the Masha sect laughed loudly upon hearing those words. "To die at the Wan Jiyu sect is enough," he said with a sinister smile. The Masha sect's vice sect leader didn't even have time to process what was happening before getting his face rearranged with 2 solid smacks. Wei Lao then proceeded to spin him around like a human tornado. The Masha sect members watched in horror, blurting out in confusion. The vice sect leader was practically at the threshold of a semi-saint. How could he not even block a single move? But Wei Lao had no intention of stopping. He questioned, "Qing Yang, do you know why there are countless divine weapons, while Hua Jianyu just watches with his bare hands?" Qing Yang calmly replied, "Because our martial artists' bodies have been forged to be comparable to divine weapons." Hoisting the Masha sect's vice sect leader higher, Wei Lao replied with a vicious grin, "Not entirely correct. It's mainly because the enemies also have bodies that have reached a certain level of achievement." He laughed louder than ever before, and asked again, "What better weapon is there than themselves? The stronger the enemy, the easier they are to use." Wei Lao used the Masha sect's vice sect leader as a weapon, swinging him into the crowd behind, sending them flying in all directions. After having his fun, Wei Lao slammed the Masha sect's vice sect leader straight into the ground. Looking at the hilarious scene, he sighed, and then chuckled. "Finally recovered my strength, got a little carried away, made things too bloody." Suddenly, someone appeared from within, saying, "Thinking you can scare us Masha sect away with this bloodshed is delusional." As soon as he appeared, he furrowed his brows and threatened, "We have hundreds of experts. No matter how strong you old fart are, you can't possibly kill us all before your spiritual energy runs out." Then another person chimed in helpfully. "Moreover, in the other 3 directions, we have countless experts from 2 other sects. Even if you're a martial saint, you can't save Wan Jiyu sect. Besides, you're the strongest. Wan Jiyu sect is hiding, right? Keeping you here is worth it, even if we die." Wei Lao, hearing those words, stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Strongest?" These words easily attract hatred, don't say them carelessly. Whether this old man is in the top 5 or not depends on the sect leader's mood. The Manga sect group looked at each other blankly, not understanding what was going on. Ignoring their confused expressions, Wei Lao announced, "The strongest in the sect? This old man is too old to compete anymore. But my disciple still has a chance. And there are quite a few of them left. Qing Yang, this master will give you some pointers on real combat." Hearing the call, Qing Yang quickly learned his master's new move. Suddenly, someone appeared, radiating murderous aura as he approached, instantly obliterating anyone who touched it. The Masha sect members watched in horror, desperately avoiding him, and exclaimed, "Too cruel! Are we the evil sect, or are they?" The old man with disheveled hair strode closer and said, "Shattered God Hall? Sounds pretty arrogant, but sadly I've never heard of it." As he held the liquid emanating a murderous aura, he sighed. What a pity. Almost extinct, before they even got to shatter a god. Before the Ma Xiao sect could process what was happening, he unleashed a murderous attack, turning those hit into dried-up skeletons. The 3rd elder ferociously bit the sect leader of the Shattered Demon sect. But after dealing with him, he remembered what the old man said. He acted too quickly, and didn't hear him clearly. Did he say he was the sect leader of the Masha sect? The 3rd elder coldly looked down at him, asking mockingly, "Are sect leaders of a 3rd-rate sect this weak now? Just a peak martial emperor is enough." Hearing that confirmation, the Masha sect members panicked and tried to flee. "Run! It's a man-eating monster! Run for your lives!" Hearing those words, the 3rd elder pouted in disdain. "Eat people? This king is used to eating Duo's food now. Who wants to eat people?" He angrily transformed into a demon, asking in a deep, raspy voice, "And who gave you permission to leave?" A huge block of ice released by the 3rd elder froze the Mashan sect solid. After everyone was done playing around, the martial saint appeared to clean up the frozen Mashan sect members. As he worked, he sighed wearily, "I told you, I'm just a cleaning martial saint." The martial saint was extremely annoyed and asked himself, "Why do they keep forcing me to take action?" Suddenly, he realized something, and exclaimed in surprise. From inside the ice block, someone still had the strength to break free. The martial saint asked in confusion, "There's still one survivor? A peak semi-saint?" Seeing someone, the man shouted urgently, "Martial saint, please spare me. We were just being used by others. If you spare my life, I'll tell you who's pulling the strings." But the martial saint didn't want to hear the rest of his sentence. He coldly raised his broom and swung it at the person in front of him. Annoyed at being forced to work when he didn't want to, he said angrily, "Betting your life? What you know isn't even worth as much as the old talisman's head." Elsewhere, Changxiao doubted his entire existence and clicked his tongue loudly. Looking down from above at the battlefield, he sighed, worried about the future, and pondered, It's getting harder and harder to say we're a righteous sect. Changxiao flew in the air for a while and then gently landed, deep in thought. A bunch of old geezers who should be collecting their retirement pensions. Why are they all radiating murderous aura? He looked around at the empty space and wondered even more. Are we going to switch to the old man's hot-blooded genre? Changxiao looked at the few people left in front of him and sighed. Killed until only a few survivors are left. It's difficult to carry out the next phase of work now. He raised his hand to the sky, creating a technique, while constantly recalling that there was someone observing the entire battle. Let me describe its devastation. I invite those who directly experienced it to listen and see if there are any discrepancies. The small ball in his hand instantly transformed into a powerful technique that pleased Changxiao. 2 third-rate evil sects mobilized all their experts to attack our small 5th-rate sect. 7 profound river-light shattering formation. The attack created a huge shockwave, and his voice rang out. Caught in a surprise attack, Wan Jiyu sect suffered serious losses. The people who had been munching on melon seeds the whole time turned pale. I haven't even had time to break a single brick, and he's already destroyed an entire house himself, another said. Is this sect full of demons? Once again he raised the ball in his hand and spoke with satisfaction. But, after all, Wan Jiyu sect is a sect that once won the Dragon Tiger competition. The disciples fought to the death, and in the end, they inflicted some damage on the enemy. As the ball hurtled towards the other side, Changxiao dropped the bomb. So, what's the price we're paying? Everyone present witnessed a glorious scene. Almost half of Tiegu town got flattened. A moment later, enlightenment struck him like lightning, and he blurted out, "The disciples suffered heavy losses. A disaster. How many disciples do we have left?" Qing Yang, clueless as ever, chimed in. 26,800. Changxiao clutched his hands in anguish. So, from over 50,000, we've lost almost half. Blood flowed like a river. He slowly bent down, flashing a creepy smile at the bodies scattered on the ground, just to intimidate them. Finally, half of the elders of the Wan Jiyu sect self-destructed like desperate kamikazes. Only then could they wipe out most of the attacking enemies. Both the sect leaders of the Godslayer Hall and the Devil Slaughter sect bought the farm in the explosion. Changxiao's face was unreadable now. Because the remaining forces were squabbling amongst themselves, unable to agree, they had no choice but to retreat from Wan Jiyu. What do you guys think? The more he spoke, the paler the faces of those sprawled on the ground became. Isn't this story more palatable compared to the truth that you got half wiped before you even touched the sect gate? Consider this a face-saving measure for a third-rate heretical sect. But 3 seconds later, Changxiao flipped to his Chad mode, declaring, "What I just said is the absolute truth of this battle. I don't want to hear any false rumors about the Wan Jiyu sect spreading. Otherwise, those lives you just managed to scrape back, I'll take them all away." After all that, he turned and asked, "Got it?" The crowd, intimidated by Changxiao's aura, chorused, got it, we won't miss a single word." Immediately after, he gestured randomly on the ground and said, "Next, I have some things to discuss with your sect leaders. You two don't look too shabby. From now on, you're the sect leader of the Godslayer Hall, and you're the sect leader of the Devil Slaughter sect." Changxiao moved closer to them, whispering, "Congrats on the promotions. As for the damage you two caused to Tiegu town, which stunned them, we'll compensate tenfold when we get back." This answer pleased Changxiao. They knew their place, but he wasn't done intimidating them yet. "On your way. Help me take someone to the Taishuan Holy Sect. Don't get too clever. Hand him over to Hao Shansheng of the Taishuan Holy Sect. I have arrangements." Scram! As soon as he finished speaking, the whole gang bolted like their asses were on fire. Watching that scene, he found these people interesting, suddenly waking up from a bout of insanity. Turns out, the strong one was me all along. Hearing this, Changxiao's eyes turned into bullet holes. "Qing Yang, the reconstruction of Tiegu town is up to you then." The latter immediately replied politely, "It's my duty." 1 second he was questioning Qing Yang, and the next he was roasting the system. "Damn, system, you're getting greedier by the day, huh? 2 third-rate heretical sects, and you can't even give me a quest?" The scene suddenly shifted to an ancient city with a faint voice echoing in the space. How could a martial saint who once shook the Jianghu end up like this in such a short time? In a small room, Hao Ran was trembling, repeating one word, "Knife, knife, knife, knife." Dao Dao, witnessing this scene, was speechless, wondering what kind of tricks the Wang Jiyu sect had pulled. This guy looked directly at Hao Ran and declared, "But they must have paid a heavy price." The guy next to Dudu saw this and said, "Say what you will, but seeing him like this still pisses me off." Meanwhile, Hao Ran was still out of it, unable to recover. Suddenly, a large surge of electricity burst from his body, startling the person next to Dao Dao. He violently raised his spear towards Qin Hao, shouting, "Demon! Seal!" His body was quickly bound tightly. Only utter fear remained on his face. Dudu found this amusing. One move to bind a martial saint? Could this divine weapon be? Immediately he heard a response. "Yes. This is the divine weapon I obtained from the demonic corpse cave." The guy next to Dao Dao, hearing these words, said, This time, the demonic corpse cave opens. Hao Xiansheng also has a chance to seize divine weapons or secret techniques. This is a life-changing opportunity. He looked at that person with a meaningful expression, saying that many of the Taishuan Holy Sect's sacred objects also came from the demonic corpse cave. Hao Xiansheng, you must seize this opportunity. Du heard this and was filled with happiness. How could I miss this opportunity? Meanwhile, on the other side, Changxiao was instructing everyone to mislead the enemies during this trip to the demonic corpse cave. Everyone present looked dumbfounded. We can only wrong you guys a little. His entire face was wrapped like an Egyptian mummy. Always remember the first rule of Wan Jiyu. Life is a stage, and it's all about acting. Xing Yang saw him zoom away and wondered, Sect leader, where are you going? But Changxiao only left behind a few words. It's not easy to get fully made up. Gotta make the most of it. A moment later, in front of the entrance to Wan Gu's first prison, the small room was a scene of heartbreaking desolation. Suddenly, a noisy shout echoed from afar. Great master! Great master! Si Shiki opened his eyes after hearing the mournful cry. Great master, help me! Changxiao pointed at himself proudly, saying, The demon in Yao Mengying's body has awakened, injuring all of us. We almost couldn't suppress her, almost wiped out the entire team. But he replied calmly, Amen. You still have time to bandage your wounds. It seems you've temporarily suppressed the demon. Feeling a little uncomfortable, he retorted. But just suppressing it like this isn't a solution. However, if the great master is here, you can definitely easily control the demon. The more Changxiao spoke, the more confused Shiki became. Moreover, Mengjing is, after all, a demonic cultivator, easily restrained by the orthodox path. With a Buddhist cultivator like you by her side, you can definitely deceive the world. You can guide Mengjing to follow the orthodox path. But then his voice turned a bit sad. Mengjing is a poor child. Her entire family was killed by ferocious beasts, dying to protect her. When we adopted her, we discovered that there was a demon sealed in her body. Immediately after, he opened his mouth to beg Shiki. Mengjing is innocent. The demon is the one who deserves to die. Do we have to sacrifice an innocent life to eliminate the demon? Buddhism emphasizes compassion and saving all living beings. Changxiao got more and more hyped, making him realize, Grandmaster, why don't you sacrifice yourself to nourish the demon, to compensate for Meng Ying's only weakness as a demon cultivator? To save our eternal sect's only flaw. Saving a sect is a great merit. I'm willing to build temples and golden statues for you. Finally, Shiki sighed and accepted to join the fray to save them. Wait, hold up. That little girl being possessed by evil is involuntary, but those evil cultivator disciples, they definitely cultivated it themselves. You're still an evil sect. A moment later, the two were sitting face to face, in a terrifyingly silent space. In less than 3 seconds he shouted, Super memory erasure technique! And slapped Shiki. Seeing this, cold sweat ran down his face as he faced Changxiao. Despite just slapping him, he shamelessly begged, Grandmaster, please save us. The demon in Meng Ying's body has awakened again. That demon not only severely injured us, but also turned several more disciples into evil cultivators. The story was so long that they had to use the super fast-forward move. Things have come to this. Shiki had no choice but to agree. All right, I'll join to save you, to guide your sect out of the sea of suffering. But then, he suddenly turned to Changxiao with a blank face. Why does my face feel a little sore? Making him immediately make up a story to cover it up. The prison is too damp. The Grandmaster must have caught a cold. A moment later, he led Shiki out while still gossiping. Grandmaster, in the future, you can follow Meng Ying, use the 3 teachings righteous method to cleanse her, and help her increase her resistance to evil. I'm the one you invited, not your disciple. Later these words made him a little uncomfortable. I only take action when the demon appears. Don't mention anything else. Unable to influence Shiki, Changxiao had to play a trick by throwing a book on the ground with those words. How could I be so careless? How could I drop a divine book like this? To make the story more believable, he pretended to be genuine. Quick, see if my Diamond Sutra Buddhism is damaged. Seeing this scene, Shiki was frozen stiff. Wait, I've never seen this scripture before. Why has the Buddhist cultivation power in my body surged just after reading a little? He thought for a while and then chose to flatter Changxiao. If the sect leader can let me study this scripture for 2 days, then it's not impossible to occasionally help Meng Ying cleanse. But how could he let go and continue to act? Oops, slipped again. Shiki was scared shitless when he saw the pile of books, while he was still talking non-stop. Grandmaster, I didn't hear what you said clearly, and I accidentally dropped a pile of scriptures that only disciples can borrow. He had learned Changxiao's joking nature from who knows when, and quickly changed his face. Calling you Grandmaster is too distant, eh? I felt a connection as soon as I saw the sect leader. Scriptures are not important. I just want to be your adopted son. Join your sect. Changxiao also quickly caught the rhythm to play the role together. Eternal sect really needs talents like you. I don't know what the Grandmaster's secular name is. I still need to fill out the entry form. In that forest, a voice echoed. This poor Taoist's secular name is Gao Fugui. The woman sitting next to Changxiao shouted when she heard these words. Gao Fugi, Gao Sheng. Does this monk have the same last name as you? But he coldly replied. What's it to me? What last name? The group was sitting on the back of a big bird, chatting about everything under the sun. My last name is Jun. Not dog. After swindling the Taishuan Holy Sect and their allies, I'll settle accounts with you when I get home. Behind a big tree, a voice suddenly called, Su Gao Sheng. The people in front saw him falling behind and shouted, Keep up, if you get lost from the team you won't find the entrance to the demonic human valley. He heard this and replied, Coming. Zhao Mo turned to Dudu, who was just begging, I've had a stomachache for 2 days, just a little slower. Some strange symbols had appeared from the tree since when, but everyone still chatted across continents. The demonic human valley is extremely secretive. If you don't have a guide, you will be lost in this forest forever. And hey, you're quite handsome, why do you have that name? Then another voice rang out. Gao Sheng is an expert that I deeply respect. Changxiao walked to the tree and felt a little happy. Looks like we're almost at the entrance to the demonic human valley. He stood proudly in front of everyone and told them to be careful. We may run into the Taishuan Holy Sect and their allies, everyone concentrate. But they didn't know that from the depths of the forest, there was a gaze watching everyone. Lu Tong, upon hearing the order, immediately raised his vigilance and summoned a move in his hand. Ahead is the entrance to the demonic human valley. This time, the sect selected all the most outstanding true disciples. Our apex origin holy sect must collect many divine weapons and divine techniques in the demonic human valley this time. Not stopping there, he also said, Moreover, we must try our best this time. Then Lu Tong, without giving everyone time to react, took long strides forward, controlling the mortality rate below 50%. Suddenly, eerie moans rang out from the opposite bushes. We hate. A pale white hand suddenly reached out from the bush. Changxiao suddenly came out of the bushes, still screaming, I hate the Taishuan Holy Sect for forcing me to this point. He pretended to be a real zombie and shouted, We are Avengers crawling out of hell. Even if we shed the last drop of blood, we must bite a piece of the enemy's flesh. Before he could finish speaking, the person grabbed his hand and shouted, Jun Changxiao, Sect Leader Jun, I am Lu Tong of the Apex Origin Holy Sect, a hardcore fan of yours. I have watched your live broadcast in the Dragon Tiger tournament dozens of times. Lu Tong, as if he was under Changxiao's bed, directly spewed out a series of Jun Sect Leader's arrogant and indomitable demeanor in the live broadcast, which is really worthy of all young people under 100 years old to learn from. Hearing this, he could only helplessly cry, Don't say 100 years old is still young in the Starfall continent, but my script is completely off. Seeing that everything had deviated from the track, Xing Chen turned to the side and asked, Qing Yang, then our previous plan of pretending to be pitiful and ambushing and taking down each sect one by one is all gone? Hearing this, he could only gloomily say, Adapt to the situation, moreover, I feel. But immediately after that, it seemed that Qing Yang had sensed something unusual. There's something about this Lu Tong that's similar to me. Xing Chen heard and immediately chimed in. Exactly. You can tell at a glance that he's a deep and unfathomable person, not a good person. Hearing those words, Qing Yang only gave him a loving look. Lu Tong stepped forward and asked, Sect Leader Jun, your injuries are... Because he didn't trust the other party, Changxiao only dared to mess around. Just a few broken bones and tendons. The other person put his hand on his chest, expressing regret when he saw his idol injured. Could it really be the Taishuan Holy Sect who did it? How could they be so cruel to a rising sect of the Starfall continent? I must make things clear with them. Demand justice for Sect Leader Jun. Hearing this, he was dumbfounded, and decided to leave it to someone else to handle. I can't handle this. Qing Yang, you go. The small fries following Lu Tong were hanging around outside, and were collectively dumbfounded when they saw this happen. Why is Senior Uncle Lu so enthusiastic about the people of the Eternal Sect? Another person said, Based on my experience, they are about to be very unlucky. Qing Yang, being pushed the responsibility, could only stand up as a shield for Changxiao. Senior Luke is too righteous, but as long as Senior helps us build a bridge with the Taishuan Holy Sect, that's enough. The grudges of the sect need to be avenged by ourselves. Only then will it not lose the spirit of the Apex Origin Holy Sect and Eternal Strongest Sect. Hearing this, Lu Tong praised. Well said. Lu is also getting excited. Let's go. I'll take you to invite them over here. These two weren't born on the same day, same month, same year, but they were vibing on the same wavelength like long-lost bros. This kid's got some skills though. Then, in perfect unison, they both pointed forward and said, After you. Shang Chen, who'd been lurking in the shadows, had already become chummy with some dude from the enemy camp, and straight up started snitching. Your Shishu seems to be digging a pit for us to fall into. The other dude wasn't having it. Well, your Shixiang doesn't exactly have good intentions either. A moment later, even the birds had noped out Kanata there to avoid the upcoming smackdown. Dingyuan Holy Sect stepped into the spotlight and announced loud and clear, It's time! Besides Dingyuan Holy Sect, all other sects are in position. Lu Tong came running from afar, yelling at the top of his lungs. Lu Tong of Dingyuan Holy Sect reporting for duty. Lu Tong approached his superiors, explaining, Ran into the Myriad Ancient Sect on the way, so I'm a bit late. But Dingyuan Holy Sect didn't give a damn about his excuse, and turned to Changxiao, saying, Myriad Ancient Sect, I must thank you for taking care of our He Wu Sheng. Changxiao immediately fired back. Taishuan Holy Sect, right? I'd also like to thank you for everything you've done to the Myriad Ancient Sect. At this moment, Lu Tong had to step in to stop these two from throwing hands. Let's not get into a brawl, please calm down. Save the beef for later. The Devil's Forbidden Zone is about to open, that's the most important thing. The old dude was pissed and yelled, HMPH, this matter is over, we'll settle it later. Every time the Devil's Forbidden Zone opens, the sects send their young disciples, so I'll give you a quick rundown on its secrets. The origin story goes way back. The Devil's Forbidden Zone is an independent space created by the Devil Emperor, using his supreme power back when the demonic path was at its peak. It was also here that the Devil Emperor was ganged up on and killed by other martial emperors, making it the most brutal battlefield of the astral war back then. But plot twist. The issue wasn't completely resolved. For almost 1,000 years, the spatial barrier of the Devil's Forbidden Zone has been unstable, causing it to open periodically. When it opens, demonic energy spills out, turning nearby beasts into super savage demonic beasts. The area covered by demonic energy keeps expanding, eventually engulfing many surrounding cities. That's why tensions are running high. People who get infected by demonic energy will hallucinate and become bloodthirsty maniacs. It's a scene of carnage straight out of hell. All the martial emperors have gone MIA. So after some research, the top-tier sects came up with a solution. No one really knows the real story, but the way he tells it is terrifying. Each time the Devil's Forbidden Zone opens, the number of entrants is limited, so the sects form 9 teams, each with 20 members, to eliminate the demonic creatures inside and stop the demonic energy from spreading. But it's super dangerous inside, and every time they go in, they suffer heavy losses. Even now, Changxiao is still being sarcastic. With great power comes great responsibility. Taishuan Holy Sect did pretty well this time. The old man was triggered and shouted, "But danger always comes with opportunity." This is the Devil Emperor's lair, filled with priceless treasures, divine weapons, and invaluable cultivation techniques. Just surviving and making it out will give you a huge power boost. But because he carries such a noble burden, he yells to protect this land, to protect the people behind us. Most importantly, for us cultivators, overcoming danger is how we get stronger. Everyone, prepare to enter the zone. Changxiao could only say, "This guy's got a talent for speeches." But Lu Tong shut him down with some harsh truth. He said it hundreds of times, how could he not be smooth? The first time I participated, he said the exact same thing. Now I'm leading a team, and he hasn't even changed a word. Suddenly, his voice took on a weird tone. Sect leader Jun, this is a responsibility, a challenge, and an opportunity to turn the tide. You guys have beef with Taishuan Holy Sect, right? To show our support and uphold justice, what about Jiang Na? But in the next second, Lu Tong went back to being his crazy self, yelling, "Ding Yuan Holy Sect, we voluntarily give up our entry slot to the myriad ancient sect, increasing their survival rate by 100%. Changxiao was beyond speechless. "I think you just don't want to go in," he said, "but I kinda want to check it out." As they were bantering, Qingyang approached from afar and put his hand on Changxiao's shoulder. "Senior Lu, you're too generous. For the sake of the astral continent, we can't refuse. But the myriad ancient sect just went through an intense battle, and our horses are tired." He stepped in front of Lu Tong and said bluntly, "Ding Yuan Holy Sect is a top-tier sect. You'll definitely help out a bit, right? If you want us to be your meat shields, the benefits have to be worth it." He just replied casually, "Of course, we brought some pills." Qingyang was salty inside but tried to play it cool. "We're also injured. You think a few pills will cut it? Do you think we're beggars or something?" Lu Tong wasn't backing down either. "You guys are covered in injuries but still so fierce. Seems the myriad ancient sect's physique isn't just a rumor." Qingyang dropped a line and then left, slinging his arm around Changxiao's shoulder. Cough, cough. Walking is fine, but fighting is probably out of the questions. "Sect leader, we'll go first. No benefits, no talk." This made Lu Tong regret it, so he yelled, "Wait! Dingjuan Holy Sect can't let heroes bleed without compensation. We gotta show our sincerity with 1,000,000 spirit stones." Qingyang sealed the deal and replied with a single word, "Deal." Received 1,000,000 spirit stones from Dingyuan Holy Sect. With the money secured in advance, the myriad ancient sect, we won't decline. Changxiao was dumbfounded. On the other side, the old man held a bunch of lots and told everyone, "Draw lots to decide the order of entry into the Devil's Forbidden Zone. The one who draws the longest stick goes first." As everyone was preparing to draw, he continued his speech. "The sect that enters first will face the most intense demonic energy, but they'll also receive the richest rewards." Changxiao saw his lot and seemed to lose all motivation. "So short? Looks like we have to wait a while. I wanted to be the first one in to sweep all the treasures." The others quickly picked their lots. The old man, holding the remaining lot in his hand, was extremely satisfied. "Sect leader Jun, seems like your wish has been granted." The myriad ancient supreme sect is the first sect to enter the Devil's Forbidden Zone. A pillar of ice suddenly appeared from where Changxiao stood. He looked at it, a hint of confusion on his handsome face. "This is..." He looked at the opening gate, and Changxiao unconsciously said, "The entrance to the Devil's Forbidden Zone." The onlookers were quick to judge. The disciples of the myriad ancient sect really have too little knowledge. Just seeing the entrance to the Devil's Forbidden Zone has left them speechless. But the Devil's Forbidden Zone is indeed miraculous. If it weren't for the records in our sect, we would have been shocked too. After all, this is the creation of a martial emperor, a super creation, not something an ordinary sect can touch. Meanwhile, Changxiao's face went blank as he thought of the fact that he often hangs out there. Isn't this the Death's Door secret realm that we often train in after meals? What the hell? Does the Death's Door secret realm and the Devil Emperor have some kind of blood relation? He didn't hold back and simply told everyone, "Let's go, gotta work off the food." As soon as he finished speaking, he went deep into the secret realm. The monsters saw someone entering and grinned menacingly, their mouths stretching to their ears. In the next second, they all dove straight into Changxiao's ears. Evil spirits gradually emerged from the darkness, accompanied by a voice. "These evil thoughts are brought about by demonic energy, enticing me to go on a killing spree and achieve supreme pleasure." But Changxiao easily dealt with them with a single fist. HMPH, these evil thoughts aren't even as evil as me. I've slaughtered plenty of trash, what's so supreme about the so-called pleasure? He stared straight ahead, looking majestic, then turned to ask everyone, "This small world really has terrifying demonic energy. How are you guys doing? Can you overcome this influence?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone shouted in unison, "No problem!" This made Changxiao even more proud. "I knew it. We are from righteous sects, full of integrity. Demonic energy cannot invade." After walking for a while, he led everyone to an abandoned city. Unexpectedly, the Demonkind Valley was a desolate land. Changxiao strained his eyes to see ahead and realized, the Demon Emperor's treasure must be in the ruins like that city, right? Suddenly, his body trembled. A monster with rows of teeth appeared from the ground. Xing Chen saw it and cried out in fear, "Zuiji, haven't we met this monster before?" Xiao Mo also exclaimed, "Yeah, the masked guys who attacked us last time. Their pets were exactly this type." Xing Chen quickly approached the monster's mouth. Then he quickly took it down with one strike, splitting it in two. Xing Chen felt extremely refreshed after dealing with the monster. The feeling of striking roughly reached the peak of martial king. Just the first demonic creature already has this level of cultivation. No wonder it could consume so many disciples from second and third-rate sects. But the next second, he freaked out when he saw what happened. Huh! The corpse disappeared. A gust of wind suddenly blew from the castle in front of him. The mysterious figure sitting in the castle was gloomy, as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, he spoke in a deep, terrifying voice. "Oh, so fast? They're here to offer their lives again." The monsters appeared more and more frequently. Xing Chen seemed very disdainful of them. These demonic creatures are crazy and fearless of death. Killing can't suppress them, so annoying. To avoid trouble, he immediately chopped them all down. Li Fei also flew in from outside to fight, saying, "The most heartbreaking thing isn't having many tall demonic beasts, but that they don't leave any meat behind to eat when they die." Xing Chen immediately scoffed. "Dudu isn't here. I'm not interested in these cooking ingredients." But soon after, they were completely isolated in a circle. The ethereal shadow suddenly appeared from the sky, watching the scene with amusement. "The righteous people who came here this time aren't weak, huh? Then capture them one by one." He stared wide-eyed down below, smugly saying, "Start with the slowest one. Use him to restore some strength." Then the Demon Emperor jumped to the ground forcefully, without hesitation. At that moment, Xing Chen's eyes were covered by two black hands rising from the ground. When he turned around, he only saw a strange figure, but he was surprised to realize, "My neck is too stiff." Xing Chen didn't understand what was going on, so he turned to ask the person as if he had known them for a long time, "Looking for me?" When he saw the figure, he used the double first technique to yeet that thing off the face of the earth in one move. The shadow failed, and quickly scurried back to the castle. The Demon Emperor continued to sit in silence for a moment, stunned. "Impossible! Even though my strength has been severely reduced, it shouldn't be to the point where I can't even take down a disciple with a sneak attack." Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, and his eyes lit up like car headlights. This disciple must have a divine artifact protecting him. This emperor is just unlucky. Thinking so, the Demon Emperor continued to choose another sneak attack, this time targeting the one who looked the weakest. He stared intently at Lin Fei, harboring his plans. "As long as I kill one, my strength will recover another level." But he used his flexibility to dodge all the attacks. After finally sneaking behind Li Fei, he smiled, thinking, "Finally caught one." But just as his hands were about to grab him, the Demon Emperor was surprised, because Li Fei had found a way to escape from who knows when. He was a little uneasy looking at his agile movements. Why does this kid give me the feeling of being surrounded by thousands of people? Just as he was lost in thought, Liang Fei rushed from behind and shouted, "Get out of the way, don't block the road." Embarrassed into anger, the Demon Emperor flew back to the castle to hide. It seemed that the truth had depressed him. "I don't believe that I, a weakened version of the Demon Emperor, can't even catch one person." Still unable to believe the harsh truth, the Demon Emperor went hunting again, this time targeting that girl. When his hands were about to reach the mysterious woman, just as he thought he was about to succeed, the Demon Emperor saw the woman slowly turning her head to claim his life. But the next second, she used her ultimate move, the Taishuan Ice Art. The Demon Emperor, hiding back in the castle, was even more upset. That was the Taishuan Ice Heart technique. Seems like he's getting madder by the second. Old man Taishuan's technique is just too OP against our sacred sects. Gotta avoid that girl. Could it be that among these dozen or so people, someone actually knows the Taishuan true scripture? But right after, the Demon Emperor gets a face full of Wu Pang, when Xing Chen uses the Taishuan true scripture. This time, he seems to have truly lost all hope for those guys. The Demon Emperor thinks for a moment and then facepalms himself, saying, "My big mouth is going to be the death of me." Next, he gets taken down by the Qin Hong move. The more he deals with Changxiao's group, the more tired he gets. Not only that, but the Demon Emperor gets torn in half by the Faran technique. This time, coming back, he doesn't even have the energy to sit on the throne. Right after, he gets tossed around like a bowling ball. His position is so shaky now that the Demon Emperor doesn't even dare to sit. And to top it off, he gets his head stuck in the door. At this point, the Demon Emperor can't take it anymore and shouts, "This is too much, and where the hell did this door even come from?" However, right after, he has a new idea. But getting my head stuck in the door actually gave me a new direction. Every disciple in this sect has at least martial emperor cultivation. The Demon Emperor thinks for a moment and then makes a decision that he'll probably regret later. So the guy stuck in the middle is most likely a high-level descendant here for training, which is why they need so many experts to protect him. It can't be wrong. Moreover, he looks at Changxiao standing inside, yawning, and thinks, that guy looks kinda dumb. Meanwhile, our guy watching this scene from the outside finds it pretty interesting. The monsters in Demon Man Valley respawn so fast, perfect for these kids to get some real combat experience. Suddenly, the Demon Emperor appears and slowly surrounds Changxiao inside. That shadow quickly turns into a sky-shattering tornado. Seeing this scene, the Demon Emperor drools. Absorbing so much demonic energy, he can definitely take down this young master. But just a second later, he has to rethink. Why do I feel like I can't control my body? In the swirling chaos, he can only lament his fate. Looks like this kid's background is not ordinary at all, and he even has experts by his side. The Demon Emperor feels like he's floating. What's up with this girl's background? I can't escape her suction. He frowns, thinking of a way to deal with it. Well, might as well go with the flow. Very quickly, he decides to just yeet away from it first. Approaching Meng Ying, the Demon Emperor gets smacked with a thunderous blow, instantly sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Changxiao flicks Meng Ying's forehead, scolding her for swallowing everything, warning her that it's bad for her stomach. Furthermore, he glances at the Demon Emperor, assessing him. Unlike the demonic beasts eroded by demonic energy, you clearly have self-awareness. Since earlier, you've been constantly probing each of my disciples. What exactly are you? Instead of answering, he threatens them. The kick I just landed had just enough force to not explode you right away. Changxiao probes and questions. Could it be that you're some kind of natural demonic entity nurtured by this forbidden area? Whatever you are, you must know where all the treasures in Demon Man Valley are, right? Hearing this, the Demon Emperor can only utter, "It's truly too degraded," to the point of mistaken identity. This seemingly dumb guy is actually the strongest. He gradually regains his confidence and says, "This Demon Man Valley was originally a trap that this emperor set up. This emperor has forged divine weapons and hidden treasures, and combined them with supreme demonic energy to create this Demon Man Valley." The Demon Emperor is getting more and more interested in this group, so he uses hidden treasures as bait to lure in the self-proclaimed righteous sects, dragging them in to exterminate them. The demonic path has its ups and downs, but its day of resurgence will surely come. However, with the face of a demon emperor, he still tries to look badass. Unfortunately, this emperor is now just a remnant soul. Every time this Demon Man Valley opens, it's also the time when this emperor is at his weakest. Just killing one person allows this emperor to borrow the spirit of life and death to recover no small amount of strength. Meanwhile, Changxiao on the opposite side doesn't care about what he's saying. But unexpectedly, this time there isn't a single weakling among you. Has heaven not exterminated the demonic path yet? With the determination to defeat them, the Demon Emperor yells out the name of the strange entity. "Appear, innate demon body." He stands facing the cloud of red, murderous mist and commands. "The innate demon body is the inheritance of my Demon Emperor lineage, containing the essence of all demon emperors, and I am the strongest demon emperor in the past 10,000 years. With the help, the Demon Emperor is like, he's got a power-up. Even though I'm just a remnant soul, when combined with this newly born innate demon body, I can still recover 5 parts of my strength." The Demon Emperor, who has been monologuing for so long, finally notices the people opposite him. "You guys truly give me an unexpected joy. I'll reward you with a full corpse." But Changxiao is busy directing everyone, so he doesn't care. "Core disciple, and that other guy too. Come here." These words irritate the Demon Emperor, who shouts, "Let's merge now." That guy is speechless at this situation. "Demon Emperor, you." Suddenly, that thing turns to him and says, "If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Just then, Meng Ying notices this side and exclaims, "TCH, who let you out?" The monster replies, I'm coming back right away." Nietzsche is a bit annoyed seeing this and shouts, "No sense of sight at all," daring to upset Meng Ying. "You're dead meat." At this moment, Changxiao finally pays attention to him, but he immediately threatens him. "Demon Emperor, right? Choose, kneel and live, or stand and die." Before he could react, dude drew some weird-ass symbol in the air. Turns out it's the Kon Than Luke move. At the same time, Changxiao's like, "Now you're stuck in this formation, dying and respawning forever." But the Demon Emperor's all like, The demonic path has been trashed for too long. Even the innate demon physique is being trained like a dog. He throws his hand forward, yelling, "Trying to escape? Not so easy." At the same time, Ungok Long, the demon emperor, screams Van Thien to summon the sword come move. Boom! A huge sword appears in the demon emperor's hand. He's all chill, chanting the incantation. Ngok Long Van Thien sword. Manifest. Hearing the order, the shadow pieces out of Meng Oyan's body. But on its way out, BAM! It gets blocked by a pair of hands. Tinthan, seeing the move, immediately steps in front of the little miss. Didn't expect to see the Ngok Long Van Thien sword again, one of the top 10 famous swords of Tingvan. Thought it disappeared with you long ago. The demon emperor's kinda surprised by his reaction. Someone actually recognizes the Ngok Long Van Thien sword? The only demonic sword among the top 10 swords of Tingvan. In my current state, just holding this sword makes my demonic body unstable. But he ain't given up on anyone. I can't miss this chance to turn the tables. The demon emperor suddenly stabs himself with the sword like a total psycho. I don't want to suffer even for a second longer. Even with a hole in his chest, he's still yelling, "Innate demon physique, receive!" Then the demon emperor transforms like a Super Saiyan. A moment later, he finishes transforming and confidently says, "This familiar power," but with villain power, the demon emperor failed to power up Changxiao. Why am I kneeling? The demon emperor puts his hands down, the ground cracks. Have I not controlled such massive power for too long? My body won't listen. Before him are 3 tough opponents. It's not just loss of control, but a primal fear. Changxiao watches him, looking worried. Martial Emperor? I'm gonna face an opponent of that level soon. Martial Emperor, a title both familiar and distant. He glances at Von Deitch, who's staring intently at the demon emperor. Even kneeling, the demonic energy on this guy is as vast as the ocean. Even Von Deitch looks uneasy. How old was I when I became a martial emperor? 20 or 25? He tries to stand up. So what about fear? So what about instincts? Changxiao immediately says, "Tin Than, Vo Deitch, help me with the formation. Other disciples, retreat to the edge of the demon pit." Dark energy engulfs him. The demon emperor, holding the sword, says coldly, 10,000 years ago I fought 8 martial emperors and finally died exhausted. Today, will I kneel and live? Changxiao draws his sword, ready to respond. Luckily, your combat power is severely damaged. Otherwise, with my current strength, I wouldn't even be able to stand before you. He scoffs. 2/10. Enough. At the same time, the demon emperor stabs straight at him. Changxiao meets his attack. The demon emperor's attack power is insane. He instantly throws out a move. Not too kawaii fa. Changxiao's finger touches his forehead. The demon emperor calmly says, 10,000 years of my absence, Tinvan has come up with quite a few decent techniques. Changxiao is surprised and says, the strongest demon emperor in 10,000 years. Truly powerful. He replies, there aren't many who can injure me these days. Suddenly, behind the demon emperor, Von Deitch appears and attacks. But the strongest demon emperor, he fiercely slashes his sword at him. Sadly, the demon emperor blocks it. Not necessarily the strongest martial emperor. He pours his power into a strong slash, pushing him back. Kid, you're still too young. The demon emperor is a bit surprised. This power Vo Deitch points his sword at him, saying, I wonder if my current strength qualifies me to participate in this battle. The demon emperor questions with a grim face, you were once a martial emperor? He looks at him and continues, then you must know. Suddenly, in a flash, the demon emperor grabs Vo Deitch's chest. Still not enough. He grabs his wrist, asking demon emperor, right? Get acquainted! Vo Deitch immediately unleashes, Van County de not da day. The demon emperor laughs weirdly. Now this is getting interesting. He kicks him away. 138 years, finally I can enjoy this exhilarating feeling again. At the same time, Changxiao relentlessly swings his sword, attacking. The demon emperor shouts with pleasure. So refreshing, able to fight evenly with the Ngok Long Van Thien. Your sword isn't ordinary either. And he excitedly replied, to be able to fight a powerhouse at the emperor level, this young master is also honored. He raised his hand high to gain momentum, then unleashed a powerful chop towards Changxiao, causing his sword to shatter into pieces. He was surprised. Can a system product also break? What the hell? The system quickly announced. A low-level system weapon, yet it helped you fight a demon emperor. Holding one of the 10 famous swords, you owe me a 5-star rating, simp. A giant ray of light illuminated the entire sky. Woody stood watching the battle, when a small hand tugged at his clothes. It was Meng Ying, the little brat asked. Woody Ge, why aren't you going to help Sect leader in Yige? He replied, I knew you'd sneak back. Nah, I'm good. Because Woody recalled the battle, for someone who only seeks death, letting him get his fill of fighting is enough. From the start, this demon emperor only sought death. Meng Ying was confused. Seeking death? He stood with his arms crossed, affirming, yeah, emperor-level powerhouses should have extremely strong wills, but for some reason, this demon emperor is like this. Seems like the sect leader noticed it too. The demon emperor's body already has a hole in it. Changxiao gasped. Only attacking and not defending, letting us destroy your demonic chi body. At first I thought you had an immortal body, But now your recovery speed is getting slower and slower. You are a demon emperor, hailed as one of the strongest powerhouses of the past 10,000 years. Why would you want to borrow our hands to commit suicide? Isn't living better? He angrily retorted. Living? Why are you saying the word living? To me, this kind of cruel living. The demon emperor recalled the place he was in. This is where I buried the bodies of invading enemies. The demon emperor was imprisoned there, killing everyone without exception. But I only had a sliver of remnant soul left, forever imprisoned in Demon Man Valley. He was alone with time. 10 years, 100 years. The demon emperor sitting alone on the throne in his place. 1,000 years. Only him, not a single person. 10,000 years. A solitary life accompanied the demon emperor, forever only me, a sliver of remnant soul. Even if I mastered 100 unorthodox Taoist cultivation methods, I couldn't cultivate. He was helpless with himself. My memories are incomplete. I can't even recall the past, sitting motionless for 10,000 years. Perhaps because my heart is still unwilling, I can't completely dissipate. I don't even have the chance to choose death. Until, the demon emperor continued. That day, a group of righteous cultivators entered Demon Man Valley, destroying the ferocious beasts that I created with demonic chi. He killed them one by one. At that moment, I understood the meaning of my existence. For the demonic path, doing my best to hunt down the righteous path helps Demon Path Star still have a chance of winning. But the last time Demon Man Valley opened, the battle between the demon emperor and the group of righteous cultivators was dramatic. This is the last piece of demonic chi on the starry vast continent. Today is the day to eliminate demons and defend the Dalo. Quickly seize the demon emperor's treasure, he wondered. The last piece of demonic chi? At that moment, he seemed to understand everything. So, my 10,000 years of solitude was ultimately just a meaningless mistake. If that's the case, instead of continuing to be imprisoned like a pet for another 10,000 years, returning to reality, the demon emperor poured all his strength into his treasured sword, shouting, "Why not let this world witness once more, witness a fragment of my remaining memory?" His power exploded. The demon emperor exclaimed, 10,000 years as a demon, I am the strongest in the demonic path. The power of Mojiatian shook the heavens and the earth. At the same time, Zhu Shijie's protection sent Changxiao flying backward. Wudi still stood motionless, witnessing everything. He looked at the dark energy spreading everywhere and said, Mojiatian is a bit interesting. One move can shake the barrier of Demon Man Valley. This demon emperor is about to make a move for real. Meng Ying, next, you must observe carefully. This is the strongest person in the demonic path you can come into contact with in this world. Meng Ying widened her eyes, curious. I don't understand how he operates demonic chi. Wudi stood beside her, explaining, reverse meridian circulation. Not following the 12 regular meridians but going straight into the extraordinary meridians. Hearing this, the little brat immediately applied it. Seeing this, he kindly reminded her, Meng Ying, is your celestial beast demonic path that strong? Just with a little guidance, you can already lead such enormous demonic chi? From within the palms of the little brat's hands, Mo Jietian's dark energy was already being emitted. The power from Mo Jietian erupted, causing Meng Ying to be unable to withstand it and be blasted backward. The power from the battle erupted everywhere. Changxiao looked at the demon emperor and thought to himself, Mo Jietian, I didn't expect someone to still know this move after 10,000 years, but the technique is a bit crude. He then attacked directly with the Jiankunju Yin technique, like a shot exploding and spreading powerfully. The demon emperor used his treasured sword to block it, unable to hide his surprise. This method of operating spiritual energy is Buddhist cultivation. Not only is it similar, but there are still relatively large differences. He lunged forward to retaliate, shouting, Little brat, your skill arsenal is truly rich. The demon emperor touched his thumb with his middle and index fingers, saying, Then let me show you the demon emperor decree created by me. The demon god tomb was deployed. Rocks rose violently from the ground. Wu Di and Changxiao combined to fight him. They attacked, and I cleaved. A palm strike shattered the rocks. The devil emperor brushed aside the light and said, A decent combined attack. Out of nowhere, a rock rolled over? Ma Shenmu stomped on his head. Devil emperor? Plastered all over his face. What the hell? I never passed down the devil emperor art to anyone in the sect? He secretly speculated. This brat? The devil emperor looked into the distance, seeing Meng Ying unleashing this move. Something's fishy? Wudi continued to attack, and I cleaved, but he blocked it with one hand. Heavenly Devil God Pond. The devil emperor was stunned once again. This kid! Witnessing Meng Ying rapidly copying his moves, Heavenly Devil God Pond, he exclaimed. She's a prodigy of our race. The devil emperor approached Meng Ying and said, Little brat, you learned all those moves after seeing them just once? He bent down in front of the little one and proposed, Interested? He smirked. In becoming the next devil emperor? Suddenly, the devil emperor noticed something, and immediately after, Wudi punched a hole through him. The punch tore through him. Outside the Devil Man Valley, the force of the punch seemed to tear the forest in half. An old man saw smoke rising and wondered, Another attack that can break the barrier of the Devil Man Valley? At this moment the devil emperor countered, Devil piercing the heavens. He smugly said, It's here! Suddenly, the devil piercing the heavens attack struck him. The devil emperor laughed heartily with joy. Such great talent, our demonic path is truly blessed. He unleashed a palm strike, sending Changxiao flying, and shouted, I'm done wasting time with you two. The Devil Emperor quickly flew away. Wudi began to worry. Looks like the Eternal Sect is in for a rough time this time. The Devil Emperor's body is pretty banged up. He faced him and said, living for over 10,000 years and still acting so reckless. What if you scare the kids? His face contorted. The seventh mysterious Saint Sovereign's legacy. With someone like that protecting the demonic path, we will definitely welcome the strongest female Devil Emperor, Wudi replied. You can call out the seventh mysterious Saint Sovereign's honored name? You're more impressive than I thought. The Devil Emperor ignored him, looking at Meng Ying, and said, Little devil, no wonder a congenital demonic spiritual body entered your person. Your demonic talent has reached a level that even gods hate, and ghosts fear. The Devil Emperor made a gun gesture with his hand, pointing it at the little one's head with great interest. Then I'll lend a hand to the coming demonic flourishing age. Then he pulled a stream of black gas from his head, which formed a book. The Devil Emperor handed the book to the little one. This Devil Emperor's handbook records all my cultivation methods and experience. It will definitely be helpful for you. Meng Ying hugged it, bowing obediently, and replied, Thank you, Devil Emperor. Gerge? He was surprised and repeated, Gerge? The Devil Emperor laughed with delight and said, Calling me Gej is a bit too generationally distant. How about calling me Shifu? Nah, never mind. I'm not worthy to be your master. He bent down to look at the little one, happily continuing. Because I can't be like your Shifu and patiently teach you to grow up bit by bit. Meng Ying innocently asked. Why not? He calmly replied. Because when I see you, the last obsession for reviving the demonic path in my heart also dissipates. The Devil Emperor mused. Having lived for over 10,000 years, I've long since lived enough. Let me fade away in this Devilman Valley. Then, he gently flew high into the air. The Devil Emperor summoned the three souls dispersion, and he seemed to feel more comfortable. In life, we fought and competed. After death, we are imprisoned by obsessions. A time has come. His body began to gradually dissipate. My entire life was actually just a boring existence. You can go ahead. The Devil Emperor was enjoying this feeling when he suddenly heard Meng Ying's voice. How do you open this book? Just go, he helplessly said. Don't try to break it. Pour demonic qi into the 7 strands and you can slowly unravel the binding. I told you not to try to break it. The little one exclaimed. It's open. The Devil Emperor sighed in relief and said, 3 souls dispersion. Now I can leave in peace. Meng Ying spoke up, blaming, the handwriting is so ugly, he helplessly retorted. It's a book for you to cultivate the demonic path, not for calligraphy practice. While the Devil Emperor was releasing his soul into the wind, the little one stammered, 3 souls dispersion. This Devil Emperor's secret is the complete cultivation technique that our beast sect created. Cooking. He was startled and scolded. What the hell are you reading? The Devil Emperor art that I spent my whole life creating is definitely not a cookbook. Meng Ying naively replied. Bidudu said that's what those 2 words read. Cookbook. The Devil Emperor angrily continued to scold. Don't hang out with that illiterate anymore. Then he released himself into the 3 souls dispersion again. But Meng Ying didn't seem to want to stop criticizing. This painting is so ugly. Add some little skirts to make it cuter. Finally, he lost his temper. That's a diagram of demonic qi circulation. Who cares if it's pretty or ugly? Moreover, that's my image. Why add a furry skirt? The Devil Emperor flew up and flew back down to instruct the little one. Wudi stared blankly, asking, What is the Devil Emperor doing? Changxiao happily replied, Practicing evasion, that's what. Meng Ying flipped to the last page and exclaimed, This is the final chapter. The final chapter. The Devil's Path, Eternal Existence. Phew. After reading for so long, I finally understood one sentence. Of course, my eternal sect must last forever. The Devil Emperor was drinking water in the back, but when he saw these lines, he choked and spat out all the water in his mouth. He turned to look at Wudi and asked, Has this girl's talent always been this? Questionable? Wudi crossed his arms helplessly. She's not a big fan of cultural studies, so her academics are just stable. The Devil Emperor nearly collapsed. Perhaps this is the calamity of my devil path. Perhaps we are about to be wiped out. Realizing she was being underestimated, Meng Ying pointed her finger at the sky and cast a spell. Her devilish power erupted violently. A huge explosion startled the Devil Emperor. He panicked. Devil's card tricks! Did she combine all the moves I used before into one? Meng Ying walked over and tugged at his sleeve, acting cute. Devil Emperor Shifu, can you stay at the Eternal Sect and teach Meng Ying devilish arts? Meng Ying is very smart and definitely won't make Devil Emperor Shifu angry. Her cuteness broke down the Devil Emperor's mental defenses. As if his passion was reignited, he clenched his fist, gritting his teeth with determination. My disciple is definitely the smartest person in the world. This emperor will accompany you with this remnant soul, until you grow up and become the new Devil Emperor. Meng Ying smugly raised 2 fingers, and smirked at Wudi. He looked at him with a judging gaze. Found a master who has almost reached the martial emperor realm. Why am I not happy at all? Xiao Mo still didn't understand why his cute, smart, and innocent baby gang had the personality of that brat. If you weren't an undercover agent, I would definitely beat you up. The young man with the mushroom head looked at the space-time gate in front of him and sighed. When the Eternal Sect comes out, will it be our turn to enter the Devilman's Valley? You don't seem worried at all? My heart is about to jump out, Zhao Mo believed. What's there to worry about? Based on my understanding of them, if they leave us even a brick, it's considered them being responsible. The mushroom-headed youth curiously asked, why do you know the Eternal Sect so well? But you really do resemble one of their disciples. Zhao Mo angrily shouted, I have an irreconcilable feud with the Eternal Sect. Of course I have to study them thoroughly. Changxiao tiredly walked out of the space-time gate, and everyone exclaimed when they saw him. Huh, someone's out. A baldy disciple stood up and sighed. Oh, sect leader Jun came out so quickly? But don't be discouraged. After all, the intensity of the Devilman's Valley is really not something that second-rate sects can easily endure. Seeing you all here, it seems you haven't experienced a fierce battle. Changxiao rolled his eyes pitifully. You bunch of second-rate and third-rate sects have made me suffer immensely. The baldy disciple was startled and asked, why does sect leader Jun say that? Changxiao said emotionlessly, the Devilman's Valley is just a desert. We searched for a long time but didn't find anything of value, not to mention devilish energy. Even spiritual energy is pitifully thin. The disciple didn't believe it, so he stuck his head into the space-time gate to check. Impossible. I just saw a pillar of spiritual energy rising to the sky. The baldy disciple's eyes widened in horror as he looked at the scene on the other side. He shouted in shock. Why is the Devilman's Valley empty? Moreover, the entire barrier is collapsing and shrinking. A moment later, the baldy disciple was pushed back, and he lost his balance in panic and fell backward. The space-time gate gradually disappeared into the air, and the baldy disciple stared blankly. The Devilman's Valley disappeared? He couldn't believe it. Could it be that the Eternal Sect took away some important treasure from the Devilman's Valley? That's not right. There are no signs of fighting on them at all, and their aura is as stable as before entering the valley. Could it be that they are pretending, faking it? How can I be sure? Zhao Mo gritted his teeth and questioned, Li Qingyang, have you forgotten this brother of yours from a different mother? I have now joined the Taishuan Holy Sect, and I will no longer be under your thumb. Xingyang immediately understood the situation. Zhao Mo is planning to put on a show here? He cooperated and acted along. You are Su. Zhao Mo angrily gritted his teeth and rushed towards Xingyang. You've caused me so much pain, and you don't even remember my name. Remember my name, Su Gaoxi. While Tiantian was angry and wanted to rush up, Changxiao grabbed her hand and reminded, Xiantian, calm down, it's just a name. Let's see what tricks he's gonna play. Immediately, Zhao Mo and Xingyang started interacting with each other. On the outside, it looked like they were fighting, but in reality, they were exchanging whispers while physically attacking each other. What's going on? Zhao Mo whispered. The Taishuan Holy Sect is starting to suspect. Lu Er told me to cooperate and pretend to investigate, and the funds are running out. I'm requesting an increase in the budget for this undercover mission. Xingyang didn't understand. Didn't I just approve an over budget for next month for you? Zhao Mo listed a series of reasons. Integrating with their disciples and collecting dating intel is to establish closer relationships with some key disciples in order to extract deeper secrets. How can anything not cost money? After a few moves, they somersaulted and separated. Zhao Mo took a leap into the air, and Xingyang unleashed a move that shattered the ground into pieces. Zhao Mo stuffed something into his pocket and spat blood on the baldy disciple. The baldy disciple noticed that his moves were agile, without any stagnation, and his spiritual power was abundant, without any signs of depletion from a fierce battle. It seems that the changes in the Devilman's Valley are really not related to them. Perhaps the last time they consumed too much devilish energy, so the Devilman's Valley needs more time to recover. Changxiao took the lead and said, this trip to the Devilman's Valley was indeed a rich harvest, not to mention the many divine artifacts and cultivation methods of the Devil Emperors of past generations. Just obtaining the remnant soul of a Devil Emperor is already a big profit. But then again, shouldn't there be some evil forces appearing at this time, coming to give us another wave of goodies? Parallel to them was an army flying in the sky, with a coffin in the middle. Cheng Zhao and his disciples exclaimed in shock, Nine Saints' coffin? From above, the dark sect people swooped down. Dead center, there's this huge-ass box, looking like a freaking upright coffin. The goons touched down, making a hell of a racket. Ground's all cracked up, dust everywhere. Coffin door creaks open, puff of smoke rolls out, major demonic vibes. But these Changxiao dudes ain't even flinching. Some semi-saint Chad steps up, bows politely and goes, Jun Changxiao of the Eternal Sect, our boss sends his regards. Don't let the spooky smoke scare ya now. He gives a cold-ass stare, then suddenly realizes something. We ain't here to start beef. Seeing Changxiao and his crew totally chill, he's thinking, damn, these guys ain't scared of nothing. Changxiao's just gawking at the coffin like, looks deader than a freaking ghost. Semi-saint points into the coffin. My boss is waiting, inside. Thinks sect leader Jun's got the balls to join him for dinner? Woody chimes in, piece of cake, the dude inside can't beat you anyway. Meng Ying stand-in front of Chang Zhao reminds him, Master said if it's you, you might kill him. Chang Zhao, looking all confident, steps up, cracking his knuckles like he's ready for a brawl. Alright, let's see what kind of trap you got cooked up. And why the hell is Dark Sect always messin' with my Eternal Sect? He strides into the coffin door, voice echoing, Y'all really simping for the Grim Reaper, huh? Glances at the symbols on the door, kinda surprised, then it hits him. Damn, talk about extra. Looks familiar though. Steps inside, sees some dudes sitting there, pouring tea behind a huge screen. Dudes pouring tea, say name. In just a few years, a no-name sect shot up to the top. Even the big boys don't dare underestimate ya. Sect leader Jun, your skills are off the charts. Changxiao ain't given a damn, throws a leg up on the table, gets all up in his face, part question, part threat. Good to know. So what does the dark sect want? Tea instead of booze? Wanna join my sect? Let me tell ya, ain't nothing happening without 2 spiritual ore veins. The guy slides a teacup over to him, cool as a cucumber. Unlike your absolute power over the eternal sect, dark sects got history, split into factions. Some old geezers want to reach out to you in their own way. Changxiao lifts the cup, eyes locked on him. Reach out? So you ambush us, then need our help? The dude stands up, hands behind his back, all casual. Ambush? More like a skill check. For thousands of years, dark sect has been planning something. He leans in, eyes Changxiao up and down, voice getting serious. Something that needs a strong-ass ally. He paces around, spouting off a rule of the world. In this world, martial emperors are the peak. Those who break through ascend to a higher realm, so they make the rules. But Changxiao ain't listening, just checking out his tea. Not bad, actually. Dude keeps ranting. Martial emperors. War shattered the 12 provinces, except for the 9 on the mainland. 3 more are out in the ocean, their own little world. Martial emperor powers way beyond martial saint. Think god tier. Changxiao glances at him, silent, thinking. 3 provinces overseas? New map unlocked? Dude keeps going. Consider it a blessing for the Starfall continent. Thousands of years ago. In the blink of an eye. Suddenly, he's shrouded in dark energy. Eyes turn serious. All the martial emperors vanished. That's the chance to change the game. He's like a history teacher given the recap. Even though the martial emperors are gone, their legacy's still running. This continent. Grand Supreme Elder left behind the Grand Supreme Holy Sect. Origin Peak Holy Sect inherited from the Great Wilderness Martial Emperor. Grand Supreme Elder left behind the Grand Supreme Holy Sect. Origin Peak Holy Sect inherited from the Great Wilderness Martial Emperor. The descendants of Spiritual Abyss Martial Emperor founded the Azure Moon Holy Sect. Voice turns bitter. They hog all the best spiritual energy, own all the rich resources, snatch all the talented disciples, slams his hand on the table, stands right in front of Changxiao, voice high-pitched with anger. And to keep their stranglehold forever, they crush any small sect that threatens their profits. Dark sect, the heaven-defying gang, even your eternal sect's in the same boat. Winds up his rant, tries to get Changxiao on board. Sect leader Jun want to end up like dark sect, hidden, in the shadows, clawing, your way up? Join us, and change this world. Changxiao just smirks, says totally out of left field. Damn, that's good tea. He's done here, stands up to leave. Eyes turn dark and intense. Dark sectlet's the spawn of the demonic path. You ain't gettin', accepted by the righteous path. Don't lump yourself in with Wei Lao's heaven-defying gang and the fun, world-changing thing you're talking about. He walks to the door, lays bare the dark sect's real agenda. You just want to replace those top sects, get your hands on the best resources. Even if you win, what's gonna change? Waves goodbye to the sect leader, smirks. Just rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. Eternal sect ain't looking to rule, just want to be the strongest, not getting pushed around and not pushing others around. Then fix the injustices of this world. Thanks for the tea. Scene. Negotiations failed, the sect leader stops him. He must have plan B ready. Sect leader Jun, he says, and what he says next actually stops him in his tracks. He doesn't see Changxiao's face darken, just keeps talking, like he's got him by the balls. Your eternal sect has a disciple who shouldn't exist. If that gets out, your sect will be the enemy of the entire Starfall continent. Right after he says that, boom! Huge explosion, blinding light, nobody can see nothing. Too much power. Even the dark sect goons outside gotta dodge. Woody's just standing. They're not surprised at all. Negotiations went south, huh? Smoke clears. See Changxiao grabbing the sect leader by the head, lifts him up, voice laced with sarcasm and threat. How's that for demonic? Dude scrambling to explain. Sect leader Jun, chill. I just want to work together. About that disciple, I won't say a word. Changxiao ignores him, grins like a Cheshire cat, grip ain't loosening. I ain't scared of trouble, and I sure as hell ain't scared of threats. But I'm curious. He leans in, face all menacing and contemptuous. Grip cracks the dude's mask. Which disciple you talking about? Got a bunch who fit the bill. Can't keep track. Dude's freaking out, voice full of shock and fear. You're harboring more than one disciple who could be the enemy of the whole world? The semi-saint who invited Changxiao sees his boss get nettin', throttled, charges in like a dumbass, yelling, "Let go of our master!" Woody drops a freakin' door from above, blocking his attack. Changxiao glanced back, his eyes sharp as a warning to the dark sect's lackeys. Seriously, no manners whatsoever. Can't you see we're discussing serious business with your boss? He smirked slyly, his words dripping with disdain and mockery. You bunch of cowardly, incompetent trash. If you dare take another step forward, I might accidentally crush your master's head. Just saying. The Dark Sect guys were visibly shaken, faces drenched in sweat, not daring to move back. The Dark Sect master knew he was no match for Changxiao, and earnestly tried to smooth things over. Sect leader Jun, don't get worked up, we're not enemies. About that disciple, I definitely won't breathe a word. His gaze pierced through him, looking towards Meng Ying standing in the distance. After all, she's the hope of our demonic pathers. No matter what, I won't cut off the future of the demonic path. These words unexpectedly pissed him off. Veins popped on his hand as he squeezed the guy's face. She hasn't even made a move outside yet, you know? You dare monitor us? You've already signed your death warrant. This time, the Dark Sect master was truly scared. He struggled, grabbing Changxiao's arm, denying his words. We weren't monitoring, it's just that when her innate demonic physique awakened, all of us demonic cultivators sensed it. This is also the main reason why the Dark Sect has been constantly probing the Wanji Yu sect. Changxiao finally released him, causing him to fall to the ground. His voice was chilling. Looks like you Dark Sect guys have some tricks up your sleeves. The guy's mask almost cracked. He stared at him, his words carrying a hint of meaning. You flatter us. Even if we used all our Dark Sect's methods, we wouldn't have discovered that Sect Leader Jun's strength has advanced to this level. According to our latest intel, Sect Leader Jun should only be on par with me, a peak martial emperor. He hesitated, voicing his speculation. But now it seems you've touched the realm of the martial saint. Hearing this, Changxiao's eyes turned bloodshot, pinning him down as if wanting to devour him alive. Sensing an ominous premonition, he hobbled up, tactfully retreating. In that case, the conditions I prepared beforehand might be hard to move, Sect Leader Jun. I sincerely want to befriend the Wanji Yu sect. Let me consider it further. We'll discuss cooperation with Sect Leader Jun next time. Changxiao put his hands in his pockets, looking at the Dark Sect master with a faint smile, warning him and his people. There are 9 half-saints following you. Looks like your status in the Dark Sect isn't low at all. Whether we cooperate or not is another matter. I just hope you can manage your Dark Sect's goons properly. Don't go sticking your hands where they don't belong. His eyes and voice turned cold. Xing Chen behind him smiled eagerly. Otherwise, we have an old friend of yours who's dying to reminisce with you. The Dark Sect master was genuinely scared shitless by Changxiao's strength, bowing respectfully to assure him. I will definitely keep the Dark Sect's people under strict control, Changxiao replied. I hope so. Oh right. As he spoke, he swung his hand at a speed imperceptible to the eye, aiming for the mask on the Dark Sect master's face. I'm not used to negotiating with people who are always hiding. Immediately, another hand appeared, rushing forward like lightning. That hand belonged to Shaolin. He grabbed Changxiao's outstretched arm to block his action. He gave him a sharp look. You can't harm the master. His expression was unsurprised. He even laughed maniacally. Finally can't hide it anymore, huh? He arrogantly pointed behind him, smugly saying. The force of my punch already accounted for you stepping in to stop me. Whether it's you or your master, I don't need allies who like to hide their tails. Only then did Shaolin realize and turn his head. The mask had already shattered completely. Behind the mask was an unexpectedly beautiful face that made it difficult to tell whether it was male or female. The beauty stunned Changxiao. Tian behind the veil also praised. Such a handsome man. The Dark Sect master raised his hand in a salute, and the half-saints behind him also gathered one after another. He bowed his head and said, Sect Leader Jun, you flatter me. I'll take my leave first. Until next time. Immediately, the group disappeared, stirring up dust everywhere. After they left, Changxiao and the others stood there stunned for a moment. Everyone began to discuss the gender of the Dark Sect master. Male, female? Male, huh? Female. Changxiao blankly turned to Tian and said, That female is even more handsome than me. How could it be male? It's definitely a female. Tian had the opposite thought. Clearly a male. Qing Yang is more handsome than you. Changxiao retorted, I've never bathed with Qing Yang before, so I'll stick to my opinion. Qing Yang even started a poll among the disciples to clarify whether the Dark Sect master was male or female. Meanwhile, the Demon Emperor approached from behind Changxiao, wanting to say something. Just now, listening to you guys, he asked. All the martial emperors of the Qing have disappeared, without a trace? Changxiao grinned. That's right. Demon Emperor, you must feel like a lifetime has passed, right? After all, those martial emperors who besieged you have all vanished without a trace. Unexpectedly, he denied it, completely the opposite. He stepped in front of him, stating clearly, When I left the Devil's Den, I could still sense their aura, precisely in the direction of Zhangzhenjiao, about 3,000 miles away. They're all there, all 9 martial emperors. Hearing this, Changxiao guessed the exact location. His face twitched. The 10 Directions Death Pagoda! The Demon Emperor turned back in surprise and asked him, I only said the approximate location. How did you know? The system notification sounded. Ding! Punishment task number 7, prerequisite task. Within 1 month, lead the disciples to overcome the 10 Directions Death Pagoda. Task failure. Failure to overcome within the stipulated time will result in the sealing of the entire sect's cultivation realm for 1 year. Task reward. At this moment, Changxiao's whole body trembled strangely. He was extremely excited, His eyes showed determination, and his smile became more insane. Finally refreshed the punishment task. Even if it's just a prerequisite task, it can definitely help the Wanjiu Sect's strength advance another step. It's just that the place to overcome this time, the name doesn't sound good at all. To complete the task, Changxiao went to Elder Wei to get more information. The old man was shocked when he heard him mention that place. The 10 Directions Death Pagoda? Why does the sect leader suddenly want to go there? That's not a place you can just go to if you want to, he recounted. The 10 Directions Death Pagoda is rumored to have been jointly refined by the martial emperors of ancient times in Zhongzunjiao. It may also be the place where the remains of the martial emperors are kept. It is rumored that countless inheritances of the martial emperors are left inside, and it is considered the most valuable place on the Xing continent. Changxiao was stunned. I understand. Such a valuable treasure must have been occupied by the first-rate and second-rate sects, so if you want to go, you need to plan for the long term. Elder Wei lightly said. Why bother with so much trouble? What people call a legend. In fact, it is just a pagoda left over from ancient times. You can enter it by buying a ticket. It seems that the holiday has recently been free admission. The old man's face suddenly became tense, more serious, and said with some caution. I was lucky enough to go there once that year, and I realized that my vision was too limited. He recalled the scene where the crowd was crowded to enter the 10 Directions Death Pagoda. The magnificent scene there made him understand for the first time what is called the hottest tourist attraction in the Xing continent. It is unique. Changxiao was speechless. His mind became hazy. At this time, he realized one thing. So, the system gives me a month to wait in line to enter. Xiao Mo's and Changxiao's feet were floating in the air. Xiao Mo said, Sect leader, what urgent task do you need to call me over here for? Changxiao glanced at him and explained, I'm asking you to go undercover. If you are discovered by others, won't my identity be exposed? He continued to say, his face slightly wrinkled as he was crowded by the crowd. In this environment, even a martial saint can't easily get close to us. Moreover, haven't you taken off your disguise? Beside them was a crowd of people selling goods, melon seeds, peanuts. Mom, I want this. Who stepped on my shoes? When did my shoes disappear? The 10 Directions Death Pagoda is still far away. Changxiao frowned, commenting. This place might be your creation. The scene in the eyes of others is our stairway to heaven. They looked towards that tower. 5 hours ago, the demon emperor exclaimed in surprise as he counted the things in front of him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So many? This Shifangju Ming Pagoda is no joke, he continued to tell Changxiao. Back then, when enemies attacked me, even those martial emperors left their aura in this tower. To be precise, this tower seems to seal their legacies inside. Changxiao looked in the same direction as him, asking with some disbelief. Really have martial emperor legacies? Then why did it become a tourist spot? The demon emperor continued, explaining. The formation is broken. Everywhere is a space-time disturbance of the star formation fragment. You want to enter and get the ancient legacy? The probability of dying without a burial place is higher. In the demon emperor's pupils was the shadow of that tower. He said, the formation of this tower originates from the entire Jingwen continent. Perhaps those so-called righteous martial emperors set it up together in order to maintain the inheritance of their techniques. Then he continued to present the fate of the tower. This tower originally coexisted with the Jingwen continent. It's a pity that after killing the demon emperor, me, they still slaughtered each other. The demon emperor recounted the old story. The world fractured. The 3 continents drifted. The spiritual energy of Xingwen declined to the extremely thin state it is today. This inheritance place has also become a wasteland. Changxiao listened and then said, can this formation be restored? Lao Zhen Tao, the person called, immediately appeared. Lao Zhen Tu used his abilities to examine the formation and came to the conclusion. This formation has lost its roots. Yin and yang are unbalanced. The formation eyes are chaotic. It is almost impossible to fully restore. But in this tower, the Shifang small world is self-contained. I'll see if I can borrow the power of the small world itself to restore the big flaws in the formation. As soon as he finished speaking, Lao began to cast a spell, and light immediately appeared around him. The people around the tower looked around in surprise, discussing with each other. Earthquake? Lao smirked. The corners of his mouth were soon stained with blood, and then he tiredly ended the spell again. His whole body was covered in sweat. As he explained to Changxiao, no wonder it was a formation created by the ancient martial emperors. Outside the formation, it is impossible to restore all the formation points. In the formation, it is mandatory to have someone enter the formation to cooperate and gradually eliminate the mysteries of the formation. He asked again, enter the formation? Although Lao Zhentu looked tired, he still smiled and replied to him. I have completed the restoration of the entrance to the Shifangju Ming Pagoda. Sect leader can lead his disciples into the tower to overcome the formation. Consider my old man's blood as wasted. Lao Zhentao continued to instruct, but according to the information of the formation teleporting into the Shifangju Ming Pagoda, each time should not exceed 10 people, and the age should not exceed 100. Changxiao listened and thought to himself, then said, then I probably know what to do. Lao Zhentu suddenly remembered something and then said, That's right, Sect leader. I also restored a small function of the formation. You might like it. Changxiao glanced over, a little interested. On the other hand, the people standing in front of the tower were still looking and discussing about it. Is this the trace of the ancient martial emperor? It really is majestic. The person next to him continued. Yeah, this trip was not in vain. The fat guy looked over when he saw a few people appearing, and couldn't help but ask, Hey, why did those people go over there? Doesn't the manager care? Changxiao raised his hand and began to cast a spell. Wudi Wuji, Qiangkunjifa. Streams of light immediately appeared around the tower, shaped like a golden talisman. The entrance door opened slightly, and several streams of pink smoke flew out from it. He shouted loudly, Shifeng Tower, activate! The voice alarmed the people outside. The door was kicked open by him. The trial opened, and a figure immediately appeared from the sky, rushing towards this direction, shouting loudly, Stop! Changxiao glanced up. He looked at this person and said politely, City Lord Han, long time no see. City Lord Han continued his words while landing. Sect leader Jun, absolutely do not enter the Shifeng Juming Pagoda. Because the formation has been destroyed, there is only infinite danger inside, and the inheritance recorded in the ancient books has lost its effect. He explained that he ran here quickly because he didn't want everyone to sacrifice meaninglessly. 3,000 years ago there were also heaven-defying geniuses who wanted to enter the tower but died in the 6th dimension without gaining anything. But City Lord Han's words did not make Changxiao stop. They slammed the door shut in front of his astonishment. City Lord Han had no choice but to stand outside and observe, frowning and muttering. It's a pity. A sect with such potential is destined to never return. Just as he was about to inform them, the Wangu sect was the first sect selected into the Southwest Yangju Heroes, vying for supremacy leaderboard. As soon as he finished speaking, Changxiao's image appeared in front of City Lord Han, a giant frame of this smirking man. Changxiao said, Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me? City Lord Han exclaimed in surprise, Hey, my image formation! One of his subordinates appeared and reported, City Lord, they seem to have forcibly taken over the image formation. Now it's like the dragon-tiger competition. The entire Xingwen continent will see the image. City Lord Han sighed. Heavens, do you want the entire continent to watch you die? On this side, Changxiao smirked, inviting the crowd with a loud tone. This function added by Zhen Lao is really useful. Come on everyone, follow us to explore the tower. Passing through this path, we will probably reach the 1st dimension. Light appeared from somewhere, blinding Changxiao when he looked over. He exclaimed when he saw the scene in front of him. This is inside the tower? This is completely a peach garden outside the world. Then, Changxiao made a guess. Could it be that the world inside the tower is always changing on its own? Someone's words echoed in their minds. I am Martial Emperor Da Huang, creating the great wilderness land here. You descendants, if you pass through, will have a chance to temper your muscles and bones. Those who are destined will also obtain the inheritance of the great wilderness body. As soon as he finished speaking, Changxiao and his companions felt something different. They were suddenly pressed down. The gravity was 20 times greater. This 1st dimension seems to be the 1st floor of our trial tower. City Lord Han outside exclaimed in surprise. 20 times the gravity, under such strong pressure, yet the people of the Wangu sect can withstand it. No wonder it is a sect famous for body tempering. The person next to him interjected. Not really. They looked at the young man and commented. One person immediately knelt down. I remember him. His name seems to be Ye Xingchen. Changxiao put on a corporate smile and said, Next, our level crossing process will be broadcast live across the continent. Everyone must pull yourselves together for me. You will be living promotional factors for the future recruitment of the Wangu sect, and you must also be worthy of the fanbase you gained when participating in the Dragon Tiger competition. But Xingchen was stunned, muttering around when he saw himself being pressed down by gravity. What's going on? How can you guys stand still under such great gravity? The green-haired person next to him looked at him mockingly and replied, It's only about 20 times greater. Did you stay up late last night? Xingchen trembled uncomfortably and said, I can't even lift my neck, and it's only 20 times? The gravity on my body must be at least 100 times heavier. Changxiao transmitted his voice to him, and Xingchen suddenly understood the problem. Xingchen, the limit here is not over 100 years old. Could it be that your previous life's age has been counted? He trembled, face twitching as he retorted. 3,000 years ago when I died, this busted tower was already here. Even martial emperors of my era couldn't see through my past life. I thought all ancient martial emperors were the same, but now I see. He looked up, reaching a conclusion. There's a world of difference between martial emperors. Changxiao, standing beside Xingchen, chimed in. Those ancient martial emperors clearly wanted to nurture new talent for the Xingyun continent. What noble intentions, Xingchen added. Such powerful masters must have ascended to the upper realms already. Suddenly, Xiao Mo pointed and exclaimed, making Xingchen and Changxiao look where he was pointing. Wait, didn't the demon emperor say there's still the residual soul aura of those martial emperors in this tower? Can incomplete soul books ascend to the upper realms? Xingchen whipped around, eyes wide with alarm. Could it be that all the ancient martial emperors are dead? Who could kill them? Changxiao spoke up. Was it because they were badly injured after fighting the demon emperor and couldn't heal? But even then, they shouldn't have all died. He continued. Was there an internal conflict that led to their annihilation? Sounds far-fetched. Besides, They went through all the trouble of building the 10 Directions Death Tower. Why would they destroy the continent and ruin this treasure? A petal gently landed on him as he smirked and said, "Those mysteries are too far removed from us. We should focus on the present, like how you've smeared trash all over the continent. How will you face people in the future? Should I spread the word that you were drained of your life force by the purple color? If that's the case, people will only criticize your character, not doubt your abilities." As soon as he finished speaking, the petal touched him, instantly weighing him down and burying Changxiao into the ground. Changchen burst out laughing at his surprised expression. "Serves you right." Changxiao scrambled up, surveying the surroundings. This deep pit was made by a petal? In the sky, the petals gathered in one place, a threatening voice echoing in the air. "Since you're so eager, this emperor will increase the difficulty for you." The petals flew towards them like gravity-enhanced bullets. Sheng Chen looked up worriedly. "Others have 20 times the gravity, but I have 100. This rain of petals is already terrifying. How am I supposed to block it?" They fell, creating an extremely deep pit. Xing Chen got up, his eyes narrowed slightly from the dust. That green-haired dude actually took the hit for him, then sighed and said, "That hurt a bit. I've said it before, I will never, ever let any of my fellow disciples fall in front of me again. Unless you're kneeling on your own accord." Xing Chen felt a little awkward. Is he implying something about me? At the same time, outside the tower, people were cheering non-stop for the green-haired Xiao Zuiji and the pink-haired Xing Chen. Xiao Zuiji and Xing Chen are so adorable. Xiao Zuiji is so strong, Xing Chen is so cute, tripping on flat ground. I knew it, Xing Chen is the female lead. Han Qingzhu asked the person next to him, "Who are those people?" His person quickly explained. Thanks to their spectacular performance at the Dragon Tiger tournament, the myriad ancient sect has attracted a lot of fans, but their strength is indeed formidable. They can easily withstand the attack, even under 20 times the gravity. Han Qingzhu still frowned, not letting his guard down. However, the formation in the tower is damaged. Even if they pass the challenge, they won't receive any rewards. So what's the point of their trip this time? Are they just looking for death? He continued. Furthermore, in the battle, the members of the myriad ancient sect are fighting the gravity petals. Han Qingzhu wondered, not understanding why they brought a liability with them in those 10 rare positions. His gaze focused on the protected girl who was closing her eyes. Compared to Xiao Zuiji, her strength was too weak. After entering, she only knew how to sit cross-legged to resist the power of the great wilderness, and even had 2 experts specially assigned to protect her. Someone from behind explained, "That girl is Shangguan Xin Jiao, the granddaughter of Shangguan Hong, a member of the academic faction. Unlike those of the myriad ancient sects' practical faction, she can create hundreds of cultivation techniques, unique inspirations, and ideas every day at the myriad ancient sect. Only 3 people in the entire sect can comprehend the 32 mysterious gates formation, and she is one of them." Most importantly, the old man Zhen Dai continued to sneer, his face full of pride as he continued to introduce. "She is the only disciple of this old man Zhen Dejun, a closed-door disciple without needing to close the door." Han Qingzhu looked at him and commented, "Zhen Dejun? I know you. You were a formation master of the rebellious heaven ranking back in the day. I heard you broke through to become a formation emperor at the age of 3? Indeed, young genius with great talent." The old man also politely replied, "City Lord Han, after hundreds of years you still don't have any wrinkles. It seems I have to research formation-based beauty treatments. You seem to be living comfortably at the myriad ancient sect, huh? What about that Wei guy, huh? I heard your myriad ancient sect has been earning quite a bit of money lately, so my image formation was secretly activated by you, right? The operating fee costs 10,000 spirit stones. Pay up! Stop! I will not betray my brothers. Your granddaughter shouldn't even dream of finding him in the Jiazi room behind Mount Wanjiyu." The sect master said, "Money is just a number." They discussed all sorts of things. In the meantime, old man Zenda suddenly excitedly pointed at the tower and shouted, "Look, they've passed the first floor!" The ground where they stood was full of holes. Changxiao and the myriad ancient sect members successfully passed, leaving heavy petals on the ground. These petals, even magic-enhanced demon bullets, are only so-so. The voice rang out again. "Congratulations on passing all the challenges. You can enter the second space, including those of you who won by kneeling." Xing Chen was startled when his name was mentioned. Changxiao sensed around and spoke up. Xing Chen also slowly stood up. Finally, the pressure had dissipated. But there really were no rewards. He looked at Shangguan Xinjiao and asked, "How's Xinjiao doing?" She replied, "Progress is not very promising. Usually, a grand formation will have a few hundred formation lines." Then she started explaining in more detail. "But the formation in this tower has at least over 100,000 formation lines. Too many chaotic points and disconnections. I'm using the STC formula to rearrange it, but the efficiency is still too low. Fortunately, the divine book the sect master gave me also records things like dispersive force and topology. Next, I plan to try using the Fourier series." The person next to her heard her and asked, "Changxiao, sect master, what book did you give Xinjiao? Why do I feel like I understand every word, but when they're put together?" His face was blank as he replied, "Advanced mathematics book." Xinjiao smiled brightly and continued to explain, "But I've slightly adjusted some parameters of the formation. raising the age limit for entering the tower to 350 years old. So senior brother Xing Chen won't have to kneel all the time. Xing Chen grinned at this advantage. That's great. Let this Xingyun continent once again witness the power of my Yi Xing Chen. They quickly arrived at the second floor. Here, Xing Chen still had to kneel. On the second floor, he cried, feeling very aggrieved and unfair. Why? Water appeared suspended in the air. Changxiao observed the liquid in his hand, silently commenting. So this is the world on the second floor? He couldn't help but exclaim. The ancient martial emperors really knew how to play. Water appeared in front of them. Changxiao and the Wanjiyu sect looked around, unable to find a way to move for the moment. Xiaomo touched the water with his foot and commented. Moreover, this seawater seems a bit sticky. Another mysterious voice spoke up, making them look in that direction. I am the Chenfeng Martial Emperor, creator of this azure wave world. If any of you descendants can overcome this trial, you will receive a body refinement. Those with the affinity may even receive the legacy of the Gale body. Sheng Chen, hands in his pockets, spoke as he walked. I've heard of the Chenfeng Martial Emperor, famous for his speed. The world says my movement technique is as fast as flowing light, but his strength should be related to wind, not water. What the hell? But the seawater quickly wrapped around his legs, pulling him to his knees just like on the first floor. Xing Chen himself was surprised by this. He stammered. Didn't you say the restrictions were lifted? Even if I live to old age, I won't be even 3 years old. Adding this life, I'm not even over 150. Changxiao tried hard not to laugh, trying to squeeze out some words to explain. It might be counting the 3,000 years you slept. Who knows? You might have gotten used to kneeling. He touched the water, commenting that it had 50 times the resistance of normal water, and then used the 7 profound haze light shatter surrounding the sphere he created with water. Devouring gradually made Changxiao remark that this water could also absorb spiritual energy from the outside. It seems this world only allows spiritual energy to affect ourselves. He glanced left and right and muttered. The challenge on the first floor of the Great Wilderness Martial Emperor was clearly to temper the physique. This was originally the cultivation method of the Great Wilderness Martial Emperor, so the challenge of the Chenfeng Martial Emperor must also be related to speed. Changxiao continued to observe, muttering. The silhouette of something like a shark appeared under the water, but with water above and below, how can we test speed? Could it be about dodging something? The shark rose from the water, its gaping mouth aimed at Changxiao. He just casually threw a punch. Changxiao commented that the scales were too hard, too slippery, and had no impact force. He continued to move and shouted. Crap! The speed in the water is greatly affected. The shark took advantage of his carelessness and bit Changxiao's hand. He continued to shout uncomfortably. Being bitten by this fish also drains spiritual energy. Does the Chenfeng Martial Emperor only allow us to dodge? Sheng Chen, still kneeling in the back, spoke up. Changxiao glanced at him. This is the ancient flesh-eating fish from ancient times. I know its weakness. Sect leader. Let me help you. Xing Chen struggled out of the water while shouting, It's just the 10-direction Deathly Tower. Don't even think about suppressing me. Sheng Chen signaled for Changxiao to attack. He challenged the liquid mass. I can fly, you know. See how you restrict me when I leave the water. But the keeper of the second level spoke up, cutting him off. First, those being tested are not allowed to leave the training sea. Second, this emperor does not like weapons. Thus, the spiritual energy is seized. The streams of water swarmed Xing Chen, disarming him and imprisoning him before he could attack the fish. Changxiao helplessly watched him. See, just kneel there quietly if you're a ghost. I wasn't going to ask you to help anyway. Changxiao had no choice but to drag Xing Chen away, constantly scolding him. Are you still awake? What were you going to say was the weakness of the flesh-eating fish? Xing Chen replied weakly, his words no longer clear. Its weakness is that I really can't take it anymore. Changxiao shouted back. If you have the strength to talk nonsense, then quickly spit out its weakness. Wouldn't that be faster? He landed on the ground while explaining. Although the conditions are a bit harsh, if we are careful, it's not difficult to defeat this monster fish. But the surface of the water rippled again. Not just one, but dozens of similar fish leaped up at the same time. Changxiao had no choice but to run. Changxiao looked at Zuiji and commented with indifference. Zuiji's side was also serious. Luckily he was thick-skinned. But with this situation, I'm afraid Xinjiao won't be able to calmly solve the formation either. Xinjiao on this side was putting all her effort into solving the formation, qi swirling around her hands as she muttered, East. Jie Yi Wood corresponds to Mao, the injury gate corresponds to Zhen, Zi Qinglong, odd and even, the derivative becomes injury, divide the amount in half, both sides integrate. Xiao Mo, while protecting her from the seawater, urged. Too slow. It's all messed up. Changxiao and Zuiji, who were running, had to stop and sigh. Is Xiao Mo's speed that fast? Even Li Fei can't keep up with him anymore. Zuiji continued. Those two told me that they wanted to go in 2 different directions. Xiao Mo is more inclined towards speed, while Liam Fei is more inclined towards explosive leg strength. At this time, the Taishuan Holy Sect and other sects were broadcasting the tower climb of Changxiao and his group live. Discussions were echoing everywhere. The peak combat power of the Wanjiyu strongest sect is truly extraordinary, but I find all of them not very serious. Senior sister, what do you think? Another sect discussed Xiao Mo. Senior sister, Isn't this Su Xiaomo too much like junior brother Gao Sheng? Han City Lord observed from outside, marveling at the actions of the Wanjiyu sect. Indeed, every time the Wanjiyu sect fights, it surprises me. In a situation like being besieged by ancient demons, they can still talk, laugh, and dodge. It's just that there is one person I don't understand very much. They looked at the guy being used as a weapon by Changxiao, and couldn't help but sigh. This Ye Jingchen. I remember when he was at the Dragon Lake competition. He was still unparalleled in dominance, treating the world like grass. He must have scrambled his brains already. Is he switching to a comedic style now? On this side, Xiao Mo was still trying to protect Xin Zhao. He spoke while dodging the pursuit of the fish. It's been more than an hour, why haven't they announced that we've passed the level? Xin Zhao replied while solving the formation. The damage to the formation has become more and more serious over the years, but it is precisely thanks to this opportunity, to repair the formation, that I can gradually erode the control of the formation. She commented that the person who created this formation must be a genius. Only in front of Xin Zhao is just lines and lines of the formation. The big fish opened its mouth towards them. Xin Zhao spoke to Xiao Mo. Senior brother, no need anymore. Xin Zhao pointed at it. The fish dipped immediately, leaving only bubbles. Changxiao was beat. Like, that's it? Cleared the stage? Water flowed past their feet, heading towards one spot. The ground beneath Wan Guzong suddenly dried up, but a water-shaped dude appeared above them. The water dude pointed at Xiao Mo. Not bad, kid, he continued. To receive my wind physique. Then a pause. Why can't I condense the inheritance? And poof, he vanished before Xiao Mo. Han Qingzhu sighed. What a waste. So much suffering for absolutely zero reward. He kept going on about Xiao Mo's potential. To be recognized by the Wind Martial Emperor. Su Xiaomo's future is limitless, but missing out on the wind physique. Everyone in Wanguzong is low-key bummed. The Wanguzong crew huddled in a circle. Changxiao spoke first. Some things aren't stream-friendly. Let's use voice transmission, he continued. As Xin Zhao eats away at the formation, the Shifeng Ming Pagoda will start fighting back. We need a strategy ASAP. Next up, it's going to be the hardest difficulty. Plus, the further we go into breaking the formation, the more dangerous it'll be for Xin Zhao. He glanced around. Everyone needs to go all out to protect Xin Zhao. No distractions. Show your true strength. And no slacking like someone I know. Yay, I'm talking to you. Ye Xingchen was blushing hard. Changxiao pulled out a pouch. Pop some recovery pills before the third floor opens. Get your stats up. Xingchen, grab a few extra. Changxiao added. If I'm not wrong, the next floor will be a hardcore challenge for our spiritual energy. Everyone else was charging up. Changxiao cultivated too, mumbling to himself. System, you noticed it too, right? That Wind Martial Emperor looked sus when he couldn't pass on his inheritance. He wasn't just an image from the formation. More like a wisp of the actual Wind Martial Emperor's spirit. He thought back. Floor 1 was gravity-based body training. Floor 2, honed speed. Other than the different themes, the Shifeng Ming Pagoda is like an upgraded, 9-tier body refining pagoda. He wondered. You created the body refining pagoda, so is this just a coincidence? Do you know something? The system paused for a sec. Then replied. Maybe the experts had a similar vision when they set up the challenges. Changxiao went back to thinking. Maybe I'm overthinking it. But if the body refining pagoda and the Shifeng Ming Pagoda are connected, what's the 10th floor going to be like? He stared at the pagoda, imagining. Changxiao quietly cultivated. The system muttered. How did I not realize it before? I'm such a genius. The oldies should come out of the pagoda and see how awesome I am. Jingchen stood up, asking Zuiji for help. Zuiji, give me a hand. I refuse to kneel my way through every floor. Zuiji looked around. Jingchen, chill. This floor looks wrecked. Before them was a ruined wasteland. Changxiao led the way, observing. Total wreckage. Looks like an ancient battlefield. He picked up a helmet, examining it closely. Broken armor, and weapons everywhere. But an eye popped out of the helmet, and the floor guardian boomed. I am Lingzhu Martial Emperor, creator of this place of slaughter. Changxiao dropped the helmet and kicked it away. GTFO. He waited, then asked, Huh? Aren't you going to announce the trial details and rewards? Tian Tian piped up. Don't tell me that helmet you kicked was the Lingzhu Martial Emperor? Changxiao shot back. Don't be ridiculous. Got one-shotted before he could do anything. No way a martial emperor is that trash. His words hit Xingchen hard. The third floor guardian announced. If you juniors defeat my armor legion, you can refine your spiritual energy. The lucky ones might even get the spirit meridian physique. Xingchen was shocked, realizing something. Spirit meridian physique. One of the strongest bloodlines from the ancient times. Absorbs spiritual energy dozens of times faster. Can refine and compress it. At the same realm, can hold 10 times the spiritual energy. That bloodline is mine. Changxiao stopped the helmet rolling back towards him with his foot. Why is this helmet rolling back? Black smoke poured from the helmet, and a skull popped out right in front of him. Changxiao sliced it clean in half with a single strike. He smirked. Called it! Just like I thought. This trial tests control over spiritual energy. This move consumes 10 times more energy than usual. Too bad for them. My sect has infinite swordplay, an ability that barely uses any energy. Then he excitedly shouted with a smug grin. Lingzhu Martial Emperor, you're totally walking into your own doom. You're gonna be a laughingstock among the ancient martial emperors. All in, baby. Even Ye Jingchen can handle this. Jingchen was confused by what he said. Even Xiao Mo put his hand on Xingchen's shoulder and said, I believe in you. He smirked mockingly, making Xingchen even more annoyed. Even if we're at the bottom, even if we're useless, even if we have to kneel, we can still show the style of our eternal strongest sect, even if it's the lowest standard. Xingchen cursed back. Get lost. Suddenly they were both covered by a shadow, and they both looked up at the figure and said, only by withstanding an hour can you pass the trial. In front of them was a horde of skullheads with armor and helmets. Xiao Mo and Xingchen smirked. They moved as fast as lightning, constantly unleashing attacks on the skullheads, quickly chopping the skullheads into pieces. The skullheads were like mosquitoes to them. Xiao Mo commented while attacking. It's been a while since I've been able to swing freely like this. Xingchen also excitedly chimed in as they continuously attacked. You think you can overwhelm us with just these helmets? Dong Qing shouted. Dream on. Changxiao lazily said from the side, pretty bloody. He sat next to Zui Qi wondering, how hated is Xingchen? 80% of the enemies are attracted to him. We haven't even had time to attack, and the enemies are already falling. Xiao Mo and Xingchen were still excitedly fighting on this side. Xiao Mo seemed to hear Changxiao's words. He distanced himself from Xingchen, and immediately no monster attacked him. He looked at Xingchen and said, so none of the hordes of Yin soldiers were targeting me? What the hell was I doing so fiercely just now? Acting like a dumbass? Xingchen yelled at him. Changxiao put his arm around Xiao Mo's shoulder and smirked, saying, wasn't it because I was afraid you were an inside agent in the Taishuan Holy Sect? The psychological pressure was too great, I needed to vent a little, so I didn't remind you? He raised his hand and continued. We're full now. It's time to show that Lingzhu Martial Emperor the strength of the Eternal Sect. As soon as Changxiao gave the order, the members of the Eternal Sect immediately took their positions, ready to fight. A series of attacks were launched one after another. Han Cheng, Lord of Han City, was dumbfounded. With just one move, the entire third floor was suddenly empty. Lingzhu Martial Emperor said they had to persevere for an hour, but the Eternal Sect casually did it in less than half an hour, he compared with disbelief. The guardian of the third floor said to the Eternal Sect, pass. Changxiao commented with a bit of amusement. Why does his voice sound like he's grinding his teeth? I have to give Xingchen credit, but this Lingzhu Martial Emperor is quite a match for you. Xingchen excitedly replied, not bad, this spiritual meridian physique will definitely help me reach a new level. Changxiao corrected, throwing cold water on Xingchen. I mean his addiction to fighting, just like you. The elevator is here. Everyone hasn't consumed much, so let's go straight to the fourth floor, he muttered as he arrived at the next floor. According to the trial tower, this floor trains tendons and bones. Xingchen knelt down. The fourth time, again. Xingchen gritted his teeth and resisted the gravity pressing down on him, muttering. This stone slab, his hand, was placed on the ground, and electricity ran through it, creating a golden light. There's electricity! Chang Zhao and the others commented. We don't feel anything. It seems this is a punishment specifically for you. A voice rang out above them. I am the Breaking Heaven Sword Emperor, the creator of this bone-refining world. This guy openly despised the Eternal Sect. If any of you juniors can pass, you will receive the opportunity to refine your bones and flesh. If you are lucky, you may even obtain the transformation sword physique. Cheng Xiao turned to one person and said, Zhu Hong, your opportunity has arrived. Zhu Hong heard this and replied, It's my luck to get it. The ground suddenly collapsed, leaving only a row of bricks in the middle, and they immediately gathered together. They stood in a row, with a chasm on either side. Cheng Xiao commented, The spiritual energy here has suddenly become sharp, harming us. We can't fly in the air anymore. The guardian of the fourth floor transformed again. Heavy sword without edge, great skill without art. A giant sword floated above their heads, while the figure continued. Those who can withstand the sword for an hour will pass the trial. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword fell on their heads, and Cheng Xiao roared to his people, Hold on for me! Zhu Hong and he were the two who bore the brunt of the force. Zui Qi also strained to support the great sword, trying to say to the girl, Xin Zhao, just focus on breaking the formation. The person next to Han Cheng, Lord of Han City, sighed. Only 8 people can withstand this great sword. It's not an exaggeration to say they have the strength to move mountains. Han Cheng, Lord of Han City, continued. Achuho, why is this giant sword starting to glow? Lightning appeared on the sword. Lightning strikes towards Zui Qi. He doesn't dodge, getting fried to a crisp. Literally golden brown, lol. Wanji Yu Sect is fighting both the giant sword and the freaking lightning. Meanwhile, Xin Zhao is still focused on cracking the formation. The other Wanji Yu Sect members are sharing Zui Qi's pain, getting zapped left and right. Zui Qi's like, using lightning to temper bones and meridians? This sword emperor is way more brutal than that martial emperor on the last floor. Zhao Mo chimes in. We're barely holding on with our level of body refinement. This training? Or a death trap? They're discussing the trial, and sect leader Cheng Zhao is grimacing in pain. Seems like the difficulty spiked, cause Zhao Zhao touched the core, triggering the formation's intruder alert. Zui Qi throws in a line, looking down at Xing Chen kneeling. No shade intended, but Xing Chen can't help but feel awkward. Well then, Let your older martial siblings protect Zhao Quan for you, and shield Xing Chen while we're at it. Xin Zhao is concentrating, muttering. Gotta rearrange these formation lines. Shouldn't be far from the center anymore. A voice echoes from nowhere, startling her. Little brat, the formation skills of this world manifest in the darkness as a creepy golden shape. It eyes Xin Zhao and comments. Pretty unique, unlike the usual Star Van Continent's formation inheritance. Xin Zhao looks at the thing and asks, Are you the formation spirit? The dude smirks. Sure, let's go with that. Xin Zhao elaborates. This is the mystic doors finico created by our sect leader and my master. 2 orange lights appear on the formation spirit, and it challenges Xin Zhao to find your purpose to live for and continue your own goals and ambitions. In my left and right hands, one holds the core of the 10-direction formation. Choose right, and you'll become the god of this formation. He lays out the terms. Even if you choose wrong, no biggie. In the next world, I'll give you another shot. Xin Zhao frowns, thinks hard, then speaks. You. She throws down her cards. You want me to choose? Xin Zhao glares at him. Her finger points at the formation spirit's face, adding emphasis as she declares. The real core, the only way out. Isn't that you? The formation spirit is taken aback. It exclaims. Oh? Then breaks into a wide grin. Too bad, you guessed right. The lightning gets even crazier, directly blasting the Wanji Yu sect members. Zuichi grits his teeth, body tensing up as he shouts. The currents increase tenfold, can't hold on anymore. One knee hits the ground. Changxiao is struggling too, cursing loudly. This formation is playing dirty, can't take it anymore. Changxiao orders Xing Chen. Yi Xing Chen, knock Jiao Jiao out. Keep her safe. Xing Chen's face is contorted with rage, eyes blazing, voice dark and menacing. I don't care if I get floored, but if you try to hurt anyone from Wanji Yu's sect. He suddenly stands up straight, catches the giant sword with one hand like it's nothing, and roars in fury. This emperor, Xing Chen, emphasizes each word. Was being too nice. Xing Chen puts all his strength into holding the massive sword. His grip is so tight it's starting to crack. Then he crushes a chunk of it, and winds up for a punch. Ye Xing Chen uses Ye Tai Yang, a full power punch delivering that crimson red energy to the giant sword. He smirks, letting his arms hang loose. Ancient martial emperors were just lucky they didn't live in my era and get stomped by me. Just a bit of breeze, no biggie. Zuichi echoes, just a bit of breeze, no biggie. Xing Chen replies, is this old fool hallucinating? Han Chengzhu outside has his eyebrows practically meeting, wondering, did Ye Xingchen just get bigger for a sec? Xiao Zhen, the one who taught Ye Xingchen, is no joke. Seems like one of the last martial emperors, Lao Zhende added. I'm not too sure either, I just know that even our sect's treasurer couldn't beat him. Han Qingzhu, gazing into the distance, pondered deeply. Ancient texts say, 9 emperors fought for supremacy. The Night Emperor was unrivaled. If the Night Emperor hadn't died young, I fear the Martial Emperor wouldn't have been able to wipe everyone out. Could Ye Jingchen be a descendant of the Night Emperor? But the ancient texts only say the Night Emperor died at the hands of the woman he loved. They don't mention any descendants. They continued to a higher floor. Xing Chen, half scared, half vigilant, asked Xin Jiao for reassurance. Sis, you're not tricking me, right? I suffered a lot from this formation on the previous floors. Xin Jiao smiled, holding the form of the formation spirit from earlier. She looked at Xing Chen and replied, if that formation spirit dares to show up in front of me, do you think I'll let him get away with even a single hair? She smiled affirmatively at them. I've completely removed the restrictions related to the soul and age, and explained it very clearly. Before her were the clearly separated elements, the inheritance rewards from the previous floors. I've also separated them. It's just that I haven't found a way to pass them on to my senior brothers yet. Zui Qi got the strength physique, and Zhao Mo got the Gale physique. Xing Chen smirked with amusement upon receiving the spiritual meridian physique. Zhu Hong's eyes widened at the sword transformation physique before him. Xin Jiao frowned and recounted, that formation spirit is also very cunning. Noticing something was wrong, it immediately transferred all the formation eyes to the remaining positions. I missed the opportunity to completely control this place. This is the first time I've seen a formation spirit so clever, just like a living person over here. That idiot Xing Chen actually reached out and touched the spiritual meridian physique, saying, this is the spiritual meridian physique, snatching the creation of heaven and earth, using the body to gather into spiritual meridians. It's just too perfect for me. As he touched it, the spiritual meridian roared and cursed. You inferior little rat, daring to dream of this emperor's spiritual meridian just because you got into the tower? A bizarre figure emerged from within the physique. He looked at Xing Chen and said, not of the same race, must have different intentions. Don't even think about messing with the great Xingyun continent again. Xing Chen was not to be outdone, looking at this guy with annoyance and replying, among the ancient martial emperors, you're the most useless one. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? The other guy, face to face with Xing Chen, continued. That was an accident. This emperor is definitely one of the above-average ancient martial emperors. Xing Chen stared back at this guy. He wondered as he observed the empty space on his face. Is this where his eye was? His eyes are looking into the void, as if unable to pinpoint the target. The guy suddenly exclaimed in surprise, as if realizing something. The hat floating above his head also stood up a long way. Wait, it seems like you're really humans. He turned back into his spirit form, constantly muttering, Luckily, Luckily, Xingchen, with an indescribable expression, commented on the spirit's attitude. Can't this spiritual transcendence martial emperor just speak directly? Completely doesn't understand what he's trying to express. Changxiao chimed in from the side. This unreliability is on par with you. Xingchen unconsciously agreed. That's what I'm saying. Then, when he realized something was wrong, he looked at Changxiao, who had already run far away, announcing, Let's head to the next floor, Xingchen. Give it your all. Try not to kneel. Upon reaching the next floor, someone painfully clawed at the ground. But this time, the one being restrained was no longer Xingchen. The other members of the Wanjiyu sect cried out, My head hurts too much. Something's wrong with this script. Xingchen calmly looked at the people trembling on the ground and said, So the air up here is so fresh, it seems this floor suppresses you even more harshly. A dazzling golden formation spirit appeared above them and began to introduce himself. I am the spiritual concealment martial emperor, creator of this sacred land. If descendants can overcome the might of the primordial spirit, they will have a chance to temper their souls. The fated one may even receive the inheritance of the primordial spirit physique. Xingchen frowned and looked up, saying, The might of the primordial spirit is an attack aimed at the divine sense and soul. That formation spirit must have adjusted the strength, causing the sect leader and others to be in so much pain just now. As for the primordial spirit physique, it can cause people to leave their bodies. See through 10,000 miles in an instant. Observe extremely meticulously. Not very strong in combat power, but it's a great treasure for finding people, finding treasures. One person looked up after him, muttering repeatedly, Find people. The formation spirit shining above suddenly changed. It emitted a blinding white light. Xingchen was suppressed and had to exert strength to resist. His feet sank deep into the ground as he shouted back. Just comparing primordial spirits, even if that Ling Yin martial emperor was standing right in front of me, this daddy wouldn't be afraid of him in the slightest. Xingchen unleashed his power. Streams of red and black light appeared around him. Moreover, it's just a small formation. This daddy can break it with my own strength. Xingchen charged forward, one-on-one with the formation spirit, but he immediately stopped. A few drops of sweat appearing on his cheek as the thing said, I am the 5 elements martial emperor, creator of the 5 elements heaven and earth. Xingchen cursed. What a cheat. Xingchen got smacked by the formation spirit, face planting into the ground. He immediately sat up, face to face with that formation spirit, and started ranting. You sly old fox, daring to mix 2 worlds together. Ling Yin martial emperor attacks the primordial spirit, while the 5 elements martial emperor uses the 5 elements spiritual power to attack. At this moment, Changxiao appeared behind him and encouraged him. Xingchen, this level depends on you. Attacking the 5 elements is easy, but the intensity of this primordial spirit attack, no one below the martial emperor level can withstand it. He glanced at Xinjiao. You're trembling too. No better than the rest of the myriad ancient sect. Moreover, under this primordial spirit suppression, Xinjiao can't focus on breaking the formation either. You have to protect everyone and break both formations. Xingchen smirked, eagerly accepting the challenge. Finally, it's my turn. It hasn't been easy, he shouted heroically, ignoring the 2 balls heading towards him as he charged forward. This time, I'll show you how I turn things around. Xiangchen was hit by those 2 balls, once again blown away before the judging eyes of Zuiji and Changxiao. He switched his reliance to others, turning to Zuiji and asking, Zuiji, can you still move? Your great might heavenly dragon should have some resistance to primordial spirit attacks, right? Zuiji, sweating, said, Give Xingchen another chance. Xingchen waved his hand to signal Zuiji. He stood up heroically. You really understand me. He exhaled white air while smirking. This 10 Directions Absolute Life Tower was originally meant to select and cultivate talents for the Starfall continent. So even if the formation spirit raises the difficulty, these attacks have absolutely no killing intent. They're mainly just tests. Then he stood firmly in front of the formation spirit, ready to face it. If it's a test, then it must be to examine some of our strengths or potential. It's rare for martial artists in Starfall to possess one of the 5 elements attributes. You've called yourself the 5 elements martial emperor. The formation spirit took human form, holding elemental balls in his hands, attacking Xingchen. If you want to find a successor, you must test whether that person has all 5 elements. In an instant, he shot those balls along different trajectories. Xingchen was hit by them, but he just smirked and made a comment without bothering to dodge. As expected, your attack can be neutralized by spiritual power of the same attribute. Giant wood element roots appeared behind him. The wood attribute was used, followed by water. Xingchen approached the formation spirit, smirking, using fire. Then he ended the attack with a wall of stone, using earth techniques to bind the formation spirit. He exclaimed in surprise. All 5 elements? You're also a 5 elements body? Xingchen wasn't very proud of himself, replying, This little 5 elements physique is just something rarely seen in 1,000 years. What you guys consider to be genius talent is just the threshold to meet yours truly. But the formation spirit didn't care. He continued to murmur something incomprehensible. That's great, you are the one? Xingchen raised an eyebrow, asking, Is this a popular compliment from your ancient times? That Lingju martial emperor also excitedly called me the One. The formation spirit vanished while explaining. You have now activated the reflected image formation, and this matter is not convenient for too many people to know. Go to the 10th floor, and we will tell you the whole truth. He kindly reminded the myriad ancient sect. However, you still have to pass all our tests. That is the rule we set together. After he disappeared, a voice echoed from the void. 5 elements, heaven and earth. The restrictions on them were quickly removed. Xing Chen looked at the formation spirit and said, Your teammate has retreated, or you can say has accepted us. Do you still want to continue testing? The other one just looked at him and replied, You may be the one. He changed his target, attacking the others of the myriad ancient sect. As for those who accompany you, it's not necessarily the case. Changxiao and Zuiji hurriedly covered themselves. Their faces twisted uncomfortably as they resisted the formation spirit. Xing Chen immediately rushed forward, attacking this guy, while cursing a disrespectful word. But he passed through this guy like air, he said to him. Primordial formless, spirit without a trace. Xing Chen, annoyed, cursed. You guys who play with primordial spirit always use invisibility to evade attacks. You are not the first primordial spirit expert to fall at my hands, nor will you be the last. Xing Chen angrily used the supreme mystery true scripture. Black energy appeared on the dazzling body of the formation spirit, Ming Ye. After Xing Chen's attack, the formation spirit twisted into an ugly shape, then just melted into liquid flowing down to the group's feet. Xin Zhao came forward and touched it with one finger. The kid used spiritual power to concentrate on breaking it. Xin Zhao's fingertip created a similar substance. Unable to help but admire, this Ling Yin martial emperor seems different from other martial emperors. I discovered some traces of formation eyes on him. Then she closed her eyes slightly and made her guess. Maybe it's because he guards the 5th floor, or maybe it's because his ability is related to the primordial spirit. But I can easily grasp the 10 directions absolute life tower through him now. Hearing this, everyone quickly understood. They surrounded the kid and shouted, Protect Xin Zhao! A layer of bone quickly erupted there, covering the tower. Outside, Shifu got the signal, and clasped his hands together. Good disciple, your Shifu is here to lend you a hand. Instantly, their powers merged. The bone spirit became sharp, shooting out from the tower. Han Zhao announced. Success! I've completely taken control from the 1st to 5th floors, and I can also interfere with and adjust the difficulty of the later floors. Changxiao happily looked at the kid. Awesome! Finally, we can experience easy mode. At this moment, a night sky appeared, with stars covering the floor. The whole group was like, is this adjusting to easy mode or adjusting to saving mode? The entire 7th floor is empty. Changxiao went on and on, making Peng Jun watch helplessly. Moreover, this empty environment makes me think of that name, that damned brick-carrying foster father of mine. It's thanks to his pushing that I've managed to go so far. Suddenly, he noticed a figure nearby. Sect leader, look! Following Peng Jun's finger, a person sat nearby, leisurely playing the erhu. The man's figure gradually became clearer. People say being ordinary is good, only fame is hard to let go. Life is hard, only lamenting the difficulties of the times. I am an unknown emperor, this is not a place for trials. The sound of the erhu became more and more eerie. At this time, Changxiao seemed to realize something was wrong. He immediately flew up. We must stop him! A Taoist palm strike was unleashed. Changxiao lunged at the man playing the erhu with lightning speed. Following the song, he stumbled into the modern world, a heartbreaking melody. A man in a suit leaned over to remind him. Pay attention, these newbies are so rash. How's the material I asked you to prepare? People from headquarters are coming today. Changxiao stood up straight and shouted. I promise to complete the mission. The man angrily yelled. Promise what? You haven't even started. The young miss of the head office is already downstairs. After these words, the whole group ran like hell. The young miss is here. Hurry and prepare. Changxiao held the book blankly. Why do I have such a strange feeling? My head is full of nonsense like level-ups, doomsday towers, nameless. Could it be because I just read a novel? At this moment, he noticed himself. Why is my hair so long? One of the group tiptoed back and said, Jun Changxiao, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and come greet her. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of high heels appeared, stepping in with a clatter. Her whole body exuded an overwhelming aura, with 2 large bodyguards flanking her. Seeing that person, Changxiao blurted out unintentionally and then froze. Is this trash so tall? Who's trash? Is my head broken? That person stepped over, grabbed his shoulder tightly, and said coldly, People like you want to act different to attract the young miss's attention. We've seen it all before. With a little force, he threw Changxiao away. Zuichi turned his head and glared, constantly warning him. Don't have any far-fetched dreams. The young miss is not someone you can dream of. Tian stopped in front. She said gently. Zuichi, don't bully the weak, but there are too many people with ulterior motives like this, and I find it annoying. Changxiao sat slumped on the floor, trying to close his mouth. Why am I not angry at all but want to laugh? Suddenly she turned her head and winked at him. Gao Jun Changxiao, the world in your head is indeed a bit special. Tian sat in the large room, her eyes facing Changxiao who was standing. She tapped her phone and sighed. Is this the world you imagine every day? I didn't expect it to be reproduced by that nameless martial emperor, a place completely without spiritual power. But it does have some strange skills. Interesting. Changxiao put his hands in his pockets, his face unyielding. Miss, if you want to fire me, just say it directly. Don't say such incomprehensible words. Tian Tian rested her chin and praised. You're quite honest in this world? He replied frankly. Of course I, surnamed Jun, am known as an honest man. This is not just empty talk. At this moment, Changxiao realized that something was wrong. Could it be that the young miss is also shallow enough to notice my handsome appearance and wants to have an unspoken rule with me? Tian sarcastically said. Shallow? If I didn't know that the black stockings on my body were a product of your imagination, I would have thought you were very upright. Changxiao didn't understand anything and kicked the door to leave. If the young miss doesn't have anything important, I'll go back to work. If I stay here any longer, I'm afraid you won't be able to restrain yourself. Suddenly, something popped up to block his path. The entire door was covered with sharp ice. Changxiao was startled and stepped back. Frozen? What's this? Suddenly, Tian Tian jumped over the desk. Her face gloomy, she said. Although teasing you is quite fun, the other disciples don't know what's going on, so I have to wake you up first. Seeing this scene, his whole body was stunned. A super beautiful, demoness. At this moment, his whole body was cold, and his breath exhaled a mist. Tian Tian approached and explained. The trial of the nameless martial emperor is probably to make people fall into endless illusions, but a heart like an icy lake is hard to produce illusions. My Tai Chuan ice heart technique is his nemesis. Suddenly, she grabbed Changxiao's tie. Now Tian used force to pull his head back and kissed him. Wait, hold up. Fragmented memories are surfacing. Wake the hell up. At this moment, Changxiao's hand broke through the ice. He turned the tables. But he won't forget the life-saving grace Tian Tian gave him. Then he shamelessly puckered up for another smooch. Guess he gotta repay her with his body. Tian Tian immediately got up, causing Changxiao to faceplant. Better go find the other disciples ASAP. Just then, Zui Qi broke down the door, anxiously asking the young miss if that guy had done anything untoward. Tian Tian raised her hands. Let me wake you up. Changxiao was taken aback. Whoa, hold up, you don't mean… But contrary to what he thought, she just flicked Zui Qi on the forehead. At that moment, he spaced out, his eyes melting. Zui Qi looked down at Tian Tian and Changxiao. Huh? Sect leader, weren't we clearing the tower? Where is this? He marveled. So you can wake people up with a light touch. What about you and me earlier? Tian Tian pouted. I felt like it, so what? Changxiao quickly regained his senses and began to analyze. Where are the others? Zui Qi is a 4-combo defensive player, so he became a bodyguard. Are the others also related to their characteristics? Just then, 2 people came rushing over. Miss Liu, your milk tea is here. Don't cut in line again, I'm almost late. Is brother Xiao here? The food delivery is here. 2 familiar faces, both panting. After a while, Xiao Mo naturally sat there slurping noodles, devouring them as she said, So we're stuck in this illusion? Zui Qi watched helplessly. Xiao Mo, that's my food. I ordered it. People say eating outside isn't good. I'll bear this suffering alone. Changxiao sighed in his heart. As expected, it's related to everyone's characteristics. He seriously recounted his suspicions, but still felt something was off, considering the training content of the corresponding level in the training tower. Along with the speculation about the nameless martial emperor, this level should be to evoke people's pessimistic emotions, making people feel sad and heartbroken for no reason. But our current situation is clearly a bit deviated from the training content. Seems very likely that the 2 ancient martial emperors teamed up. Behind them, Xiao Mo and Zui Qi were fighting over the bowl of noodles, while Changxiao was still troubled and muttering. 7th level, Realm of Sorrow. 8th level, Realm of Illusory Dreams. But why are we only experiencing the trials of the 8th level? Is it because Tian Tian broke the game, so we don't have any sadness in our hearts? Or are there disciples stuck in the realm of sorrow? Over there, cautious voices rang out. Yes. Ling Zhao sat beside him, anxiously saying, Wake up quickly, don't scare me. He then said gloomily, Noisy. What could possibly happen to this emperor? His eyes stared into the distance. It's just that this emperor seems to have had a very long dream. He stood up, a bit dissatisfied. Why is she always coming to this emperor? Cultivation cannot be neglected. No matter how much I cultivate, I can't keep up with you. Moreover, aren't you planning to break through to a realm that no one has ever reached before? She lowered her head and replied, I'm worried that something might happen to you. I'm even more worried that if you ascend, I won't be able to see you again. What should I do? Xing Chen looked up at the vast sky above. He pointed to it and said excitedly, Ling Zhao, I can feel myself getting closer and closer to the upper realm. I can even feel the upper realm calling to me. But contrary to Xing Chen, she felt sad. Darling, if you ascend to the upper realm, won't we be separated forever? Knowing that Ling Zhao was in a bad mood, he earnestly comforted her. This is the cultivation experience that I've summarized. Your cultivation aptitude isn't bad either. Sooner or later, you'll be able to ascend to the upper realm too. She didn't think so and argued a bit. But I've only just reached Martial Peak Sovereign. I don't know when I'll reach Martial Emperor, let alone ascend. For Xing Chen, this was no problem. Focus on cultivating. A few hundred years every day is nothing. Ling Zhao still found it hard to accept. Because I can only see you once every 300 years. For me, that's too torturous. Hearing this, Zhen Chen seriously assessed her. It seems like you don't understand yourself very well. After a pause, he continued. In a few hundred years, you'll only reach martial emperor at most. To ascend, you'll need at least another 1,000 years. After all, you can only be considered a genius. You're still far behind me. Instead of being comforted, she was splashed with cold water. Ling Zhao became speechless. 1,500 years? I'm afraid I won't even live that long. Darling, unable to bear it anymore, she hugged Xing Chen from behind. Are you willing to stay for me? He said with a grim face. It's not that I'm not willing, it's just that I'm about to exceed the limit that this world can accommodate. Ascension is inevitable. Even knowing it was impossible, Ling Zhao still tried to hold on with a choked voice. 1,000 years of separation? I don't want it. Xing Chen said a few comforting words, but was still very firm and unwilling to budge. We are cultivators. 1 or 2,000 years isn't a long time. Suddenly, a cold sensation touched his skin. When he realized it, Xing Chen had been stabbed in the neck with a needle by Ling Zhao. But I don't want to be separated from you even for a moment. He immediately released a surge of power that shattered the ground around him, sending her flying. Strange black patterns appeared on Xing Chen's neck, then spread to his face. Black smoke also rose up. He gritted his teeth. Poison? You poison me? What kind of poison is this? How can it cause such serious damage to my martial emperor body? Ling Zhao coughed, her tone slightly smug. The work of a certain saint of medicine actually worked on you. It's also because you are both righteous and evil. You have many enemies. When she looked up, she revealed black blood flowing from her mouth. I just leaked the news that I wanted to assassinate you, and several martial emperors gave me poison and divine needles. He angrily tore off his cloak. The poison was spreading more and more, making Xing Chen a dark patch. Ling Zhao, why? Being questioned repeatedly, she became frantic and shouted, Because I love you! Ling Zhao placed her hand on her chest, expressing herself very affectionately. Because I love you, I want to be by your side every minute of every second of this life. Her eyes glazed over, reason completely gone. I won't let you leave! I only want Ling Zhao, the psycho BTCH declared. If I kill you, you'll never leave me. Even tormented by the poison, Xing Chen roared, You're insane! You think a little poison can kill me? As soon as he said that, he unleashed a torrent of power. I am the Night Emperor, the strongest martial emperor. This world is mine. Red energy swirled around Xing Chen, pressure crushing the surroundings. He lunged forward, declaring powerfully, Even if the heavens and earth crumble, I will not die. Xing Chen grabbed Jiyu Ling Zhao, but she wasn't afraid. Barely managing to say, You didn't break my neck. Yi, have you become so weak? Ling Zhao boldly touched his face. Or have you softened? This poison is called mutual holding. Xing Chen frowned harder, his eyes trying to hold back tears. The stronger your spiritual power, the greater the damage. But there's a prerequisite. Quote, she caressed his face with satisfaction. Only those with love in their heart are poisoned. Knowing you have me in your heart, I have no regrets, even if I die. So tears welled up, and Ling Zhao smiled seductively. Yay, for me. The poison was about to consume his entire face. But Xing Chen remained silent, listening. Ling Zhao. Suddenly, her voice changed, and she stabbed him in the chest. Die for me. His pupils gradually lost their light, and a voice of pity echoed. My tragic life. Xing Chen wasn't angry or heartbroken, his words light as if he'd given up everything. Cultivating the Tao of emotionlessness, fighting with heaven and earth, what does it matter? In the end, I died at the hands of the only person I trusted. Suddenly, he said ambiguously. With such a tragic life, why should I live again? Xing Chen raised his hand, releasing his spiritual power. A life fueled by hatred is too tragic. Why not return? No one in this world is worth trusting. Why not return, huh? Even without an answer, he continued to mutter. Why do I suddenly feel something? It's like I've forgotten something. Xing Chen's expression suddenly turned derpy. There's still someone, still a group of people. Maybe a figure appeared, and he suddenly realized. Who made me not regret even dying 9 times for them? Somewhere, Tian Tian was focused on practicing her moves, Tai Xuan Ice Heart Art. She unleashed a palm strike, shattering the ice in front of her. Shattering delusion. Xiao Mo looked around blankly at the glittering starlight. Looks like we're back. Too bad, I was just about to wail for gotcha 10 times in a row. A voice suddenly echoed in the air. Congratulations on passing the 8th level. The reward is the illusion dream body. He was surprised. The 8th level? Weren't we just fighting the nameless martial emperor on the 7th level? Changxiao chimed in and speculated. Looks like the spirit array combined the trials of the 2 martial emperors on the 7th and 8th levels. He smartly realized one thing. Only heard the announcement of passing the 8th level. No mention of the 7th level. Looks like there are still disciples stuck on the 7th level. Suddenly, Zuichi turned to look at the suspicious guy Xing Chen. Didn't see you in the dreamscape just now. Were you on the 7th level? Not bad this time. Not ghosting. He didn't answer. Just stood there. And then a few drops of water fell. Changxiao approached for research. Perhaps the 7th level attacked the weak points in everyone's emotions, causing people to be sad for no reason. Zuichi asked, puzzled. Has Xingchen not passed yet? Sect leader, do you have a way for me to go in and help him? Before he could answer, the silent guy suddenly grabbed their shoulders. Xingchen looked at them with tears in his eyes. This old man's life wasn't a complete failure after all. Just then, the robotic voice sounded again. Congratulations on passing the 7th level trial. The reward is the self-lost body. At the same time, outside the tower was full of girls holding signs with corny content. Love you so much, bro, my Xingchen, one girl said embarrassedly. Sister, in the trial just now, Xingchen cried and screamed and said that his life was too much of a failure, might as well die. I feel like I can't look at Xingchen the same way anymore. Her sister immediately scolded. Nonsense. That Xingchen was smiling like he'd struck gold. Have you ever seen anyone cry so richly? Moreover, don't we still have Zuichi carrying the load? See, he's not causing trouble, and is even smiling. Zuichi looked at him with disgusted eyes. Did you just wipe your snot on me? Watching them joke around happily, Xingchen secretly felt satisfied. This life, I will definitely not suffer the tragedy of my previous life again. Ling Zhao, wait for me in the upper realm. I'll bring my friends to find you. Meanwhile, she was soaking in a lake. Ling Zhao muttered to herself. Even knowing you can't hear me. Yea, I've seen you again. In the misty haze before her, a dark figure gradually appeared. But it was very different from the him of the previous life. Ah! Ling Zhao looked at it, assessing. Extremely disliked. She stepped forward with a fascinated smile. That cold man was the real Night Emperor, Ling Zhao asked, but with a tone that didn't allow for refusal. Should we kill that original body that blasphemed the Night Emperor's name? Back under the tower, Xingchen frowned and said, Are you sure? He was feeling very flustered. Junior sister, you screwed me over last time. Today, the face of my entire life has been lost, and maybe even a little of my next life. Zhao Zhao smiled reassuringly. There will definitely be no problem this time. I have completely mastered the 9th level, and I have also adjusted the difficulty of the 9th level to the lowest level. You can rest assured. Xingchen was finally convinced, deciding to trust his junior sister one more time. Instantly, a bolt of lightning erupted, piercing through the dark clouds above. He pointed at it challengingly. 9th level martial emperor, show yourself. Yi Xingchen will wipe the slate clean this time. Xingchen was instantly struck down. His face was black, smoke was coming out of his mouth, and he blankly uttered a single word. Humiliation, a voice retorted, while continuing to strike Xingchen with even greater force. I am the Thunder Emperor, creator of thunder punishment in this world. His hair was standing on end, yet he dared to taunt. I see the thunder, but where's the punishment? This weak attack isn't even a tickle. He smirked triumphantly. Junior's sister succeeded. The attack power is unbelievably low, just a lot of bluster. The clouds formed a face, and he angrily threatened. Impudent Junior, I will show you what a real thunder god is. With that, the Thunder Emperor prepared to unleash another beam. Unexpectedly, the Thunder Overlord transformed into a ferocious dragon and dived down. However, Xingchen was ready to receive it, unafraid. Let this storm be even more violent. To the speechless onlookers, he was engulfed, the force shattering the ground beneath him. Zuichi blankly said, Why is the Thunder Emperor only attacking Xingchen? Changxiao coldly said, feeling he deserved it. His hairstyle is like a lightning rod. Who else would he hit? While they were commenting, how did the lightning become stronger? Suddenly a helpless voice echoed. Everyone, there's something wrong with this guy. And someone's foot appeared, with a remnant aura of them on him. Unexpectedly, in front of them was a strange group of people. None other than the 9 emperors descending. An invisible person spoke. No wonder this kid looks familiar. If he's not of our clan, he must have ulterior motives. Xingchen was stunned, not understanding. What the hell? Can one sentence from you disqualify me from humanity? Another emperor with a flame-like head chimed in. There is indeed an aura of them, but why is it so faint? Could we be mistaken? The invisible emperor immediately coldly affirmed. You know their abilities. Better to kill the wrong person than let one go. With that, he lunged toward them. You guys may have doubts, but I'm not afraid of them. The invisible emperor raised his hand, unleashing a burst of power into Xingchen, causing a spiritual explosion. Not only was he unafraid, but he also sneered. If your true bodies were here, I might respect you a little, but remnants held by a formation. Xingchen released black tendrils, brazenly binding the emperor. Who will win is not yet certain. Unexpectedly, he hesitated and sighed. Junior, your strength is truly extraordinary, but unfortunately, a stone hand emerged from the collar of the invisible emperor, wanting to punch forward. Your enemies are not just me. The great wilderness martial emperor Xingchen smirked confidently. Coincidentally, I also have plenty of backup. He easily blocked it with just one hand. Xingchen tightly bound the invisible one. Your enemy is... His voice was ambiguous when Zuichi suddenly appeared and blocked for him, then continued. Is me! He punched straight into the stone hand, directly confronting it. Next, the great wilderness martial emperor slammed down with both hands. Fortunately, he blocked it in time, and Zuichi was pressed down. The two smirked and mocked at the same time. You're not bad, huh? The old Thunder Emperor was furious at the sight and urged, You brats still haven't caught them? Hurry up and finish this quickly. The 4 people below charged into a frenzied battle. Where did the peach blossoms lightly flying from? An arm, emitting gentle and soft streams of spiritual power. A gentle voice echoed. If one word does not agree, then they rush into a fight. Qing Yang shot it out and ridiculed. It's been over 10,000 years. Why are you still like those junior brothers of mine? Can't you be quiet? The junior brother in his mouth immediately replied. Senior brother is right. Xiao Mo and everyone fearlessly flew over. How can you be shameless enough to let the old seniors make a move first? He quickly rubbed against the Wind Emperor, constantly attacking while spinning. The 2 sides collided continuously, then each divided up an opponent. No matter the circumstances, Xiao Hong remained calm. Meanwhile, Jiangxi was full of vigor. I must have your primordial spirit body. Another emperor did not participate in the battle, but only stood and watched, evaluating. The strength of you martial emperors seems to have weakened a lot compared to when you guarded the 10 directions of absolute fate. It seems that you have just touched the limit of each opponent's combat power. He hesitated and wondered. Is it because of those 3? Changxiao put his hands in his pockets and leisurely directed. Increase the combat power of the Great Wilderness Martial Emperor a bit, and the Spirit Severing Martial Emperor as well, but decrease the Sword Emperor and the Spirit Hidden Martial Emperor a bit. He evilly calculated. We must create pressure to speed up these kids, so that it helps them break through. This emperor dude ain't even mad, he's impressed. Using a formation to control martial emperor's power. Using ancient powerhouses like us to train yourself. Kid, you're straight up wild. Even in our era, you'd be a legendary Chad. Then he gets all interested in a challenge. This emperor's 5 elements ain't the strongest, but I've lived 1,000 years longer than most, so I'm kinda top tier. Let me fight your sect leader, just a heads up. Changxiao's sweating. Jia Chao's thinking hard after hearing the emperor. 10 directions Doom Tower formation can't suppress me. Instead of answering directly, he turns to the side all cocky. This solves our who gets the prize problem. Tian, you inherit the illusion dream physique. Emperor dude choked for a sec. You're out of pocket. Changxiao just owns it. I'm out of pocket, cause I can be. Your boy almost snagged a top 3 spot in the Myriad Antiquity sect. The emperor glances at the hazy battlefield and sees. This Myriad Antiquity strongest sect is kinda interesting, but looks like the first 9 formation layers of the 10 directions Doom Tower already fell. The other ancient martial emperors are doomed. Just talking normally, then suddenly his face gets ripped in half, hands trying to pull it apart to widen it. Nah, we're taking you all to our real turf. The hands tear him apart from face to toe, revealing a trippy, multicolored space inside. Welcome to... While Changxiao's just standing there like face with raised eyebrow, the emperor's voice still monotoned. The 10th Changxiao steps into the space that's turning purple-green. After a bit, he lands by a huge tree. Changxiao looks up and wonders, this is the 10th floor? Then he looks around, impressed. It's all green and lush. Looking at the giant tree in front of him, Changxiao's stunned. This tree's so tall you can't even see the top. A girl behind him says, Sect leader, our image formation connecting us to the outside is cut off. He replies, so the live stream's down? Outside the towering tower, Han Chengzhu stares blankly at the screen. They just stepped onto the floor, and the screen turns into some mysterious pattern, full of variables. Cause the screen's showing nothing, it's just rainbow static like a broken TV. Inside, Changxiao jumps across the huge roots, wondering, where'd the 9 martial emperors go? Are they hiding in the forest? Suddenly, the ground shakes like crazy, and he's stunned. Earthquake? People there suddenly fly up and shout, fly up high to see what's going on. Changxiao jumps up too, and sees a mountain. We're at the foot of a mountain, and it's shaking. The space shakes again, and he sweats cold bullets. Far away, a group of people are floating in the forest. Looking closer, the cliff face looks like a foot. The moving mountain is actually a gigantic giant. He yells angrily, you no-name thieves, daring to mess with my Starfall continent. Then he immediately uses a technique, creating a beam of light between his palms. Great wilderness destruction. He shoots countless sharp rocks forward. Changxiao jumps back quickly, yelling, that's the Great Wilderness Martial Emperor of the first floor? The power difference is insane. Then he realizes something. Wait. His target isn't us. Suddenly, a beam of golden light slams into the sharp rock, shattering part of it. A dark figure appears in front of the giant. In a split second, he kicks the giant straight in the face. And just like that, the giant is dead and falls to the ground. Seeing this, people ask, the Great Wilderness Martial Emperor was so strong, but his law manifestation couldn't withstand even 2 moves from his opponent. Who's that guy in black? The dude in black acts bored. The so-called supreme powerhouse of this continent is only this strong. Suddenly, a shout makes him jump. Daring to look down on us. Someone rushes at the dude in black and uses the heaven and earth severance technique. Where that person passes, everything is cut in half. Everyone watching is hyped. One sword with earth-shattering power, it's the Sword Emperor. Even though he's cut in half, the dude in black is fine, he says teary-eyed. Wielding such crude power is a waste of the spiritual energy of this Fangtian lightning halberd. After a while, the 2 halves quickly turn into 2 bodies, and they say in unison, why not offer this whole continent to our race? Someone else butts in. We underestimated you guys too much in this battle, letting you take out all the normal martial emperors in one fell swoop. But Ling Ju gathers energy into a ball and declares, "We 10 great martial emperors are the supreme beings of this continent." Then, he shoots the energy forward, creating an explosion, completely different from the juniors you ambushed before. Standing outside, Changxiao thinks. According to Ling Ju martial emperor, it seems there were many martial emperors in ancient times, but only a few of them reached the peak. But weren't there only 9 ancient martial emperors in the 10 great martial emperors from the beginning? Wait, hold up. But Ling Ju is suddenly surprised by a stream of green light, something enveloped in a green energy source. It gathers into a shadow and says, "In our eyes, you and those who died before, when fully formed, it's that black-clad dude, with 2 more heads growing out of his body." He gathers energy in his palm, just like the others. The heads of the black-clad dude start spewing out everywhere, then turn into complete human figures, and rush to attack others. One guy blocks the blow, gritting his teeth in anger. "Do you really think I, the great wilderness martial emperor, am some soft persimmon?" After he finishes speaking, he uses desert-devouring sun to counterattack. The black-clad dude standing in the distance laughs mockingly. "Just an arrow at the end of its flight. Should I call you the great wilderness martial emperor?" He reveals half of his face, smiling sarcastically. "Or should I call you master?" Great Wilderness is stunned when he sees the black-clad dude's face, stammering, "Ji Ni, you are the successor I appointed. Why did you join the alien race?" The black-clad dude takes off his mask and replies, "You are indeed, like in my memory, cultivating the most ferocious cultivation technique, but long-winded and soft-hearted. Don't tell me your knowledge can't even distinguish." He gleefully rushes to attack. Your Ji Ni is already dead. He doesn't say anything else but observes while fighting. It's the great wilderness body refining art, the moves of this thing, even the habits of making moves are exactly like Ji Ni. He took over Ji Ni's body, and even devoured Ji Ni's memories. But not only that, the 18 scattered hands of Liu Yun martial emperor, the Vajra indestructible of bitter Tuo, the water flow body technique of 4 waters martial emperor, many missing martial emperors have left traces on him. After taking a blow from the black-clad dude, he is knocked far away. Great Wilderness looks behind and assesses the situation. 1, 2. There are 9 of these evil spirits in total. 5 elements and the boss are still preparing. We are at a disadvantage. The black-clad dude says, "Soul phantom, cloud aura ethereal, ghost aura gloomy, invisible phantom, reversing control of tangible body. Soul is above, and the flesh should worship. So as long as we take over your bodies, we can control your memories, cultivation techniques, and spiritual power," he declares. "All of yours, you Starfall continent, only value cultivating spiritual power, and don't value cultivating soul. It's really too suitable for us Soul Clan to hunt." The black-clad dude makes a punchable face. "Moreover, among your ancient martial emperors, there will soon be another companion of ours." Great Wilderness is immediately shocked, to the point of almost popping his eyes out. Suddenly, Ling Ju, who was knocked away earlier, flies towards him. 2 other black-clad dudes rush up and roar. To be able to hold on for so long in a 1-on-2 situation, your ability to recover spiritual power is truly astonishing, but it's only up to here. Among those we devoured, there are many who are your friends, so we know your weaknesses like the back of our hands. A purple-haired black-clad dude starts blowing something, causing Ling Ju to freeze as if his soul has left his body. One controls, one summons a skull. Ling Ju knows it's over when he sees it appear in front of him. Just at this moment, Great Wilderness jumps up from behind and blocks it with his hand. "I told you." Luckily he saved Ling Ju. "I am the vanguard of this battle. How can I let you die in front of this emperor?" Causing Ling Ju to shout Great Wilderness's name. He feels a chill when he sees Great Wilderness only has 1 arm left. "Your arm." He doesn't care about what arm, Blood replies. "To quickly break through the enemies that are besieging me, there is always a price to pay. You are the 3rd strongest among us. Once you are destroyed, or even assimilated, I'm afraid the rest of us won't last long." You lost your arm and then said, "I must buy more time for 5 elements. And the boss." The black-clad dudes immediately rush towards them. Great Wilderness quickly kicks Ling Ju away. "Great Wilderness, are you crazy? What are you kicking me for?" He shouts sternly and orders, "Ling Ju, live a little longer for me." Great Wilderness declares, "I'm gonna turn the tide a bit." He touches his chest lightly with a smile on his face. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling light bursts out. Great Wilderness self-detonated with the black-clad dudes. The power is so strong that it directly turns them into skeletons. An earth-shattering explosion that can be seen from afar. Ling Ju, who was just saved, yells painfully, "Great Wilderness!" This also makes him extremely furious. "Soul Clan, die for me!" Changxiao observes from afar and comments, "This Great Wilderness martial emperor seems to have self-detonated." Suddenly, his soul appears behind him. This move is called Vu Great Wilderness Body, can nurture the Great Wilderness world inside the Dantian. At the last moment can detonate this world. The power can break through the shackles of heaven and earth, but the price to pay is the soul flies away. Great Wilderness says this and enters his body. So don't use it until the last moment. As the person I chose to be the successor of the Great Wilderness Body, I hope you will never encounter a time when you need to use this move. In the ancient times, at the northernmost part of the Xingyun continent, two figures stand, where a spatial rift appears, chatting. The 5 elements' power here is seriously depleted. This must be the place. The other replies, damn, just a small crack almost destroyed the Xingyun continent completely. The old geezer continues, 5 elements, are you sure you want to do this? Once this move is unleashed, there's no turning back. The masked dude, called 5 elements, speaks up. With Xingyun continent on the line, this god ain't holding back, he adds. These alien races can not only seize our bodies, devour our memories, spiritual power, and techniques, but they'll also devour everything on the Xingyun continent, leaving nothing behind. This place was once a fertile plain for miles, now it's a barren wasteland. They're like locusts, leaving not a single blade of grass, not a shred of spiritual power. 5 elements floats in the air, announcing loudly, Big bro, let's do this! The old geezer, hearing this, orders. Dealing with 9 Soul Clan members at once is already pushing it. Delays will only cause problems. The old man starts chanting, using 5 elements as the foundation, the emperor as the guide, borrowing the power of Xingyun's heaven and earth. Immediately after, a red lightning bolt tears through the sky. Boom! A Soul Clan dude, not quick enough to react, rushes forward and stabs his hand straight into Lingju's chest. What is this feeling? The whole world seems to be freezing. His face darkens, and he smirks. Looks like Big Bro and 5 elements have started their move. Are you alien races ready to be buried in Xingyun? The Soul Clan member isn't scared at all. Idiot. Exchanging injuries for injuries will only ruin one of my bodies. The Soul Clan is based on the soul. I can just yoink a new body anytime. Like for example, that one over there covered in injuries. You! Lingju's gaze becomes even more profound. This old man ain't got no kin. The luckiest thing in my life was joining the desolate core holy sect. Then he flexes his strength, his whole body bulging with veins, having cultivated alongside Dai Huang his entire life. When we were kids, he always protected me. Later, I cultivated faster than him because of my spiritual veins, and I was going to protect him for life. But this punk dared to self-detonate in front of me. This actually scares the Soul Clan member. This kind of spiritual power fluctuation. Even I would be directly annihilated. He immediately turns tail and runs. Another freaking madman. Lingju, of course, isn't letting him get away and quickly gives chase. You killed my bros, my family. I won't leave a single one alive. His eyes are filled with murderous intent. His pupils disappear. Veins pop out all over his face. Very scary, yelling, like hell I will. Immediately after, a brilliant red light explodes, swallowing both of them. Not long after, Lingju returns before Changxiao to his applause. What leaves him speechless is that he can see the figure of Dai Huang behind him. He embarrassedly blushes and looks toward the shirtless kid, asking tentatively, Hey kid, who's your closest bro? The kid blankly points to the person next to him, proudly raising his hand. Lingju facepalms. Screw it then. Here, I'll give you my spirit veins then. Jingchen angrily shouts, What kind of attitude is that? Am I that bad? In the sect ranking, I'm even 1 rank higher than the sect leader. Then he turns to ask Changxiao, Why do you guys sound like you are splitting up assets, sharing god-tier physiques between each other? He replies, The Xingyun continent has never heard of any Soul Clan. So, this battle, although tragic, you guys should have won, right? Why must you eternally imprison your souls in the 10-direction absolute death tower, under the guise of training and nurturing a new generation of talents? Lingju follows his gaze and looks up at the chaotic sky behind him. Win? Both sides were ultimately annihilated. At most, you could call it a draw. They were only 9, and they nearly exhausted the strongest people of Xingyun. What if I told you they were just scouts sent by the Soul Clan to explore the way? The real Soul Clan army is always lurking outside. At this moment, 5 elements is in the air, gathering all the souls to himself, while the big bro is standing at the rift, widening it. 5 elements, blocking and struggling, exclaims, Luckily we prepared early, otherwise, once their army invades, the Xingyun continent will be destroyed. He exerts his strength and thinks to himself, 5 elements is the foundation of Xingyun continent's spiritual powers, and I, the 5 elements martial emperor, can use my body as the emperor, leading the original spiritual power of the whole heaven and earth. The original spiritual power of the entire Xingyun is enough to seal this spatial rift. 5 elements pants, lowers his eyes, and the remaining 9 Soul Clan members, Lingju, Da Huang, Sword, Thunder, Ling Yin, Illusion Dream, Chang Haifeng, Unknown, Don't Disappoint Me. Sword appears, panting, and says, Not disgracing Xingyun, risking our lives to destroy the last one. He turns to look at the person next to him. I don't seem to have any other choice. I'll choose you then. Though, young man, your sword path cultivation isn't bad, you know. The other person, hearing this, politely replies, Thank you, senior. I will definitely not let the sword spirit body be tainted. He nonchalantly rests his sword on his shoulder, turning his head back. This time, I'll consider it a win for me anyway, since I could at least hold on until I set up Steagles for you guys before I died. His constant bragging makes everyone annoyed. The Xingyun continent can still produce so many outstanding geniuses after 10,000 years. I deserve the credit. Immediately after, Ling Ju can't help but smack him on the head. Big bro and 5 elements haven't even arrived yet. It's not your turn to take the credit. This 10th level is actually for entrusting the Soul Clan issue to the successor. He also adds, the original bodies of the Soul Clan may not be too strong, but each time they seize a body, they accumulate more spiritual power, even the strength of their souls. Moreover, Big Bro and I also discovered that they can devour the spiritual power of heaven and earth, the spiritual energy of plants, and even the spiritual power in techniques to strengthen themselves. Only absolute power, shattering both the Soul Clan's original form and the seized body, can completely eradicate them. We were incompetent, but we risked our lives to find the only way to destroy them. Changxiao, hearing this, slowly clasps his hands in front of his chest, his face suddenly becoming calculating, his pupils emitting a red light. Thank you, seniors, for sacrificing yourselves to protect Xingyun so we could have this life. But judging from the tone of you seniors, is the Soul Clan about to stir again? Formation Emperor slams his staff heavily on the ground. This old man used the body of the 5 elements martial emperor as the eye of the formation, taking the 9 great martial emperors as the heart of the formation. He has always tried his best to protect it, leading the original spiritual power of the Xingyun continent to seal the Soul Clan's invasion channel. This tower is the manifestation of the formation. Because of the formation's influence, the spiritual power of Xingyun has declined. Formation Emperor hopes to nurture talents, continuing to shoulder the responsibility left by the previous generation. We want to pass on everything we have learned, so that the Xingyun continent doesn't decline. It's a pity that the continent has shattered, and this 10-direction absolute death tower is also difficult to maintain, and it has reached the brink of collapse. The red-clad disciple suddenly discovers this aura. You are the formation spirit we have been commanding. He then gives a brief introduction of himself. This old man is Formation Emperor, the leader of the 10 great martial emperors. Formation Emperor feels somewhat relieved. Pressuring you guys so much before was actually because I sensed the Soul Clan aura on you. But after careful inspection, I confirmed that you are all pure-blooded humans of the Xingyun continent. Even that, he suddenly remembers Jing Qin's condition. That little friend there is tainted with the Soul Clan aura. But he is also from the Xingyun continent. Deep down, the Formation Emperor was heavy with thoughts. Although we sealed the Soul Clan's passage, our entire army was wiped out, leaving only remnants, unable to leave the 10-direction death tower. Now the tower could collapse any minute, so you guys gotta step up and fight the Soul Clan. He kindly reminded Changxiao to be careful. And, young friend, how many martial emperors do you have? Remind them to be wary of the Soul Clan. Even if the world's spiritual energy is insufficient, a dozen or so martial emperors are still enough to form a force. He hesitated before dropping a bombshell. Well, the strongest expert in Starfall continent is only a martial saint. The 5 elements martial emperor was still in disbelief, wearing a mask. Martial saint? My old servant Shu Tong was just a martial saint. Damn. How has the Starfall continent fallen this far? According to Changxiao's understanding, it's said that there were 9 martial emperors 1,000 years ago. But one mysterious person yeeted them all away in one night. He panicked even more, finding it strange. Yeeted them all away? Like martial emperors or leftovers? First the Soul Clan, then some mysterious dude. Why are there so many enemies targeting the Starfall continent? The 5 elements martial emperor had to settle his successor. Our inheritance can't be delayed any longer. The other martial emperors must have chosen their successors already. The Formation Emperor will definitely choose that little girl. But I'll choose you. With your talent, you won't disgrace my 5 elements physique. Dai Huang didn't dare to look directly, but still had to give props. It seems the 5 elements martial emperor really values your sect leader as his official successor, even showing his true face. Zui Qi couldn't hold back his curiosity. Senior Da Huang, you martial emperors are all incredibly handsome. The 5 elements martial emperor is ranked 2nd, so he must be just as handsome, right? Before the 5 elements martial emperor could put on his mask, he described himself with an enigmatic statement. His nickname is cold as ice, frigid as snow. Da Huang's comment was spot on, just more subtle. Just his appearance alone can make people's hearts turn cold. Changxiao showed his disdain right in front of him. Didn't they say that cultivating spiritual energy to a high level could improve your appearance? So all martial emperors are good looking? So why is the 5 elements martial emperor so willful? The 5 elements martial emperor didn't care much about his appearance. Cultivation is a path of steadfastness and determination. Not even half a point of spiritual energy should be wasted on useless things. Those other guys are all heretics. He glanced at the other martial emperors, seeking admiration. Aren't you supposed to get subtle improvements from spiritual energy? Like curing acne first, then smoothing skin, nourishing hair, and just generally getting a beauty filter? Changxiao couldn't accept the drop in appearance. Could it be that the 5 elements physique makes you uglier and lose hair? The thoughts in his and the 5 elements martial emperor's heads were tangled, and the atmosphere fell silent. He forced a smile, encouraging Changxiao. How could that be? But Changxiao hit him where it hurts. You hesitated just now. Concerned about the big picture all day long, the 5 elements martial emperor got angry at him. The survival of Starfall continent is at stake. What's a few strands of hair? Changxiao refused to sacrifice anything that belonged to him. I'm gonna survive this tribulation no matter what. Why would I sacrifice my godlike looks? He didn't have much time to lecture. Your disciples have all received their inheritances. You should hurry and receive yours, and take on the responsibility of protecting Starfall Continent. Changxiao made his stance clear, showing maturity in his actions. I want to establish the #1 sect in Starfall Continent. Anyone who harms Starfall, I'll be the first to stand up, but I'm not ready to go bald at this age. Seeing no other way, the 5 Elements Martial Emperor had to bring up an example. The 5 elements, spiritual energy is complex. It's true. It's easy to mess up your hormones, but it's just a possibility. Look at that kid. He also has a natural 5 elements physique. Isn't he practically a model? The system sent a notification. Rest assured, host, the prettier you are, stronger you get, settings have already been used up by the seniors, you can safely receive the 5 elements physique. He immediately changed his attitude. Alright, I believe you. Changxiao barely had time to panic at its inconsistent answer. Besides, you already have Tian Tian. Does it matter if you're bald or not? The 5 elements martial emperor's method of teaching was really rushed. What I'm passing on to you isn't just the 5 elements physique, but also my cultivation insights. From the moment I became a martial emperor, just feel how you can control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The 10 martial emperors poured all their power into helping those talented people inherit their techniques. The people standing below the tower were chattering. Is the 10-direction death tower glowing gold? What are Jun Changxiao and the others doing inside? The man in blue sensed something unusual. It's not just glowing. The 10-direction death tower is collapsing. Cracking stones fell on top of each other. Changxiao's figure appeared in the formation emperor's palm. He had long planned for today's events. Thanks to this formation, we've held on for 10,000 years, but it's finally coming to an end. After the tower collapses, we'll burn our last remnants, so the ceiling formation can last another 10 years. Even the formation emperor was surprised by the young talents. Your talents are too high. I've never seen anything like it. If you had a full 10 years, you might really become a new generation of martial emperors. Too bad, there are only 10 years, and there are only 10 of you, so let us contribute a little more to Starfall Continent. He predicted the future with absolute certainty. Seniors, in the next 10 years, our growth will exceed your imagination. Moreover, we have thousands upon thousands of geniuses like this. He couldn't help but laugh at this moment, thinking Changxiao was exaggerating. I know you're comforting us, but this is a bit too much. You might as well say your whole sect is full of geniuses like this. His voice suddenly dropped. If that were really the case, how wonderful would it be? Then you could definitely repel the Soul Clan. Unfortunately, no matter what the outcome, we won't have the chance to see it anymore. The Quality Emperor called for the unity of the martial emperors. Everyone, let's fight one last battle together. Changxiao startled him. Oh, he was confident in his abilities, so he boldly suggested, are you interested in joining my vanquishing evil sect to witness the Soul Clan's utter defeat? The tall tower was about to fall to the ground, and the man in red freaked out. The city lord of the 10-direction death tower seems to be unable to hold on any longer. Stones of different shapes fell freely and piled up into mountains. City Lord Han quickly retreated to avoid injury and being blamed. The tower hasn't collapsed in thousands of years. Why is it collapsing now? A cloud of white smoke hid everyone's identities. A conversation between a disciple and the sect leader in worry. Sect leader, could it be that City Lord Han will suspect that we made the tower collapse and demand compensation from us? Look carefully. I'll teach you a new trick, which is the first iron law of the vanquishing evil sect, which has just been summarized. Strike first, strike hard, Changxiao said like a loudspeaker with a strong argument. Shame on Great Reverence Royal City. Shame on City Lord Han, daring to neglect the maintenance of the 1,000-year-old ruins, causing the ruins to collapse, almost injuring so many young talents like us. City Lord Han froze on the spot. Didn't you guys break it? Changxiao pressed his advantage, not bothering to check if the matter was reasonable or not. You what? Ed? If our sect didn't specialize in body cultivation, if the tower collapsed and hit someone, wouldn't you have to pay tens of thousands of spiritual stones? He couldn't utter a word. Oh. My anger hasn't subsided yet. What? It must be your people who embezzled the funds for the repairs of the 10-direction death tower. Seeing the ruins being treated like this, my heart aches. Getting crushed by a millennium-old ruin? Ain't nobody got time for that. Who's gonna compensate for our physical pain and regrets? Changxiao was shooketh by what Dejun was saying. You serious, bro? He was loud AF while settling the matter, not even giving the other party a chance to understand WTF was going on. Consider all these miscellaneous losses heavily reduced, and we're deducting your formation borrowing fees. This is an unprecedented concession. I'm taking a loss here. Surely City Lord Han has no objections, right? Seeing that no discussion was needed, Changxiao and the others left. The green hills remain. The sea flows on. My sect's grand formation is running out of juice. We'll take our leave first. Han Qingju didn't dare to stop them, but the Wan Jiyu sect group dipped in a flash. He knew Changxiao's behavior was extra AF but didn't expose him. The last time I saw someone this thick-skinned was those Reverse Heaven sect kids, especially their sect leader, just as shameless as that Jun Changxiao. I remember he had decent talent, a 5 elements physique. Just mentioning that name still makes me grind my teeth. He ran at full speed. Reverse Heaven sect leader, the bald dude, cuts to a rooftop at the Wan Jiyu sect's backyard. Everyone was dumbfounded by Changxiao's handling. So that's why the trial tower just straight up vanished. Turns out, sect leader yoinked it. He greeted them enthusiastically. Esteemed seniors, welcome to the Wan Ji Yu strongest sect. The tower landed on the ground, creating a sound that echoed throughout the forest. Yuhua couldn't believe her eyes. The power radiating from this trial tower is on a whole other level compared to before. Tianqi wasn't surprised at all. This must be the update sect leader mentioned. The trial tower has evolved. Changxiao was happy that the disciples remembered. That's right, he directly announced it so everyone wouldn't be confused during training. From now on, in Trial Tower 2.0, the difficulty of clearing the levels will increase exponentially. However, the rewards you receive after clearing the levels will be even greater than before. You might even get direct guidance from an ancient sage. Changxiao skillfully hyped up the disciples. Clear the level seriously for me. Show the Wan Ji Yu sect spirit. Don't let those ancient sages look down on us. Only now did Formation Emperor believe him. I didn't expect you to be telling the truth. Your Wan Ji Yu sect really has countless talents. Just a glance at a few disciples, and you can see they have heaven-defying aptitude. Changxiao feigned modesty, but still showed that the sect had countless talents. And this was just the tip of the iceberg. There will be many more things that will surprise you later. It's just that the trial tower only has 9 levels, so we have to trouble you to be the tower's spirit. He praised the scientific arrangement to the high heavens. It's okay. Not having our souls scattered is already the best outcome for us. But your trial tower is truly miraculous. We have our own feelings about the tower. We didn't expect it to be perfectly compatible with our attributes. A perfect fit. It feels like it was made just for us. This tower is even one with the entire sect. We can even leave the tower and wander around the sect. Originally, it was thanks to the system's help. But Changxiao didn't dare to say it. It was quite a coincidence. Perhaps the heavens couldn't bear to see you have such a tragic ending. Formation Emperor was an experienced guy, so he was always prepared. However, the 10 Directions Absolute Life Tower has crumbled. I wonder if it has any impact on the seal of the Grand Formation. Moreover, your disciples must have fought with the Soul Clan before. I hope you quickly go to the northernmost land to investigate. He also had the same intention. Formation Emperor, rest assured, this matter is important. We will set off immediately to reinforce the seal. As soon as he finished speaking, Changxiao soared into the sky. 5 Elements Martial Emperor whispered in Formation Emperor's ear. Old bro, although this sect is indeed very promising, potential is, after all, not strength. Without a martial emperor, how can they resist the Soul Clan? The question in his heart remained unanswered. We have no other choice. We can only bet everything on the Wang Ji Yu sect and try to nurture a new generation of talent. However, I don't understand one thing. Clearly little friend Jun is on the same side as us. Why does he have to hide it? He didn't understand Formation Emperor's meaning. Hide? I don't understand. He clearly said that there are no martial emperors left on the Starfall continent. Nothing can escape the eyes of Formation Emperor. But from afar, he had already confirmed that their sect had an invincible powerhouse with extraordinary strength. There is clearly a martial emperor, although looking at the aura it seems like he only recently broke through. He just laughed it off. Someone had set foot in the northern wasteland. DLV, wearing a cloak, sighed deeply upon deciding to come here. I'm seriously an idiot to actually believe that this place where even birds don't bother shitting would have some heaven-defying opportunity. The voice in his head hoped this guy would perk up. I gave you such a powerful devouring power, don't you trust me? Diliftif's eyes were full of suspicion. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that an old man suddenly appeared in my body claiming to be an immortal. Who would believe that? The voice analyzed in detail so this guy wouldn't doubt his life. Just saying it isn't enough. Since awakening, haven't I told you that the connections in this place are weakening, and your devouring power has increased greatly? DLV couldn't deny the truth. That's true. It wanted to use DLV to achieve its goal with sweet words. So while this connection is weakening, we must quickly go to the place that seals your and my power, and remove the seal. Swallow the most terrifying devouring power. Cut to the northernmost land, North Desert Continent. On the sea, there were destroyed houses smoking. An old man with white hair and beard held out a map, speaking with the credibility of a remote seaside sales guy. This hides countless treasures. Every day, countless people come here to find treasure. But it's no different than finding a needle in a haystack. Today you met this old man. That is your creation. This old man has the largest treasure map in the North Desert. Only one. For just 50 taels of silver, you will own countless wealth and rise to the peak of life. Ye Jingchen, who was sitting opposite, looked blankly at the item in front of him. Wait, not to mention whether there really is a treasure map, why don't you go yourself? What's this corner with the total number of copies at the lower left of your map? He was spitting fire of the highest quality, and it was clearly marked with the total number of copies. Do you think I'm so stupid that I would believe this fake thing? The old man, exposed, simply said, I didn't expect to be discovered. Then the old coot snatched the map and ran away. The green hills remain, the clear waters flow on. Kid, if we're fated, we'll meet again. Yi Jingchen expressed a subtle expression at this person and sighed. For such a clumsy scammer, sooner or later you'll starve to death. Who the hell would buy this treasure map? Then he bent down and picked up something. Isn't this the thing on that old man's stall? I was just about to ask him how much he was selling this for. It feels like the spiritual power of the Tai Chuan true scripture in my body is resonating with this jade. This drawing is Tai. In his hand was a piece of jade pendant. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao appeared behind him unexpectedly, startling him. Jingchen, stop looking at that cheap jade. Look at this, I just picked up a treasure. Then he pulled out the exact scroll map from that old scammer just now. I knew it. In such a desolate border city, Yi Jingchen couldn't help but sweat profusely. Meanwhile, Jun Changxiao was still waving the map in his hand in a smug manner. There must be a treasure. Look. This map looks brand new. It must be an extraordinary material. The longer you leave it, the newer it gets. To hide its extraordinariness, the person who drew the map deliberately made it look like it was just drawn, and even meticulously marked the number of copies. It must be to cover up the uniqueness of saying, these are all tricks you wouldn't understand. In my time, I've seen a lot of them. This kind of map that's so fake that it can't be faker, on the contrary, hides earth-shattering secrets. When I saw this map, the spiritual power in my body suddenly fluctuated. This must be a treasure, only selling for 50 taels? If I wasn't the chosen one, who would believe that there would be a treasure on a roadside stall like this? It must be nearby. While the master was extremely excited, Ye Jingchen secretly rolled his eyes in disgust. A while later, they searched 2 laps on a different map, but still only saw sand. Di Lu was reaching out to deal with a monster with one hand, while his eyes were constantly searching. Could it be underground? At this time, under the sand, the monster had turned into a skeleton. Di Lu sat cross-legged, fiddling with the map. Maybe there's hidden info on this map. Should I try soaking it or burning it? The Soul Master replies. Choosing you to entrust this to, not as a successor, might be a mistake. You're already a peak martial emperor, and you can't tell it's just a fake map? The ink's still wet, you trash. Dai Lu strains his eyes, inspecting the map. No way, it's all camouflage. When I saw this map, my spirit energy clearly fluctuated, and you said it was a treasure. Dai Lu blankly recalls the old swindler's face. That old geezer hid a spirit stone. When he activated it, the abundant spirit energy naturally triggered the spirit energy in your body, you simp. I said the map was a treasure, because it recorded the terrain of this entire desert. The Soul Master sneers. On this map, I saw the location of the ancient seal. Sometime later, Dai Lu arrives at the strange rocks on the map. Is this it? Doesn't look different from anywhere else. The spiritual chi is just as trash. The Soul Master appears. This place is covered by all sorts of seals from experts. Of course you can't sense it. This is your big chance, you lucky bastard. I'll study the formation carefully first. You stay here and comprehend the Devouring Heart Sutra I taught you. The Soul Master scatters and flies in multiple directions. The Soul Master thinks. Luckily, 10,000 years have passed, and the spirit energy of the Starfall continent has weakened. Most of the formations are weakened by more than half. But with Dai Lu's current cultivation, completely breaking the seal still requires some preparation of natural treasures. He turns to Dai Lu. We need to go back to that town and buy some stuff. Seeing Dai Lu messing with something, the Soul Master can't help but yell. Stop messing with that trash map. It's worth like 5 silver taels. You think you're the chosen one and can just pick up treasures randomly? Hurry up and buy materials to break the seal. That's the real deal. They leave, the map now showing red symbols. Meanwhile, Jun Changxiao is looking at his map. No way! Why is there nothing where the treasure is marked? Should I try burning it? Will it reveal hidden info? Yi Xingchen is speechless. Suddenly, Xin Zhao excitedly shouts, Found it! This is where the array Emperor Grandpa spoke of. The formation is crumbling, shapeless. Without repairs, it'll only last half a year. Jun Changxiao burns the map. Ye Jingchen remains speechless. Xin Zhao asks, Sect leader, did everyone bring the materials Array Emperor Grandpa asked us to prepare? Jun Changxiao confidently pulls out an item. Not only that, he asked for a bunch more materials. We practically emptied the formation treasury. Xin Zhao says, Then let's go according to plan. Sect leader bro, help me set up the formation. Xingchen bro, protect us. I'll make this formation epic. Ye Jingchen says, Rest assured, I'll handle the rest. He sits cross-legged, observing the jade pendant he picked up. What's the origin of this jade? Why do I feel so familiar with it? Suddenly, something flashes in his eyes. Then he exclaims, As expected, some moron is trying to cause trouble. My junior sister and sect leader can't be disturbed. To prevent accidents, I should do the lucky hairstyle. He styles his hair into an inverted bun. This hairstyle in our sect symbolizes absolute defense on the opposite side. Dai Lu is absorbing power from monsters, he smugly says. Compared to the Devouring Heart Sutra, my previous devouring ability was so crude. I feel myself improving by leaps and bounds. No one can stop me. The Soul Master thinks. His physique is so compatible with our clan's Devouring Heart Sutra. He's probably unmatched among his peers in the Starfall continent now. When our clan's army breaks the seal, I'll give him a chance to live. Suddenly, Dai Lu stops, emitting a dark energy. Devouring so many savage beasts, I feel boundless power. I want to fight. He continues, Haha, Ye Jingchen, if you were in front of me now. Before he can brag, he hears a voice. Oh, you know me. It's Ye Jingchen, standing proudly. Looks like the global broadcast array worked. When I sensed your unstable aura, I thought someone was causing trouble. Just leave, and I won't make things difficult for you. Dai Lu exclaims, You still don't remember me. His face becomes sinister. Soul Master, you said I'm invincible among my peers, right? The Soul Master replies, "That's right. With your strength, such talent is rare." Dai Lu jumps up. "Then isn't this the perfect time to wash away my humiliation?" His power surges towards Ye Jingchen, who thinks, he wants to challenge me? And why is that green aura so familiar? Dai Lu reaches out a demonic claw, hissing, "Yi Jingchen, become nourishment, help me reach martial saint." His move is called World Devouring Force. I can easily control Yi Jingchen. I'm not the same as before. Before he can celebrate, he's slapped by Ye Jingchen. His face twists, and he's thrown back. What? Why didn't World Devouring Force work? Ye Jingchen wonders. What's going on? Why did this guy pull me over here without any defense? Isn't he asking for a beating? I think I've met this kind of request before. Dai Lu struggles to regain his balance. He asks, "Soul Master, what's going on? Why do I feel like I've improved so much? But the distance between me and him hasn't narrowed. It's widened." The Soul Master replies, "He must have had some lucky encounter in the 10-direction Death Tower. Didn't you see his hairstyle changed? But don't worry. Just use all your strength to unleash the Devouring Heart Sutra. Everything will be fine. If necessary, I'll help you. I know those who can give him a lucky encounter like the back of my hand." Yi Jingchen strokes his chin, saying, "When was the last time I met such a freak?" Making Dai Lu jump. At this moment, Jun Changxiao transmits, "Xingchen, we're at a crucial moment. We need silence. The Soul Clan has discovered we're reinforcing the formation. They're attacking like crazy. We need to focus on facing the array. Create a quiet environment for us." Jun Changxiao and Xinjiao focus their power to reinforce the formation. Dai Lu looked gloomy AF. Then his face went full derp. Before he could even finish a sentence, Ye Jingchen suddenly got all up in his grill, grabbing his mouth and stretching it out like a duck's beak. Dude happily dragged him back the way they came, then yeeted him into the air. Dai Lu's eye popped out like, "Hey, what the?" But before he could even finish, Ye Jingchen popped up behind him, covering his mouth again. "Let's make a deal. You just quietly take the beating. No noise, capiche?" Then Dai Lu ate a major beatdown. He managed to choke out, "Soul Master, how is this not going according to plan?" The Soul Master was also freaking out. "No way, impossible. A young martial saint like this? Even we Soul Race don't have that. He must be using some kind of forbidden technique to burn himself. This intensity can't last long. Just drag out the fight, wait for him to run out of juice, then suck him dry with direct contact. Use the Devouring Heart Sutra to drain him." Dai Lu got tossed down. Before he could even hit the ground, Yi Jingchen lifted him up with one hand. "Wouldn't want you landing too loudly." Dai Lu wiggled his hand, trying to say something. "Suck, suck." Ye Jingchen was confused. "Suck what?" Suddenly it clicked, and he angrily shouted, "I remember now. You're that masochist from Holy Spring Sect who likes getting beat up." Chap 436. A punch, straight to his gut. Immediately, blood streamed from his mouth. Dai Lu grabbed his hand, grinning. "Enjoyed hitting me, huh? My turn." With that, a surge of power rushed forward, catching Ye Jingchen off guard. The power enveloped him and lifted him up, but a moment later, Dai Lu was sprawled on the sand, his face swollen like a pig's head. Ye Jingchen stood nearby, helpless. This was like deja vu all over again. "Just to be safe, let's toss this guy far away." "Ugh, I really don't want to touch this freak." He grabbed a wooden stick, about to poke Dai Lu with the end, when the Soul Master excitedly charged out. "Now's my chance. Seize this brat's body." Yi Jingchen calmly asked, "Still got tricks up your sleeve?" The Soul Master froze in his tracks, at the sight of the jade pendant on his chest. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out, even freaking out Ye Jingchen. That power was seriously strong, affecting a large area of Dongjae. Afterwards, there was a huge crater in front of Ye Jingchen, and he couldn't help but marvel. This guy's really dedicated to self-abuse. His attacks on enemies are trash, but the moves he uses on himself are so damn powerful, at least I don't have to bother throwing him away. As he spoke, he turned to leave, taking off his hair tie, not noticing the jade pendant acting sus. Meanwhile, Dai Lu was still sprawled on the sand, shouting, "I won! I won!" He sat up, coughing up a mouthful of sand. "I finally won. Damn, that felt good." Then, looking around at the strange scenery, Dai Lu wondered, where am I? Wasn't I crushing Yi Jingchen? The Soul Master, wherever he was, replied, "Crushing? You should say we got crushed. That Yi kid didn't even break a sweat. This guy is impossible to deal with. We went back to the past. As long as we break the formation seal, destroying him will be easy. Don't know how long we've been out cold. Hopefully Ye Jingchen's gone from that place." Dai Lu was stunned. "Soul Master, can you even pass out in soul form?" The Soul Master replied, "My last memory is charging straight at Ye Jingchen, then waking up with you." Then the two of them hobbled away. Dai Lu decided, people from that sect are all freaks. I think I should stay away from them. Cut to the sealed land. Dai Lu and the Soul Master were hiding behind a large rock. "Looks like they're gone." The Soul Master urged. "Delay will cause unexpected events. Hurry up, set up the formation." Dai Lu quickly ran inside, starting to unleash his power. The Soul Master was excitedly flying around in that space. Dai Lu grimaced and said, "This gloomy lighting effect, Soul Master. In this situation, we don't look like the good guys." The Soul Master snapped. "Shut up, we are about to welcome the arrival of the greatest being on the Xingyun continent." The Soul Master's form became terrifying. 10 10,000 years! This old man has waited 10,000 years to seal. Later he reminded Dai Lu, next you will be greeted by the queen of the clan. I must be respectful and polite. Dai Lu looked bewildered. Queen? Weren't we supposed to break the suppression of heaven and earth on the power of devouring? Suddenly, the image of Jun Changxiao appeared, calling out, Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me clearly? Dai Lu exclaimed in disbelief. Soul Master, why does the queen on your side have such a familiar face, exactly like that bastard sect master of Wan Ji sect? The Soul Master was also sweating bullets. What's going on? The seal formation has clearly been broken, so why can't I feel any aura from my clan? The image of Jun Changxiao moved closer to them, as if explaining their doubts. Zhen Di said, the soul race is extremely difficult to destroy. The 10 great martial emperors of the ancient era all left behind remnants of their souls. It's very likely that there are still soul race survivors from back then, so we not only reinforced the formation on the soul race side, but also designed some small surprises on the Xingyun continent side. Welcome to Changxiao's magical home. Let's experience the one-day Wanjiyu version of the 18 Levels of Hell tour. Then, the image of Ye Xingchen appeared. Dai Lu was submerged in a giant flame called Hellfire. He immediately used a digging technique, throwing himself in another direction to dodge the attack. But a second later, the image of Jun Changxiao appeared right next to him with a teasing expression, causing Dai Lu to jump in fright. But he was quickly suppressed by the soccer ball prison technique, countless balls pummeling his face. Dai Lu quickly ran away screaming, but it didn't end there, as more techniques were unleashed. Blackheart Prison, Steel Prison, Phoenix Imprisonment, Upside Down Mountain Prison, Space Turbulence Prison. Finally, Dai Lu collapsed to the ground. Yet he was still muttering to himself. Finally escaped. The Eternal Sect is terrifying, must stay away. Where did they throw me? His formation even had spatial chaos? Suddenly, Su Xiaomo appeared in front of him, reaching out to help. This brother is covered in injuries. Do you need any help? I am Su Q Cheng, from the Taishuan Holy Sect, best at helping people do good deeds. Just then the Soul Master appeared from behind Dai Lu, starting to tempt him. Dai Lu, abandon your principles. Only attack the perpetrators and enemies of the Eternal Sect. The power of devouring is far from enough. The gap between you and Ye Jingchen is getting bigger and bigger. You can't even get revenge on the Spirit Spring Sect, Black Eagle Gang, or Holy Spring Sect. Start with this person and trigger your mad devouring journey. Dai Lu, powerless, knelt before Su Xiaomo, who looked at him, puzzled, and asked, Little brother, do you need food or drink? Dai Lu struggled to utter each word. I want you. As he shouted, he pounced to attack Su Xiaomo, but before Dai Lu could get close, he was kicked in the face. Then came a series of Su Xiaomo's kicks, accompanied by angry accusations. You want to die. You dare to compete with my senior sister for someone as pure, innocent, and kind as I am. After beating the opponent flat on the ground, Su Xiaomo turned and walked away, not forgetting to leave a few words. How unlucky, the only opportunity to do good this year, and I misjudged someone. He actually dares to be jealous of my world-shattering beauty. No, my face right now, this situation is very strange, not good. I must quickly inform the sect. His expression was very serious. As for Dai Lu, he had no strength to resist, and could only call the Soul Master. The Soul Master replied, Dai Lu, it seems that absorbing perpetrators is quite effective. Cut to the Wan Ji strongest sect. Li Qingyang was reading a letter, saying, Xiaomo just left, didn't he? What important matter requires using the Ji Hall to deliver a letter, and wants Shi Dishan to open it? The content of the letter was, Thanks to Qingyang Shixong's guidance, today I was confessed to by a boy. I asked Shixong and the sect leader to seriously consider this issue of eating both boys and girls. Teach the male disciples to stay away from Qingyang, and return a clear and bright sky to the Eternal Sect. This couldn't help but anger him. Jun Changxiao couldn't help laughing and exclaimed, Ha ha, Qingyang, you! But immediately, Ye Qingyang crushed the letter in his hand, with no small amount of anger. Jun Changxiao felt that the situation was not good, and quickly slipped away. Oops, I suddenly remembered another important matter. Dudu said she wanted to buy some new ingredients. I have to take Nana to go. Suddenly from behind, Li Qingyang flashed a sinister smile. Sect leader. Then switched back to a gentle smile. Xiaomo has finished her mission. Can she be sent to work for me for a few days? I guarantee no killing. Also, sect leader won't spread the contents of that letter, right? Jun Changxiao hurriedly pulled his mouth shut like a zipper, assuring, Don't worry, I'm tight-lipped. Moreover, a letter? What letter? I've never heard of it. A moment later, in Qingyang City, Jun Changxiao loudly shouted before Dudu's bewildered expression. That letter was written with real tears of blood, each concise word overflowing with emotion. Xiaomo's ability to seek death is beyond me. Too bad, Dudu. You're too young now. When you grow up, I'll tell you all about it. Then he dialed and asked little Dudu, What delicious food does Dudu want to cook today? Your cooking skills have improved quite a bit lately. The little girl smiled with excitement. Of course, with the sect leader's recipes and my father's help, compared to when I took the cooking exam in southwest Yangzhou, I've improved a lot. Jun Changxiao then bent down to rub his little disciple's head, praising, Soon Dudu can become a god of cookery. Suddenly, the space turned pitch black, causing him to stop. Jun Changxiao vigilantly observed his surroundings, reminding, Dudu, quickly get behind me. Strange. I can't feel any killing intent or aggression at all. The sky suddenly turned dark. The situation is so familiar. System. Could it be that there's another system in this world using Dragon Balls to make wishes? Just then, the system displayed a message. You're overthinking it. It might just be a simple solar eclipse. Besides, if you're going to make a wish, at least there must be a divine dragon. But as soon as it finished speaking, a divine dragon appeared in the sky. Jun Changxiao had black lines all over his face, asking, Does your face hurt? The system couldn't help but feel helpless. Who's cooperating with me like this? At this time, the divine dragon landed on the ground. Then a white tiger appeared, fighting each other. Dudu frowned warily. Phew, that's great. It turned into a dragon-tiger battle. At least it's not Dragon Balls. I'm not strong enough to shatter a planet with one punch yet. Jun Changxiao then shouted, Shangtian, send Dudu back to the sect. I'll go check the anomaly. Shangtian cough should appear. At this time, the divine dragon was coiling around the white tiger in the sky, roaring, Who is disturbing my Qingyang city? The two spiritual beasts roared at each other, unwilling to give in. And immediately, a burst of power impacted the surrounding space. A moment later, Jun Changxiao began to panic. What exactly is this dragon-tiger phenomenon? The spiritual energy is surging, but there is no aggression at all, and after the explosion, there is no shockwave. Starting from here, he searched for a location in the forest, but could no longer sense any human aura. It seemed the culprit had left. This scene. Is someone cooking? Can cooking cause such a big commotion? And using a golden pot. How extravagant, but it seems it failed. The pot exploded. The system appeared, adding, At least it proves that there is no system summoning a divine dragon. You can rest assured. Jun Changxiao replied unhappily, Rest assured my ass. Cooking can cause a celestial phenomenon. This proves that we have a little master in our midst. In the town, someone was walking with a cane, looking tired. So hungry, so hungry. Immediately, the kind-hearted Wang Niang appeared, offering the person a steamed bun. Oh dear, this child must have fled here? He's so hungry he can't even stand. This old lady has steamed buns. Eat this for now. The scruffy-faced boy turned around, drooling, and exclaimed, These are all delicacies. I want to eat. Dragon liver and phoenix marrow, bear paws and monkey brains. The dragon needs to be a water dragon beast of Martial King level. The phoenix needs to be a vermilion bird of Martial King level. The bear needs to be a congenital heterochromia golden-tailed tiger. The bear needs to be a polar snow bear of the far north. Moreover, it needs to be the right front paw, because that's the paw they use to eat and drink. After eating, it also needs to be tempered and nourished with the blood of various ferocious beasts. The taste is the best. And the rice needs to be the fragrant, boundless rice of this season from the foot of Mount Boundless in Sun Prefecture. Add spring water from Mount Jade Spring and use a black iron pot to cook. When cooked, add a little bit of lard rendered from the back fat of prairie pigs. It must be the back fat, the belly fat is too mixed. Then sprinkle with golden leaves, 3 spiritual herb leaves that only grow after rain, in the damp 9th layer. After eating the rice, then a cup of immortal herb tea. I'm not picky about the tea, just choose a type that costs 100 taels of gold per tael or more. This place can't compare to home. Well, I'll just eat this for now. Somewhere, a flame was rising into the sky, melting gold. Jun Changxiao sighed. So it's gold bullion. The creator of this dragon-tiger anomaly must have quite a fortune. But using a golden pot to stir-fry vegetables can create such a heaven-shaking anomaly. Is being a chef such a promising profession? Suddenly, someone ran in from outside the gate, shouting, Gao Sheng, someone's here to see you. They fainted from hunger on the road. Jun Changxiao was confused. Looking for us? I don't know this kid. And how did he faint? Wang Niang, you're making a lot of money doing business in Tiegu Town, but you're still as stingy as when you treated me when I was little? Just give him some thin porridge. Wang Niang helplessly held out 2 pieces of paper. You think I don't want to? This kid is too weird. These are invitation cards that fell from his body. For you guys. Then she quickly left the gate. This kid is yours now. He exhausted us just now. Jun Changxiao stayed behind, reading the letter. It was an invitation to the All-God Starfall Continent Tournament from Su Qingyu, the strongest sect of all time. At this moment, a system notification appeared. Epic Quest. 3 quest details. Host, please take Dudu to participate in the upcoming Inter-Realm All-Gods Tournament and win the title of God. Quest failed. No participation, not getting first place. Jun Changxiao exclaimed in shock. Easy peasy? I risked my life to cross the 10 directions of Absolute Death Tower and didn't get any epic quests. First place? Before today I thought Dudu got second place because of favoritism, but that dragon-tiger phenomenon just now was unbelievable. Tianqi. Give this envoy some thin porridge, wake him up, I have some questions about the tournament to ask him. Tianqi quickly propped the kid up and said, This is the exclusive spiritual rice of our myriad ancient sect. It's extremely rare outside and can help you recover your strength quickly. Suddenly, the other party woke up abruptly, quick as a gust of wind, leaving Tianqi with a dumbfounded look. What the hell? I couldn't even see his movements just now. He then continued to bring the bowl of porridge closer to the person, who dodged it instinctively and lay down on the ground coldly. I must be seeing things. Here, drink some porridge. Tianqi glanced down again and exclaimed in surprise. Are you really fainted from hunger? Then followed a scene of pushing and shoving between the two, with the fainted person constantly dodging the porridge. Jun Changxiao couldn't bear it anymore and grabbed the other party's arm. Weak pulse? Floating? Can't hold on? This kid really fainted from hunger. Tianqi marveled. But he's too agile for someone who's unconscious, isn't he? Jun Changxiao couldn't help but be shocked. He's dodging food out of instinct? But what's the purpose of this strange instinct? To starve himself to death? While the three were in a confused state, Dudu shouted, "It's time to eat!" Before she could finish her sentence, the other person quickly darted away like a gust of wind. Jun Changxiao looked around in confusion. I'm a dignified sword saint, and he escaped my grasp? Running so fast? Tianqi sweated profusely. It's like he's not running, but drifting. This guy is now sniffing the scent, drooling, and floating towards Dudu, startling her. Immediately, two people appeared, standing behind the girl to protect her. Who dares to offend the evil god? Then the one with the sword and the one with the hammer rushed up to attack. But the person glided past the two in a bizarre manner. This kid's body began to erupt with a surge of power. The two were about to rush in to attack again when Dudu shouted, "Stop! It seems like he's waiting for the food to be served." The two stood behind the character with blank faces, even preparing golden bowls and chopsticks. After a while, a dish was brought up, and the kid quickly cut the food, then put it in his mouth and ate leisurely. The two guards were each carrying a stack of full bowls and plates. It seems like he ate the portion for a dozen people. Not only that, but he can still close his eyes and pick out all the dishes we cooked and throw them aside. After finishing eating, the person put down the knife and fork and spoke. Thank you for the treat. The chef is the champion of the Southwest culinary competition. Dudu, right? Each grain of rice is separate. Cooked with the back fat of black pigs, I didn't expect it to make the grains so chewy. He started commenting enthusiastically. Braised fish in a rich sauce. The spiritual power of the fish is completely preserved, which is incredible. Being able to turn ordinary dishes into such a special table. Chef Dudu is stronger than I thought. Dudu was a little dazed when she was suddenly praised. Oh, thank you, but who are you? Being able to drift into the kitchen without being detected, this guy is not simple. At this moment, this person opened his eyes and happily introduced himself. I am one of the judges of the All Gods Starfall Tournament and a top gourmet in Zhongzhun Prefecture. Chilian Buduo was almost starving to death just now. Thank you, Dudu, for saving my life. After a while, Qian Buduo appeared in the hall of the myriad ancient sect. Greetings, Jun Changxiao. Sorry for the sudden appearance, but I'm a bit obsessed with good food, so even if I'm hungry, I don't want to eat ordinary dishes. This time, I'm here to invite Ms. Dudu to Zhongzhun Prefecture in 7 days to participate in the 50th God Tournament. With the cooking skills you just showed, getting 10th place is definitely not a problem. The invitation card has been delivered. I'll take my leave here. Jun Changxiao said leisurely. Thank you for the treat. After Qian Buduo left, Jun Changxiao took out a scroll. 10th place? This Qian Buduo has a discerning palate, and this kid is not honest at all. The image in the scroll showed a fat man with the words, Qian Buduo. Cultivation level 439. Later, another piece of paper with a picture of the kid named Xiao Songbao. Xiao Songbao, son of the famous gourmet Qian Buduo, disciple of the previous food god, known as the person with the highest cooking talent on the Starfall continent, with unique culinary ideas, spending money like water. Jun Changxiao frowned as he looked at the table. All golden utensils. This review is too accurate. He even left this set of golden cutlery behind. What I need is a friendly, down-to-earth disciple like that. It seems he came here to test Dudu's skills. That dragon-tiger phenomenon back then must have been created by him wanting to cook himself, but I don't know why the pot exploded, making himself hungry. This time it won't be easy for Dudu to win the title of food god. System, can you refresh some super powerful recipes? Give Dudu a crash course before the competition. As he spoke, he pressed a special button, then he cheered happily. System, you're still the same as ever. Jun Changxiao's expression became twisted, not believable at all. The refreshed dishes are all nonsense? Of course. Every refresh forces you to buy something. I'm literally mining gold from trash here. Mutant shampoo, never lose hair. Well, I'm a 5 elements body now, barely able to use dragon elephant prajna art. Boosts strength like a beast, can be a gatekeeper, but sadly doesn't help with cooking. Mutant vacuum cleaner, can clean any filth, useless. Wait, hold up, this vacuum cleaner reminds me, maybe I should ask them. He quickly appeared in the security department. He, Wudi, and the others were stunned after hearing Jun Changxiao's words. God of Cookery Contest, cooking recipes. And he's throwing out his own hypothesis. I feel like you guys definitely came across all sorts of recipes from thousands of years ago and in other continents. After all, your department has the most complex origins in our Wanjiyu sect. Just finished the appointment. Before he could finish speaking, the characters here appeared. Ice Emperor belongs to the Old People's Club. The Animal Group belongs to the Weak Club. 5 Absolutes Evil Saint belongs to the Sick People's Club. And the last group is the Disabled Club. He Wudi crossed his arms and said, Back then, I was only focused on cultivation, and didn't really care much about eating and drinking. But considering our status back then, we must have eaten some delicacies, and were treated to Dudu's gourmet food every day. You guys should try to recall and help Dudu as much as you can. As he spoke, he turned back to the group, and they all agreed. Jun Changxiao continued. Oh yeah, old Bing. Although you look like a sweeping monk holding a broom, you should change your equipment now that there's trouble. This is a magic-enhanced vacuum cleaner, definitely more effective than a broom. The Ice Emperor took the vacuum cleaner with a dazed look. What is this vacuum cleaner? Jun Changxiao guided the usage. Point that nozzle at the dirty spot and press this button. Immediately, the old man pressed the start button. Inevitably, the space became chaotic, full of dust. Afterwards, Jun Changxiao covered his nose in the dust. What the hell is going on? Isn't this just testing a vacuum cleaner? Why is someone releasing this thing's aura? Boulders fell down. 5 Absolute's evil saint returned to his elderly form and shouted, "Danger!" The demon emperor also jumped out into a battle stance. This thing is extremely abnormal. My instincts keep urging me to leave quickly. Jun Changxiao curled his lips and reminded, Demon Emperor, 5 Absolutes. Are you guys being too sensitive? It's just a garbage-sucking tool. Looking at the Ice Emperor's dazed expression, the demon emperor tried to blurt out, "Just now, for a moment, my remnant soul was a little shaken." Jun Changxiao looked down at 5 Absolutes' evil saint. I just set the vacuum cleaner to number 1. 5 Absolutes, try it. The old man broke out in a cold sweat. Sect leader, as soon as this thing turned on, all the hairs on my body stood up. Oh yeah, my name is Ding Xiangwang. You can call me Old Ding. Jun Changxiao pointed the vacuum cleaner at him. Old Ding, I need to confirm what exactly this vacuum cleaner has been upgraded with. Use all your cultivation, I'll stop immediately if there's a problem. 5 Absolutes' evil saint confidently said. Alright, I'm a dignified martial saint. How can I be afraid of a magic tool? Then, a surge of power was released. Jun Changxiao shouted seriously, "Here it comes." But after the two sides collided, nothing happened. Jun Changxiao silently looked at the thing in his hand. Doesn't seem to have much effect, 5 Absolutes' evil saint continued. No, although it's very weak, it really does shake my demonic arts. I feel like there's a small whirlpool in front of me, constantly pulling out the evil energy in my body. If it was an evil cultivator, at the martial king level, their cultivation would probably be disturbed. Just now, when Old Bing switched to number 3, I felt like I was standing next to a black hole. Even though I'm a martial saint, if I stay there for too long, I'll lose a lot of cultivation. The demon emperor also added. This vacuum cleaner seems to be specialized in sucking evil energy, and since I'm just a remnant soul, the suction is even more damaging to me. Jun Changxiao was surprised to hear that. Can suck evil energy and cause damage to the soul. This upgraded vacuum cleaner might be useful for dealing with the soul race. Then his face wrinkled. However, this hypothesis still needs a soul race to test it on. But the soul race hides very well, and the only characteristic is that they often have changes in personality, as if awakening a second personality. Suddenly, an image of a girl appeared. Palace, Master Ji. After some time, a pile of documents was placed in front of Dudu, brought by Jun Changxiao. He introduced. These are the delicacies of the 3 realms and 8 desolations, compiled by the knowledgeable seniors in our sect. Luckily, the Purple Python Demon King in the upper realm is a gourmet. He is the biggest contributor. At this time, the culinary dust-free bug stepped out with a proud look. Other dragons like to collect treasures, but I'm only obsessed with food. It can be said that I've eaten all over the upper realm, and I'm known as the culinary dust-free bug, who once wrote the masterpiece Cuisine Bound by Clothes. How can one appreciate delicacies? I have been repeatedly selected by a food magazine as a versatile gentleman in both food and fitness. Jun Changxiao looked at the other person with speechless expression. Just how proud is that dude about the dust-free thing? The culinary dust-free bug continued. Your opponent makes dishes that can trigger celestial phenomena. You and him still have a large gap, but fortunately, according to the sect leader's description, the celestial phenomenon he creates is unstable. Dudu, you still have a certain chance. Every chef should have a special skill. Dalio magic, fire control, batter, or even food presentation. Dudu, you must clearly identify your strongest specialty. Only by using your specialty can you attack the opponent's weaknesses. Time is running out. We must do our best to improve your strengths. After hearing this, Dudu looked down at her hand, which was emitting a flame. Ah, a specialty? The culinary dust-free bug became excited at this time. Dudu, are you ready to satisfy my picky stomach, even when I'm wearing clothes? The girl shouted, "Ready!" Jun Changxiao spoke again. In terms of cooking techniques, I really can't help Dudu much. Next, I can only change my line of thinking to see if there is a way to improve Dudu's skills a little more. But Dudu has to prepare meals for the entire sect every day, and her experience is constantly improving. At this time, Li Shangtian suddenly jumped down from somewhere and reported. Sect leader, I just received news that Palace Master Shi has accepted an invitation to a sect called the 9 Poison Sect in Southern Wilderness Continent. He was stunned and exclaimed, 9 Poison Sect? Li Shangtian, a 4th-rate sect, is not considered strong, but its poison arts are the best in the Starfall continent. The reason why the palace master of the Nine Poison Sect accepted the invitation is because the senior sister of the Wonderful Blossom Sect betrayed them and joined the Nine Poison Sect. That senior sister used to be very fond of Palace Master Shi. That's why she accepted the invitation to go there. Jun Changxiao just smiled and said, "Then we'll talk about it after Palace Master Shi returns." Maybe my speculation about the soul race is just me being too suspicious. Li Shangtian hesitated. But after the banquet, Palace Master Xi has been missing for 3 months, and near the Nine Poison Sect, many large barren areas have appeared, and both animals and plants seem to have withered. At this point, Jun Changxiao's expression became serious. In this situation, you should have reported it earlier. Quickly change the course of the march. A moment later, he appeared in another desolate place. This was Nanhuang Prefecture, the forest of toxic miasma. He walked along with Wei Lao and Jiangxi. Jiangxi then stepped on something on the ground, and immediately a venomous snake opened its mouth and rushed to bite him. Jiangxi coldly slashed out a strike, cutting off the snake's head, and remarked, "This place is really weird. Completely different from other places, man. When the fierce beasts here increase their cultivation, their bodies don't get bigger. A dignified martial sect-level beast is so small." Wei Lao also released his power to deal with the fierce beasts, and continued. "Not only that, but creatures like snakes, worms, rats, and ants here only seem to increase in cultivation, without developing any intelligence at all. I've already released my martial saint aura, yet they still desperately rush at me one by one." Jun Changxiao turned back with suspicion. "Wei Lao, didn't you say you were very familiar with this area? That's why I brought you along as a guide. Why do I feel like you don't really understand the habits of these fierce beasts?" Wei Lao explained. "Back then, the person I was with had a magic item to ward off insects." The space the three were walking in looked extremely strange. However, Jun Changxiao couldn't help but turn back and say, "Wei Lao, you said you'd never been in a relationship in Nanhuang Prefecture, that's why I dared bring you along. Could it be that while we were risking our lives with the Soul Clan, you were flirting with someone, making her a little shy? That was probably just a one-sided love of mine. When I left, she was already married, so she probably doesn't have any hostility towards us." Jun Changxiao pouted and reminded, "Wei Lao, please tone down that full tree charm stat of yours. What the hell, if you make someone's husband angry, it'll be difficult to handle. After all, the myriad ancient sect has always maintained morality and righteousness. It's just you that I find a bit hazy." Then, he turned back to remind the person behind. "Jiangxi, we only found out that the Nine Poison Palace is located deep in this forest of toxic miasma, but the specific location is unknown. Use your primal sight body to scout it out." Jiangxi immediately raised 2 fingers in front of his eyes, and used his ability. After opening his eyes, one of them was completely white. The streams of power emitted from Jiangxi began to infiltrate the forest to sense. Butterflies appeared, and fluttered in the space at that moment. Jun Changxiao turned back and whispered to Wei Lao. "Wei Lao, Jiangxi can't hear us right now. Quickly tell me the truth. What kind of girl was she that made you have such a one-sided love?" Wei Lao reluctantly recounted. "Back then, I had just entered the pugilistic world, accidentally got poisoned, and fainted in this forest of toxic miasma. She was the one who saved me. She told me that she was just a little maid of the Nine Poison Palace. The Nine Poison Palace almost never interacts with outsiders. At that time, I was only arranged to stay in the outer sect of the palace. There were strict rules in the palace, and marriage with outsiders was not allowed, so there was no possibility between me and her from the beginning. She treated me like a younger brother, helped me detoxify and gradually recover. Every smile of hers was deeply imprinted in my mind. Even though I knew I shouldn't, the feelings in my heart for her were like weeds, constantly sprouting and growing. Then one day she suddenly came to find me, saying that from now on she would no longer be able to come to the outer sect to see me, because she was about to get married. Outsiders were not allowed to step into the Nine Poison Palace, so she could only smile and say that she wanted to personally offer me a wedding toast. I don't know if it was because the wine was too strong, or just because I was being sentimental. In my memory at that time, there was a tear falling from the corner of her eye. Switching to inside the Nine Poison Palace, a subordinate came to reporting. "Palace Master, the golden silkworm left behind by the previous Palace Master is glowing." At this moment, the golden silkworm suddenly exclaimed, Wei Qingfeng, you've finally come here." On Jun Changxiao's side, he was exclaiming in an exaggerated manner, "If only in my younger years I hadn't been so insecure and understood what it means to cherish." Wei Lao was speechless, looking at the young man in front of him. At this moment, Jiangxi also gave the results. The location of the Nine Poison Palace has been found in the northeast direction, about 400 miles away from us. However, there is someone in the Nine Poison Palace with an aura and bloodline quite similar to Wei Lao. Wei Lao, perhaps that one-sided love wasn't as pure as you said." Wei Lao pointed at his face and exclaimed in surprise. "A bloodline aura like mine? You mean my own child?" Then he stomped on the ground and shot away. "Impossible." Jiangxi and Jun Changxiao quickly chased after him. "Hurry, chase after him!" From what I know about Wei Lao, although his love history is illustrious, he wouldn't lie about this kind of thing. Well, but the senses of the primal spirit body can't be wrong. There must be a hidden story here. In the sky at this moment, There was a figure speeding ahead. 2 other figures closely followed behind. Arriving at an area, Wei Lao stopped and said, "Found it." Meanwhile, the palace master was in a place dripping blood from her fingertips. Her drop of blood fell into a container below. Immediately, a powerful aura erupted, startling Wei Lao and forcing him to step back. Wei Lao raised his finger towards the strange mist and exclaimed, "This bone poison can corrode my spiritual energy." Then, he unleashed his power to shatter the bone poison mist, but immediately the mist reformed densely. Wei Lao sighed. She once said that this bone poison formation borrows the Earth's leyline power from the entire forest of toxic miasma, and it's indeed not easy to break. However, this formation needs to be actively activated. We don't have any malicious intent, so why start a killing formation to greet guests? Jun Changxiao stepped forward, first capturing Ji Palace Master, then using a poison formation to stop us. It seems that this 9 poison palace coming here is not with good intentions, Jiangxi reminded. Sect Master, actually you coming is. Jun Changxiao opened his mouth and roared. Myriad ancient strongest sect, Jun Changxiao, leading the elders of this sect, Wei Qingfeng, Jiangxi, are here for a special visit to the 9 Poison Palace. The palace master of the 9 Poison Palace stopped her actions inside, and then asked, Mom, Wei Qingfeng is here. Should I see him? I'm so conflicted. I want to see that scum with my own eyes, but I'm afraid I'll off him if I do. She's fuming mad. At the same time, Zhu Dugong's Poison Altar Master arrives before Shi Jingxuan. Jun Changxiao, looks like you're pretty tight with her. Guess you forgot your master's warnings from back then, huh? Shi Jingxuan, chained up and hanging, remains chill. Shiji, stop it. You can't turn the tide anymore. Outside, Jun Changxiao is scratching his head, confused. Why no reaction? I thought after that global livestream my face would work everywhere, at least smack me. I believe in no first blood. Just then, a path opens in the mist. Someone's making moves. Guess they're inviting us in. The trio flies in. Jiangxi worries. Sect leader, ain't it too easy to waltz into their trap like this? Jun Changxiao replies confidently. I ain't scared of traps. I'm scared they won't play dirty. Just then, Zhu Dugong's master controls the mist to ensnare them. Jun Changxiao raises his hand with a magic sigil, looking smug. Cause I ain't much of a talker. Then, he snaps his fingers, unleashing power. That immense power shatters the mist. Lightning fire pierces the sky. Righteousness shines bright, burning away all filth and sin. And this kind of flame? I got like 12 more types. Instantly, countless flames of all colors erupt. Zhu Dugong Master, unless you want to see your whole legacy turn to ash, hand over Sect Master Ji to me now. The Zhu Dugong Master steps out and questions. You still have cultivation, Wei Qingfeng? Wei Lao is stunned. That voice. The Zhu Dugong Master's face is cold. Looks like you've totally forgotten your own mom. Chapter 442 Wei Lao stutters. Mom? Could my baby mama be CC? Jun Changxiao, standing aside, notices her words. So you still got cultivation. Looks like Wei Lao losing his cultivation back then has something to do with Zhu Dugong. He reminds him. Wei Lao, careful, this chick's got a serious grudge against you. He turns around, only to see her vanished. Wei Lao rushes to shake the Zhu Dugong Master. Where's your mom? She frowns, annoyed. CC! You heartless bastard, you still dare to call my mom that. I don't get why she couldn't forget you when she was alive. Wei Lao is shocked. Alive? You mean CC is gone? He doesn't notice poison spreading on his hand. Jiangxi rushes to shove him away. Jun Changxiao pulls them back, stepping forward. Wei Lao, careful, that girl's got poison. The Zhu Dugong Master smirks. Too late. It's one of Zhu Dugong's 5 legendary poisons, bone-rotting vice. Wei Lao's poisoned hand starts to deform, but he's just heartbroken and in tears. Jun Changxiao calmly tells him. Wei Lao, quick, take this antidote pill and meditate. This antidote hasn't been upgraded yet, so it might not work. Jiangxi, be careful not to touch the poisoned area. It's highly contagious. He adds. As for the antidote, I'm confident I can make you cough it up before I burn your house down. He waves his hand, summoning a flame. He uses the flame to treat Wei Lao. Wei Lao sweats bullets from the pain, but still manages to say, Daughter, I don't know why you hate me so much. Back then, between your mom and me, at most it was just a one-sided crush. I'm not even sure Sissa ever liked me back. Jun Changxiao pops his head in, serious. Wei Lao, have some confidence. With your glorious track record, the odds of her liking you back are at least a few %. The Zhu Dugong Master replies darkly. Whether she liked you or not? You still doubting that at this point? Father. As she speaks, she unleashes a space-warping power. Jiangxi is almost floored by the aura. He's struggling, exclaiming. There's poison underfoot. Even my martial emperor-level spiritual energy shield is being pierced. Sect leader, watch out. Jiangxi's words are cut short as he stares at Jun Changxiao, standing firm with a blank look. The Zhu Dugong Master is surprised. You're still standing? This is leg-cracking powder, one of the 5 legendary poisons. Even a martial emperor would be in agony, their limbs jerking like puppets, flesh and bones shattering. Even though most of the poison was tanked by the old guy, it's still not something a normal person can withstand. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao lets out an exaggerated yell, then dramatically collapses. I'm naturally slow to react. Turns out the poison symptoms are delayed too. To her utter disbelief, he casually waves his hand. You guys carry on. Move the plot forward. I'm poisoned and down. No more threat. The Zhu Dugong master attacks again. I'll give you a dose of peacock gall too. No matter how weird you are, you can't resist 2 legendary poisons at once. At this moment, Wei Lao's arm has returned to normal. He speaks again. Daughter, I don't know why you call me father, but C was such a gentle soul. She definitely wouldn't teach you to use poison to kill people. The Zhu Dugong master is shocked. You can still move? Aren't you just a martial emperor? He explains. I'm a martial saint after all. Zhu Dugong's poison is strong, but just 3 types ain't enough to take me down. Bring out the other 2. The Zhu Dugong master lowers her head, puzzling him. 4 types. You've already been hit with 4 types of legendary poison. Her eyes sharpen. The strongest of the 5 poisons, incurable. The golden silkworm GU has been inside your body for a long time. It was implanted by my mom, the previous Zhu Dugong master. Wei Lao was shooketh. No way! Zia treated me like family. Why the hell would she poison me? 9 Serenity's Poison Palace's master frowned. Golden silkworm GU. Instead of calling it the top poison of the 9 Serenity's Poison Palace, better call it the ultimate treasure. Wei Lao asked. Zia, you know the effect of the golden silkworm GU, right? Her face turned manic. Yes. Flashback to Zai in the past. If you get hit by the golden silkworm GU, your cultivation talent will skyrocket. Martial Emperor, even Martial Saint ain't a dream, Mom warned. You're about to be the palace master, don't act so sentimental. This golden silkworm GU can help our 9 Serenity's Poison Palace get another top-tier powerhouse. You really want to give it to that wee dude? ZZ replied. He's honest, and his talent isn't bad. With the golden silkworm GU, his achievements will be even more unpredictable. Grandma was stunned. He can't hide his feelings for you anymore. ZZ, you like him too. Why not just tell him? If you two get married, wouldn't everyone be happy? ZZ turned around and stuck her tongue out playfully. Grandma, don't worry so much. I have my own ways. I'm gonna go prepare the procedures for inheriting the golden silkworm GU. As she walked away, she thought to herself, why not express my feelings to him? Because Wei Lang shouldn't be like me, forever trapped in the 9 Serenity's Poison Palace. His goal is to make a name for himself on the Starfall continent. As for the side effects of the golden silkworm GU, Wei Lang, I'll help you solve them. ZZ was wholeheartedly planning for Wei Qingfeng. The golden silkworm GU is divided into a mother and a child worm. Originally, the mother worm should be held by the mother, and the child worm should be in the person's body. The energy of the mother worm far exceeds the child worm. Only then it can control you. But your mother used a reverse cultivation method, transferring all the energy of the mother worm into your body. And it was in that process that I was born. Jun Changxiao listened and jotted down notes. Reverse? The 9 Serenity's Poison Palace's master saw this and questioned loudly. Hey kid over there, what are you writing? He quickly explained. Nothing, I'm just recording the valuable experiences of the senior for my Tian. She still has a lot to improve. Wei Lao's tears fell like rain. Daughter, could it be that your mother lost all the energy of the mother worm because of the 9 Serenity's Poison Palace's master's face darkened? Why do you have to put on such an act? According to mother, after doing that, the golden silkworm GU will allow you to cultivate to the peak, even if you leave the 9 Serenity's Poison Palace. As long as you no longer remember the person who placed the GU, no longer hold on to the feelings for my mother, you will forever be an invincible powerhouse. Like now, you are still a high and mighty martial saint. Mother didn't reveal her feelings, because she wanted you to be at ease in being a powerhouse according to your own wishes. Wei Lao seemed to collapse before this truth. I owe her too much. Suddenly, a painful sensation came from his body. His body emitted strange bursts of power, as if it was about to explode. The 9 Serenity's Poison Palace's master's eyes lit up, becoming dangerous. Your aura is rapidly weakening. It seems you still have some affection for my mother. The 4 great poisons are gathered in you. Your mind is deranged. Even a martial saint would have a hard time surviving, let alone you have already fallen to the martial emperor realm. Wei Lao didn't pay attention to the pain, but only thought of his regret. ZZ, why didn't I understand back then? The 9 Serenity's Poison Palace's master gritted her teeth and reached out with her demonic claws. Before her death, Mother smiled and said that maybe you'll accidentally pass by the 9 Serenity's Poison Palace, which can be considered as meeting one last time. Let me take you to see her again. Then, she intended to use the 5th strange poison on Wei Lao. At this moment, that arm was held by Jun Changxiao, who spoke up. Love's origin is unclear, but once started, it runs deep and never ends. Hatred's origin is unknown, vanished where? For a smile, a scholar acts like a fool. The love between Wei Lao and the former palace master didn't fail because of the fault of either of them, but because both of them were somewhat self-righteous, silently sacrificing and contributing for the other, yet never thought of opening their hearts and talking to each other sincerely. Then, he placed his hand on Wei Lao's shoulder. There's one thing, you've misunderstood Wei Lao. Before he met me, He had indeed lost all his cultivation. It seems that the last time I gave Wei Lao the Serene Heart Sacred Lotus wasn't to cure the disease, but to improve his physique and talent, so that the peak of his cultivation wouldn't stop at Martial Saint. So the golden silkworm Gu no longer suppresses his cultivation. Wei Lao has never forgotten your mother. Wei Lao, bear with it a little. I'll use the Azure Firmament Thunderfire to burn away the toxins in your body. Then Jun Changxiao turned to Jiangxi. Luckily, he had practiced on him once, now it won't burn Wei Lao at all. Jiangxi was speechless. Sect Master is indeed improving at lightning speed. The Nine Serenities Poison Palace's master heard this and asked, "Are the things you said all true? That old guy really still hasn't forgotten mother?" He confidently replied, "Just investigate. Everyone knows that Wei Lao doesn't have any cultivation." That's right. I've always wondered why Wei Lao likes to grow Duok so much. When he no longer had cultivation, he still insisted on not using magical artifacts, only using poison to fight. Perhaps in his heart, there has always been an old friend by his side. The Nine Serenities Poison Palace's master then retracted her killing intent. "Mother, perhaps he really is like you once said, not a heartless person?" Suddenly, the golden silkworm cocoon shone, and it began to change its shape. The Nine Serenities Poison Palace's master shouted, "Golden silkworm Gu!" It began to reach towards Wei Lao, and later appeared as a strange creature, perched on his beard. Wei Lao was moved, tears streaming down his face as he touched the creature. "ZZ, is that you?" Then there was a picture of Wei Lao happily and excitedly laughing. "Ha ha ha, ZZ! She's still here, she's still here!" Beside him, Jun Changxiao turned to ask, "Girl, what's your Wei name?" She was speechless. "What Wei name? What's that supposed to mean?" "I am the Palace Master of Nine Serenities Poison Palace." "Miao Zifeng, huh? So this kid's name is Miao Zifeng," Jun Changxiao confidently continued. "Old Wei is a member of our myriad ancient sect. It seems that your mother's golden silkworm Gu will also be married into myriad ancients along with you. Are you interested in breaking the isolated seclusion of the Nine Serenities Poison Palace and taking it a step further? Lead the entire sect to join the myriad ancient strongest sect, becoming the Nine Serenities Hall under the myriad ancient sect. The foundation and resources of our sect will far exceed your imagination." Miao Zifeng then turned away. "Are you crazy? Why would I lower my status from a sect master to some useless hall master?" Jun Changxiao chuckled awkwardly, trying to invite her. "You can also take a look at the sect joining contract that I've prepared. It's really generous." Jun Changxiao, "Apart from your poison restraining techniques, I have no interest in the myriad ancient sect at all. Want to bet?" Jun Changxiao offered a test. "You can poison me anytime, anywhere, as long as you finally admit that you absolutely cannot poison me. Then you must join my myriad ancient strongest sect." She turned back, confused. "You call this a bet? As long as I keep poisoning you for my whole life, wouldn't I never lose?" Jun Changxiao pulled out a pair of gangster sunglasses from nowhere, confidently. "I believe that as long as you have enough contact with the myriad ancient sect, you will definitely sincerely want to join us. Oh, before that, let me show you some of the fun of the myriad ancient sect. A friend of mine just happens to be imprisoned in your Nine Serenities Poison Palace." Right then and there, a raging fire started to scorch the buildings. He spoke to reassure her. "Palace Mistress Shi, don't be afraid, Jun Changxiao is here." Then he punched a disciple of the Nine Serenities Palace. "How dare you hurt Palace Mistress Shi? You want to die?" The guy's hood got knocked sideways. Why do you all favor my junior sister? Why all the love for this Shi Jingxuan chick? Even Master favors her. I'm clearly the senior disciple, so why does she get all the affection?" Jun Changxiao immediately covered her mouth. "Please, just step aside for a sec. Palace Mistress Shi, you seem alright. Should I give you a harmony bath to detoxify you?" The self-proclaimed senior disciple was bewildered. "What the hell? Shouldn't you listen to my sob story first? Hear all my grievances against Shi Jingxuan? Then use logic to make me cry and kneel? Isn't that the drill?" Jun Changxiao glanced at her, annoyed. "You and I are strangers. I ain't got no interest in a rando like you. You're the pathetic one, needing to spill your guts to a passerby like me. I'm just pissed that you're bullying my friend." He intensified the flames, burning the opponent. Shi Jingxuan was quickly released from the chains. Such exquisite fire control, able to remove the poison without hurting anyone, even drying the clothes. Sect Master Jun's cultivation has improved again. "Sect Master Jun, what are you looking for?" She stared blankly as she saw Jun Changxiao rummaging through the rubble. Based on the layout of the Nine Serenities Palace, combined with the local building customs, it should be here. Tossing stones aside, he yelled, "Found it! The secret chamber holding the Nine Serenities Palace's treasures is here. Jiangji, hand over the spatial ring. Our myriad antiquities sect needs some new assets." Miao Zifeng pointed and shouted, "Put it down now! I tolerated you because I was tricked, and you saved my friend. I even let you burn half of my Nine Serenities Palace. And now you want to rob me blind?" Jun Changxiao looked dumbfounded. "Damn it, it's a conditioned reflex. After beating someone up, I just loot their stuff. Old habits die hard." Miao Zifeng didn't stop, exposing him. "Give it all back. Don't think I didn't see you stuffing 2 gemstones into your shoe." Wei Lao happily soothed. Fenger, don't be angry. The sect master is just a bit childish. He's not a bad person. Miao Zifeng coldly turned away. Fenger, my ass. Even if I've accepted Wu the Second, you and I aren't close enough for you to use my nickname. He replied gently. I did miss your birth and growth. I'll try to make it up to you. Until I'm worthy of being a good father, I won't force you to accept me. Jun Changxiao chimed in. As a good father, the first step is making sure she's not hungry, right? Burning all that fire. I've used up too much energy. I'm starving. Palace mistress, treat us to a meal. Don't rush to refuse. This is a golden opportunity for you to poison our food. Miao Zifeng turned away and conveyed the message. In half an hour, the meal will be served in the back courtyard. Wei Lao wondered. Sect master, have you confirmed that Palace Mistress Shi isn't a Soul Clan member? He calmly replied. The poison energy she uses is also a type of energy, yet it wasn't absorbed. According to the records of the ancient martial emperor, she isn't possessed by the Soul Clan. That's good. There's one more thing. Suddenly he turned around, looking worried. My little girl seems quite interested in you, even listening to your suggestions. This situation is very dangerous, Sect Master. You must protect yourself. Leaving him speechless. Wei Lao was overthinking it. Then he turned away confidently. In the courtyard, 3,000 pear trees are in bloom. Not a single petal falls into my heart. I wonder what culinary specialties the Nine Serenities Palace has so Duo can learn something. After a while, a bowl of dark food appeared on the table, seemingly mixed with countless ingredients. Miao Zifeng smiled gleefully. Everyone, don't be polite. These are all traditional specialties of our Nine Serenities Palace. Jun Changxiao grimaced as he looked at the bowl. One meant you could put poison in the food, but I didn't say you could put some food in a pile of poison. This bowl of rice isn't a matter of whether it's edible anymore, it's just too damn spicy. Then he pouted and turned to the side. Wei Lao, give me a bowl of porridge. He smiled kindly. Sure, I'm not hungry anyway. Jun Changxiao opened his mouth and took a sip. His expression immediately froze, his taste buds sending intense sensations to his brain. Huh? This feeling? Miao Zifeng grinned wickedly. Ha, finally fell for it, didn't you? The first bowl of soup was just to lower your guard. The real poison is in the porridge. The fifth unique poison, the amorphous poison, comes from a unique poisonous plant behind the Nine Serenities Palace. The amorphous poison itself isn't actually poisonous, but it can paralyze human senses, concealing the true killing intent, making it impossible to detect other potent poisons hidden beneath it. With the cover of the fifth unique poison, I've used countless powerful poisons. They must have all seeped into your body. You can't use divine fire to burn yourself, can you? If you beg me for mercy now, I might consider giving you the antidote. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao slurped down the rest of the porridge and held out the bowl, smiling brightly. Give me another bowl. With lots of the fifth unique poison. Since coming to Starfall, I haven't been able to taste this tingling sensation again. I thought this place had no excitement at all. No need for the antidote. My holy fire can circulate throughout my body at any time. No poison can harm me. Then his eyes gleamed. Palace Mistress Miao, let's make a deal. Can I buy a bulk order of the fifth unique poison? I need it urgently. That's so Chad. Scene change back to the myriad ages strongest sect. Duo appeared with a blank expression. Sectmaster, are you saying you want to use the ultimate dish reserved for the finals in the early rounds? Jun Changxiao reaffirmed dramatically. That's right, Duo. Although you have outstanding talent, you're still young. That guy with the surname Qian is definitely better than you in terms of cooking skills right now. But the God Chef tournament has many rounds, and everyone prepares many different dishes to surprise the judges each round. The competition has many rounds, in order. Preliminaries, quarterfinals, elimination rounds, top 16 competition, semifinals, and finally, the finals. And everyone's best dish is usually reserved for the last round for its debut. Our sunken oddity dish must be used from the preliminary rounds. The elimination round must shock all the judges and audience at the scene from the start. Jun Changxiao leaned down and instructed Duo, even if it cost more spiritual power to promote it. He had to make everyone in the stands smell the aroma of the dish and arouse their appetite. Then, it was time to unleash our new trump card. At this time, Duo noticed something behind Jun Changxiao. He took out a bag of poison, leaving her speechless, combined with the unique poison he had just plundered from the Nine Serenities Palace. His expression was as terrifying as a demon. I will turn this God Chef tournament into a real people's war. Chapter 445. Soon the 50th Starfall God Chef competition arrived. The stands were packed with people watching the excitement. In the middle of the field were the contestants participating in the competition. First up, the group of 5, including Dunduna. The judge then invited the contestants to reveal their dishes. The first 2 read out their dishes with confidence. Buddha's Temptation Stew, steamed fish fillet with hot oil. When it was Dudu's turn, she blurted out, shocking the other 2. East Sea Region, Emperor Grade Crimson Flame Yellow Fish, Crown Grade Xuanwu Soup. The 2 dudes were like, Emperor Grade? But this is just the preliminaries. This girl trying to die or what? She's probably a chef from a small region like the Southwest, Yangzhou, using up all her most precious ingredients at once. That's gotta be it. With that said, Dudu started a fire and began cooking her chosen dish. Her dish practically materialized in the air. The audience was hyped, chattering excitedly. Whoa! And this is just the preliminaries. This aroma is almost tangible. It's so damn good. I feel like I can almost taste it. Every God Chef tournament, we only get to see these glorious chefs just feast with our eyes. It's so hard to actually taste it. True that, we only ever hear the judges describe it. Just this aroma tells you how delicious this dish is. Man, this culinary competition is so inhumane. After a while, she happily announced, "Finished. Please taste." The judges quickly sampled Dudu's dish. Instantly, a 10-point score was raised. One judge, wiping his mouth, beamed and commented, "So young, yet with such culinary skill, this girl is no joke. With such a delicious dish. In this competition, besides Godlord's disciple, Qian Songbao, I don't think anyone else is your match." Seeing Dudu sweating and panting but still trying to smile, the judge kindly reminded her, "However, little girl, you must take care of your health. Handling emperor-grade ingredients like that, I'm worried you won't make it to the finals." She confidently replied with a smile, "It's okay, Grandpa. My logistics team is the best in the entire Starfall continent." A moment later, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the space. The aroma from Dudu's dish transformed again, flying into the air. She happily brought out the dish, dragon spirit soup, which once again made the audience drool. OMG, this aroma is irresistible. I'd pay anything just for a sip. At this moment, the foodie Chen Chung also appeared, looking smug. "Are you kidding me? With the dragon flavor condensed from this king's cultivation, just the aroma alone will be unbearable for warriors with insufficient cultivation." Li Qingyang chimed in happily. The sect leader's plan has succeeded. After a few rounds, letting the audience sample parts of Dudu's dishes in every match, those bland, uninspired dishes are being criticized as tasteless. Plus the promotion from Ji Yu Tang. This 200-year-long God Chef tournament is about to change its fate. Below, the judges began to express their dissatisfaction, shouting, "Why should only those judges get to enjoy the delicious dishes of the chefs? What's the point of choosing a God Chef for us then? Let us eat, let us eat, let us eat!" The judges started panicking at this demonstration. What should we do? Suddenly, Dudu walked towards them and said, "Everyone. Chefs are supposed to bring delicious food to everyone, and the God Chef should be everyone's God Chef." She excitedly suggested, "How about organizing a 1,000-person banquet so everyone can taste the delicious food and vote for their own God Chef?" One of the judges worriedly said, "Little girl, cooking for that many people will be incredibly draining. With your performance so far, you can easily make it to the finals. Why take such a risk?" Qian Songbao's father is a grand venerable, one of the few tycoons in Imperial City. They can prepare the necessary ingredients in the blink of an eye. I'm afraid you won't have a chance to win. At this moment, Jun Changxiao stepped forward to support Dudugo. Although the ancient sect is small, it can still afford a little sentimentality. "I just don't know, Qian Songbao, do you dare accept the challenge?" Qian Songbao immediately stepped out confidently. "A 1,000-person banquet is new to me too. It's indeed a challenge. I accept." Dudu turned around excitedly. "Great! Then sect leader, start preparing!" Jun Changxiao echoed loudly. "As you command." Then she raised her sleeve and began summoning cooking utensils, saying, "You told Songbao to cook for 1,000 people, said it was a challenge." Immediately she lifted a giant wok with one hand easily, startling her opponent. "But for me, it's just everyday stuff." Dudu slammed the huge wok onto the arena, cracking the surface. She yelled, "Senior brothers, light the fire!" Immediately, her senior brothers began creating fire, so she could show off to her heart's content. Dudu created a distinct pink flame. The body ignites the fire. All flames obey. "Open the pot!" This banquet is called Hot Pot. As soon as she finished speaking, hot pot ingredients appeared according to her movements, the most special of which were the chili peppers. "I can't believe the three of us are joining forces again." At this moment, 3 swords were tempered together. It was Jun Changxiao, Ye Jingjian, and Jiao Hong. Jun Changxiao was sighing, and it's for this grand event to think that I, the dignified first sect of all time, can only gather 3 swordmasters. Then the 3 of them, each unleashed sword key, instantly slicing the large pieces of meat into small, evenly sized, and edible slices. After finishing, he turned to Tiantian and said, "Tiantian, frozen meat slices create the background." Immediately, Tiantian used her incredible speed to roll the small slices of meat into rolls and arrange them beautifully. Jun Changxiao reached out and shouted enthusiastically, "Water system disciples, wash in the washing machine as ordered." Immediately, another group of disciples began creating water. A vortex appeared in the air and started washing the veggies inside. Everything was revealed, sparkling clean, before everyone's eyes. One judge was speechless at this performance. Such a waste of talent. How rare are martial artists with all 5 elements, yet the Wanjiyu sect uses them to wash vegetables. Another judge found it interesting and full of anticipation. "What? I can't even imagine how delicious the vegetables nourished by abundant spiritual power will be." He couldn't help but drool, glancing sideways and saying, "Why are all the other disciples of the Wanjiyu sect preparing the food? What's their head chef Duo doing?" Looking over, he only saw Duo so tired she was steaming, reciting the steps as she cooked. "Mix spirit herb oil with beef. Add essence from the herbs. Keep the military kitchen stove at a stable 5-part heat. I didn't expect making this for the first time to take so much spiritual power. Alright, the spiritual power hidden in the seasoning is almost at its limit. Duo was holding a huge spatula, bigger than herself, stirring the hot pot with difficulty. After a while, she began to move on to the next step. Adding the seasoning. The seasonings, clearly red peppers, fell from her hand. When the peppers touched the surface of the hot pot, a burst of power erupted. Wherever that smell wafted, people shut their eyes tight. Whoa, that's a spicy smell. What is this girl cooking? Some kind of goo? Is this even for people to eat? Duo raised her head and shouted, "Sect leader, the time has come." Jun Changxiao immediately jumped up, appearing like a monkey. He poured the bag of poison he brought back from Zhu Dugong. Dude, dump it all into the hot pot. Use the ninefold thunderfire to detoxify. The judges widened their eyes at this action, their expressions a little uneasy. That guy Jun, the cloth bag in his hand, the pattern on it doesn't look lucky at all. Compared to that, isn't the more important thing that he just said it was poison? Jun Changxiao poured a bag full of peppercorns into the big hot pot, sighing, I didn't expect the peppercorns in this world to contain toxicity. Perfect. I'll eliminate all poisons. After jumping down, he turned to look at Duo with a smug expression. Let the Xingyun continent witness the power of Sichuan's spicy hot pot. After a while, when nothing happened, he began to sweat. Where are the special effects? Shouldn't there be a boom after I sprinkle the peppercorns? Splashing effects? Dazzling golden light? Jun Changxiao roared in questioning. Duo asked blankly. What nonsense are you talking about, sect leader? What are effects? Is that a new seasoning? It's just seasoning. How could there be golden light? He argued, I don't believe it. Just now, sprinkling salt and chili was so epic. Duo, sect leader, stop being childish. Hurry up and prepare some small pots. The feast is about to begin. Hearing this, Jun Changxiao dejectedly turned away. Alright then, Duo continued to add some 100-year-old cardamom. As soon as she performed that action, a boom effect appeared, startling him. Feeling disrespected, he turned back and roared in dissatisfaction. That's too much. At this moment, a chef appeared from behind him, muttering, Excuse me, young master. The food has been cut. Jun Changxiao then noticed Qian Songbao's side. Over here, the atmosphere was completely different from Duo's side. Everyone had a job and was extremely organized and professional. The judges commented again. Songbao really did call all the famous chefs in the imperial city to be assistant chefs. No wonder he's the son of the richest man. The Wanji Yu sect side clearly just has disciples making up the numbers. They look more like martial artists than chefs. Wanji Yu sect's proposal to hold this friendly feast is really digging their own grave, Qian Songbao said while processing the ingredients. The so-called gourmet food, color, aroma, and taste, lacking one, is not acceptable. And when color, aroma, and taste all reach their peak, the final presentation of the dish must also be exquisite and high-end. Chu Yi. The name has clearly stated that the ultimate path of cooking is art. The young boy's dish was presented in an extremely beautiful and delicate way. This dish made the observers below start drooling again. Qinyan Songbao is indeed the last disciple of the God Lord. This looks really high-end, it's just that the plate looks a bit big, the dish is a bit small, I don't know if it's enough to eat. Then they noticed the big, earthy hot pot on the Wanji Yu side. Hey, the Wanji Yu sect seems to have turned off the stove, they must be done too. Is that pot full of unknown red liquid? Is the Wanji Yu sect giving up and surrendering? Probably not, right? They're not standing around that pot, they've already set up the tables? They were extremely surprised to see small tables around the giant hot pot. But only raw vegetables and raw meat were placed on them, and there was a strange pot not knowing what it was for. Hey, one of their disciples is walking towards the big pot. Li Qingyang walked to the front of the hot pot, then kicked it into the air, naming the move, lifting the pot. Hua Jiandu. The hot pot soup was controlled by him, beginning to fly in the air, then he separated the hot pot soup into small portions. This move is called dividing the soup. The small portions of hot pot soup quickly moved to the small hot pots on the tables, and finally, the feast began. The small hot pots were also heated with fire underneath. At this time, Jun Changxiao lifted the giant cooking pot and shouted, Everyone, let the feast begin! Excitedly, Duo stood beside him, smiling proudly. Everyone's losing their minds over Qian Songbao's dish. Damn, it's a straight-up masterpiece. A whole mob swarms Qian Songbao's spot, leaving Duo and Jun Changxiao in the boonies. The little girl's feeling empty. Sect leader, looks like we're losing, huh? Jun Changxiao's equally deadpan. Yep, not a single peep from the audience. Time to initiate plan. Chow down. And so, the master and disciple of the Wanji Yu strongest sect sit around, happily slurping hot pot. Some of the audience munching on Qian Songbao's stuff start noticing. Damn, they look like they're having a blast. Kinda wanna try it now. Li Qingyang casually waves a piece of meat, wafting the aroma all over the place. Hua Jianyu goes all out, turning the scent into a tangible force, infiltrating Qian Songbao's food territory. A dude eating over there suddenly senses something, his face freezing up. This guy immediately notices the hot pot. So damn stimulating, smells delicious, never smelled anything like it. Then, two audience members bolt towards Wanji Yu, but faced with this strange spread, the dude's a bit lost. Yo, how do I even eat this? Jun Changxiao confidently teaches him the ropes. Hot pot's all about the chaos. Dip the meat in the broth, and once it's cooked, dunk it in sesame sauce and chow down. The guy follows suit, drooling after pulling a piece of meat from the hot pot. He shoves it in his mouth without hesitation. After a few chews, his eyes light up, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Spicy! Numb! Jun Changxiao turns around, scoffing. HMPH? Just some special effects? I'm not jealous at all. Duo looks up, asking, Sect leader bro, what if we swap the sesame sauce for blueberry sauce? Would it be a totally different flavor? Jun Changxiao, eyes green with envy. Didn't give me special effects before. Now you want to join the dark cuisine side? No way. Then, much to his chagrin, Duo stares wide-eyed at the Wan Jiyu side. The audience is now packed at the tables. They're eating and sharing. Try the beef tendon. I found out the quicker you dip it, the better it tastes. Who stole the duck blood I just put in? Damn, this is so good. A true food god. Qian Songbao, sweating bullets, mutters in disbelief. How? How is this possible? My painstakingly crafted dish is losing to this random pot of red water? No way, no way. Jun Changxiao appears beside him, retorting, Nothing's impossible, like the Suona in the music world. Spicy and numbing hot pot is top-tier rogue in the food scene. Besides, these guys have never seen hot pot before. Being conquered is just a matter of time. Moreover, my sect has several volumes of records for this level of gourmet. After his lecture, Qian Songbao's eyes light up. There are other revolutionary dishes too? Can I join your sect? Jun Changxiao raises a finger. Of course, but to join my sect you need to prepare one. Qian Songbao eagerly cuts him off. 100 million taels of silver, right? No problem. I'll transfer it to your account later. Sect leader, I'm gonna experience the allure of hot pot first. Leaving Jun Changxiao sweating, blurting out the rest of his words. A sincere heart. Qian Songbao is already hyped, heading to a hot pot table. Boss, another set of chopsticks! He eats like a maniac, seriously commenting, Huh? So damn good I can control the doneness of the ingredients myself, and this numbing flavor is something I've never tasted before. It blends perfectly with the spiciness, I can't stop. It's spicy and numbing, my tongue's about to give out, but I still want to keep eating. But something's missing. A glass of cold water is placed on the table. Qian Songbao grabs it and drinks it down with satisfaction. Chilled drinks are the key. Ouch. Tian says with a scrunched up face. 6 taels of silver. He stares blankly at her. Isn't this feast free? Tian, hot pot's free, drinks are extra. Jun Changxiao smirks with glee. Oh, finally! Tian's finally learning my pragmatism, I'm so happy. Then there's a flurry of voices. Damn, if we don't eat now, those brats will gobble everything up. The lively atmosphere lasts until nightfall. Jun Changxiao is tipsy, his face flushed. The system announces. Duo wins first place in the 6th Food God competition. Congratulations to the host for completing the epic mission. Claim the mission reward now? Jun Changxiao, in high spirits, accepts immediately. A burst of light erupts with the announcement. Welcome, new participant. Jun Changxiao suddenly appears in a desolate place, looking around in confusion. Where? Where did you take me? Is this still Starfall Continent? And why did the system's voice suddenly become a woman's? The announcement continues. Welcome, Starfall Continent contestant, to Plain Battlefield number 448. Jun Changxiao bends down, scoops up some dirt, and comments, puzzled. It's all red dirt here. And it's kinda sticky too. He even bravely sniffs it. This is blood. How many massacres has this land witnessed? He's standing in a place covered in blood-red soil. That female voice said, this is a plain battlefield, you can bring me here. You must know what this place is, right? The system replies, that's right, this is the battlefield opened up by the upper realm. Every 50 years, all 3,000 lower realms must send cultivators above Martial Emperor to this battlefield. Jun Changxiao wonders, Martial Emperors are highly respected figures in Starfall Continent. Who would want to come to this deathmatch? The system explains. The rules are set by the upper realm. The lower realms cannot interfere. In this plain battlefield, all lower realms have territories of varying sizes. If a realm fails to send new participants after 50 years, its territory will be wiped out. At the same time, the entire realm will be directly erased by the upper realm. Its resources will also be distributed to other realms. Jun Changxiao replies. So every 50 years, just send a few suicide squads, right? Martial Emperors are precious, but compared to the survival of the entire Starfall Continent, ancestors can still tell the difference. The system says. But passive participation is also not allowed. Every 500 years, the realm with the smallest territory will be eliminated, creating pressure for the lower realms to slaughter each other. The upper realm must have a reason. Otherwise, the lower realms would have revolted long ago. Jun Changxiao said. The upper realm must have a reason. Otherwise, the lower realms would have revolted long ago. The explanation given by the upper realm is. Because there are too many realms, populations are growing too fast, and resources are limited. Such harsh selection must be carried out to avoid energy depletion and the destruction of all 3,000 realms. However, do you believe it? Jun Changxiao looked up at the sky with a thoughtful expression. Bullshit. I don't believe a word of it. Using slaughter to reduce resource consumption? This is more like a periodic, quantitative way to eliminate high-level forces from the lower realms. or like raising poison. The system explained. The real purpose of the upper realm is still unknown. This battlefield dimension system is still quite rudimentary, and the information it contains is limited. Jun Changxiao frowned and exposed it. You're pretty skilled at this yourself. Since I can't flip the table yet, I need to understand their rules. Is there anything I need to watch out for? The system immediately changed the subject. First of all, within the territory of the native dimension, you won't be attacked by others. That is, within this red circle. But every time you stay in the circle for an hour, you will be forced out to fight for an hour. Jun Changxiao. So you're forcing everyone to kill each other. So this is the territory that the seniors of the Starfall continent risk their lives to seize? It's not even as big as my living room. The system was helpless. The Starfall continent is one of the most consistently bottom-ranked among the 3,000 dimensions. Killing enemies from other dimensions will earn merit points. And you can also expand your territories. Similarly, when experts from the native dimension are killed, the territory will also shrink. Merit points can be used to exchange for all kinds of treasures, cultivation methods, and even realms from the upper realm. He asked. So, more and more people are gathering outside the circle. Are they planning to turn me into merit points? The system affirmed. Killing the last dimension guardian will grant double the merit points. And you snuck in here. Right now, Starfall continent only has you. You are a juicy piece of meat. Jun Changxiao silently took off his coat and said grimly, Juicy? Daring to describe me like that, the grass on your grave should be 3 feet tall by now. Indeed, looking at the remaining territory of Starfall continent, only one person must have survived the last battle. The system. That's right, the one who extended the lifespan of Starfall continent by 50 years is someone you know. Lu Zun Huangcheng, Han City Lord. Jun Changxiao casually flicked his fingers. That old guy's not bad. Can't judge a book by its cover. I'll give him a break next time. At this time, a guy with spiky hair like Super Saiyan and small glasses looking arrogant appeared, with a ferocious tiger behind him. According to the timeline, there should be 2 more years before someone from Starfall continent comes here. Just a little brat in the fragmentation realm, with a combat power of only 530,000. Yet he dares to take the initiative to come out. What a fearless idiot. He showed disdain. Then others started to evaluate. Energy treasure is only level 7? This time? Starfall continent only has that golden core kid? Leave this trash to me. The senior reminded me last time not to underestimate Starfall continent. That guy named Han was a mad dog. Jun Changxiao calmly made his analysis. With the strength of the profound origin realm, he killed several celestial origin realm cultivators. Truly a 100-fold deviant cultivator. Each dimension has such different power systems and realm divisions, speed, strength, direction. But fortunately, it seems that none of these people exceeds the half-saint realm. At this time, a claw slammed hard on the ground. What's wrong? Not attacking? Afraid of being ambushed if you attack? This old man cultivates body and bones to half-step apotheosis. These merit points, this old man will accept. As he said that, the tiger roared excitedly and confidently. But before he could be confident for long, a sharp sword was stabbed into his forehead. Jun Changxiao attacked from who knows when, and jumped onto his nose. Fortunately, the Azure Jade Dragon Asking Heaven borrowed from the Devil Emperor before hasn't been returned yet. Then he swung his sword and chopped the tiger guy in half. His eyes became sharp. Give you guys a piece of advice. In the future, if you encounter anyone from Eternal Sect, Starfall continent, run away. At this time, Jun Changxiao's eyes shone with a strange light. The Super Saiyan hair guy still showed disdain. His combat power almost doubled in the blink of an eye. Interesting. But can you kill experts from the Beast-Tide continent and the Scholar continent in one move? It's mainly relying on that treasure sword, right? That monstrous demonic energy, even among the rewards provided by the upper realm, can be considered top-notch. Only a treasure sword like this is worthy of the identity of the prince of a desolate planet. Immediately, countless demonic beasts rushed to attack Jun Changxiao. His expression became crazy. System, I forgot to ask you something. Are you OP yet? I completed the epic mission. Has my martial sovereign cultivation limit been removed? The system replied, yes, it has. Immediately, Jun Changxiao unleashed a kick on the bizarre fishman. The Super Saiyan guy also attacked, along with his other companions. Jun Changxiao's expression became eerie as he exclaimed, just in time, Tesdams is ready after the upgrade. At this time, he jumped hard on the ground. No way! Super Saiyan turned around with an unbelievable expression. How is that possible? How can someone suddenly level up in the middle of a battle? Jun Changxiao was unleashing powerful kicks and sharp sword slashes. His expression at this time was like a grinning demon. Sword and martial arts half-saint, the pair of giant weird logs in front of him split in two. Jun Changxiao stood there and looked at the thing splitting in two and said, it is indeed an eye-opener to witness the diversity of species. Even a tree can cultivate to the half-saint level. Then he continued to swing his sword. Oh right, what about that prince? Don't run, weren't you interested in my Azure Jade Dragon Asking Heaven sword? At this time the Super Saiyan prince was running for his life, and Jun Changxiao's sword took on the task of chasing him. He quickly rushed forward and grabbed the hilt of the sword, then confronted him. Come, experience its sharpness. The Super Saiyan prince screamed in panic. You can't kill me. Do you mean everyone in your dimension will regard me as an enemy? Relax, I'm a veteran at cleaning up the scene after causing trouble. No, after killing 20 people, you will be put on the list. Immediately, he was cut in half by a slash from Jun Changxiao. The surging energy kept rising. Jun Changxiao stopped, and even raised his hand to his ear to listen. What was that? I hate people like you who only say half of what you mean. After annihilating 20 enemies, I wonder how much the territory of Starfall Continent has expanded. These guys are so slippery, I was careless and let them run like that. Huh? I seem to be glowing. At this moment, a pillar of energy pressed down on the space where Jun Changxiao was standing, accompanied by an announcement from the martial artist continent dimension. Starfall successfully annihilated 2 gold-lettered experts within 1 hour. A 3rd-level wanted order is specially issued, and the reward for the attacker is 500 merit points. Jun Changxiao's eyes widened at the number. 500 merit points, is it that high? His system reappeared to explain. Usually, killing a martial artist from another dimension only gets you 10 merit points. Sometimes, if they're too weak, you don't even get one. Li Yongxiao swings his sword all Chad-like. My swordplay is unmatched. Even semi-saints and martial saints gotta think twice before messin' with this neck. Plus, the Jade Dragon Meteorite Sword has the Demon Emperor's demonic energy. These clowns are just free merit points. System goes silent for a sec, then blurts out. Unlike the Starfall continent, the other 6 continents all have martial emperors. Li Yongxiao books it out of there. Why didn't you say so sooner? Damn, I can already feel the enemies closing in. System's like, you easily killed those emperor-level experts, so expect at least a county-level powerhouse. A martial saint. Suddenly, the ground behind Li Yongxiao starts rising all freaky-like. A bald old dude in blood-red robes pops up, reeking of chaos but with martial saint-level power. So you're one of those pigs pretending to be tigers, huh? Prepare to be disappointed. I'm going all out from the start. He throws up 2 fingers, manipulating earth power into animal shapes, attacking Li Yongxiao non-stop. Li Yongxiao's dodging and worrying. This earth-type magic saint glass cannon ain't too tough, but I can't let him mess with my groove. I can already sense at least 4 martial saints charging over here. Then he waves his hand, unleashing a few sword strikes. Gotta get back to Starfall Continent ASAP to hold the line. Jade Dragon Meteorite Sword. With the sword, I shall tear the sky. I'll hold them back. His ultimate attack is called Tiger Void Slash, using the Jade Dragon Meteorite's demonic energy, plus the evil-slaying sword's sharpness, combined with the struggle and the art of sword control. Man and sword is one. He'll definitely make it back to Starfall Continent before those martial saints arrive. Yes! Right in front of me. Suddenly, Li Yongxiao's eyes widen. What the hell? Where'd this old martial king come from? Didn't sense him at all. Get out of here if you don't want to die. But the white-haired old dude just scoffs. Berserk! Li Yongxiao's sweating bullets. This old geezer ain't right. The old guy lightly taps his finger, bending Li Yongxiao's sword. Li Yongxiao's blown away, coughing up blood. Cough, cough. Is it really necessary? Alright, I admit I got a little cocky. The old guy transforms into a massive, savage monster. Li Yongxiao's face turns pale. Did you really have to send a freaking behemoth-level martial emperor to block the gates? System, I'll give you 450. The giant beast breathes a long sigh. Martial emperor? That's heavenly stage. Your measly 500 merit points wouldn't even attract them. No wonder you're confused. After all, I'm considered the strongest Earth stage expert. Looks like you got kinda lucky. I just happened to be passing by. Your little life? I'll take it. The old guy's super confident and smug. Then the giant beast slams a fist into the ground. An attack called Cleaving Hammer. Immediately, the ground starts shaking. Other characters watching are like, welp, looks like old Yi's gonna snatch that 500 merit points. We're just martial saints, profound rank. How can we compete with a peak Earth stage martial saint master like him? Suddenly, the bald old dude gasps. Huh? What's that little dot? The giant beast called Timon scoffs. Oh, just a low-tier profound rank semi-saint. Surprising he could take one of my punches. Li Yongxiao sprawled on the ground, his armor shattered. One attack and my mechanical armor's completely wrecked. System. Aren't you saying I'm the protagonist of a kick-ass novel? Looking kinda pathetic now. The system, seeing his grin, is confused. You're getting destroyed, and you're still smiling? Timon crushes something in his hand, commenting, what's this magic artifact? Kinda gets in the way. The system suggests, use the path of disaster. Li Yongxiao stands up, stretching with a happy look. Nah, I just hit semi-saint. After foundation consolidation, I'll be evenly matched with a normal martial saint. 2 ghostly arms appear on his shoulders, plus his real arms, each holding a weapon with a confident smirk. Only high pressure can force out my strongest fighting spirit, and what better opponent than a peak martial saint? Can't be teaching my disciples to not fear strong enemies, and to dare to draw their swords, only to chicken out myself? Even Tian Tian would look down on me. Nah, Tian Tian will always be proud of me. Li Yongxiao charges at his opponent. Timon's eyes light up, swatting him down. Fly, swatter palm! But after opening his hands, there's nothing there, leaving him astonished. Huh? Clearly hit the body. Does someone from Starfall Continent turn into this black shadow when they die? Wait, no merit point notification. Right then, Li Yongxiao appears behind him. Timon senses it, throwing a punch. Trying to backstab me? Too naive. But instantly he's surrounded by countless afterimages. Huh? Are these black shadows clones or something? Afterimages rain down, attacking all at once. Timon's stunned. One man is an army. He frantically takes out each afterimage. Why are there more the more I kill? Where the hell is this brat's real body? A moment later, in another corner, Li Yongxiao grinds his teeth. Gotta say, that brat Hiwudi is truly unfathomable. His stealth art is maxed out. Even a peak martial saint can't detect him. He's hiding under a layer of dirt, munching on snacks. The system pops up. Then you don't need to be here controlling the spirit armor from afar, just giving Timon an itch. Even if you use elixirs to replenish your spiritual power infinitely, you'll still run out eventually. Sneaking into Starfall Continent while it's chaotic is the right path. What are you writing? Li Fan was redrawing the image of that giant beast, marking the danger zones. I've mixed the Jade Dragon, asks the heavens into the army's spiritual armor, testing this old geezer's fatal spots one by one. Looks like the traditional weak points ain't gonna cut it with this system. Li Fan praised. Smart move. You're not just aiming to keep him alive, you're going for the kill. This Bimeng has insane defense and sky-high damage, but its speed sucks, plus it's huge E. Perfect opponent for an over-leveled challenge. I'm gonna make the name Xingyun synonymous with pants-wetting terror on this battlefield. Suddenly he shouted, Found it! So that's your weakness, old Bimeng? Looks like you're gonna donate your heart to yours truly, Xingyun. Then Li Fan stepped out of the dirt pile. We've wined and dined, now it's time to send you on your way. He whipped out a massive bag of beans and yelled, Go forth, bean soldiers, I shall slay. The beans flew into the air and began to dissolve and merge together. They transformed into human figures, armed to the teeth, charging towards the Bingmeng, unleashing countless sword strikes straight at the old dude. The other characters started sweating bullets at this power. Where the hell did 10,000 yellow rank martial artists come from? No life force at all. Must be a magical artifact. This Starfall Continent 10,000 Grass Sect Martial Emperor is scary AF. But a great perfection martial saint is not something a human wave tactic can solve. At this point, the Bimeng's fur was looking like a balding toupee, ragged as hell. Damn it! A measly profound rank dares to humiliate and play with me like this. I'll rip your head off! The old beast roared in fury. Li Fan then appeared behind it like a freaking demon, replying, Well, ain't that the spirit? Lin Fan's sword wounded the monster. The area where the sword struck emitted weird streams of energy. The monster was stabbed from behind, writhing in pain. It reached out to grab Li Fan. Ew! Quick as lightning, he used the monster's arm to leap into the air. This guy's hide is 3 times tougher than I thought. The giant was enraged. A mere half-saint making me bleed my precious blood. Then it furiously jumped up to attack Li Fan. He kept dodging. Good thing my speed and evasion skills are a step above his. The giant's eyes turned red with rage. He yelled, Your biggest mistake was showing your true form before me. Then it swung a devastating punch towards him, rend the sky. Its attack unleashed a massive shockwave straight into the sky. After taking the full brunt of that, space itself cracked. So this is the battle power of a great perfection martial saint? Ling Fan narrowly avoided the blow, teleporting at the last moment, shattering the void. If not for my combat instincts, that punch would have left me unable to fight, the system quickly announced. The difference of nearly 2 major realms is still too large. It is best if the host uses the difficult to collect blade. Ling Fan simply smiled in response. After using the difficult to collect blade, it will become useless for a year. Too long, it is better not to use it until the final moment, he said in the air. Moreover, I still have a trump card that has not been used. The giant looked at him and said, You have seen the power of the Sky-Rend Fist, yet you do not run away. I do not know whether to call you arrogant or capable. He was still smiling triumphantly. I happily accept these 5 meters taunt points then. Li Fan facepalmed and ordered order. Suddenly, he teleported in front of him, causing him to exclaim, Too fast! He raised his sword high, performing the 2-character world formula. The streams of energy created immense pressure. Facing the power surrounding him, he just smiled. With a half-saint body, just using sword pressure can affect my body, you little brat. He glared and shouted, Cannot keep you alive. Li Fan's sword emitted streams of black energy. Ling's sword god art, considered a secret manual that I obtained quite early, only has 3 moves, but I have never been able to comprehend and perform the final move. His face became terrifying, and the sword emitted even more black energy. Today is my lucky day, your unlucky day. I discovered that the demonic energy of the Jade Dragon asks the Heaven Sword is agitating the bottleneck that the 3rd move cannot break through. Before he could finish speaking, the giant attacked, trying to look mysterious. Lid Fan's whole body emitted black energy. 3-character transformation art. The giant suddenly sensed something. At the previous wound, it seemed that something was gushing out. The wound that Li Fan stabbed at the beginning was emitting black energy. That stream of energy formed into a crescent blade against his neck. The transformation of energy formed before the heavens and earth, without form and without name. The transformation art uses energy as a medium, which can be pinned into the enemy's Niwan palace, sealing his original god. A skeletal hand appeared thousands of miles away, snatching the head. The black energy turned into a grim reaper holding a scythe against the giant's neck. After performing the move, Li Fan gasped. After all, the spiritual power is borrowed from the demon emperor. It is still difficult to control this move. Must fight quickly and win quickly. He hardly controlled the grim reaper. He obeyed the order, swung the scythe. Die for me. The giant stared in terror. My Bai Meng body cannot stop it at all. Ancestor, save me. The grim reaper did not show mercy, and took his head with one slash. Suddenly, a powerful force of darkness appeared, pushing Li Fan back. Who dares to harm the golden Beidzong bloodline of Pandi? That terrifying source of power continued to tear apart his clothes. Boom! Right in the middle of the explosion, a green-skinned dude stands tall. Damn, that precious Bim Meng bloodline. I wasn't paying attention, and one of them bit the dust, killed by a half-saint. Humiliating. Kid, you should be honored to die by my hand. He turns his head, surprised. A thin layer of earth somehow survived the blast with a barrier on top. I underestimated this little punk. He actually got away. Next time, I won't let you off the hook. System notification. Tin Yun's territory is suspended. All participants from the Tin Yun continent competition have withdrawn from the dimensional battlefield. Tin Yun continent's territory is now suspended. If no one enters within a year, Tin Yun continent's territory will be wiped out. Scene change to some majestic buildings. While Tian Tian is being carried, Changxiao teleports back. Oblivious to his condition, she chirps. Gao Sheng, you're here. Come quick, I have new insights about the ice heart art. Changxiao is covered in blood, muttering something. Sensing something's off, Tian Tian turns around. What's that bloody smell? Standing before her is a heavily injured Changxiao, clothes tattered. Her eyes widen in shock, and then her power freezes the entire city. Cheng Yang and Xing Chen are caught off guard. What the hell? Why did senior sister suddenly seal off the Wanjiyu sect? Tian Tian quickly gathers everyone, the strongest fighters of the Wanjiyu sect, to the back mountain. Hearing the order, Cheng Yang and Xing Chen both think. That was senior sister's telepathic message. Something's up. When the two arrive, Wei Lao is already there. Wei Lao, what happened? The old man grimaces. The sect leader's tendons are all severed, and his internal organs are almost pulverized. Lost almost half his blood. If it weren't for the sect leader's extraordinary cultivation, he'd be dead already. Tian Tian cradles him, heartbroken. Xing Chen roars in anger. Who did this? Who, in the Tin Yun continent, could silently injure the sect leader this badly? Cheng Yang calmly considers, has the sect leader used a healing pill? The sect leader suddenly disappeared during Duo's congratulatory banquet. He probably went to some secret realm. Tian Tian lowers her head. Healing pills won't heal his injuries. The Wanjiyu sect is famous now, so we have too many enemies. Right now, Qi Sheng can't withstand any more shocks. You all need to protect this place with absolute safety. Wei Lao, how is it? We can get even rarer medicinal ingredients. Changxiao lies in her arms, looking pained. The sect leader's body is beyond saving at this point. Maybe only the sect leader's magical items can save him, but his consciousness is already fading. Suddenly, someone steps forward from behind. Let me try. He Wu Dai reaches out. I can transfer all my spiritual energy to give the sect leader the ability to function for a while. The energy he creates breaks through Tian Tian's ice, causing a massive shock. He continues transferring his spiritual energy to Changxiao. Xing Chen's eyes widen. He thinks, holy crap, Martial Emperor? This kid Wu Di has reached the Martial Emperor level. Tian Tian cries, hoping he'll wake up soon. Qi Sheng, we haven't been together until we're old and gray. You said you were an immortal cockroach. Don't lie to me. Changxiao wakes up and gently caresses her tear-streaked face. Tian Tian, don't cry. He stands up strongly and hugs her, smiling despite his injuries. Alright, don't cry. You're gonna lose your Ice Queen image. My consciousness was clear just now. I can solve the current problem. Changxiao thinks. System, open the advanced shop. The system can't help but tease him. A cheapskate like you? I thought you'd never open the advanced shop. He tells it. Each update costs 10,000 contribution points. Even if I had a huge fortune, it wouldn't be enough. Immediately, green lights appear around him. Changxiao's eyes gleam. Looks like I'm not too unlucky. It came out after 3 updates. System announces. Supreme Healing Pill can restore injuries up to the Martial Saint level. Weird. Grasping the pill, he laughs triumphantly. Weird? I didn't expect to get such a high-level treasure after 3 updates? The system ruins his mood. Supreme Healing Pill isn't highly ranked in the advanced shop, so within my authority, I adjusted its appearance rate to almost 90% after each update. And you still used 3 updates. He ignores it and puts the pill in his mouth, while Tian Tian watches anxiously. Changxiao's entire body heals quickly, making Tian Tian overjoyed. He quickly tells her, and everyone, Tian Tian, you did well to call all the high-level fighters for safety, but the enemy we're facing this time is stronger than we imagined. If we all rush in, we'll just die. Changxiao looks at Wu Di, eyes sparkling. Besides this martial emperor kid, it seems I only got his secret cultivation technique last time. My bad. He definitely has more good stuff.
Then he continues. But since you're all here, let's take this opportunity to assess our Wanjiyu sect's strength. The next battle will be extremely brutal. Suddenly, he notices the two people in front of him. Didn't Tian Tian call the strongest fighters? You two are a martial sovereign and a martial ancestor. Why are you here? One of them replies, Senior sister telepathically ordered us to come. Ren Shan explains. That bastard dared to injure the sect leader so badly, he'll definitely be struck by lightning, and his cultivation will go berserk. Injured badly? Shishi sighs. To injure the sect leader to this extent, his cultivation must be very high, so how could he make such a low-level mistake during cultivation? In the dimensional battlefield, the green-skinned guy is panting, looking exhausted. He seems to be watched. What's going on? Suddenly, he feels afraid, as if he's being stared at by some terrifying being. While everyone is arguing, the demon sovereign also reports his realm. After descending to this realm, my strength has decreased a lot. I'm only a great perfection martial saint. The nearby devil emperor chimes in. I'm only somewhere between martial saint and martial emperor. He Wu Di is quite confident in himself, answering seriously, I'm a bit stronger than those two. Next, it's the old senior's turn. Old Five and Ice Emperor say simultaneously. This old man is currently a high-rank martial saint, while Wei Lao's realm is different, mid-rank martial saint. Xing Chen frowns slightly, replying, low-rank martial saint, but at the crucial moment, I can evolve. Qing Yang says, propping his chin up, inner disciple. Besides me and Zui Qi, who just broke through to half-saint, the others are still only at the peak of martial sovereign. Hearing this, Changxiao crosses his arms, his mouth turning down. I heard that even Wu Di has become a martial emperor already, but I, a dignified sect leader, am still stuck at quasi-saint. My direct disciple shows up and is already this OP? Kinda blinding, ain't it? On the side, Tian Tian is carefully wiping the dirt off his face with a cloth, gently reminding him, don't move around, you'll get it all over and it won't come off. Chengxiao's eyebrows twitch, his eyes coldly continuing. Plus Xiao Longlong and Lenghat, our core fighting force is indeed a little thin, but our foundation isn't weak at all. Recalling the battle just now, he thought to himself, but judging by the moves back then, a martial emperor facing a martial saint is like throwing eggs at a rock. Not to mention that there are levels even within the martial emperor realm. As long as two invincible martial emperors are held back, the rest will definitely suffer heavy losses. Changxiao sat gloomily in a corner, wrestling with the mess. Head bowed, muttering. Without martial emperors, Xing still has to trade his life to fill the gap in this plane war. Where did all the previous martial emperors go? Seeing this, the demon emperor replied. Xing Yun hasn't had many martial emperors for the past few years, but if you're talking about someone close to martial emperor, I know one. He crossed his arms and pondered, beginning to recount the past. Back then, I just descended to the lower realm with nothing to do, planning to subdue all the ferocious beasts in the starfield to be my demon kings for fun. Even though my strength was greatly reduced, great perfection martial saint was still enough to crush all the ferocious beasts who dared to resist. Until I entered the 100 Hills Mountains. It was a forest full of rich, spiritual energy. He remembered his actions at that time. As usual, I directly attacked the lair, but no ferocious beast caught my eye. But I must admit, the ferocious beasts in 100 Hills Mountain are indeed stronger than elsewhere. The Demon King's voice was even. Then that guy appeared. He called himself the 100 Hills Great King. He held up 3 fingers to emphasize. 3 moves. I only lasted 3 moves before I lost. Although he used some tricks, losing is losing. If it were a fair fight, I wouldn't be able to beat him either. Hearing this, Changxiao stood up and walked over, looking up at him questioningly. You had to use tricks. It seems he really hasn't reached the martial emperor realm. What kind of ferocious beast is he anyway? But the demon emperor had no answer. Not sure. I haven't forced him to reveal his true form yet. Another piece of the puzzle appeared. He pouted and rubbed his chin, secretly calculating. Right now, the urgent matter is to develop more high-level combat power. If I accidentally create a high-end item later that can make a great perfection martial saint take another step, wouldn't that be the same as suddenly having a few more martial emperors? Moreover, with the Sect Master Ball, subduing ferocious beasts will be easier. After thinking carefully, Chengxiao decided, Zimeng, lead the way. We'll take a trip to the 100 Hills mountain range. The Demon Emperor was a little curious. Are you going to eliminate the 100 Hills Great King? He immediately denied without a second thought. Nope. Changxiao turned his head, a meaningful expression correcting. We're going to welcome a new colleague. And so, the group followed his plan and went to a vast forest full of lush greenery. At this time, it was still bright. Changxiao propped his hand against a giant tree trunk nearby and sighed. The spiritual energy here is too dense. It feels like these trees could become spirits in a few more years. His eyes lit up, squatting down at the base of the tree and confirming firmly. There must be a huge spiritual stone mineral vein buried in this ground. This new colleague of ours, it seems they can bring capital to work with. Suddenly, the corner of his eye noticed something unusual. Suddenly, Yang Chengxin stood up straight, showing some respect and shouting loudly. What about the people under the 100 Hills Great King? If you're here, come out and talk.
Right after he finished speaking, a deep voice suddenly rang out in the forest.
Humans, I've always been right in front of you, and you didn't even notice, yet you still dream of meeting the great king.
A stream of green liquid like a swamp full of green moss suddenly appeared, spreading out to both sides, crawling up the hillside. The slime continued to spew and corrode the ground, and the voice spoke again, directly expressing its warning. My move can corrode even the hardest rock. I'm in a good mood today, so I advise you to leave quickly, and I'll spare your lives. In the thick smoke that was gradually dissipating in the wind, the figures of Changxiao and the others gradually appeared. The green-skinned youth couldn't help but be surprised. Unexpectedly, they're completely unharmed. These guys aren't simple.
Seeing that the situation was not good, he bowed down, preparing to play the pretend to be dead card. While they haven't noticed me yet, I'll blend into the environment and quickly go back to report to the great king.
When his hands and feet were clinging to the tree and slowly climbing up, he suddenly turned his head down and made eye contact with the group below, secretly wondering in his heart. Keep climbing. Why are they walking straight towards me like this? My disguise is clearly flawless.
Immediately after, he got an answer, starting with a punch.
Looking at the bruised and battered young man tied up in front of him, everyone crowded around and cursed.
A martial sect realm gatekeeper.
You dare to play tricks in front of us? This kind of crude, hidden spiritual energy is like fireflies in the night in our eyes, extremely dazzling. After saying that, Changxiao gave him another beating, and his face exploded with fireflies. But if you were to learn the hidden cultivation art, you might be able to become a hidden ace.
Looking at the balls like Pokemon he had collected,
a strange smile bloomed on his face. Looks like this trip has been quite fruitful. Let's go, join the team. A moment later, the tree trunk was suddenly chopped down by a force. The one-eyed giant lion was frantically attacking the tiny humans with lightning-fast pounces. Facing such a worthy opponent, Xingchen was extremely excited to fight, both defending and channeling energy. We haven't even gone 100 miles deep, and a quasi-saint-level ferocious beast has already appeared. As expected, 100 Hills mountain range has something worth looking at. He stood firmly on his feet, straight palms striking towards it.
Yes, the fiery red power merged with the voice of inner strength. But you're still no match for this old man. After a long stalemate, kneel down for me. Suddenly, Xingchen's eyes widened, startled to realize something was wrong.
Out of nowhere, a man with a strong demeanor suddenly appeared. It turned out that the one-eyed lion had transformed into a human form. He flashed a smile, and both spoke. You humans always think we're just barbarians, only knowing how to recklessly slash and kill. But you don't know that under the leadership of the great king, the situation of attack and defense has long changed. Immediately afterwards, other beasts also secretly appeared, one after another. He stared at the person in front of him and said, Well, welcome to your demise. The earth bear roared and rushed to attack Xiaozuiki. He raised his hands to block its attack, and the ground beneath Xiaozuiki's feet cracked, shattered. He tried to withstand its power, using a human body to fight against a ferocious beast, which was indeed a bit of a disadvantage. He should still borrow a few moves from Qingyang's senior brother.
Xiaozuiki used his strength to throw the earth bear behind him, causing it to open its mouth in shock. Then he threw a punch at its head.
After the earth demon bear fell, Xiaozuiki jumped up and shouted, Anyone else? After that nasty fall, Dongzi Menglong couldn't see SHT. We, the great Earth Bear clan, are supposed to be tanks, but this random mortal one-shotted me, and he just stopped? Too cocky, man. Once I get my bearings, I'm gonna ambush his ass.
Then it saw something weird. Huh? A dude with long white hair just popped up.
And he's holding a ball? Some kind of fancy-ass ball. He just appears, then poof, disappears.
Ye Jingchen was fighting a bunch of beasties, and they jumped when they heard the great Earth Bear scream. One of them was sweating bullets. Was that bear bro screaming? Who's hurting him that bad? He whips out his weapon to slice him.
You're weaker than me. Don't get cocky. Ye Jingchen's just prancing around these three beasts. If it wasn't for the Sect Master's no-kill rule, and if you guys weren't so fun to fight, I would have blown you to smithereens already. He does a fancy counterattack, kicking the beast out of range. Ye Jingchen smirks. Might as well introduce myself. I'm Ye Jingchen, the most gentle and refined disciple of the Wanjiyu Zuiqiang sect, and your entrance exam proctor. Jun Changxiao strokes his chin, ignoring the explosion behind him. Looks like you gotta be at least a quasi-saint, or nearly dead before you can be tamed. Why won't you just pass out already? The great Earth Bear's begging after an inhumane torture session. Dude, my fur is almost all plucked. I'm in too much pain to pass out. Can't you just let me go peacefully?
Standing before him is a cloaked figure.
Isn't thinking about passing out from the pain away too? The great Earth Bear is muttering, whispering in fear. You're a demon! A freaking demon! A voice rings out, startling the great Earth Bear.
Gao Sheng, bro, that's way too cruel.
Then it starts crying. I knew it. I'm a good, honest bear. How could I be this miserable? A nice guy like me deserves an angel. But, contrary to the bear's hopes, the next words send chills down its spine. How about we freeze his head first? Then you use your holy fire to slowly roast him to a perfect medium rare, then freeze him again. Repeat. And he's guaranteed to be crispy on the outside, soft on the inside, and completely lose his will to fight. The great Earth Bear shrieks, You're both demons! It's realized it, the appearances of the two in front of him, they are demons in human skin. Then, The great earth bear shatters the ice imprisoning it. I won't let you torture me like this. Then it smacks itself in the head with both paws. I'll knock myself out. Finally, it passes out. Gao Shang and Lu Qianqian high-five. Done deal. Finally, the great earth bear's massive body is sucked into the ball, which falls to the ground. Jun Changxiao smiles.
These martial emperor or quasi-saint level beasties are only easy for the sect master to tame when their body and soul are worn down to almost nothing. Lu Qianqian stares blankly at him. Hopefully this won't give him any PTSD.
Yi Jingchen drags 2 beasties over. Sect master got 2 more. Then turns to her, wifey. Hearing him call out, both their faces darken. Jun Changxiao gives a weird smile. Looks like we have work to do. Lu Qianqian adds, I'll start the fire, you pour the oil. A scream echoes. Ye Jingchen drops the beasties and runs for his life. Was that my imagination? I feel like senior sister is becoming more and more like the sect master. While running, he seems to notice something nearby. 2 red eyes are staring at his back, like he's been targeted. Ye Jingchen's sweating bullets, glancing around nervously. Only Bai Qi Dawang can give me this much pressure, but I can only sense the horny vibes all around. Can't pinpoint her exact location. He stops and throws a move. If I can't see you, I'll just rain down punches everywhere.
Due to Ye Jingchen's moves, dust flies up all around him. He pants, looking around cautiously. Why do I suddenly feel so tired?
A bite mark appears on the back of Ye Jingchen's hand, and poison starts spreading. A shadowy figure emerges from the dust. Still standing, huh? Daring to swagger around Baikui Mountain, you do have some skills. A woman with red skin and fangs appears. Looking closer, you have smooth skin and a martial saint body. Her snake tongue flicks out. It's been a long time since this queen has had a taste. Just then, Jun Changxiao appears. I was worried that if we were too aggressive, you'd be too scared to show up. Looks like you're pretty brave, yo. Ye Jingchen's pupils turn into golden slits. She stares at those eyes in shock. Those eyes? Give me 455. Ye Jingchen raises his hand. I hate people who hide in the shadows. Show yourself. Energy from Ye Jingchen's hand blows away the mist in front of him. Behind the bone screen stands a woman with red skin and golden eyes. She looks at him questioningly. How do you have golden pupils? Ye Jingchen frowns at the woman in front of him. Oh, these eyes? They're just an old pet of mine. Saying that, he rushes forward, towards where she's standing. Ye Jingchen puts all his strength into a punch, right in front of the woman, but she dodges it. The woman expresses dissatisfaction with Ye Jingchen's behavior.
Junior, ambushing isn't a good habit, especially when there's a power difference. One slip up and you're dead.
Just then, he realizes that his hand is being held by a strange piece of bone. 2 sharp bone fragments threaten Ye Jingchen's eyes. She smiles maliciously. I'll take those golden pupils. Then, the woman tries to stab the sharp bone into his eye sockets. A hand reaches out and crushes the bone. Pixiu jumps out from behind, reaching out to attack the woman. She frowns at him. Pixiu, you're with humans? Wait, wearing pants? You're not Pixiu, who are you really? Pixiu smirks. You guessed right. Zimang Yaowang. I'm now the Spirit Beast Hall Master of the Wanjiyu Zuiqiang Sect. Ye Xingchen jumps on his shoulder. Zilao, don't bring up the past. Don't forget we have a mission today. He jumps up, lifting his foot to kick Zimang Yaowang. Total acquisition of the 100 Hills mountain range. Zimang Yaowang waves her hand, and bones emerge from the ground, blocking Ye Xingchen's attack. She wildly waves her hand, controlling the bones. Even if you're all elites, this 100 Hills mountain range is still my territory. A spirit beast emerges and snaps at Zimang Yaowang, who uses bones to block its sharp teeth. The impact from them causes trees to be chopped down. Zimang Yaowang sneers. You're a loser with a bad memory. You actually dare to show your original form in front of me. She transforms into a red snake and opens her mouth to bite Pixiu. Zimang Yaowang spits venom at him, and Ye Jingchen jumps onto Pixiu's massive body. When it comes to cavalry combat, I still have some experience. I just didn't expect to become a Dragon Knight this time. Zimang Yaowang transforms back into human form and attacks Pixiu. He wields his sword, blocking her attack. Zimang Yaowang uses bones to block Pixiu's mouth. Ye Jingchen leans over and swings his sword to attack Zimang Yaowang. She whispers, Supreme Martial Saint, plus a Supreme Martial Saint at great perfection. Yet they can unleash such combat power. Even I'm finding it a bit hard to handle. Looks like I have to show you the difference in power. She reaches out, and a small piece of animal bone appears in the air. Ye Jingchen swings his sword and chops the bone in half, but then many more small bone fragments appear in the air, falling towards him. These snake bones gradually grow larger, clinging to Pixiu's body, making it difficult for him to move. Ye Jingchen swings his sword, slashing away the broken snake bones. These snake bone fragments can't be broken when they gather together. Zimang Yaowang floats in the air. If it weren't for being in the 100 Hills mountain range with a Dragon Knight combo, you could actually give me some trouble. Unfortunately, this 100 Hills mountain range is the burial ground for our clan for tens of thousands of years. She sneers. Let the snake bones of the past geniuses of our clan send you into eternal sleep. The snake bones enlarge, tightly binding the two of them, turning into a cage between them. Zimang Yaowang approaches.
This snake bone cage can seal all entities and energy, and it keeps shrinking until I see you turn into powder. No one on the Starfall continent can break this snake bone cage. You probably haven't been born yet. A strange person emerges from the snake bone cage. Really? I don't believe it. She is shocked. He smirks. Worthy of being called a snake bone cage that seals everything. He teases Zimang Yaowang, going in and out of the cage. So easy peasy. Can't believe what you're seeing. There's still someone on the Starfall continent with this level of cultivation? Her black hair turns into snakeheads, lunging towards him. The man stands still, letting them bite him. Zimang Yaowang stares in astonishment. He actually got hit by the first move? Could this just be a show of strength? He glances at the snakehead on his shoulder. Who knew you were a master of poison? Zimang suffered a loss last time because of this move, right? He smirks at her, raising his hand. Too bad. With the strength of your poison, if it were back in the day, my demonic path would be in need of talents like you. He uses Heavenly Demon Claw to attack Zimang Yaowang, and the demonic energy on his hand turns into a sword and attacks. Zimang Yaowang uses both hands to block his sword, but the force pushes her whole body to the ground. The man retracts his sword, moving away from the explosion. Zimang Yaowang rushes out of the smoke, commanding the snake bones to attack. He's startled to see her and the giant skull. The snake bones attack him, creating a small explosion, and smoke fills the air. Pixiu glances at Chenzan outside through the bones. It seems that this move from 100 Hills has triggered the entire 100 Hills mountain range. Has she turned the entire mountain range into her territory? Ye Jingchen also looks outside, still maintaining the snake bone cage without breaking it while fighting the demon emperor. This woman hasn't reached her limit yet. It's just that the giant snake skull opens its mouth wide to bite the demon emperor, and he raises his foot to block it. Why does that giant snake skeleton give me such a strange sense of familiarity? The giant snake bone drags across the ground, destroying the surrounding land and trees. Others in the forest are running over because of the aftershocks. Is this the ultimate showdown between martial saints? They dodge the flying rocks, don't even mention participating. Even resisting the aftershocks of the battle requires all their strength. The entire mountain range is about to be overturned. Li Qingyang sweats as he looks at the battle below. Thankfully, the sect leader is safe. He Wudi stands with his arms crossed, creating a barrier to block the flying rocks. He thoughtfully watches Zimang Yaowang and the demon emperor fight. The cultivation method of this lower realm ferocious beast is indeed somewhat interesting. It can use the body of a martial saint to unleash strength comparable to a martial emperor. Jun Changxiao holds the beast-taming ball, smiling like a flower. Finally done, the 7th Sentier ferocious beast has been resolved. He Wudi, standing guard, turns to look at him. The system sound rings, announcing that Jun Changxiao has completed the mission. He looks at the 2 scrolls appearing in the air. There's a reward? Jun Changxiao looks at the 2 scrolls in his hand. Hidden skills. Then it must be strong, but why is this skill divided into 2 volumes, upper and lower? The upper volume depicts a dragon, and the lower volume clearly depicts a human. He propped his knees on the ground, stroking the red beast beside him, listening to the system's explanation. It was a combo skill. The red beast looked at him. Lil bro, you summoned me. Got something. Good for me. Jun Changxiao frowned. That's a weird way to put it, but yeah, got a secret manual for ya. Then it transformed into a human form, apparently more suitable for learning. The red beast closed its eyes, sensing the knowledge flooding into its head. Didn't the knowledge just pour in when the scroll was opened? Why do so many people say studying is hard? Jun Changxiao replied, Our learning method is kinda like hacking. It opened its eyes in surprise. Isn't this a fire-based technique? Why do I feel so cold after learning it? He shivered from the cold. Damn, did the heavenly Tao of Starfall realize we're cheating and want to wipe us out? The 2 turned back to back. Nope. In the distance, the demon emperor was still fiercely fighting the purple python demon king, freezing the surrounding ground. Jun Changxiao sweated, watching the battle. First poison, now ice. This Bakchim has so many trump cards. How are our disciples holding up? He glanced at the disciples in the distance. Luckily, there's still Tiantian and Wudi. Jun Changxiao sneaked up to Lu Qianqian. Tiantian, Wudi, just closing the door should block the attack. Why'd you have to intervene? And so tense? She replied. This isn't ordinary cold. It's freezing everything, and soul-snatching. He quickly turned to look at the Pixiu group. Too dangerous. What about the star spirits in the distance? Ye Jingchen was behind a red spherical defense. He worriedly looked at them. Even the Pixiu were freezing and shivering. This Bakchiu's strength is kinda, OP Lu Qianqian replied. Duh. The snake skeleton behind the purple python demon king is glowing blue. Lu Qianqian seriously looked at her and the skeleton behind her. The cold came from that horned snake bone. The skeleton could also cultivate the Taishuan Iceheart blood. Ye Jingchen frowned. Didn't expect a pile of bones to be able to cultivate. Taishuan Zhenjing, chapter 457. The skeletal snake's head, which was swaying, suddenly stopped. In its round eye sockets, the figures of Tiantian and Jingchen were clearly visible in the sky. Suddenly, a stern voice from nearby rang out. What are you 2 doing here? This isn't a battle you can participate in. Hearing this, Xingchen immediately sneered. Senior sister, I see something I'm interested in on this one-horned snake. What about you? She wasn't very interested, casually replying, same here. Then, Tiantian slightly leaned forward, raising both hands in a bow and arrow stance, signaling, each of you take what you need. Immediately afterward, the two of them flew toward the one-horned snake skeleton. Seeing this, the demon emperor complained, why don't these little brats listen to advice? But as soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned. Huh? Up ahead, Jingchen was clinging to one side of the one-horned snake's skull, biting and gnawing fiercely, while Tiantian circled around to the other side to attack. Looking at the power gradually enveloping half of its face, he was a little unsure. Do these two brats, cultivation methods, somehow counter the one-horned snake? Nah, it's like they know how the technique works. Meanwhile, he flung his hands out, surrounded by powerful techniques. Xingchen's face was full of excitement and fighting spirit, thinking to himself, great, this one-horned snake has been dead for ages anyway. Only knows how to mechanically operate the Taishuan Zhenjing. I can gradually merge the Taishuan Zhenjing within its body into myself. This time, I'm really gonna profit. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to Tiantian's position, secretly assessing. But senior sister seems to be doing something similar. Moreover, her technique clearly isn't inherited from the Eternal Sect, but it has something in common with the Taishuan Zhenjing. Seeing the one-horned snake skeleton in danger, the Jianu couldn't help but become anxious, exclaiming, what's going on? The aura of the predecessor is getting weaker and weaker. Can't let these two little devils keep interfering? Suddenly, a surge of dark energy appeared directly in front of her eyes, causing her to stop abruptly. And the one who attacked was none other than the demon emperor, who reminded her, it's better if we don't interfere in the juniors' battles. However, without that horned snake, great King Bakchiwu, you won't have the right to refuse me anymore. The demon emperor's expression darkened, and he gave a terrifying and challenging smile. Why don't you summon all your clansmen, and even Senior Mu Jiyu, from the Bakchiwu lineage for me to see? This emperor can help you be reincarnated one more time. Intimidated by his aura, that Jianu also restrained some of her attitude, slightly lowering her face and replying, clansmen, it seems you still don't understand the meaning of Bakchiu. Bakchiu is a title passed down. My Bakchiu lineage has never had anything called clansmen. At the same time, on the Starfall continent, there is only one Bakchiu. Her eyes were full of determination, affirming the position of Bakchiwa, emphasizing once again, and the new Bakchiwa will bring all the inheritance and the tombs of the predecessors back to stand proudly on the Starfall continent under the name of Bakchiwa. That is the meaning of Bakchiwa. As she spoke, she circulated her energy, and a surge of power suddenly rose like a tsunami. Therefore, I bear the power of all the Bakchiu predecessors for 10,000 years, although I cannot fully control the power of all the predecessors yet. Her hand clenched tightly, her eyes shining. But fully activating the power of a great King Bakchiu, I can still do this, and that's the strongest among them. As soon as she finished speaking, the one-horned snake skeleton immediately twisted and was summoned back to that Jianua's side, surprising everyone. After that, she froze her entire body, trapping herself in a transparent stone, surrounded by a protective barrier. Seeing this, the demon emperor quickly released a wave of dark energy, shouting, transforming right in front of the enemy, looking for death! However, in a moment of carelessness, one of his arms was cut off. Xingchen and Tiantian rushed over, and she anxiously called out, Senior Demon Emperor! But he ignored the wound, retreated slightly, and then ordered, don't talk nonsense, get down there, call Wudi over! At this time, that Jianu and the one-headed snake skeleton had merged into one, and now she had another horn growing on her forehead. She smiled softly. How troublesome. I just have a little more talent than others, and my achievements are a little higher. The powerful aura of that Jianuduka immediately spread out, and you could feel the difference just by being close. She continued, yet I still have to save each Bakchiu's life? Suddenly seeing Xingchen preparing to rush over, she simply said, stay still? So impatient? A second later, a powerful strike fell from the sky and landed directly on the ground. In that heavily sunken area, a pure stream of chi converged right in the middle, causing the Devil Emperor to instinctively retreat, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Whispers arose from the surrounding crowd. Is that even human? One move and he wiped out an entire mountain range. He tried to remain calm, reporting, Sect leader, the situation is bad. Wudi's strength was already inferior to Baiki's current state. Moreover, the opponent's cultivation technique is extremely bizarre. You should quickly lead the disciples to retreat, and I will stay to provide support. Even if Wudi can't defeat him, it won't be a problem. Suddenly sensing an unexpected surge of chi, the Devil Emperor was startled and looked back, shouting, what the hell are you doing? With that level of spiritual energy, do you not value your life? Changxiao's body suddenly started smoking, his face showing obvious fatigue as he replied, Old devil, you think I wanted to? Before using this, did anyone tell me that this move takes half an hour to charge up, and can't be cancelled either? Then, he turned to order Xingchen, who was standing there dumbfounded. Screw it, let's gamble. Xingchen, I've charged it up but I can't move. Take me up there, old devil.
take the chance to support me, and bring Woody down here. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them left the Devil Emperor behind, and immediately shot into the sky. He supported Tian Tian, while the other guy rushed over from the other side. Seeing this, she immediately became more vigilant. It's you, what is that thing? Changxiao hugged a fire-breathing dragon, introducing it with a smug look. Advanced Dragon Origin Art. Tong. The two sides faced each other with extreme tension. Baikyu's face turned pale with extreme fear. This energy is condensing? And that guy? Why is he here too? So Baikyu quickly flew up and ran away. Changxiao, of course, wouldn't give Baikyu that chance. Wanna run? Sorry, as long as you're still on the Xingyun continent. He created a fire dragon to chase right behind. Seeing this, Baiki tried to speed up even more. Faster, faster! Baiki's body is too weak this time, not even at the Martial Emperor level yet. What trash. Then, she tried every means to escape, only hoping that Changxiao wouldn't catch up. Just a little more. I don't believe that after flying 1,000 miles he can still catch up. Looking back, she felt somewhat relieved. It seems that I can't feel that terrifying spiritual energy anymore. I must have escaped. Suddenly, she was shocked to see that his red dragon was right behind her. It opened its mouth wide, trying to chase after her. In the blink of an eye, Long Long eliminated Bai Qi. It turned into a strange shape and then gradually dissipated, making the surrounding Bai Jing extremely surprised. Woody suddenly appeared. Sect leader. With your current realm, and little Long Long. He lowered his head and pondered, assessing his own strength. To be able to unleash such an amazing blow, I'm afraid even I. Changxiao was polite, his whole body covered in sweat. This move also cost me a lot, and little Long Long has fallen into a deep sleep again. I almost dropped my realm, returning to the Martial King level, but it's also considered having an extra trump card. Moreover, from now on, he made an announcement. The Baiqiu mountain range must be renamed Baiqiu Valley. Changxiao asked about the situation wearily. I was gentle. That Baiqi Great King is still alive, right? He stared into the distance and speculated. There's still a breath left. Wordy suddenly took a stance. And a shy figure suddenly flew over. Tian Tian praised from the side. Your fire control is quite skillful, isn't it? I even smell snake soup. Changxiao also praised. It's also thanks to the blessing of the holy fire, otherwise it wouldn't be easy to take it down. He invited Bai Qi to follow him. Bai Qi, are you willing to become my spiritual pet? Don't be mistaken by my weak constitution. In this myriad ancient sect, there are countless people who can take your life. Don't worry, I've always treated my subordinates very generously, so you don't have to worry about the benefits after joining the sect. Bai Qi finally bowed in admiration. Master's strength is extraordinary. I, Bai Qi, am willing to serve you for life. But Changxiao still looked suspicious. It's best that you surrendered willingly. I don't have the strength to brainwash you anymore, but the way you speak is a bit strange, as if you were originally my spiritual pet. Suddenly he turned around, confused. Hey Bai Qi. Changxiao saw Bai Qi bowing to Xing Chen instead of him. Did you worship the wrong grave? He asked back with a dark face. Do you want to stop me? From a long time ago, Xing Chen declared that you are alive, because I don't want to start a massacre here. After all, I'm only here to take the scripture this time. I still respect the Taishuan old man very much. Bai Qi fiercely didn't want to give up. A mortal dares to plot to seize the Taishuan true scripture. If you don't back down, I will swallow you whole. Xing Chen stepped forward, asking back. Swallow me? On the Xingyun continent, lightning struck behind, shaking the sky. He declared, I am king. A loud explosion rang out. Xing Chen threatened. Submit to me, otherwise, die. Bai Qi bowed down and apologized. Bai Qi was confused. I didn't recognize my master just now, and I dared to be disrespectful to my master. Please spare my life. Xing Chen looked thoughtful. Yeah. He finally spared her life, but was trying to remember in his heart. Get up, I'll spare you this time. After joining the myriad ancient sect, if you go astray again, I'll pull out your snake bones. It seems that I used to beat this snake in my previous life, and I must have been very cruel. Why can't I remember now? I beat too many people in my previous life, and this snake can't even make it to the list. He suddenly remembered, leaning down and asking, Oh, right. How do you know the Taishuan true scripture? Bai Qi honestly replied, Master, have you forgotten? I was the one who guarded it that year. Suddenly there was a sharp shout. Chihuai, Sheng! Changxiao was suddenly stunned, trying to think. Who's calling me? That's not right. No one uses this name anymore except for Tian Tian. It must be someone with the same name. It was a curse. Chihuai Sheng! You pervert. Quickly release my senior sister. He was annoyed and uncomfortable at this time. Are they talking about me? In the lush green forest, half an hour ago. Somewhere else, in the 100 Hills mountain range, that Tunyan dudes all no cap, Su Q Cheng. This 100 Hills mountain range is dangerous, but we're only sticking to the outskirts this time. Roll with ya boy Sun Tunyan and I'll keep you safe. By the way, my dad's the peak Wu Wang leading this Taishuan sect training. Xiaomo chimes in, sucking up. Ever since I saw your dad, I knew I should recognize you as my big bro. Nice. I just learned 18 ways to massage. I'll give you the VIP treatment later. But in his head, he's like, Su Xiaomo, you've hit rock bottom. A whole Wu Huang simping for a Wu Wang. Sun Tuyan, you think I'd be your little bro?
Bruh. Mr. Arrogant here is Sun Tuyan, an elite disciple of the Taishuan Holy Sect. His dad's the elder in charge of teachings, deaf worth pulling some strings with, cultivation progress at 95%. Xiaomo's salty AF but has to play along. I'm kinda undercover with the elite disciples now. To bleed the Taishuan Holy Sect dry ASAP, I gotta suck it up big time. Hanging with these kiddos is so not my thing. Another call rings out. Su Qiucheng. He does a 360 faster than you can say isekai, and sprints over. Coming! Xiaomo asks obsequiously. What can I do for you, senior sister? Shuyun warns cautiously. Sun Tunyan's a douchebag, not a good guy. You're too pure, don't hang out with him all the time. Tuyan overhears this, getting pissed. Hey, Ha Shuyun, I'm right here. You couldn't wait until I left to roast me? Just because your grandpa is the supreme elder doesn't mean I'm scared of you. Xiaomo's just standing there, confused. Too pure? Who are they talking about? Shuyun doesn't care, and orders. Ending the convo, I need to meditate and cultivate, you can leave now. Tuyan gives a face. Damn, cold. No wonder she's the little ice queen. Xiaomo just stands there, dumbfounded. So cold. Now I get it. Ice divine body. No wonder senior sister Xia is breaking through realms so fast. A once-in-a-century ice-type physique. Tuyan awkwardly changes the subject. So what? We've seen stronger ice physiques in the Taishuan Holy Sect before. Tuyan reminisces. The Taishuan Iceheart physique got kicked out of the sect, what a waste. The former head disciple was our goddess. A loud bang echoes from the other side. Tuyan looks around, panicking. It's probably the ferocious beasts inside the 100 Hills mountain range fighting over territory. That's at least a king-level rumble. Tuyan plays the big bro, telling Qiucheng, you're only at the early stage of Wuzong, stick close to me, I'll keep you safe. Xiaomo doesn't seem to care, lost in thought. Lao Ye, Li Fei, head disciple, so many people. At least half the inner disciples are here. What's the sect master doing here? Oh, Invincible is here too. Is the sect planning to flatten the 100 Hills mountain range? A voice filled with mockery comes from a figure approaching in the distance. A little movement from a ferocious beast scared someone speechless. What a disgrace to our top-tier sect. Tungan glares, ordering, if you're scared now, just bail from the 100 Hills mountain range. Less trouble for us later. Tuyan fires back. Ha, Tungan, who are you talking about? This is Qiucheng's first training exercise. Besides, you're only at the peak of Wuzong. What gives you the right to look down on him? Xiaomo's sizing him up. Ha Tungan, even in the Taishuan Holy Sect, he's considered a super genius, top-tier inner disciple. But I don't remember ever pissing him off. Tungan gets pissed and unleashes his power. Wuzong? I recently broke through to Wu Wang, but he instantly noticed something strange. HMPH. Unstable early stage Wu Wang. Something's not right. Suddenly, Yang Xiaomo remembers. Almost forgets his act. The wind's too strong. I almost got blown away. Tuyan tries to smooth things over. Qiucheng, a real man knows when to back down. He's too strong, let's retreat for now, we'll get our face back later. Xiaomo subtly hints. That Ha dude doesn't look like he's gonna let us go. Tuyan puffs up again. Ha Tungan, you trying to kill fellow disciples? My dad's up ahead scouting, he'll be back any minute. Tungan shoves him aside with his elbow. Get out of the way, I just want to say a few words to this little junior brother. He's still blanking out. My name's Su. Tungan gets right up in his face, annoyed. Senior sister potty talks to trash like you? I can't even get a single word out of her. I don't know what she sees in you, but if you don't want to lose an arm or a leg, I suggest you stay away from senior sister. Tungan turns and leaves, acting all high and mighty. Even if your uncle has some status with the sect master, it doesn't change the fact that you're just trash. He tries to calm himself. Xiaomo, gotta hold it in. Tungan struts away, full of arrogance. Senior sister is destined for a chosen one like me. Suddenly he trips. Xiaomo's hype. No need to bow so deeply, senior brother Ha. He approaches, gleefully mocking. Senior brother Ha actually tripped and passed out? Must be because he just broke through to Wu Wang and hasn't mastered his power yet? Xiaomo calls the other disciples over. What are you guys standing around for? Help senior brother Ha to the dump, to the shade under the tree to rest. He praises himself internally. Xiaomo, holding back like that was perfect. Any harder and this little punk would be on his way to reincarnation. Xiaomo continues to wail. Senior brother Ha, you can't die young. Dying from tripping is too embarrassing for our top-tier sect. You have to understand the bigger picture. Shui Yun, standing behind, is slightly suspicious. Am I seeing things, or am I hallucinating? For a moment, I saw 3 Su Qiuchengs at the same time. Shui Yun shakes her head, denying it. Must be from cultivating too much, causing hallucinations. But why are my hallucinations showing me 3 Su Qiuchengs? She waves him over. Senior sister, come take a look. Senior brother Ha seems a little off. Shui Yun walks over. Let me see. Sumo counts silently. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. A monster appears. He's overjoyed. Perfect timing.